In simpler terms, this is a story about a young boy named Avon Mason who traverses into the magical world of Harry Potter to attend Hogwarts. Avon is a year younger than Harry and follows the path of Gryffindor. A solemn reminder: this narrative is purely a personal endeavor, lacking guarantees for updates, plot consistency, or quality. Proceed with caution, as the author merely excavates. Without burying, Chapter 1, The Owl and the Boy. As dusk descended, the sun gradually vanished beneath the horizon, casting a delicate golden hue upon the grand residence located at 6 King's Road, London. This classical villa, replete with British charm, boasts spaciousness, luminosity, and grandeur. The three-story walls are adorned with tenacious ivy, while the roof is crowned with exquisite brown tiles. The garden, with its meticulously tended grass and flower beds, features a luxurious Bentley parked quietly outside the garage. It is a picturesque sunset scene, serene and tranquil. However, on the balcony of the top floor, a dark-haired boy finds himself locked in an enigmatic gaze with an owl, an incongruity that disrupts the tranquil aesthetic. Avon Mason stares at the owl, his eyes filled with curiosity. This is no ordinary bird one might encounter in a typical household. Particularly, it clutches a brown envelope made of thick parchment in its talons. Avon feels an instinctual pull, sensing that the letter is intended for him. Yet he is uncertain how to procure it, as the owl seems to demand some form of reward before relinquishing the message. "Hello," Avon greets the creature, attempting to establish a connection, despite the absurdity of his actions. "Who?" The owl responds softly, tilting its head as it scrutinizes the boy, its amber eyes filled with wariness. "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm." Avon strives to infuse his voice with gentleness, slowly extending his right hand. "Is that letter at your feet addressed to me?" "I wish to." Before he can finish, a loud voice calls from downstairs. "Darling, are you ready? We must depart," accompanied by the sound of footsteps ascending. Avon is jolted to attention. "Oh no, it's my mother. She must not see you." In a sudden panic, Avon waves his hand vigorously, attempting to shoo the owl away. "Who?" Offended, the owl quickly sidesteps. "I apologize, my mother is allergic to birds. She is terrified of all kinds, large and small." Avon explains hastily while gesturing. "You must leave at once." Seemingly convinced by Avon's erratic motions that he would not provide any sustenance, the owl takes flight, pecking Avon sharply before dropping the letter at his feet. "Ouch!" Avon exclaims in pain, watching the owl whirl away like a tempest, disappearing from view. With no time to lose, he hurriedly retrieves the envelope from the ground before his mother enters, noticing that it is inscribed in emerald green ink to Mr. Avon Mason, bedroom on the 3rd floor, 6 King's Road, Surrey. This letter and that owl. Avon squints, a sense of eerie familiarity washing over him amidst these bizarre occurrences. "Avon, we must hurry. Your father is waiting in the car." A well-dressed, middle-aged woman enters, her tone slightly stern. Arriving late for a first visit to someone else's home is quite impolite. "Understood, mother." Avon, with no time to ponder further, discreetly slips the envelope into his pants pocket while his mother's attention is diverted. This evening, their family is hosting a small gathering with his father's business partners, specifically his father's construction company, planning to procure a substantial quantity of drilling machines from them. For Avon, attending such a soiree was initially unnecessary, but the host happened to have a child a year older than him, currently enrolled at smelting school. At 11 years old, Avon is set to transition to smelting school in just over a month, prompting his parents to believe it essential for him to familiarize himself with his future senior. "Mother, you haven't told me the name of that senior yet." Throughout the journey, Avon feels compelled to divert his focus from the letter tucked in his pocket, uncertain whether to confide in his parents about its contents before he fully comprehends its significance. Perhaps this is merely a poor jest by someone, and there is no need for his mother to fret over it. "Dudley Dursley, I dare say you both will become great friends," Mr. Mason adds while driving. "Dudley Dursley, what a splendid name." Avon muses, lost in thought. In truth, he is aware of an individual bearing that name. If memory serves, Dudley Dursley is a character from the Harry Potter series he read before his rebirth. In the narrative, Dudley is an exceedingly spoiled child who subjects Harry to a dismal childhood. Avon retains a vivid recollection of this character, though it is challenging to claim any fondness for him. Yet, He reminds himself that this character belongs to a fictional narrative despite having been reborn in the UK during the 1980s or 1990s. There is no evidence to suggest he has entered the magical realm of Harry Potter. Relax, it is likely just a coincidence. Avon reassures himself, though a lingering unease surfaces at the thought of the owl he just encountered. His eyes widen in astonishment as he clutches the envelope with trembling hands, ripping it open to read the letter within. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief of the Wizarding Association, and First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Good heavens, this is an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He should have anticipated it, woe else would employ an owl to deliver a letter, if not this magical institution. Dear, you need not be so anxious. Noticing Avon's distress, Mrs. Mason turns to him, her voice a soothing whisper. I've heard your father say that the Dursleys are exceedingly friendly, and Dudley is a polite and amiable boy. You will surely enjoy your new friend. For the past 11 years, he has prepared for the future in accordance with a familiar reality, and now he is abruptly informed that he resides in an entirely foreign magical universe. This cannot be a jest. The pressing question remains, how to convey this revelation to his parents? Moreover, if he is not mistaken, aside from meeting Dudley Dursley shortly, he may also encounter the renowned Harry Potter himself. As Avon grapples with these thoughts, his father gently brings the car to a halt, softly stating, Dear, we have arrived for Privet Drive. Chapter 2. The future senior Avon composed himself and, alongside his parents, entered the house. The first figures to greet him were Mr. Vernon Dursley, adorned in formal attire with a bow tie, and his portly cousin Dudley, resembling a little pig. Good evening. A cordial exchange ensued, with Dudley plastering an insipid smile on his face. Shall I take your coats? Thank you, dear. Avon and Appos, as mother gently pulled him from behind her, introducing him to Dudley. This is our little Avon. He will also be attending smelting school this year. Please take good care of him. It is my honor, madam. As Dudley appeared to lean in for an embrace, Avon instinctively stepped back, evading the gesture. He followed his parents into the living room, exchanging pleasantries while subtly surveying his surroundings. The room had evidently been meticulously prepared for the evening's gathering. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen suggested a feast in the making. Atop the refrigerator sat a pudding for dinner, while the dining table was laden with whipped cream cakes and sugared violets, alongside a large roast sizzling in the oven. However, these were not the objects of Avon's curiosity. As depicted in the books, there was a conspicuous absence of anything related to Harry Potter within the house, a clear indication that the Dursleys were intent on concealing their extraordinary nephew from outsiders. Avon and Appos' lips curled into a slight smirk at the thought of the poor child, likely hiding away in a small room upstairs, silencing himself to feign absence. Feeling compelled to act, Avon interjected into Mr. Dursley's tedious joke about a Japanese golfer. I apologize, Mr. Dursley, but as I am not accustomed to visiting others' homes, I find myself quite curious about everything here. If it would not trouble you, I would like Dudley to accompany me for a brief exploration before dinner. Certainly. Let Dudley take you to his room to show you his new game console, Mr. Dursley replied readily, perhaps considering Avon's youth as a reason to simplify his conversation. Go on, children. When dinner is ready, I shall send Petunia to fetch you. Reluctantly, Dudley followed Avon out of the living room. According to the plan, Dudley should have remained to continue showering compliments upon Mr. and Mrs. Mason rather than escorting a small child aimlessly around the house. Particularly challenging for Dudley was the task of maintaining a favorable impression. As they ascended the staircase, Avon listened to Dudley boast about his newly acquired game console while casting curious glances at a small room at the end of the corridor, its door firmly shut. What lies beyond that door? Avon inquired. Oh, that's just my cousin and Appos' room. He is not home, Dudley replied, his demeanor suddenly uneasy. Let us hurry to my room. I'll show you. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud banging noise erupted from the small room, interrupting their conversation. In the next moment, before he could intervene, he beheld a boy beside him stepping forward to open the door. Avon swung the door wide, and in the dim light, he discerned a boy of similar stature standing before the wardrobe. The boy was slight of frame, with striking green eyes, tousled black hair, and a slender, lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. Harry Potter wore an expression of astonishment. Having just concealed his house elf Dobby, he found the door unexpectedly ajar, and to his surprise, it was not Uncle Vernon who entered, but a boy he had never encountered before. Good evening. You must be Dudley's cousin. I am Aiden Mason, delighted to meet you. Aiden extended his right hand, his heart brimming with joy. He had finally met you, Harry Potter. Why you? Hello, I'm Harry Potter, pleased to meet you as well. Harry hesitated momentarily before shaking Aiden's hand. If he was not mistaken, this boy was likely the child visiting from the wealthy builder's family. And Harry was uncertain if he should engage with him. According to Uncle Vernon and Aunt Apos, as instructions, he was supposed to remain in his room, keeping quiet and pretending he was not there. Harry had heard Uncle Vernon speak of the significance of tonight and Apos' dinner for a full fortnight. The thought of it going awry filled him with dread regarding the arduous days that would follow. Outside the door, Dudley was urging this boy named Aiden to leave promptly. Though it felt unpleasant, Harry had to admit that this was the one occasion this summer he agreed with Dudley, especially with an inappropriate house elf concealed within the wardrobe beside him. Aiden seemed oblivious to Dudley's insistence, his attention entirely captivated by a cage near the window, which housed a pure white owl. A completely white owl. How cool. Aiden turned to Harry and inquired, "What is its name?" "Hedwig, she is my pet," Harry whispered, gently closing the open wardrobe door. "I wish I could have a pet like that, but unfortunately, my mother is allergic to birds." Aiden continued to gaze at Hedwig. "May I feed her?" "Of course, but I don't have any food," Harry sighed. Uncle Vernon forbade him from allowing Hedwig to venture out for her meals. In truth, throughout the summer, Harry had been saving portions from his dinners to feed her. "What does she eat?" "I saw plenty in the kitchen downstairs." "Aiden, Mom is calling us down for dinner." Aiden's sentence was abruptly cut off by Dudley, who seemed to muster the courage to enter Harry and Aunt Apos' room, aiming to extricate Aiden from the situation. "All right, I suppose I can finish dinner before coming back," Aiden said, following Dudley a few paces, then noticing Harry and Apos' lack of movement, asked curiously, "Harry, aren't you coming with us?" I think I'll pass. I've already had dinner." Harry's stomach rumbled. Yet he was certain Aunt Petunia would not be pleased to see him at the dining table. "Let us go, even after finishing our meal. We can indulge in some dessert." Avon stepped forward and grasped Harry's arm, continuing, "Then we can bring something up to feed Hedwig. She seems positively famished." "You can't do that. He cannot join us for dinner," Dudley hastily interrupted Avon. "Why not? Isn't he your cousin?" "Indeed, but—" Dudley struggled to find the right words, attempting to explain to Avon, "He is not like us. He is a freak." "A freak?" Avon furrowed his brow, noticing that Harry beside him was equally agitated, having forgotten to close the ever-opening cupboard door. In the next moment, a small green creature sprang forth from the wardrobe, sporting bat-like ears and bulging green eyes as large as tennis balls. "Dobby the house elf?" Avon quickly deduced the creature and Apos' identity, though he was taken aback by its unsightly appearance. "How dare you insult the great Harry Potter in front of Dobby?" As soon as Dobby emerged from the wardrobe, it let out a high-pitched scream. Before anyone could react, it pointed its right index finger accusingly at the stunned Dudley. Suddenly, a flash of pale green light erupted, accompanied by a sound resembling a firecracker, followed by a shriek. Dudley clutched his ample backside in agony, jumping and howling in distress. As he turned, Avon beheld a curly pig's tail protruding from the tear in Dudley's trousers. Per Dudley, After being transformed into a pig last year by Hagrid, he was once again met with a similar fate. Chapter 3. "Come visit my home, Mom," Dudley shrieked, clutching his behind as he stumbled down the stairs. Just as Dobby and Aunt Apos' words had left the air, a loud bang echoed, and his figure gradually vanished, leaving the two boys in a state of shock within the room. "Apologies, I hope I did not frighten you," Harry sighed. "What was that?" Evan inquired, his curiosity piqued. "That was Dobby, the house elf," Harry explained, a look of despair etched upon his face. "I and Aunt Apos' am doomed. Dudley has been transformed with a pig and Aunt Apos' tail. And Uncle Vernon will surely kill me. But that wasn't an Aunt Apos' your doing. I can testify on your behalf. It and Aunt Apos' feudal, they won and Aunt Apos' believe it," Harry replied, leaning against the wall to steady himself. In fact, his apprehension was entirely justified. Mere moments later, Vernon Dursley stormed upstairs, panting heavily, his face contorted with rage, and his beady eyes gleaming with a demonic light, completely disregarding Evan's presence. "Boy, I warned you. How dare you use that?" Vernon bellowed at Harry. "I didn't, it was Dobby." Harry weakly protested. "Read this." Vernon thrust a letter into Harry and Aunt Apos' hands, demanding, "Go on, read it." Evan, intrigued by Harry's pallid complexion, leaned closer to see the letter, which read, "Dear Mr. Potter, we have received reports indicating that at precisely 8:20 p.m. this evening, you utilized a transformation spell at your residence. As you are aware, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside school. Should you repeat such actions, expulsion from our institution may ensue. Statute for the Regulation of Underage Sorcery, Section 3, 1875. Furthermore, please remember that according to Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards and APOS, secrecy law, any magical activity that may attract the attention of non-magical individuals, muggles, is deemed a grave offense. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Harry looked up, feeling as though his throat had constricted. "You never informed us that you couldn't and APOS to use magic outside school." Vernon growled, a manic gleam in his eyes. "I suppose you just forgot about that, didn't you?" "Mr. Dursley, you cannot act in this manner," Evan quickly interjected. "I can attest that what just transpired was not Harry's doing." "Child, you do not comprehend." Vernon huffed, his sanity teetering on the brink, yet he remembered who Evan was. "I witnessed the entire event. It was indeed a house elf who caused this," Evan asserted, noticing that everyone had gathered at the doorway, his parents watching him with concern. While Mrs. Dursley quivered silently, Dudley wailing loudly in her arms, clutching his behind. "This makes no difference," Vernon muttered, ignoring him. Evan stepped beside his parents and spoke softly. Harry stood there, forlorn, contemplating the grim fate that awaited him. He realized that Uncle Vernon was certainly not jesting with him. Now that the Dursleys were aware he could not use magic outside of school, he had lost his only means of defense. If he were to remain trapped here and miss the start of term, he risked expulsion from school. Should he attempt to escape using magic, he would face the same grim fate. Although Ron and Hermione might devise a way to rescue him, all communication had been severed by the house elf Dobby. Leaving no one aware of his current predicament, Dobby might have evaded the dreadful calamity of Hogwarts, yet he had deprived Harry of his sole source of joy. Moreover, Harry was uncertain how the Dursleys would treat him. He might very well starve here. Unless, of course, that boy named Ivan could come to his aid. A flicker of hope ignited within Harry as he observed Ivan conversing with his parents, seemingly retrieving a letter from his pocket, occasionally gesturing towards Dudley and then at himself. The Masons initially wore expressions of astonishment, but soon appeared to be swayed by their son's words, huddling together with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia for a hushed discussion. As time passed, following an intense debate lasting nearly half an hour, the four adults finally reached a consensus. "Boy, don't ask anything. Just go pack your things and get out," Uncle Vernon bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. "What?" Harry questioned in disbelief. Uncle Vernon was instructing him to leave the house, and Aunt Petunia stood nearby with pursed lips, shockingly offering no objection. Goodness. If he weren't certain that the Masons were muggles, Harry would have suspected they had cast a powerful confundish charm on the Dursleys. "Go on. What are you waiting for?" Ivan quietly tugged at Harry. "What did you just say?" "I feel something is amiss," Harry inquired, astonished by the smile on Ivan and Apos' face. "Oh, it's nothing. If you'd like, I'd like to invite you to stay at my house for the remainder of the summer," Ivan proposed. "Is that for real?" Harry's voice rose sharply before dropping again. "My uncle and aunt would never agree to that. I doubt I could go anywhere, as they will likely keep me locked up. You need to worry about that. You heard your uncle's words just now." Ivan winked. "Once my father agreed to give Mr. Dursley a substantial order for drilling machines. Your uncle and aunt were more than willing to let you visit my home until the end of summer." "Oh my goodness. Thank you, Ivan." Harry was taken aback by the dramatic turn of events. He was eager to leave this place, no matter where he went. But he wondered why Ivan was so keen to assist him, considering they had only just met. It's nothing, as a senior. I'm sure you wouldn't mind chatting with your dear junior about life at Hogwarts." "Ivan, you're a new student at Hogwarts? That is simply fantastic," Harry exclaimed, elated beyond measure, never having imagined he would be so fortunate. He felt that today was unequivocally his fortunate day. First, he witnessed Dudley's misfortune, allowing him to evade any repercussions. Furthermore, he could free himself from the Dursleys over a month in advance. Most importantly, he had unexpectedly made the acquaintance of a new classmate. Hurry up, unless you wish to linger and bid farewell to the Dursleys. Chapter 4. A visit to Diagon Alley. Thus, Harry Potter took up residence with the Mason family. In stark contrast to the Dursleys, this abode felt akin to paradise. The Masons swiftly embraced the reality of their son's wizarding status, as if it made little difference. Moreover, they treated Harry with utmost kindness. During mealtimes, Mrs. Mason would prepare Harry and Aunt Apos' favorite dishes and serve him generous portions. Here, he was free to diligently complete his summer assignments, and during his leisure hours, he could indulge in the latest video games with Ivan or regale him with tales of Hogwarts. Harry relished this newfound sense of belonging, able to converse openly about the magical realm without the burden of curious stares directed at his scar. Indeed, Ivan was equally fond of Harry. Over the course of a week, he perused Harry's first-year textbooks, gaining a broad understanding of each subject through Harry and Aunt Apos' insights. It was evident that Harry harbored a deep-seated bias against potions and its instructor, Professor Snape, while displaying considerable talent in defense against the dark arts. Additionally, Ivan listened intently as Harry introduced him to the wonders of Hogwarts Castle, its secret passages, ghosts, the grand feast in the Great Hall, the Gryffindor common room, the four-poster beds in the dormitory, Hagrid the keeper of keys and grounds, and his friends Ron and Hermione, along with the most popular sport in the magical world, Quidditch. Ivan, you simply must join Gryffindor. It is the finest house at Hogwarts, and even Dumbledore himself graduated from there, Harry declared one morning at the breakfast table. Well, after hearing your description, I too find Slytherin utterly dreadful. Besides, my parents are muggles. They would certainly disallow my entry there. Ivan paused, however. I am uncertain whether I could even gain admission to Gryffindor, considering my utter lack of experience. I might end up in Hufflepuff. Do not worry. The skill level of first-year wizards is quite comparable. Apart from Hermione, I have yet to meet anyone who learns faster than you, Harry reassured him. This was indeed true. Upon learning that Professor Snape often took pleasure in challenging students, Ivan dedicated a week to nearly memorizing a substantial portion of magical potions and elixirs. The sole prescribed text for the O.W.L.S. exams. It was nothing short of astonishing, and as Harry worked on his potions homework, he frequently paused to seek Ivan and Apos' opinions. Just as Harry was about to say more, two owls swooped onto Ivan and Apos' balcony, one after the other. The latter was Hedwig, while the former was a striking owl he had never seen before, adorned with beautiful brown feathers. If my mother were to see them, she would surely faint. Ivan jested with a smile. Ivan, please help me take care of Hedwig, Harry said, turning his gaze to the other brown owl, which bore the school's message, the list of books needed for the second year. Ivan offered Hedwig a morsel before settling down beside Harry to peruse the reading material for second-year students. Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Break with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Journey with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Vacation with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Voyage with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. And A Year with Xe Snowmen. These tomes were requisite for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, mirroring the list for first-year students. I dare say the new instructor must be an admirer of Lockhart. One can only hope he proves to be a competent individual, as these books resemble novels more than textbooks on magic. Harry recalled Quirrell and last year's escapade. The fellow who had allowed Voldemort to cling to the back of his head. Thankfully, he had managed to thwart his nefarious plot in the end. It was said that the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was cursed by Voldemort, with no one managing to last a full year. Perhaps he should focus on more pleasant thoughts and see what the letter from Hedwig contained. A smile finally graced Harry and Apos' face as he read that he and Hermione were to visit Diagon Alley next Wednesday to purchase their textbooks, inquiring if they might join him that day. I had no objections. Ivan was already eager to explore Diagon Alley. Noticing Harry and Apos' hesitance and curiously asking what else was mentioned in the letter. Really? That sounds absolutely splendid. I have longed to visit a wizard and Apos' home. Ivan waved dismissively, assuring that he would persuade his mother. Time swiftly passed to the following Wednesday, with Harry and Ivan being roused early by Mrs. Mason. After packing their belongings and hastily consuming breakfast, Mr. Mason drove them to the Leaky Cauldron. This is it, Harry exclaimed, pointing at the grimy, cramped establishment. This is the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. Mrs. Mason marveled. I never imagined such a place could exist in this city. It feels like a relic from the last century. As Harry indicated, she seemed to notice the small pub wedged between a grand bookstore and a record shop. Well, my dear little wizard, I believe discussing a filthy tavern in the middle of the street is not the wisest course of action, Mr. Mason interjected, halting Ivan's further remarks and nudging him and Harry inside. As a renowned establishment, it was indeed dark and filthy. In the dim candlelight, Ivan spotted several oddly dressed elderly women, resembling medieval witches, seated in a corner sipping sherry from small cups, while a shifty character swathed in bandages sat at the bar. A small plate of raw liver before him. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," announced the pub owner, a notably hunchbacked old man, who appeared silently before them. "Hello." Not only did the Masons seem somewhat reserved, but even Harry felt rather self-conscious. He had been led here last year by Hagrid. Soon, they discovered a family that, like themselves, felt out of place in this setting. Harry. Hermione Granger hurriedly approached them from the other side of the bar, with the Granger couple standing nearby. Their expressions distinctly uneasy. "Harry, I heard you would be coming today, so I arrived early." "Thank goodness. You seem to be in good spirits. Ron mentioned that the Ministry of Magic found out about your use of a transformation spell, and I was extremely worried. I hope they didn't amp Oppos, to give you too much trouble." Observing the girl before him, with her abundant, tousled brown hair, Ivan understood. She was indeed the brain of the famous trio, aptly named Miss Know-It-All. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger." Ivan extended his right hand. "I heard from Harry that you placed first in your year-end exams last year. That is quite impressive." "Oh, it and amp Oppos. Nothing. Just a bit of cleverness coupled with diligent study." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook Ivan and Oppos' hand. "You can call me Hermione. May I refer to you as Ivan from now on?" Harry, feeling a headache coming on as their conversation gradually shifted to textbook matters, was relieved when Ron's arrival rescued him from the discourse. With a flash of green flames, the Weasley family emerged from the fireplace. Chapter 5, The Weasley Family. It must be said that the Weasley family comprises a remarkably amiable group of individuals. Mr. Weasley, possessing extensive experience in interacting with Muggles, adeptly alleviated the anxiety of both sets of parents after being introduced by Ivan and Hermione. Aside from his occasional fascination with Muggle artifacts and his startled reactions, he was, for the most part, impeccable. As for Mrs. Weasley, her first act upon emerging from the fireplace was to envelop the children in a warm embrace, ensuring that even Ivan was not omitted. Her affection lingered even longer than it did for Harry, as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Ivan for assisting Harry, leaving him somewhat bashful. Behind the exemplary Percy stood Fred and George, an amusing pair of twins whose mischievous antics were hard to dislike. Then there was Ron, Harry's best friend, who immediately hit it off with Harry. With his freckled face and somewhat clumsy demeanor, he boisterously proclaimed that he had intended to fly a car to rescue Harry a week prior, much to Hermione's evident disapproval. Also present was Ginny, who trailed closely behind Mrs. Weasley, a beautiful young girl with red hair, yet so shy that she remained silent, her face flushed as she gazed at Harry. After this brief introduction, the group prepared to visit Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. This marked Ivan and Oppos' first encounter with goblins, who, while not significantly more attractive than house elves, possessed a shrewdness and cunning that made it clear they were entirely distinct beings. Approximately 100 goblins were seated behind a long counter on high stools, some weighing coins on bronze scales, others inspecting gems through magnifying glasses, hastily recording transactions in a large ledger. The hall was replete with countless doors leading to various locations, with many goblins directing patrons through these entrances. Guided by a goblin named Griphook, Harry and the Weasley family prepared to access their vault, while Ivan and Hermione remained in the hall to exchange pounds for the wizarding currency. The Granger couple exchanged 10 pounds, while Mr. Mason, after some persuasion from Ivan, provided him with a substantial pouch of galleons, far exceeding the total value of the items listed on the school shopping list. Approximately 15 minutes later, Harry and the Weasley family emerged from the underground vault. The group parted ways on the marble steps outside Gringotts, with Percy mumbling about purchasing a new quill, Fred and George spotting their friend Lee Jordan from Hogwarts, and Mr. Weasley insisting on taking the Masons and the Grangers to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. Ivan observed Harry, who seemed eager to speak privately with Ron and Hermione. After a moment's consideration, Ivan decided to accompany Mrs. Weasley and Ginny to procure school robes and wands. "We will meet at Flourish and Blots in 1 hour to purchase your textbooks," Mrs. Weasley instructed as she set off with Ginny and Ivan. "And remember, do not venture into Nocturne Alley," she called out to the retreating forms of the twin brothers. "Mrs. Weasley, where should we purchase our wands?" "You know this is my first visit to Diagon Alley." Ivan spoke somewhat awkwardly. "My dear, we must go to Ollivander and Oppos'. You and Ginny both need new wands," Mrs. Weasley replied, turning to Ivan with a smile. "However, we must be swift. There is so much to procure, and we cannot be late for Gilderoy Lockhart and Oppos' book signing event today." "Gilderoy Lockhart?" Ivan frowned. "I noticed his books on the reading list at school." I wonder what the new defense against the dark arts professor was thinking. Those books are rather expensive. Indeed, perhaps your new teacher is an admirer of Lockhart, considering his remarkable reputation. Nevertheless, purchasing 5 sets of his books would indeed be quite a financial burden. Mrs. Weasley appeared somewhat troubled. I'm afraid, Ginny, you may have to settle for second-hand items this year. That and amp, oppos. That's all right, Mom. Ginny, seemingly already aware of this predicament, did not show much disappointment. She winked at Ivan and whispered, My mum is absolutely captivated by Lockhart. She adores him. Don't be ridiculous, Ginny. Mrs. Weasley blushed. Sometimes, one must admit that such an extraordinary wizard is indeed quite charming. Particularly to middle-aged women, I suppose, Ivan remarked, placing a hand on his forehead. He held no fondness for the charlatan Lockhart, confident that his deceit would eventually be revealed. He was reluctant to continue this conversation. In truth, he was more astonished by Ginny. The little girl no longer appeared as shy as when he first met her, as long as Harry was not present. She effortlessly transformed into a lively and talkative young lady. Throughout their journey, she shared numerous anecdotes about her family. Unlike Ron, it was evident that Ginny was unconcerned about using her brothers and oppos, hand-me-downs, except for one matter. She was quite disheartened about having to wear a second-hand school uniform. As they chatted, the trio arrived at a small, dilapidated shop. The golden sign on the door had mostly peeled away, reading, Ollivander, EST 382B, C. Expertly crafted wands. In the dust-laden window, a solitary wand rested atop a faded purple cushion. Upon entering the shop, a series of soft chimes resonated from somewhere in the back. Ivan surveyed the tiny establishment. Aside from a long bench in front of the counter, there was little else. Nearby stood thousands of slender paper boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling, containing a myriad of wands. For some reason, Ivan suddenly felt a chill. The dust and silence seemed to harbor a mysterious magic. Mrs. Weasley motioned for them to sit on the bench and wait. Soon, a gentle voice emanated from within the shop. Chapter 6. A Wand for Aiden. Good morning. Before them stood an elderly gentleman with strikingly light-colored pupils, his face alight with joy. How delightful to meet you, Mrs. Molly Weasley. It truly is a pleasure. This wand measures 12 inches, crafted from cherry wood, and possesses considerable strength. Indeed, it is an excellent wand for enchantment. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, I am quite fond of this wand, Molly replied enthusiastically. She stood up quickly to greet him. This is Aiden Mason, and this is my daughter, Ginny Weasley. They are both first-year students at Hogwarts and require new wands. Of course. Ollivander's gaze shifted to Ginny and Aiden, standing beside one another. A wizard requires a wand to cast spells, but remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Well then, let us see. Without hesitation, Ollivander produced a long tape measure marked with silver increments from his robe. Approaching Ginny first. Ladies first, Mrs. Weasley. Which hand do you use to wield your wand? Please raise your arm. Ollivander measured Ginny, starting from her shoulder to her fingertips. Then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, her head circumference. As he measured, he explained to both Ginny and Aiden. Each wand crafted by Ollivander contains potent magical substances, which are the essence of its power. We typically use unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Every wand is unique. For no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are precisely alike. Should you wield a wand meant for another wizard, the results will surely be less than optimal. Always remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. As he finished speaking, he vanished among the densely packed shelves. Before Aiden could exhale in relief, Ollivander re-emerged, holding a box. Undoubtedly, the Weasley family has a remarkable affinity for unicorns, he murmured. Do try this one. 14 inches, ebony wood, unicorn hair, slightly curved. No, I believe this one suits me better, Ginny interjected, selecting a wand made of willow and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches, with remarkable flexibility. As she grasped it, a burst of red light erupted from the tip, resembling a shower of golden stars, casting dancing spots of light upon the walls. An extraordinary combination. Perfectly suited for spellcasting. Your charms class will surely yield excellent results, Ollivander remarked, turning his attention to Aiden. Mr. Mason, I believe it is your turn. Like Ginny, Aiden was accustomed to wielding his wand with his right hand, and the measuring process commenced, though his selection proved more arduous than Ginny and Oppos. Aiden tried wand after wand, each one swiftly taken away by Ollivander before he could truly grasp it, leaving him appearing somewhat foolish. Much like last year and Oppos, Mr. Potter, a discerning customer. Ollivander noted with a hint of amusement. But fret not. Here you shall undoubtedly find the ideal wand, the most perfect match for you. Ollivander appeared quite pleased, and I pondered for a moment, then realized, yes, 14.5 inches, vine wood, with a core of thestral tail feather. This was the final wand crafted by my great-grandfather, who was renowned as a master wand maker in his time. As Avon took hold of it, a surge of warmth flowed through his fingers, and the tip of the wand emanated a white halo, rippling outward like circles in water. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Ollivander's voice grew ever softer. Though I am not particularly fond of using thestral tail feathers, I must say, Mr. Mason, you and this wand indeed form a remarkable combination. Pardon me, sir. When only the two of them remained in the shop, Avon quietly inquired, what was it that struck you as extraordinary just now? Avon was genuinely curious. The wand's core being made from thestral tail feathers set it apart from others crafted by Ollivander. It is well known that thestrals are regarded as symbols of ill omen. Ollivander fixed Avon with his milky white gaze, a rather eerie substance that only those who can master death may control. His voice seemed to drift down from the heavens. And upon hearing his explanation, Avon felt a strong impulse to cast the wand aside. Eerie, death. Ill omen, he did not wish to be perceived as the Dark Lord and Oppos' heir upon entering school. Mr. Mason, the magical energy you just emitted possesses a strikingly positive essence, utterly contrary to that of the thestral tail feather, which is why I deemed it extraordinary. Ollivander leaned closer to Avon and Oppos' face, his voice a mere whisper. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, Mr. Mason. Without a doubt, you shall achieve remarkable feats in the future. Avon felt a chill run down his spine. As if all his secrets were laid bare, he was certain he would not take a liking to Mr. Ollivander. After departing the wand shop, he released a heavy sigh of relief. Next, Mrs. Weasley led Avon and Ginny to Madame Malkin's robe shop. However, unlike before, Ginny appeared rather despondent, as she had to select a suitable uniform from among the old robes. Avon found this utterly cruel, especially as he stood there allowing Madame Malkin to take his measurements while casting glances at Ginny, who wore a sorrowful expression. He felt like a sinner. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, for inviting me to your home. Dear Avon, there is no need for such formality. Both you and Harry are good children. And Arthur and I warmly welcome you to our home. Mrs. Weasley approached, ruffling Avon and Oppos' hair with a look of fondness. Thank you. I would like to present you with a gift as a token of my gratitude. Avon said awkwardly, if you do not mind. I would like to buy a new robe for Ginny. Oh no, dear, that is far too generous. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, astonished, while Ginny looked up with hopeful anticipation. It is no trouble at all for me. It seemed that Mrs. Weasley was inclined to decline, yet before she could respond, Avon spoke rapidly. You may consider it a Christmas gift for Ginny. After all, we are friends now. After more than 10 minutes of persistent persuasion from Avon, coupled with Ginny and Oppos' expectant gaze and Mrs. Malkin and Oppos' agreement to offer a highly favorable discount, Mrs. Weasley finally consented to accept the gift. In the next moment, she embraced Avon tightly, leaving him feeling quite awkward as he observed the flushed face of Ginny and the bemused expression of Mrs. Malkin. Chapter 7. The dispute at the leaky cauldron due to the time required for the creation of new robes. Mrs. Weasley consented to allow Evan and Ginny to purchase the remaining items from the school list before reuniting at the leaky cauldron. Naturally, it was primarily Evan who was making the purchases. Ginny had inherited many items from her brother, Percy, having been appointed as a prefect this year and having obtained 12 OWLs, had received new school supplies from Mrs. Weasley, resulting in many items being rendered obsolete. Evan, thank you. This is the best Christmas gift I have ever received, Ginny exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, her expression reminiscent of the way she looked at Harry. This is precisely what I needed. Evan silently added that it would be even more perfect if it bore the signature of Tom Riddle himself. As they traversed the winding cobblestone streets, the sounds of vendors calling out echoed from the shops along the way, and the coins in Evan's pocket jingled merrily, urging him to spend them. However, after browsing several magical shops and gaining a slight understanding of the prices in the wizarding world, Evan gradually felt a chill of apprehension. The gold galleons in his pocket were far from sufficient for the items he desired. In truth, while the amount Evan possessed was substantial for a first-year student at Hogwarts, it fell short of fulfilling the school list and his personal aspirations. It seemed he would need to devise a means of earning money. Although Evan could ask his parents for additional funds, this was not a sustainable solution that would not provide a young child with excessive money. especially for items that were not typically possessed by a student. He had begun to conceive a preliminary plan for generating income, but it would have to wait until he arrived at Hogwarts. Under Ginny and Apos' guidance, Evan purchased a tin cauldron, a high-quality scale for measuring potion ingredients, and a collapsible brass telescope from the school list. At the apothecary, they acquired standard measurements of potion ingredients, which would be necessary for their first-year potions class. Additionally, they procured a quill for recording, ink, and parchment. They passed by a magical creature shop but chose not to enter. Evan had decided against acquiring a pet for the time being, as his mother was allergic to birds, aside from owls. Other pets offered little assistance to wizards and would only add to the burden of care. Nonetheless, he had nearly compiled a mail order list from every shop in Diagon Alley. Anticipating the need for various materials while previewing advanced courses, Evan was acutely aware of the myriad challenges that lay ahead in the coming years. He could not afford to learn at a leisurely pace according to the textbooks, especially since he was a year behind the savior of the wizarding world. The thought of remaining at school, subjected to the torment of Death Eaters while Harry and his friends roamed freely in their 7th year, was a terrifying prospect. Throughout their journey, Evan and Ginny engaged in delightful conversation, quickly forging a bond of friendship. In the whimsical and lively store of magical jokes and pranks, they encountered Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who were busily purchasing an abundance of effervescing Dr. Fizz's automatic ignition and the enchanting waterflower fireworks. Amidst a cluttered second-hand shop filled with battered wands, teetering brass scales, and cloaks stained with remnants of potions, they discovered Percy engrossed in the tedious tome, How to Gain Authority as a Prefect. The two refrained from disturbing Percy and strolled past Florian's ice cream parlor, where Avon treated himself and Ginny to generous scoops of chocolate lemon ice cream. As they meandered into a shadowy alley, they spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerging from Knockturn Alley, their faces pale. Behind them loomed the burly groundskeeper Hagrid, vociferously admonishing them for wandering into such a perilous place. "Don't you know, Harry, that is not a safe area. Do not let anyone see you there. You ventured into Knockturn Alley, and your mother forbids us from going there." Concern etched on Ginny and Apos' face. She approached. "Get away, Ginny." Ron waved her off, exuding impatience. "Wait, Ron." Harry exchanged a glance with Avon, hesitating before explaining. "We saw Draco Malfoy. He and his father entered Borgin and Burke's, a shop that specializes in dark artifacts." "Harry." Ron raised his voice, clearly intent on keeping his younger sister uninformed. "Oh, what did you discover?" Ignoring Ron's excessive reaction, Avon inquired with curiosity. "Nothing at all. We watched from outside the window for ages, but they didn't purchase anything before they left." Hermione turned to Hagrid. "Hagrid, what brings you to Knockturn Alley?" "I'm searching for a remedy to fend off the carnivorous Snargaluff, as they are wreaking havoc on the school's cabbage." Hagrid replied gruffly, glancing at Avon. "You must be Avon Mason, the one Harry mentioned. I'm grateful you helped him escape from that house, those wretched muggles. Had I known." Before Hagrid could finish his thought, Mrs. Weasley hurried over, clutching a freshly sewn robe, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, as well as Avon and Hermione's parents. It soon became evident that she was aware of Harry's escapade into Knockturn Alley. "Knockturn Alley. Thank goodness you found him, Hagrid," she exclaimed. "Oh, I must go." Hagrid, slightly embarrassed, felt Mrs. Weasley and Apos' grip tighten on his hand. "Children, see you at Hogwarts." Once Hagrid vanished from sight, Mrs. Weasley sternly reprimanded the trio, while Mr. Weasley expressed keen interest in Harry and Apos' revelations. Clearly, he was there to sell something. He must have been frightened. Mr. Weasley stated with a serious, yet satisfied tone. "Oh, I truly wish to gather evidence against Lucius Malfoy. Be careful, Arthur." Mrs. Weasley warned that family is not to be trifled with. "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you think I cannot handle Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley expressed his indignation. Yet his attention was swiftly captivated by a throng of individuals gathered outside the leaky cauldron. Most of them were witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, all jostling at the entrance, eager to enter. Through the gaps in the crowd, they caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart, donned in a blue wizard's robe, seated in the center of the shop, signing books. Surrounding him were numerous large photographs of himself, all featuring faces that winked at the crowd, showcasing dazzlingly white smiles. Although Lockhart was a complete charlatan, Ivan had to concede that he was a successful author, albeit one who pilfered the experiences of others. "Little girl, take your book. It's the best gift your father can offer you." Lucius Malfoy broke free from Hagrid's grasp and waved to Draco as he dashed out of the shop. After Lucius Malfoy departed, the shop staff appeared intent on detaining them, but considering Hagrid's imposing stature and the substantial order Ivan was about to place, they quickly dismissed the notion of a confrontation. "Ivan, what are you doing? Do you intend to empty the leaky cauldron?" Ron exclaimed, astonished as he watched Ivan swiftly cross off titles from his list, which included every book in the shop, totaling well over 8,000 volumes. "Impossible. I cannot afford all that. I am merely selecting what I need," Ivan replied, of course unable to purchase all the books at once. He planned to pick out those he could currently utilize and acquire the rest gradually. "Oh, that is still quite a lot. Acquiring more knowledge is never detrimental, Ron. Mate, that sounds remarkably like Hermione," Ron remarked, leaning in as he noticed Ivan had chosen a book titled Advanced Potion Making by Professor Libatius Borich. "Oh, I've seen that book at Bill S. It's only required for the N.E.W.T. examinations." I believe Ivan is correct. It can never hurt to prepare in advance. Hermione observed Ivan's list with delight, adding a few advanced magical texts for herself while suggesting, "Ivan, I think we should compare our lists to avoid duplication." "Of course, Hermione," Ivan readily agreed. "Harry, they've both gone mad." "You're right, Ron." Harry hesitated, picking up a book titled Curse and Counter Curse by Professor Wendelin, a title he had wished to purchase last year, but was prevented from doing so by Hagrid. Nevertheless, acquiring more knowledge was indeed essential, particularly when it came to dealing with Malfoy, was it not? Chapter 8. The Life in the Burrow Considering the Convenience of Transport. Evan did not purchase an abundance of items. However, he placed numerous orders until he had exhausted all the galleons in his pocket. These items would be delivered to Hogwarts in batches by Owl when the school term commenced. As it was his first experience utilizing Floo powder, Evan was momentarily overwhelmed by the soot, and after a dizzying whirl, he arrived at the burrow. Harry was in front of him, and upon seeing the expression on his face, Evan discerned that he, too, felt rather unwell. Crawling out of the fireplace, Evan curiously surveyed his surroundings. It was his inaugural visit to a wizard and amp, Oppos, home. The kitchen was modest and rather cramped, dominated by a meticulously polished wooden table and a few chairs. The clock on the opposite wall bore only a single hand, devoid of numbers, with its face inscribed with phrases such as "Time to brew tea, feed the chickens, and you're going to be late." Beside the mantelpiece stood a large mirror. Just as Evan passed in front of it, the mirror suddenly exclaimed, "Tuck your shirt into your trousers, you slovenly creature." Above the mirror was a shelf laden with 3 tiers of books, including titles like Enchantment for Your Cheese, The Magic of Toasting and Summoning a Feast, all practical household spellbooks. Nearby, by the sink, an old-fashioned radio rested. "I got it, Mom," Fred declared. "We'll remain quietly in our rooms, without making a sound, just like house elves," George added. The twins giggled as they dashed out of the kitchen, followed closely by Percy and Ginny, each with their own belongings. "Come on, I'll show you my bedroom." Seeing that Harry and Evan were still standing there in a daze, Ron gave them a gentle shove. The staircase twisted and turned, and at the top of the second floor, a door stood ajar. Percy was seated at his desk, composing a letter with a newly acquired quill, while not far from him perched a striking brown owl. "That's Percy's new owl, a gift from Mom and Dad since he became a prefect," Ron said. "But he won't lend it to me. In fact, he has been acting quite peculiar this summer, always holed up in his room, sending off countless letters. There and Oppos, nothing strange about that. Your brother has a new girlfriend." "Oh my goodness." Upon hearing Evan's remark, Ron's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he stammered, "But it's Percy. Who would fancy him? I mean, sure, he is ambitious. He has it all planned out to become the Minister for Magic. But I must tell Fred and George about this and see what they think. Don't get too excited. This is merely my conjecture." Evan found Ron's slow reaction somewhat amusing. By the time the 3 of them ascended to the 3rd floor, Evan caught a fleeting glimpse of bright brown eyes watching them before the door clicked shut. "It's Ginny," Ron exclaimed. "This is unbelievable. You have no idea she never closes her door." "It's evident that your sister is simply feeling shy in Harry's presence," Evan remarked, contemplating how to procure Tom Riddle's diary from Ginny. "Indeed, she has been incessantly speaking of you throughout the summer." Ron gazed at Harry with uncertainty. While Fred remarked that she desired your signature, "Perhaps you ought to offer her one." "Don't be foolish, Ron," Ivan interjected as they walked. "This is not mere infatuation. Your sister has genuine feelings for Harry. She wishes to be his girlfriend." "Ivan." Ron appeared utterly aghast, and Harry, equally flustered, turned as red as a ripe apple, pretending not to overhear their conversation. "Well, I was merely jesting," Ivan said, placing a hand on his forehead. These two were as oblivious as ever, truly innocent young boys. It was no wonder they struggled to find partners at the Yule Ball in their 4th year. As they ascended another flight of stairs, they stood before the twins' room. The door firmly shut. Inside, it was eerily quiet. They wondered what the twins were up to. Upon reaching the top floor, they arrived at a peeling paint door, marked with a small sign declaring it as Ron's room. Ivan and Harry entered, the slanted ceiling nearly brushing their heads. It felt akin to stepping into a vast furnace. Everything in Ron's room radiated a dazzling orange hue, the bedspread, the walls, even the ceiling. Ivan soon discovered that Ron had covered nearly every inch of the tattered wallpaper with posters, all depicting the same 7 witches and wizards clad in vibrant orange robes, joyfully waving their flying brooms. "Your Quidditch team?" Harry inquired. "Chudley Cannons, ranked 9th in the league." Ron pointed proudly at the bright bedspread, emblazoned with 2 gigantic letters and Oppos, C and Oppos, and a speeding cannon. Their conversation remained focused on Quidditch, while Ivan curiously observed the gray, plump rat named Scabbers, sleeping in the corner. Ignoring Ivan's gaze, Scabbers continued to snore. Ivan scrutinized him for a while, noticing no differences, had he not known this was an animagus. He might have believed Scabbers was merely a balding, lethargic rat, missing a toe and perpetually drowsy. Suddenly, a clattering noise echoed from above, startling Ivan. "Don and Oppos, T worry. It and Oppos, S just the ghoul in the attic. He is always banging on pipes, making a ruckus," Ron explained. "I wanted to drive him away, but Dad insists he is amusing." As Ron had stated, life in the burrow was indeed quite entertaining. For the following month, Ivan and Harry joined Fred, George, and Ron in the backyard to clear out gnomes, occasionally soaring on broomsticks in the hills behind the house, practicing Quidditch. In the evenings, while Harry and Ron busied themselves with their summer assignments, Ivan sought knowledge from Percy, who excelled in nearly every subject, particularly in history of magic and charms, where he had unique insights. By the end of the month, Harry and Ivan had grown exceedingly familiar with the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley diligently mended their socks, insisting they refill their plates 4 times at every meal, while Mr. Weasley incessantly inquired about the lives of Muggles. Apart from Ginny, the others quickly adapted to Harry and Aiden and Oppos as presents in their household. To be more precise, it seemed that whenever Harry was around, Ginny would invariably knock something over in her nervousness. However, when she was alone with Aiden, she behaved quite normally. Due to their similar ages, Aiden and Ginny enjoyed a good rapport. Yet, even on the last day of the summer holidays, Aiden had not managed to procure Tom Riddle and Oppos' diary from Ginny. He had hinted at it several times, but she remained unresponsive, unable to directly inquire and hesitant to trespass into Ginny and Oppos' room. Aiden was uncertain whether she had discovered the diary or if she had merely chosen not to disclose it to him. Nevertheless, he was not anxious. There was still time. The worst outcome would merely follow the course of the narrative, leading to poor Ginny potentially facing some tribulations. However, the prospect of being rescued heroically by Harry might not be such a misfortune for the young girl harboring a secret crush on him. Chapter 9. Flying to Hogwarts on the final day of summer vacation, Mrs. Weasley conjured a lavish dinner spread. The family joyfully gathered around the dining table, savoring the delectable treacle tart while watching Fred and George's laborious fireworks display. These fireworks, evidently enhanced by the twins, showcased shapes not featured in any flyers, as vibrant orange, red, and blue stars danced throughout the kitchen, bouncing between the ceiling and walls for at least half an hour. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after sipping the last cup of hot chocolate, Mrs. Weasley ushered everyone off to bed. Sharing a bed with Harry, Ivan could feel his companion tossing and turning, which made it difficult for him to find restful sleep. Early the next morning, Harry arose with a pallid complexion. "Ivan, I had the most dreadful dream last night. I transformed into a gigantic snake, and then, well, it was just terrible." "Harry, your anxiety about the impending school term is merely manifesting in your dreams," Ivan replied, stifling a massive yawn. "Let us hope so." "I wish for everything to go smoothly today," Harry remarked. His wish, however, seemed to backfire. After breakfast, the family rushed about in a chaotic frenzy as Mrs. Weasley darted here and there in search of spare socks and blankets, frequently colliding with the twins on the staircase. Mr. Weasley, while hoisting Ginny's trunk onto the car, tripped over a chicken in the yard, nearly breaking his neck. When they finally arrived at King's Cross Station, there remained but 5 minutes before departure. "All right, children, we Don and Oppos, do you have much time? Let us swiftly pass through this wall and take care not to attract any Muggle attention," Mrs. Weasley instructed, casting a nervous glance at the wall clock. "Percy, you go first." Once Percy entered platform 9 3/4, Mr. Weasley followed with the luggage. And then came Fred and George. "I'll take Ginny. You three follow closely behind," Mrs. Weasley said to Ivan, Harry, and Ron, grasping Ginny and Otto's hand and stepping forward, vanishing in an instant. "Let us go together. There is only a minute left," Ron urged. "All right, but how do we do this?" Ivan hesitated, initially intending to follow Percy as the second one through. However, due to the luggage trolley, he fell behind and was assigned to join Harry and Ron instead. If memory served him correctly, that wall should now be sealed by Dobby. Indeed, he and Ron proceeded as planned. A few feet from the wall, they broke into a run, confidently charging toward it. Ivan quickly shut his eyes, unable to bear witnessing their potential misfortune. The collision at their speed promised to be painful. Ron's trunk crashed heavily to the ground, toppling Harry in the process. Hedwig's cage tumbled onto the polished floor, rolling away. Hedwig screeched in indignation. A crowd gathered around them, and a nearby guard shouted, "What on earth are you doing?" "The cart got away from us," Harry panted, clutching his ribs as he struggled to rise. Avon rushed over to retrieve Hedwig, who was still squawking loudly, prompting many onlookers to accuse them of animal abuse. "Why can't we get through?" Harry whispered to Ron. "I have no idea," Ron replied, cautiously pushing against the wall, something that had never happened before. "We'll miss the train." "I don't understand why the passage is sealed," Harry said, glancing at the large clock. He carefully leaned the car against the wall and pushed with all his might, yet the wall remained impervious. This barrier had been enchanted. Akin to an obstruction charm, but far more sophisticated, it was evident that someone had intentionally done this. Avon stepped forward to inspect it, realizing that their current level of magic was insufficient to break it. "Who would be so bored as to prevent us from catching the train?" "I bet it's Malfoy," Ron said blankly. "What if the Dursleys and Apples come to pick us up? Do either of you have any muggle money?" "The Dursleys Haven and Amp, Apples given me pocket money in 6 years." Harry chuckled nervously. "I don't have any either. I spent all my money on galleons in Diagon Alley." Avon rummaged through his pockets, wishing he had saved a bit. "I think we should write a letter to the school with Hedwig, explaining our tardiness," Avon suggested. Harry, Ron and Apples' eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "The car. You know, the one my dad modified. We can fly it to Hogwarts." "Ron, that and Apples, it's not a good idea. We can Apples to use magic outside of school." Avon quickly shook his head, trying to dissuade him from that notion. "Can you drive?" Harry asked, suddenly shifting from panic to excitement upon hearing Ron and Apples' explanation. "No problem. I and Apples seen Fred and George do it many times," Ron said, turning the car toward the exit. "Hurry. If we rush, we can still catch the Hogwarts Express. Especially you, Avon. You're being sorted this year, and that's the most important event for a new student. We can't be late." "Indeed, Avon," Harry agreed. Missing the sorting ceremony would be terrifying. The thought of arriving at school in a flying car was genuinely daunting. Watching the excitement on their faces, Avon felt helpless trailing behind. After Harry and Ron made up their minds, he realized he had no alternative but to comply. At that moment, Avon longed for Hermione. If she were here, she would certainly be able to stop them. Avon lacked that capability, though deep down, he too was curious about flying in a car. Yet, thinking of the potential consequences dampened his spirits. They could be seen by Muggles, and Mr. Weasley might lose his job. Furthermore, Avon was uncertain how such an unconventional entrance would affect a new student. "Gentlemen, I believe we ought to." Aiden is making a final effort. "Aiden, hurry." Ron did not wait for him to finish. With a flick of his wand, he activated the car. "Harry, take a look and see if anyone is watching us." "No, there is no one on this street." Harry extended his arm, pulling Aiden, who was standing outside, into the vehicle. In the next moment, Ron pressed a small silver button on the dashboard. Their car vanished, and the three of them disappeared as well. Aiden felt the seat vibrating, and he could hear the sound of the engine, only to find himself floating above a filthy street cluttered with cars. "Take off," Ron shouted. The ground and the grimy buildings on either side fell away, soon becoming invisible. The car ascended higher and higher, and within moments, the entirety of London unfolded beneath them, shrouded in mist and glimmering faintly. Chapter 10. Professor Snape. If Ivan were to encapsulate this journey in 2 words, they would be disastrous. The frenzied branches lashed out violently, and facing the imminent threat of being reduced to pulp, Ivan shut his eyes in terror, hearing Ron and Harry and Apples' screams echoing around him. The car had been severely deformed, shards of glass lacerating the boy's cheeks. Ivan attempted to retrieve his wand, yet failed. The vehicle rocked violently, causing him to collide heavily with Harry. Outside, a branch as thick as a battering ram relentlessly pounded the car and Oppo's roof, which seemed on the verge of caving in. We and Oppo's, redoomed. The roof was collapsing, just a final blow away from total destruction. As despair enveloped the car and Oppo's engine suddenly roared back to life, propelling them away from the Whomping Willow and Oppo's grasp. Can you believe such wretched luck? With so many trees, we had to crash into the one that strikes back. Ron lamented, grimacing as he scooped up his pet rat. Scabbers, whose wand had snapped upon impact, barely clinging together by splinters. We should hurry, Harry said wearily. We ought to get to the school. Ivan still needs to be sorted, and we might just make it in time. It was far from the triumphant arrival they had envisioned. The three boys were stiff and cold, their bodies aching. They grasped the shattered trunk and began dragging it up the grassy slope towards the grand oak doors. Look! The feast has commenced, Ron exclaimed, pointing towards a brightly lit window of the great hall. Hey, we better speed up. I see Professor McGonagall has taken out the sorting hat, and the ceremony is about to start. Harry and Ivan followed Ron's gaze, peering through the window. Within the spacious and luminous great hall, countless candles hovered in mid-air above 4 long tables laden with eager students. The golden plates and goblets sparkled, reflecting the twinkling stars that adorned the ceiling. Through the dense mass of black-pointed Hogwarts hats, Ivan spotted the first-year students nervously filing into the hall. Among them was Ginny, her face pale as she scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, with her glasses perched on her nose and her hair tightly coiled into a bun, placed the renowned sorting hat upon a stool before the new students. McGonagall began calling out names, and a very small, gray-haired boy was summoned to the front. Donning the sorting hat. Let's go. It takes 5 minutes to cross the corridor to the Great Hall. Hopefully, we won't encounter Peeves. Wait, Harry suddenly whispered. There's an empty seat at the staff table. Where has Snape gone? Who knows? Perhaps he's ill, Ron said hopefully. Maybe he's left, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Since he didn't and Oppo's, get to teach defense against the dark arts again. Or perhaps he was dismissed, Ron added, equally exhilarated. Just think, everyone despises him. Perhaps he stands outside the door, awaiting our explanation for why we failed to take the Hogwarts Express. Ivan sighed heavily. He beheld a gaunt man with sallow skin, a hawkish nose, and long, oily black hair cascading over his shoulders, standing coldly on the steps outside the castle and Oppo's grand entrance, observing them with a chilling gaze. The sinister smile on Snape's face conveyed to Evan that their predicament was dire. Ah, look who I have encountered, the illustrious Harry Potter and his 2 esteemed companions. Accompanied by a faint, low hiss, Evan noticed Professor Snape casting a look of disdain in his direction. You must find the school train rather mundane and seek something thrilling. Do you not? Sir, we did not. It was the barrier at King and Oppo's cross station that— Silence. Snape interjected coldly. Follow me. Sir, we must go to the Great Hall. Evan still needs to be sorted, Harry summoned his courage to declare. Silence. Snape interrupted Harry once more, opening a door to a dimly lit corridor and gesturing for them to enter. Under Snape's watchful gaze, the 3 boys trembled as they stepped into his office. The walls were shrouded in darkness, lined with shelves containing numerous large glass jars filled with various nauseatingly colored liquids. The fireplace stood empty and ominous. Snape closed the door, turning to face them. Like a viper surveying its prey, he lingered before coldly inquiring, What have you done to the car? What? Ron exclaimed, bewildered, uncertain why Snape would be aware of the car and Oppo's existence, as if he could read minds. Weasley, I harbor no illusions regarding your empty-headedness. Snape unfolded a copy of the Day and Oppo's Daily Prophet. But it is evident that you were seen. He displayed the headline to them. Ford Anglia can fly, Muggles left astonished. A cold smirk crept across Snape and Oppo's face as he read aloud. 2 Muggles in London are convinced they witnessed an old car soaring over the post office tower. At noon in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging out laundry. Mr. Angus Flitwick of the police reported a total of 6 or 7 Muggles. I recall your father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, does he not? He raised his eyes to Ron, his smile growing ever more sinister. Oh dear, his very own son. Evan observed the expressions of Harry and Ron, which were steeped in despair as they realized the dire consequences if anyone were to discover that Mr. Weasley had bewitched the car. And furthermore, Snape continued, I discovered, while inspecting the grounds, that a rather rare whomping willow seems to have sustained considerable damage. The damage it inflicted upon us was far greater. Ron blurted out. Silence, Weasley. Snape admonished sharply, his gaze shifting to Evan. And you, Mr. Mason, I presume you have discerned that being the companion of a savior is not a prudent choice. I dare say you shall be the first student ever expelled from Hogwarts on the very first day of term. No, you cannot expel Evan, Harry shouted vehemently. Harry, pale-faced, gazed at Snape and Opos, retreating figure. He wished to offer some comfort to Ivan, yet as he opened his mouth, words eluded him entirely. If Snape summoned Professor McGonagall, both he and Ron would find themselves in a similarly precarious situation. Though she might possess a slightly greater sense of fairness than Snape, her severity was equally daunting. Should Snape expel Ivan, it was certain that he and Ron would face the same fate under Professor McGonagall and Opos' scrutiny. Uncertain of where to turn after leaving Hogwarts, he knew he would find no welcome with the Dursleys. Perhaps he could follow Hagrid and become the keeper of keys and grounds. Just as Harry was lost in his thoughts, Professor McGonagall entered behind Snape. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and upon entering, she raised her wand, causing the three boys to instinctively recoil. However, she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace, which immediately ignited with flames. Chapter 11. The delayed sorting ceremony. Regarding the prospect of expulsion, Ivan felt no concern whatsoever. This was the advantage of being privy to the plot. Unless Voldemort disguised himself as Dumbledore and infiltrated Hogwarts, they were unlikely to face any repercussions, not even a deduction of points. However, upon observing Snape standing nearby with a stern expression, Ivan realized that his animosity towards him must have reached its zenith. It was indeed quite unfortunate. In truth, he held a profound interest in both Professor Snape and the subject of potions. Yet, it appeared that as long as he continued to associate with Harry, he would be categorized as an adversary by Snape. While Ivan pondered how to mend fences with Snape, Professor Dumbledore made his entrance. Ivan immediately regarded the contemporary greatest wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, with curiosity. Dumbledore was an elderly gentleman adorned with flowing silver hair and a beard. One could not deny the striking aura he exuded. Nevertheless, his expression at that moment was notably grave, his gaze directed downwards through his arched nose, with sharp, bright blue eyes filled with silent reproach. Could you please explain why you chose to act in such a manner? Under Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Harry and Ron appeared pallid, as though they had been struck by a whomping willow. Harry lowered his head, contemplating his knees, recounting the events with meticulous detail, yet omitting the fact that the vehicle belonged to Mr. Weasley, as if the three of them had fortuitously stumbled upon a flying car in the filthy streets of London. Ivan was certain that Dumbledore would see through their facade in an instant. He keenly observed Dumbledore and Opos' expression, and then he noticed the headmaster suddenly wink at him. Ivan hastily averted his gaze, realizing that his demeanor was overly relaxed, far from that of a student who had just committed a transgression. Professor, you cannot expel Ivan. He had urged us to use Hedwig to send a letter to the school, Harry lamented. It was entirely my fault. I was the one who pulled him into the car. And me, I was the one who started the car. Ron despaired, insisting that the incident bore no relation to Ivan. We will go fetch our belongings immediately. What are you talking about, Weasley? Professor McGonagall interjected. We're being expelled, aren't we? Ron inquired. Not today, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore replied. However, I must impress upon you the gravity of your actions. I shall write to your families tonight. Furthermore, I must caution you that should such behavior recur, expulsion will be the only recourse available to me. Not entirely, Severus. I believe you just heard Harry and Opos' account. This matter has no connection to Mr. Mason, Dumbledore stated calmly. As for the two of them, let Professor McGonagall determine their punishment, as they are her students and she bears responsibility for them. But, Professor, Snape persisted, unwilling to relent. Come now, Severus. There is a delightful custard tart that looks quite appealing. I would like to sample it. Evan followed the two of them to the grand hall, where Dumbledore ascended to the podium and uttered a few words. The once lively and boisterous hall suddenly fell into a profound silence. Everyone ceased their activities and turned their gazes toward Evan, who stood beneath the teachers and Opos' platform, straining to catch a glimpse of his appearance. Evan swallowed hard, his palms clammy with perspiration. The sensation of being the center of attention was quite uncomfortable, akin to being a rare animal on display at a zoo. Surrounded by curious onlookers, he could hear the murmurs of suppressed conversations around him. Look, it's the boy who was missing. Goodness, he asked, covered in blood. Could he have just battled a giant? Impossible. Did you not read today as Daily Prophet? He arrived at school in a flying car with Harry Potter. A flying car. How cool. Moreover, I just overheard the ghosts discussing how they ran into the Whomping Willow. The chatter persisted, yet Evan found himself unable to focus on their words. As he noticed Professor Snape retrieving the sorting hat and approaching the high chair at the center. "Evan Mason," Snape declared with a scowl. In the next moment, all sounds vanished. A faint, piercing voice echoed. "Ah, a latecomer. Clearly very intelligent and gifted, with a good heart as well. You ought to be sorted into Ravenclaw, where the brightest minds often excel." Evan nodded. Ravenclaw was indeed a commendable choice. He had heard that their house possessed a library filled with many unpublished texts, which could greatly aid in his learning. Moreover, he was aware that Rowena Ravenclaw had conducted extensive research in soul magic, and there might be her notes that could be invaluable in the fight against Voldemort. However, the sorting had continued to deliberate atop Evan's head. "But I have just heard of your exploits. It has been many years since I've encountered a new student who entered with such an impressive display of courage. I believe Gryffindor might suit you better." Before Evan could voice his opinion, the sorting hat shouted exuberantly, "Gryffindor." As he removed the hat, Evan caught Snape giving him a fierce glare. He could hardly recall how he made his way to the Gryffindor table, only hearing the resounding applause. As if he had transformed into a triumphant hero. "Remarkable." A boy with dark skin rose to shake his hand. Evan recognized him as Lee Jordan, a friend of the twins. What an extraordinary entrance. Arriving in a flying car and crashing into the Whomping Willow. People will talk about this for years. "Hello. I'm Colin Creevey, a first year like you," Colin stammered, breathless with excitement. "I heard you arrived at school with Harry Potter in a car. That is so cool. Can I take a picture of you?" He held up his camera, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. However, before Evan could strike a pose, the individual before him was replaced by Hermione, who bore an expression of displeasure akin to that of Percy in the distance. It was utterly absurd. Why had you not taken the school train? Hermione and Apos' tone was nearly as stern as that of Professor McGonagall. Or, dare I say, did you truly fly here? Yes, Hermione. Evan cautiously nodded. Good heavens, how could you? Hermione began to chastise. Fortunately, this did not last long, as Ginny took the place of the person beside Evan, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ginny, you won't come over to scold me like Hermione, will you? Don't blame Hermione. She was frantic because she didn't see you on the train. Ginny inquired anxiously, what of Ron and Harry? They are quite well. Evan responded, retrieving a pudding from the plate before him. I shall tell you more shortly. For now, allow me to eat something, as I have not had a morsel since noon. Yet, before he could place the pudding into his mouth, the food on his plate vanished completely, as if it had never existed. The feast was over. Oh no. Evan slumped helplessly in his chair. Chapter 12. The Hogwarts Magic News. Half an hour later, Harry and Ron exited Snape and Apos' office, traversing the familiar path toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle was enveloped in silence, as dinner had concluded. I wonder how Evan is faring. I truly wish we could have attended the feast. Professor McGonagall was reluctant to let us go, Ron wisely remarked, as she did not want others to perceive arriving at school in a flying car as a matter of pride. Indeed, but at the very least, we ought to know to which house Evan has been sorted. Without a doubt, he must have been placed in Gryffindor, just like Ginny. Not necessarily. He is quite clever, and he might end up in Ravenclaw. Harry appeared somewhat anxious. His summer spent with Evan had endeared him greatly, and he hoped they would be in the same house. As long as it is not Slytherin, Ravenclaw would also be a commendable choice. Password? The fat lady inquired as they approached. Oh, Harry was at a loss for words. Hermione, do you know to which house Evan has been sorted? Of course, Gryffindor. Hermione replied impatiently. How could you dare bring him to school in a flying car? You could be expelled. Don and Amp. Oppos, lecture us. We and Amp. Oppos. VE heard enough of that all evening, Ron retorted impatiently. Just tell us the password. The password isn't Amp. Oppos, Fizzy Wizby, and Amp. Oppos, Hermione continued, not giving up. But that and Amp. Oppos, that's not the issue. Don and Amp. Oppos, you realize. She had deliberately waited outside to reprimand Harry and Ron before they entered the common room, hoping they would recognize their mistakes. However, as the fat lady and Amp. Oppos' portrait swung open, her words were instantly drowned out by thunderous applause. And Harry and Ron were promptly pulled inside. The Gryffindor students had yet to retire for the night. They were all gathered in the circular common room, reveling in jubilation. The arrival of Harry and Ron sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Evan was delighted to see them enter. He was no longer the center of attention. He quietly retreated from the crowd and collapsed onto the sofa by the fireplace. utterly drained from the unrelenting excitement and having consumed nothing throughout the evening. Evan, upon seeing Hermione and Amp, Oppos, a stern expression opposite him, he pleaded pitifully, "Please, spare me, Hermione. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I and Amp, Oppos, am on the verge of starvation." Hermione pursed her lips, refraining from further admonishment, and produced a large piece of chocolate from her pocket, which Evan gratefully accepted, feeling rejuvenated. "Mate, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. Today has been absolutely splendid. I know I shouldn't feel smug, but..." Ron approached Evan but faltered upon noticing Hermione's displeased gaze directed at him. "Where are Fred and George?" "I haven't and Oppos. T've seen them," Harry remarked awkwardly. "I asked them to fetch me some food from the kitchen. Would you like some as well?" Evan inquired. "Oh, certainly." Ron rubbed his stomach, casting a cautious glance at Hermione. "No, Harry and I have already dined in Snape's office. We are heading upstairs now, feeling a bit weary. Good night, Hermione." "Good night, Ivan," Harry hastily exclaimed, noticing that Hermione and Amp, Oppos, expression mirrored that of Percy S. A few minutes later, the fire crackled quietly, leaving only Ivan and Hermione in the common room, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Ivan observed Hermione diligently organizing her class schedule, encircling Lockhart's lessons with heart shapes. "Hermione, you know I purchased some items in Diagon Alley, and I believe they should arrive tonight." Ivan initiated the conversation. "Yes, you promised to lend me a few of those books. You remember, Don and Amp." "Amp, Oppos, to you?" Hermione finally lifted her gaze, her tone somewhat stiff. "Of course. Feel free to take any that pique your interest," Ivan readily agreed, sensing Hermione's lingering dissatisfaction with their arrival at the school. As soon as he spoke, several owls from the Leaky Cauldron appeared outside the Gryffindor Tower window. Ivan hurried over to open the window. A cascade of exquisite magical books materialized before them, numbering no less than 50. Hermione and Amp, Oppos' attention shifted entirely to the books Ivan had acquired. They encompassed not only advanced textbooks but also a wide variety of other genres. The conversation soon pivoted to magical knowledge, and they engaged in delightful discourse, Ivan noticing that Hermione had returned to her amiable self. Just as they were discussing a spell, the common room door swung open, and Fred and George entered, bearing trays brimming with food. "It seems they have transported the entire library," George remarked. "Indeed, dear Mr. Mason. It is our honor to serve you." Fred sidestepped Ivan, producing several red candles from his pocket. "These are the delicacies you ordered. We shall not intrude upon your candlelit dinner with Miss Granger." George stepped forward to light the candles. Ivan and Hermione, their faces flushed, watched as the brothers set the trays before them, resembling waiters in a fine dining establishment. Casting a glance at the two visibly uncomfortable individuals, Fred and George exchanged mischievous smiles, preparing to depart. However, they halted in astonishment, gazing out the window. "Look quickly, what is that outside?" Following their gaze, Ivan and Hermione beheld a colossal figure approaching Gryffindor Tower. Moments later, illuminated by the flickering candlelight within the common room, Ivan discerned that it was a convoy of robust owls, weary from their journey. Hastily, Ivan welcomed them inside as the owls descended, causing the floor to tremble under their weight. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely the items I ordered that have arrived," Ivan quickly clarified, noticing the astonishment on the faces of the three. "What is it?" Fred and George inquired in unison. "Indeed, it is a device specifically designed for newspaper printing, which I ordered from Diagon Alley at a considerable expense." After feeding a few owls, Erwin rose to sign for the delivery. "A professional printing apparatus? What on earth do you intend to do with that?" Fred exclaimed, raising his voice. "Do not tell us you are planning to publish a newspaper," George chimed in. "Indeed. I am intent on establishing a newspaper, much like the Daily Prophet. I have even decided on a name, the Hogwarts Magical Gazette." Owen unveiled the printing equipment, revealing a set of silver, intricately designed magical devices before the four of them. It bore a striking resemblance to a Muggle printing press, yet it operated entirely through magic and featured precise calibration capabilities. Chapter 13, A Roaring Letter. Avon turned to Fred and George, continuing, "I have contemplated that the profits from the Hogwarts Magical Gazette could be utilized to fund all students in their magical research or inventions. It is with great pleasure that I inform you both that you will be my first beneficiaries. You may publish advertisements for your products in the newspaper, bringing more joy to the people." "Oh, Avon." Fred and George gazed at Avon with heartfelt emotion. "As for you, Hermione," Avon turned to Hermione, who appeared as though petrified. "I would like to invite you to be the editor-in-chief of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette." "What?" Hermione was taken aback, still processing the information. No, Avon. Hermione shook her head in refusal, and Avon looked at her in astonishment. I cannot do that. I must complete my own assignments. Hermione hurriedly continued. However, I would be delighted to serve as the editor-in-chief of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. In fact, I think your idea is absolutely brilliant. Indeed, a newspaper that is entirely ours. Fred exclaimed. Trust me, Avon, you will be etched into the annals of school history, George added. Due to a lack of submissions and limited manpower, the Hogwarts Magical Gazette would temporarily be published once a week. It would be divided into 10 sections, with the news and current affairs segments dedicated to reporting all the latest happenings and in-depth commentary within the school, to be overseen by Hermione. As for the sources of news, apart from relying on a few individuals to gather information, Avon planned to communicate with the ghosts within the castle, for they seemed to be privy to nearly everything. The entertainment and mystery section would be entrusted to Fred and George, who would surely excel, primarily covering various locations, passages, and lesser-known secrets of the castle. Additionally, the magical creatures segment, which would introduce the enchanted beings of the Forbidden Forest, could be assigned to Hagrid. The Quidditch section would be handled by Harry and Ron, and the historical segment on Hogwarts would be managed by Avon himself. Moreover, for the section highlighting notable personalities, Avon decided to feature Lockhart as the primary subject for the academic year, believing he would be popular among the girls until his true nature was revealed. The fiction and magical academic exchange sections would invite submissions from the entire student body and faculty. The final advertising section would also be under Avon's purview. In addition to Fred and George promoting their successfully transformed magical fireworks, Avon intended to seize an opportunity to visit Hogsmeade. Confident that the merchants would be eager to advertise in the newspaper, though the foremost priority was to ensure the sales of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Hermione would oversee the final review of all submissions, and if the volume became overwhelming, she could enlist Ginny's assistance. Communication with external parties would be entrusted to Avon, and promotional matters would be handled by Fred and George. Avon concluded with a sigh, if all goes smoothly, we shall publish our inaugural issue in a week. The circular room was adorned with 5 four-poster beds draped in red velvet, accompanied by several tall, narrow windows. Aiden noticed that his trunk had been brought up, and he gently climbed onto his bed. Turning his head, he spotted the bed of a boy named Colin, situated right next to him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could enlist Colin as a special photographer for the Hogwarts Magical News. Almost immediately, several more ideas sprang to mind, but exhaustion overcame him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Aiden entered the Great Hall, he observed Harry and Ron already seated at the Gryffindor long table, with Hermione beside them, deeply engrossed in writing something on parchment. Good morning, Aiden greeted as he took a seat across from the trio. Before him lay bowls of porridge, plates of pickled herring, stacks of bread, and dishes of eggs and bacon. Excuse me, what news? Harry inquired, looking up. Actually, it's like this. Aiden had just begun to explain to the two when a cacophony erupted overhead. Hundreds of owls swooped into the hall, circling above and dropping letters and packages into the midst of the conversing crowd. A large, gray owl suddenly plummeted into Hermione's cauldron, splattering milk and feathers all over them. Errol, Ron shouted, tugging the soggy owl out by its talons. This was the Weasley family's owl, and Aiden noticed that the disheveled creature was clutching a damp red envelope in its beak. He immediately recognized it, a howler. The entire hall turned to see who had received the howler, while Ron shrank into his seat, his forehead flushed crimson. You stole the car. Last night, we received a letter from Dumbledore. Your father was nearly mortified. We raised you with great care, only for you to pull such a stunt. You could have jeopardized Harry and Aiden's lives. Upon hearing his name, Aiden hurriedly lowered his head, feigning an intense interest in the eggs before him. The howling ceased, yet the buzzing in his ears persisted. The red envelope that had fallen from Ron's grasp ignited, curling into ashes. When Aiden lifted his gaze, he found Harry and Ron staring blankly, as if they had just been washed ashore by a tidal wave. A few more individuals in the hall chuckled, and the chatter gradually resumed. Chapter 14. Colin Creevey. Following yesterday's sorting ceremony and the uproar surrounding the howler incident this morning, Ivan had gained notoriety, with nearly every student at Hogwarts aware of his name. At the very least, among the first years, he had become an undisputed celebrity, enjoying the same level of attention as Harry, attracting onlookers wherever he went. Among the most exuberant was his roommate, Colin Creevey, who, as breakfast was nearing its end, rushed over to invite Ivan to attend class with him. However, Ivan suspected that Colin's primary motive was to be near Harry. He noticed Colin continuously snapping photographs of Harry's back. "Colin, if you wish, I can introduce you to Harry," Ivan said tentatively, observing Colin's evident admiration for him. "That seems rather impolite, Colin," Ivan remarked, feeling a slight headache from the boy and Oppos' enthusiasm, but he thought it unlikely that Harry would mind. "Goodness, it and Oppos' almost unbelievable," Colin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement akin to receiving a Christmas gift. "You see, before I received my Hogwarts letter, I had no idea that the strange things I did were magic. My dad delivers milk and he can and Oppos, t believe it either, nor can my brother Dennis. I must take a multitude of photographs to share with them. By the way, speaking of photographs, you can make them move by using the correct developing potion. Please tell me how to do that." Seizing upon the topic of photographs, Ivan naturally extended an invitation to Colin to become a special photographer for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Initially apprehensive that he might decline, Ivan was pleasantly surprised to see Colin overjoyed, dancing around him in circles. By the time they reached the charms classroom, everyone had already settled into their seats. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books at the lectern, calling the roll. Ivan and Colin quietly slipped into seats beside Ginny. As the class neared its conclusion, Professor Flitwick instructed everyone to take out their wands and practice a series of motions he demonstrated. These exercises were all too simplistic for Ivan, yet noticing Colin and Ginny diligently engaged in their practice, he followed suit and waved his wand along with the class. Many of the Gryffindor first years had anticipated that Professor Binns would be as entertaining as Nearly Headless Nick, but they soon found themselves disappointed. Throughout the lesson, Professor Binns droned on in a monotonous voice, while the students hastily jotted down names and dates, often confusing the villainous Morag with the eccentric Uric. Ivan had foreseen this outcome. Instead of taking notes, he pulled out a book on potions and began to read, confident that as long as he did not disturb Professor Binns, he would not be discovered. When lunchtime arrived and Ivan entered the Great Hall, he encountered Harry and the others at the entrance. Ron appeared somewhat dejected, seemingly still reeling from the morning and Oppos' howler incident, while Harry and Hermione quietly discussed, presumably about the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Ivan approached to greet them, introducing Colin, who stood beside him, to Harry. After becoming acquainted, Colin implored Harry to allow him to capture a photograph, suggesting that perhaps he could stand beside him while Evan assisted in pressing the shutter. "And could you possibly grant me your autograph? An autographed photo, Potter?" Draco Malfoy sauntered up behind Colin, flanked by his two hulking, menacing companions, Crabbe and Goyle. "Everyone, form an orderly line," Malfoy bellowed to the throng in the Great Hall. "Harry Potter is about to distribute signed photographs." "I am not," Harry retorted angrily, clenching his fists. Evan observed that Ron and Hermione had also grown tense, entering a state of readiness. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy," Ron shouted. "You're just jealous," Colin squeaked, his entire frame no thicker than Crabbe and Oppos' neck. "Jealous?" Malfoy narrowed his eyes, no longer needing to raise his voice, as nearly everyone in the Great Hall was now listening. "Jealous of what? I have no desire to bear an unsightly scar on my forehead. Thank you. I hardly think having your head sliced open would render you particularly special." Crabbe and Goyle erupted into foolish laughter at his words. "Go eat a slug, Malfoy," Ron seethed, brandishing his wand, which he had hastily repaired with magical tape, sending sparks flying intermittently. "Careful, Ron," Hermione cautioned in a hushed tone. "Mind yourself, Weasley." He mimicked Mrs. Weasley's voice, causing a nearby group of fifth-year Slytherins to burst into laughter. "Weasley wants a signed photo, Potter. This is worth more than his house," Malfoy crowed triumphantly, breathing heavily. Harry angrily drew his wand. Evan, after a moment and Oppos' thought, followed suit. Students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin swiftly unsheathed their wands, creating a tense atmosphere. Harry attempted to explain, but Lockhart draped an arm around his shoulder and jovially exclaimed, "No need to inquire. It's wonderful to see you again, Harry. Come along, Mr. Creevey. A duo photograph is a splendid idea. We shall both sign it for you." Colin clumsily lifted his camera, nervously pressing the shutter. Evan quickly pulled him into the Great Hall, deeming it unnecessary to linger and cause Harry further embarrassment. Hermione and Ron angrily trailed behind, with Ron continuously disparaging Malfoy. Meanwhile, Harry was dragged aside by Lockhart, and though he was unsure of their conversation, a few minutes later, he returned with a flushed face, taking a seat beside Ron. "You could fry an egg on your face, mate," Ron remarked. "You better pray Creevey doesn't encounter Ginny. They might just establish a Harry Potter fan club." Don't be ridiculous, Harry exclaimed anxiously, fearing that someone might overhear the notion of a Harry Potter fan club. Chapter 15. Hagrid's hut. Harry and Ron were whispering softly, while Evan and Hermione sat at the opposite end of the dining table. He is quite handsome, isn't he? Hermione murmured. What? Evan replied, somewhat taken aback, following her gaze to see Lockhart seated at the staff table, only then realizing whom Hermione was referring to. Indeed, he is a remarkable wizard. It is unfortunate that the first years must wait until tomorrow for the opportunity to attend his class. Although he spoke these words, Evan felt a sense of relief within. He vividly recalled what would transpire in Professor Lockhart and Amp Oppo's inaugural lesson, and he had no desire to be assaulted by a swarm of Cornish pixies. He hoped that this lesson would impart enough wisdom to Lockhart to refrain from bringing such uncontrollable creatures into the classroom again. Before long, the group finished their lunch and dispersed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were headed to Lockhart's class, while the first years had no classes in the afternoon. In the Gryffindor common room, Evan collaborated with Fred and George to finalize the promotional poster for their newspaper, featuring bold text that outlined the newspaper's submission guidelines, requirements, payment details, and subscription methods and prices. To broaden their reach, Evan planned to offer the inaugural issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette for free, believing that if the content was captivating enough, it would entice young wizards to continue subscribing, thus allowing gradual growth. He intended to divide this section into two parts, one titled Hogwarts in History, which would chronicle significant events that transpired at the school throughout its history. The first issue would focus on the founding of Hogwarts by the four founders. Moreover, he did not plan to adhere strictly to the textbook content. The other segment would be called Forgotten Memories, aimed at revealing lesser-known aspects of Hogwarts graduates. Evan had yet to decide on the subject for the first issue. Initially, he contemplated writing about Dumbledore. However, apart from the widely known facts, he could find no additional information about the headmaster. Conversely, he discovered ample material concerning Tom Riddle. Yet he dismissed the idea, as he did not wish to be perceived as promoting Voldemort, which could lead to an undesirable invitation for tea at Azkaban. Whom should he write about? The individual must be sufficiently renowned, known to all young wizards, yet not a dark wizard. The entire afternoon, Evan sat in the library, laboriously sifting through the chronicles of Hogwarts and Oppos, major events, and the alumni directory. Each book was thick, stacked to a height surpassing his own. Madame Pants, the librarian, regarded Evan with a stern gaze, trying to discern what this student was up to. She had never encountered a first-year student like Evan, poring over such dry and tedious historical texts on the very first day of school. Around 3:00 and Oppos clock in the afternoon, Ginny approached Evan. Evan, I heard from Colin that you were here, she panted. I just received a letter. Hagrid has invited us to his hut for a visit. As the two emerged from the castle gates, inhaling the refreshing air outside, Evan began to regain his clarity. Evan, I heard from Hermione that you were planning to start a newspaper? Indeed. Evan nodded. You and Oppos, VE reminded me. I can seize this opportunity to discuss the Hogwarts Magical Gazette with Hagrid. I am certain he would be delighted to feature the fluffy creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Absolutely. Ginny gazed at Evan with admiration. A newspaper? That is truly remarkable. I have never heard of a student undertaking such an endeavor. Nothing is impossible. It is a collective effort. Your brothers have been a great help, as have Hermione and Harry. Of course, everyone is involved. I mean, if possible. I would love to assist, provided you don't mind, Ginny added, a hint of shyness in her voice. Evan chuckled at the young girl, deciding to tease her. Ginny, starting a newspaper is no trivial task, he said with a deliberately serious tone. You know, we require only the most exceptional wizards. I believe I understand your meaning, Evan. Ginny lowered her head. Haha. Seeing her expression, Evan couldn't and Oppos, T help but laugh. Dawn and Oppos, T be silly, Ginny. I was actually intending to invite you to assist Hermione with her workload. There are so many articles that she cannot manage alone. But you just said you need the most talented wizards. Our Ginny is the best, Evan replied with a smile. And Harry will be there too. He is in charge of the Quidditch section. If you come along, there will be ample opportunities for you to interact with him. Evan noticed Ginny's cheeks flush as she nodded. Before he could shift the conversation to Tom Riddle's diary, they arrived at the door of Hagrid's hut. As Evan knocked, he heard a flurry of anxious struggles and several low barks from within, followed by Hagrid and Oppos' voice. Back up, Fong, back up. Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded face. In the next moment, a massive black hound sprang out from the gap. Evan was knocked down, Fong landing on him, licking his ear. Behind him, Ginny let out a terrified scream. Dawn and Amp. Oppos. T-worry. Get up. Fong. Hagrid rushed over to lift the hound. Avon stood up, wiping the drool from his face while Fong joyfully circled around him. Like Hagrid, this dog was not as fierce as it appeared. Chapter 16 Preparation of Manuscripts. Evan and Ginny followed Hagrid into the quaint wooden cottage, where hams and game birds hung from the ceiling. And a copper kettle simmered over a fire, filling the air with warmth. In one corner, a large bed adorned with patchwork quilts awaited. Hagrid poured each of them a cup of tea and retrieved a large basin of rock cakes from beside the fireplace. Curiously, Evan picked one up, nearly shattering his teeth in the process, while Ginny stifled a giggle, clearly aware of the treat's notorious toughness. The subsequent hours were filled with delightful conversation as Hagrid shared his impressions of each Weasley. It was evident that the mischievous twins, Fred and George, had given him quite a bit of grief, but he spoke with great admiration of their brother, Charlie. The conversation soon shifted to Harry. Hagrid once again expressed his gratitude to Evan for rescuing Harry from the Dursleys over the summer. Poor Harry, Hagrid lamented. Those wretched muggles dared to treat him so. Wiping a tear from his eye with a large handkerchief, he choked up, recalling, "You cannot imagine how it felt when I carried him out from that house in ruins. He was just a little bundle." Ruins. A sudden realization struck Evan. Yes, that had been Harry's home, in Godric and Amp. Oppos. Hollow, where James and Lily had met their tragic fate at the hands of the Dark Lord. Hagrid's eyes glistened with tears as he spoke. Evan and Ginny took turns embracing Hagrid, recognizing the depth of emotion within the towering half-giant, whose kindness was as profound as his stature. Grateful for Hagrid's support, Evan knew precisely whom he wanted to write about for the first issue, Harry and Oppos' mother, Lily, and the events that unfolded on that fateful day. As a pivotal figure, many would be eager to learn about the legendary Lily Potter, and Evan understood Severus Snape and Amp, Oppos' feelings for her, which could aid in overcoming the obstacles to his entrance into Slytherin. After several minutes, as Hagrid and Oppos' emotions began to settle, Evan broached the topic of the Hogwarts magical news and invited him to share his experiences in caring for magical creatures. "I don't know, Evan." Hagrid began to choke up again, his voice gruff. "I'm not sure if I can do this job." "Rest assured, Hagrid," Evan reassured him. "When it comes to caring for magical creatures, you are unparalleled. No one at Hogwarts knows more than you." In truth, no one needed this opportunity more than Hagrid. After years of working at the school, he was eager to share his wealth of knowledge about magical creatures, and Evan's newspaper provided the perfect platform. Considering Hagrid and Oppos' unconventional standards for adorable animals, Evan suggested he feature unicorns as the first magical creature introduced. Otherwise, Hagrid might inadvertently gravitate toward more fearsome beasts like three-headed dogs, eight-eyed spiders, or blast-ended scruts. With the magical creature selected for introduction, the subsequent steps became considerably simpler. Hagrid was tasked with locating unicorns, while Ivan was accompanied by a group of individuals on Friday afternoon to capture photographs and meticulously edit the husbandry experiences provided by Hagrid. Presently, discussions abound regarding matters related to the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. "How splendid, Ivan! A newspaper that is entirely our own," exclaimed a third-year Hufflepuff student, whom Ivan had not previously met, as he approached and patted him on the shoulder. From the entrance to the dining hall, numerous students greeted him, the majority of whom were unfamiliar to Ivan. Yet, it appeared that they were all acquainted with him. At the dining table, Fred and George approached with beaming smiles. "The response has been unprecedented, with remarkable results," Fred proclaimed. "Orders have already begun to pour in, and many are placing requests with us," George added. Indeed, the success of the promotional posters brought joy to several individuals, while simultaneously instilling a sense of pressure within them. That evening, in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, all staff members of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette convened for their inaugural meeting, presided over by Hermione. "So far, we have received 168 subscriptions. The majority from Gryffindor students," Hermione reported, quickly scanning the parchment in front of her. However, no one had submitted any articles, leaving them in dire need of contributions. "Relax, Hermione," Ivan reassured her. "We still have time." Observing Hermione and Oppos' demeanor, Colin, seated beside Ivan, instinctively shrank back. According to their division of labor, it was his responsibility to prepare the photographs. Yet aside from taking a few pictures of Harry outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom after his lesson, he had spent the entire afternoon playing Wizard and Oppos' chess with his roommates in the common room. Faced with Hermione's barrage of inquiries, Ivan soon realized that silence was the wisest course of action. He glanced at Harry and Ron, seated opposite him. Harry winked at him, while Ron subtly nodded, signaling him to refrain from contradicting Hermione. When Hermione displayed an intense interest in a particular topic, it was best to align with her discourse. If one held a differing opinion, it was prudent to remain silent. Thus, apart from Hermione, everyone else maintained their silence, and their first meeting concluded swiftly. "She is truly formidable, akin to our mother," Fred remarked. "Indeed, if we fail to deliver acceptable articles by next week," George added, "she will surely be furious with us." The twins chorused. Immediately afterward, they whisked their younger sister Ginny to another corner, seemingly intent on crafting a piece regarding the enchanted staircases of Hogwarts. Colin prepared to send the order for the developing potion from the Ollery, while Ivan sat alone before the hearth, commencing a letter. The letter was addressed to Bathilda Bagshot, the renowned historian of magic and a friend of Dumbledore, who resided in Godric's Hollow, the neighboring village of the Potters. Half an hour later, Ivan completed the letter. He was quite pleased with the content he had penned. In the letter, he expressed his aspirations in a tone filled with reverence for his senior, articulating his desire for assistance in enlightening more young wizards about matters concerning Lily. He sincerely extended an invitation for her to serve as a historical consultant for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. He proceeded to the Ollery to dispatch the letter. Watching the owl gradually fade into the night, a faint smile graced Ivan and Amp Oppo's lips as he believed that soon enough the esteemed Professor Dumbledore would learn of this matter from his old friend. Ivan was confident that, with Dumbledore and Oppo's support, Madame Pants would be more than willing to share all the events that transpired on that day. Chapter 17. Luna Lovegood. Although Lockhart and Amp Oppo's lesson yesterday had nearly devolved into a farce, it did not deter the girls from continuing to idolize him. For instance, Hermione stubbornly maintained the belief that Lockhart had intentionally released the pixies to provide everyone with practical experience. Therefore, when Ivan arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he was not at all surprised to find all the girls seated at the front of the class. Once the students had settled, Lockhart entered the classroom, still exuding his characteristic charm, with a rather cliché opening remark, one Ivan was sure he had uttered the previous day. Lockhart proclaimed, "Splendid. I see you have all purchased my complete works. Today, we shall begin with a little quiz. Perhaps you have gleaned some information from the upper year students. But I must regrettably inform you that today's questions differ entirely from those of yesterday." He distributed the examination papers to each student, announcing, "You have 30 minutes. Begin." Ivan gazed at the paper in his hand, which contained questions such as Lockhart and Amp Oppo's favorite food, his greatest wish, and his most significant achievement, totaling over 50 inquiries. With a heavy sigh, Ivan rubbed his forehead. In truth, he did not know the answer to a single question, having never purchased Lockhart and Amp Oppo's books. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Biting the nib of his quill, he pondered for a moment before commencing to write. He intended to inform Lockhart about the Hogwarts Magical Gazette and invite him to be a featured subject in their ongoing profile series. Of course, Ivan would articulate this in the tone of an ardent admirer. On the examination paper, he endeavored to portray himself as a fervent devotee of Lockhart. Although Ivan was not such a fan, it proved quite simple, as he had numerous peers to draw inspiration from. He attempted to emulate Hermione and Amp Oppo's tone, describing the Hogwarts Magical Gazette as a publication dedicated exclusively to Lockhart himself. Through this paper, Ivan aspired to showcase photographs of Lockhart and Amp Oppo's teaching experiences at Hogwarts, thereby assisting him in further amplifying his influence. Ivan devoted considerable ink to elucidating the benefits of this endeavor, and by the time he completed the letter, brimming with exaggerated praise, 30 minutes had elapsed. Subsequently, Lockhart collected the examination papers and began to peruse them in front of the entire class. He flipped through the parchment at a swift pace until he alighted upon Ivan's paper. "Ah, here is an intriguing quiz," he murmured to himself, thoroughly engrossed. "Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my aspirations to further expand my influence and become the most revered wizard." Well articulated, the classroom was filled with curious glances from all the students. Bewildered by Lockhart's mumblings, Ivan's roommate, the handsome Vicky Frobisher, craned his neck in an attempt to glimpse the contents of that paper. "Yes, I am willing." Lockhart suddenly turned the paper around, exclaiming, 100%. "Where's Mr. Ivan Mason?" Ivan hastily stood up, all eyes now fixed upon him. "Splendid, Ivan. I am more than willing to share my experiences with my most devoted fans," chuckled Lockhart. "Splendid. 10 points to Gryffindor." When Avon finally took his seat, Colin leaned in and whispered, "Avon, it's astonishing. What did you write up there?" "Oh, nothing significant. merely inviting him to provide us with a few photographs. Prepare your camera. Colin, Avon smiled. We must commence our photography after class. Time is of the essence. Aside from the initial interlude, the remainder of the lesson proved rather tedious. The defense against the dark arts class had devolved into a reading session, with Lockhart insisting that students take turns reading from his works. Just as the students began to feel exasperated, the class concluded. All the students hastily exited the classroom, save for Avon, who dragged the somewhat dazed Colin to the front of the room. Lockhart lavished praise upon Avon and expressed his willingness to assist should any issues arise during the newspaper and Oppo's preparation process. When he learned that the novel section had yet to receive any submissions, Lockhart even offered to serialize unpublished manuscripts of his own. Following this, Lockhart struck various poses for Colin to capture. Avon was astonished to discover that at any angle, Lockhart managed to showcase his charming 8 teeth perfectly. This particular trait garnered Avon and Oppo's admiration. Due to time constraints, after snapping a dozen or so photographs, Avon and Colin had to take their leave. Lockhart, still yearning for more, invited them to his office after dinner to continue the photo shoot. Professor McGonagall was unlike any other professor. She was strict and astute, and all the freshmen had been warned to avoid provoking her and Professor Snape, as the consequences could be dire. Now, the two dared to be late to their very first class. Avon could scarcely bear to contemplate the repercussions. When they finally reached the Transfiguration classroom, they encountered a peculiarly dressed Ravenclaw girl standing outside the door. She had a wild, unkempt mane of filthy, waist-length golden hair. Her eyebrows were exceedingly light, and her bulging eyes perpetually bore a look of surprise. Adorning her ears were a pair of carrot-shaped earrings, and around her neck hung a necklace made of butterbeer corks, exuding an aura of eccentricity. "What are you doing?" "Class has already commenced," Colin inquired uncertainly. "I am searching for traces of the bubblegum snore monster," the girl replied dreamily, her gaze fixed on the space outside the Transfiguration classroom door. "Excuse me, what exactly are you searching for?" Avon asked. "The bubblegum snore monster," she said, lifting her gaze to focus intently on Avon. "You are Avon Mason." "Indeed, that is I." "And you are?" "Luna Lovegood," she replied, turning her pale gaze to Colin. "I do not know who you are." "Mr. Mason, Mr. Creevy, and Miss Lovegood, it is now class time, and you are all late." Her lips pressed tightly together. "If you do not intend to enter, then do not ever step foot inside." Avon and Colin hurriedly lowered their heads as they entered the classroom, with Luna taking a seat beside them. "What bad luck to encounter Luna," Colin whispered. "She is a first year from Ravenclaw, and everyone calls her the crazy girl. It is said that she actually believes in the existence of the bubblegum snuffle and the crumplehorn snorecack. But they do exist," Luna interjected suddenly. "How could that be?" "They are merely fictional." "Keep your voice down, Colin." Avon nudged him, "and besides, refrain from expressing opinions on matters you do not understand." "A wise choice indeed." Luna spoke softly, in a sing-song tone, stating that extraordinary intelligence is humanity and Oppo's greatest treasure. Colin wished to say more, but upon noticing Professor McGonagall glaring fiercely at him, he promptly sealed his lips. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum, and should anyone choose to misbehave in my class, I do not expect to see them in the next session, I have warned you. After the students diligently took down an array of complex notes, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each of them, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle for the newly enrolled young witches and wizards. Achieving this was exceedingly challenging. They could not even effectuate any change in the matchstick. It was not until nearly the end of the lesson that Evan managed to transform the head of the matchstick into a needle point. Yet he remained the fastest in the class. Evan observed that Professor McGonagall and Oppo's lips appeared to be less tightly pursed than before. Chapter 18. Ivan's revenge more arduous than the Transfiguration class. The potions lesson is deemed so by all the students of Gryffindor House. Deep in the dank dungeon, the potions classroom exudes a faintly unpleasant aroma, a consequence of years spent concocting various brews. Glass jars line the walls, containing preserved specimens that evoke a shiver down one and Oppo's spine. Even more chilling than the classroom itself is the countenance of Professor Snape, the potions master. The mere sight of him silences the entire class. During the first lesson, after subjecting everyone to his scorn, Snape called upon Ivan, intent on delivering a sharp rebuke. TSK. TSK, yet another know-it-all. Snape scoffed derisively. Indeed, this was the new moniker bestowed upon Ivan, a companion of the illustrious savior, mirroring Hermione's own title of Miss Know-it-all. Despite deducting a point from Ivan for his untidy uniform, Snape altered his approach upon discovering that Ivan had nearly memorized the entirety of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical draughts and potions. He now treated Ivan with the same indifference he reserved for Hermione. This brought Ivan some relief. Yet as he listened to Snape incessantly seek reasons to penalize the Gryffindor students, his spirits remained dampened. To speak candidly, Snape possessed remarkable skill. For instance, the simple potion for treating scabies they were to brew today had a different preparation step on the blackboard than what was detailed in the textbook, adding a process of boiling a slug with antennae. This minor alteration significantly enhanced the potion and Appos' efficacy. Among all the students present, only Ivan, who had previously practiced this potion, noticed the change. Snape made no effort to highlight this, as if it were of little consequence. Yet Ivan understood the difficulty involved. Each potion recipe and preparation method chronicled in magical draughts and potions is the result of countless trials by esteemed potion masters. It was indeed an extraordinary feat for Snape to modify even the most basic potion. As many had remarked, Professor Snape was truly insufferable. At dinner, Colin had yet to recover from the shadow cast by the potions class. For his misstep, he had lost 2 points and earned a foolish remark from Snape. "Cheer up, Colin. Professor Snape is simply not adept at expressing himself. He is not a bad person," Ivan reassured him. This statement caught the attention of Ron, who had just taken his seat. He immediately stood up, astonished. "Goodness, you're actually praising Snape. Have you been cursed by him?" "I'm merely stating the truth," Ivan replied, ignoring him as he focused on devouring the pie before him. "Hello, Harry," Colin exclaimed excitedly as he saw Harry approaching. With a pleading gaze, Harry looked toward Evan, who felt utterly helpless. He could not prevent Colin and Ginny from idolizing Harry, just as he was unable to stop Hermione from adoring Lockhart. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to Hermione and announced that Professor Lockhart had graciously agreed to assist them. He had invited Evan to his office after dinner and promised to serialize his unpublished manuscript in the newspaper, seemingly a portion from the book Travels with Vampires. "Really, Evan?" Hermione and Appos' face lit up with excitement. "Is it tonight? May I accompany you?" Don and Appos, "TB ridiculous." Hermione shot back at him. "You have both read his books. Just think of the incredible feats he has claimed to have accomplished." The debate did not last long. After dinner, Hermione and Colin proceeded to Lockhart and Appos' office, while Harry and Ron pledged to seek out nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, and implore him to contact other ghosts for news to provide to the newspaper. These were first-hand accounts, never before documented in any other book. The title he had prepared, "The Guardian of Love, the Great Mother Lily Potter," was intended to encapsulate Lily and Appos' life story, including her exceptional performance at Hogwarts and her 3 narrow escapes from Voldemort. Evan poured forth an abundance of poignant prose to illuminate Lily's greatness as a mother and her profound love for Harry, alongside the harrowing scenes of battle. He believed that anyone who was not a Death Eater would be moved to tears upon reading this. As the rumor suggested, after Voldemort killed Lily, he sought to take Harry and Appos' life but ultimately failed. Whether due to the rebounding curse or fleeing, he never returned thereafter. In his narrative, Lily collapsed slowly to the ground after being struck by Voldemort and Appos' killing curse, her hands desperately clutching his robes, preventing him from reaching Harry. In her embrace lay a round locket, the front depicting a family portrait of the Potters, and the back showcasing a childhood photograph of her with a black-haired boy. The scene lingered there, and the narrative concluded. Regarding the black-haired boy, Evan had meticulously crafted his description in the likeness of Snape. Whether anyone could deduce the identity was not a concern for him. Is this a form of revenge against Snape? Evan mused mischievously. Since you dared to deduct points from me, I shall not let you have it easy. Chapter 19. On's Concerns On. Hermione and Colin were the first to enter the common room, her face beaming with joy as she rushed over. "It and Appos' wonderful. We captured enough photographs and even obtained a manuscript of Professor Lockhart and Appos' novel. How did things go for you?" "Quite smoothly. I have just finished," On replied, pinning the final letter. "Let me have a look." Hermione eagerly took the parchment. However, as her eyes scanned the contents, her expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. "Goodness. This is..." Before she could voice her thoughts, Harry and Ron entered the common room, their demeanor starkly contrasting Hermione and Colin's buoyancy. They appeared quite distressed. Ron had attempted to find the weeping Myrtle in solitude, but he had been repeatedly thwarted by Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, leading to his immediate capture by Filch. On had to expend considerable effort explaining why he had ventured into the girls' and Oppos lavatory, a rather challenging task. I think I saw Ginny pass by. But that and Oppos, that's not the main point. Ron waved his hand dismissively. The crux is that we barely escaped from Filch, and we found Nick on the 5th floor. He has agreed to persuade the other ghosts to assist us in gathering news, but on one condition. While On pondered over Ginny, Hermione was wholly absorbed in On's narrative, oblivious to Ron's words. Suddenly, he halted, uncertain if he had inadvertently upset Hermione. Hermione, are you all right? Harry inquired softly. I and Oppos am fine, Harry, Hermione replied, lifting her head and wiping the corners of her eyes. In the next moment, before anyone could react, she abruptly stood and enveloped Harry in a hug. Hermione, you. Harry stammered, taken aback. His bewildered gaze shifted to the parchment, and after 3 seconds, he realized the gravity of its contents, his complexion turning pale. On, they are true. I learned the truth from Mrs. Bashada Bashard, he declared. She has lived in Godric's Hollow and was a neighbor to your parents, witnessing everything that transpired that day. The atmosphere grew somber, silence enveloping the room. After hearing Hermione's explanation and witnessing Harry's increasingly ashen face, Ron, filled with concern, asked, Harry, did you not know any of this about your mother? I'm so sorry, Harry. On murmured after a long pause, realizing the extent of the pain his words had inflicted on Harry. For over a decade, Harry had known almost nothing about his parents. And now, to have their demise laid bare before him, must have felt unbearably cruel. It's not your fault, On. It's just that Harry replied, furiously wiping away the tears from his cheeks. The unusual scene in the corner soon caught the attention of others. Not wanting anyone to witness his tears, Harry abruptly turned and dashed toward the dormitory, clutching the parchment tightly in his hand. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Ron hurriedly followed suit. By the fireplace, only a dejected Ivan, a teary-eyed Hermione, and a bewildered Colin remained, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. It is entirely my fault. I failed to seek Harry and Oppos' consent before divulging his mother and Oppos' story. In truth, I believe your writing is commendable. Hermione approached and embraced Ivan, assuring him that Harry merely required some time to process this revelation. As the fire dwindled to embers, Ivan found himself alone in the common room, when he suddenly noticed Ginny awkwardly entering. She appeared utterly disheveled, as if she had just battled a troll, her robes covered in dust, and her complexion paler than Harry's, devoid of any color. Ivan's heart sank. Could the Chamber of Secrets have been opened? Ginny, you. Do not worry, Ivan. Fred crawled in behind Ginny, explaining that they had encountered a minor setback while confirming a newly discovered passage. A chest full of dung bombs had been discovered by Peeves, resulting in calamity, but fortunately, they had managed to escape swiftly. George followed suit. I hope Filch can handle it. Ginny nodded in agreement. Ginny, do you know Tom Riddle? Ivan suddenly murmured. And no, it's nothing, good night. Ivan turned and retreated to his bedroom. Good night, Ivan. Under the flickering candlelight, the girl's brown eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Chapter 20. Cowardice and Humility. Evan spent a restless night, plagued by a multitude of dreams. He was soon confronted by a vision of Ginny. Her frail form collapsed before him, her body as cold as a corpse. Young Voldemort, Tom Riddle, stood beside her, a smirk of mockery and triumph upon his face, deriding Evan's feeble attempts, utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Struggling, Evan managed to draw his wand, only to be swiftly knocked aside by Riddle. In the next heartbeat, a flash of green light soared towards him, and he jolted upright in bed, drenched in sweat. The dawn light barely illuminated the sky outside, and as he gasped for breath, he lay back down, slowly realizing just how powerless he truly was, far from being a match for Voldemort. Fortunately, time was on his side, and even more fortunately, they had Dumbledore, the only wizard Voldemort feared. Gradually, Evan found some solace. He understood that strengthening his abilities required a methodical approach. It was unrealistic to expect mastery of advanced magic overnight, to rival Voldemort or Dumbledore in skill. For now, his immediate concern was to devise a strategy to defeat the basilisk and to deal with that diary. The creature seemed to fear the crowing of a rooster. Perhaps he should. As Evan pondered, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the corner of the room, signaling an intruder. Luminos, he exclaimed, grasping his wand with urgency, his gaze fixed ahead. Before him stood a peculiar creature, draped in a filthy pillowcase, a house elf diligently tidying the room. The light from Evan's wand startled it, and with wide, pitiful eyes, It froze for 3 seconds before emitting a muffled shriek and vanishing into thin air. On the nearby four-poster bed, Colin rolled over and resumed his slumber. Yet sleep eluded Evan. With a sigh, he reflected once more on Voldemort, pondering whether, in the Dark Wizard and Amp, Oppos' eyes, he was as insignificant as the house elf had been. This realization left him feeling dismal, prompting him to don his robe and quietly rise from his bed. The early morning at Hogwarts was eerily silent. The portraits lining the corridors were all asleep, and not a single soul was in sight. As Evan wandered through the empty castle, an inexplicable urge seized him to witness the sunrise. Holding his breath, he ascended the staircase leading to the castle's highest point, a place he had never ventured before. Upon reaching the final step, Evan discovered a grand circular chamber adorned with elegant arched windows, draped in blue and bronze silk. Opposite him was an old, polished wooden panel featuring a bronze eagle door knocker. This was the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, yet Evan refrained from approaching it. Instead, he stepped towards the balcony on the left, from which he could gaze upon the breathtaking scenery outside the castle. In the next moment, he noticed someone had arrived before him. A gentle breeze swept through as the sun gradually ascended from the horizon beyond the forbidden forest. Bathed in golden sunlight, Evan beheld a beautiful girl with flowing golden hair perched on the edge of the balcony. The girl possessed an ineffable ethereal quality, as if she were a fairy descended from the heavens. "Good morning, Aiden." Luna calmly turned to him, as if she had anticipated his arrival. "Good morning, Luna." Aiden sighed with relief, taking a seat beside her. "What brings you here?" Morning often inspires creativity. Luna set aside her parchment and gazed at Aiden with her misty, prominent eyes. "Are you also seeking inspiration?" "No, you appear to be preoccupied with something else." "Well, yes." Aiden hesitated before continuing. "I find myself reflecting on how insignificant human strength is in the face of harsh realities. Even when one knows everything, nothing can truly be altered." His words were vague, and he doubted whether Luna would comprehend them. After a moment of silence, Luna spoke with her characteristic dreamy tone. "Power is not absolute. Acknowledging one's own weaknesses and humility is also a form of courage, is it not?" "Indeed." Aiden nodded. "Courage is of utmost importance. However, in comparison to strength and bravery, I place greater faith in wisdom." Luna replied in a melodious tone. "Exceptional intelligence is humanity and Oppos' greatest treasure." Perhaps this was a profound saying. Yet Aiden was uncertain how it would assist in vanquishing Voldemort. "My mother once told me," Luna continued, "before embarking on the journey of life, it is crucial to choose the right direction, and then, regardless of the doubts and opposition one may encounter, we must unwaveringly pursue our beliefs, fearlessly facing hardships, with our hearts towards the sun, radiating our own light." Her voice floated from the towering spires of Hogwarts like the clouds nearby, leaving Aiden momentarily entranced. "Direction?" he suddenly realized, instinctively asking, "Your mother?" "Yes." Luna responded simply. She was an extraordinary witch, fond of experimentation. One day, her spell went awry, and she perished. I was 9 at the time. "I and Oppos. I'm sorry, Luna." "It and Oppos. It's all right, Aiden." Luna continued without pause. "I did have the chance to know her. Although I still feel sorrow at times, I have my father. What I mean to say is, you are not alone. Whatever difficulties you face, you can share them, and we shall overcome them together." "You are right. I am not alone." Aiden nodded, a realization dawning upon him. In truth, since discovering his transition into the magical world of Harry Potter, he had been overcome by a profound sense of anxiety, often placing himself in opposition to Voldemort while disregarding the presence of others. Luna and Oppos' words reminded him of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and everyone else. In the original narrative, Harry ultimately triumphed over the formidable Voldemort with the support of his friends, despite the tremendous sacrifices made. Now that he was here, he could surely avert such tragic events. "Thank you, Luna." Aiden felt considerably uplifted. "There's no need to be polite. Would you care to join me in the Ravenclaw common room?" Luna rose to her feet. "We could peruse the Quibbler, a magazine penned by my father. It might just spark some inspiration for you." "Oh, no thank you," Aiden replied, shaking his head. "I'm a bit hungry and would prefer to head downstairs for some pudding." Despite his gratitude towards Luna and his keen interest in the Ravenclaw common room, he was not inclined to read the Quibbler. Chapter 21. To Hogsmeade, perhaps Luna's words had a profound impact, or perhaps Ivan's mindset had undergone a transformation. After finishing breakfast, events began to unfold favorably. However, the Gryffindor Cubs have never lacked the courage to confront difficulties. Ever since his encounter with the flying broom at the Weasley household during the summer, Ivan discovered his severe acrophobia. After explaining his condition to Madame Hooch, he was granted permission to observe from the sidelines without participating in flight. Yet, the opportunity for that had vanished, and their attention turned to other new Gryffindors. The petite Colin became the focal point of care, yet due to the remarkable performance of Ivan's roommate, Vicky Frobisher, they did not gain much advantage. Everyone rode the flying brooms recklessly, and the flying lesson culminated in a chaotic farce. Except for Ivan. The new Gryffindors and Slytherins were soundly reprimanded by Madame Hooch and each lost 5 points. Observing Vicky and Appos' flying talent, Ivan contemplated recommending him for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He would undoubtedly make an excellent keeper, provided he was less concerned about his appearance. However, he soon found himself too preoccupied with pressing matters. As the publication date for the inaugural edition of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette drew near, and Hermione grew increasingly frantic. To the other Gryffindors, she had completely supplanted Snape as the most formidable presence, a sentiment Ivan could deeply relate to. In the following days, under Hermione and Appos' watchful eye, he devoted nearly all his time to the library. The two of them meticulously reviewed and revised all the manuscripts, leaving him to complete his class assignments only after 10:00 and Appos' clock at night. Likewise, Harry and Ron complained that Hermione would not lend them her homework. But under her fierce glare, they obediently fell silent. Everyone was busy preparing their submissions, yet Hermione remained dissatisfied, particularly regarding the section on magical academic exchanges, which she lamented the most. Ivan, so far, we have only received 2 submissions. Hermione produced 2 lengthy parchments. One was an essay by Percy titled The Current State and Development of Cauldrons, and the other was Luna Lovegood and Appos' piece from Ravenlaw. How to locate a horned snorkack. As for cauldrons and horned snorkacks, Ivan found it difficult to determine which was worse, or if both were equally dreadful. Oh, really? Hermione's voice brimmed with incredulity. Perhaps, he replied with a sigh, glancing at the nearly completed Hogwarts Magical Gazette beside him. To his mind, it hardly surpassed the quality of singing contradictions. The front page featured 3 articles detailing amusing news from Hogwarts over the past week. Yet due to the limited sources of the news submissions, most were related to Gryffindor. The story of Ivan, Harry, and Ron flying the enchanted car to school made the headline, while matters concerning Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff occupied only a scant portion. As for Slytherin, aside from a few provocations from Malfoy, no other news emerged. However, the twins undoubtedly held back some secrets, relying solely on these. It was impossible to evade the keen scrutiny of someone as familiar with the hidden passages as Filch, Ginny, and Hagrid and Appos' presentations on magical creatures, along with Harry and Ron and Appos' introduction to Quidditch, were rather conventional. In Evan and Appos' view, they had yet to discover captivating highlights. Moreover, most of their content was merely transcribed from textbooks. It would be more worthwhile to spend time perusing actual books in the library. As for the academic exchange section, the decision to publish Luna and Appos' piece, How to Find a Crumplehorn Snorkack, was nothing short of disastrous. In this light, the story I penned concerning Harry and Appos' mother, Lily, seems to stand out as a highlight for this issue, worthy of prominent display on the front page. Evan flipped the newspaper to the next article. Only to helplessly cover his forehead, the subsequent pages were filled with photos of Lockhart. Lockhart in class, Lockhart grading assignments, Lockhart dining, Lockhart brandishing his wand, Lockhart assisting other professors, Lockhart and Appos' dazzling smile was ubiquitous, leaving Evan feeling slightly dizzy. Under Hermione and Appos' description, Lockhart appeared even more illustrious than Dumbledore. Following this was Lockhart and Appos' previously unpublished novel. Ever since Lockhart inadvertently let slip a detail during class one day, girls flocked to Evan daily, eager to glean the contents of these novels ahead of time. Though it pained him, Evan had to concede that the success of the inaugural issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette hinged entirely on Lockhart and Appos' personal charm. That seemed to be the crux of it. Everyone had exerted their utmost effort. Evan set the sample issue down and turned to Hermione, stating his intention to visit Hogsmeade on Saturday to speak with the merchants there, in hopes they might be inclined to advertise in the newspaper. Hogsmeade, the last remaining all-wizarding village in England, was accessible only to third-year students and above on designated Saturdays, as per school regulations. Hermione fixed her gaze on Evan, her tone laced with seriousness, emphasizing the necessity of parental consent. Don't be like that, Hermione. Evan instinctively recoiled. I've received some assistance from Fred and George. There exists a secret passage within the castle that leads directly to Hogsmeade, unbeknownst to anyone. A passage. Hermione shook her head. If you and Amp, Oppos, re-caught, you and Amp, Oppos, LLB expelled. As long as you don't disclose it, nobody will find out, Evan continued, and we genuinely require advertising funds and sponsorship. Otherwise, we won't have enough capital to print the next issue of the newspaper. You know how costly ink and paper can be. But, Chapter 22, Conflict and Chaos. Evan and Amp, Oppos' journey to Hogsmeade did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. The local merchants were rather reluctant to spend their funds on advertising in an obscure little newspaper. However, through Evan's persistent persuasion, or perhaps simply to appease him, a few merchants agreed to provide some sponsorship. For instance, the Ambrosius Flume couple from Honeydukes generously offered Evan 2 large jars filled to the brim with unsold cockroach clusters. The proprietor of Zonko's joke shop bestowed upon him a considerable quantity of dung bombs, and Madame Rosmerta from the 3 Broomsticks presented him with a complimentary glass of lemonade, declaring, "Children mustn't drink alcohol," as he emerged from the secret passage behind the Gregory statue. Evan observed the Quidditch players from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered at the front of the castle and Oppos' Quidditch pitch, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument. At the center of the commotion, Draco Malfoy appeared to have uttered something distasteful to Hermione, prompting Fred and George to lunge at him, while Ron, in a fit of rage, brandished his broken wand, now in 2 pieces, and pointed it at Malfoy. "You will pay for this, Malfoy," Ron shouted vehemently. In the next instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the field, and a green light shot forth from the end of Ron and Oppos' wand, striking him in the abdomen and causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Ron, are you all right?" Hermione cried in alarm. The Slytherin players erupted into laughter, their captain, Flint, doubled over in mirth, supported by his broomstick. Malfoy, on all fours, pounded the ground in glee. The Gryffindor players encircled Ron, who was continuously expelling glistening snot, seemingly shunned by all. He excitedly raised his camera, snapping photos with fervor. Evan drew his wand and attempted to cast a spell to halt Ron's predicament, yet the incantation proved ineffective, and Ron expelled yet another round of snot. "Aha! Another stinky little mudblood from Gryffindor," Malfoy sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Evan, who was brandishing his wand. "Look at your pathetic magic. It's utterly useless." "Is it, Malfoy?" Evan retorted coldly, the tip of his wand emitting a sharp red light. In an instant, Malfoy was sent flying by Evan and Amp, Oppos' impediment charm. "How dare you?" Malfoy and Amp, Oppos' smile gradually faded, and the Slytherin students glared icily at Evan, as several upperclassmen hastily drew their wands. An increasing number of Slytherins aimed their wands at Evan, while Harry, Ron, Hermione, and other Gryffindor students rallied around him, brandishing their wands defiantly, the atmosphere thick with tension. "You filthy mudblood, I will kill you," Malfoy shouted as he scrambled to his feet, raising his wand menacingly at Evan. This seemed to serve as a signal, as the Gryffindor and Slytherin students, their nerves taut to the breaking point, simultaneously incanted their spells, transforming the Quidditch pitch into a chaotic battleground. The students, who had initially been seated in the audience, surged into the Quidditch pitch, exacerbating the already chaotic situation. A few Hufflepuff students, sensing the tension, exchanged glances before hastily retreating towards the castle. In the center of the field, Ivan found himself the primary target of Slytherin and Oppos' assault. After narrowly evading 3 vicious curses, he realized that his spellcasting speed was woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from launching his counterattacks. He hurled every dung bomb he had procured from Zonko and Oppos' joke shop. The bombs soared through the air, tracing elegant arcs before landing squarely on the Slytherins, disrupting their incantations and unleashing a foul stench accompanied by their shrieks. Malfoy, in particular, was the focus of attention, now thoroughly coated in dung. "Well done, Ivan." Fred and George cheered, clapping joyfully. However, Ivan's moment of triumph was short-lived, as an increasing number of students abandoned their wands and resorted to primal methods, pouncing on their nearest foes. In that moment, the burly, odoriferous Slytherin students held the advantage, for no one wished to approach them, causing Gryffindor to lose their upper hand. In a moment of carelessness, Ivan was tripped by Blaise Zabini, Malfoy's arrogant roommate and a second-year Slytherin. The two tumbled to the ground, grappling with one another, and Ivan and Oppos' lip was split, blood oozing forth. Yet, he retaliated fiercely, landing several punches on Zabini. Just as he prepared to decisively end the altercation, a large hand abruptly separated them. Ivan looked up in astonishment to see Hagrid lifting him into the air. Goodness, what on earth are you doing? Hagrid exclaimed, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Nearby, Harry was locked in a struggle with Malfoy. Ron was incessantly hurling slugs at Goyle. Hermione, her hair in disarray, was one of the few still gripping her wand. While Colin and Neville joined forces against Crabbe, Fred and George, meanwhile, had somehow acquired an abundance of dung bombs, dispatching more than a dozen Slytherin students. Moments later, a thunderous commotion erupted on the Quidditch pitch as nearly all the professors emerged from the castle. Dumbledore stood solemnly at the entrance, his wand raised high. A brawl. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Professor McGonagall and Oppos' fury was palpable. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin lose 100 points. If this happens again, I shall revoke your Quidditch privileges. But Professor, they started it. Gryffindor Quidditch Captain Oliver Wood protested anxiously. Silence, Wood. McGonagall's tone was laced with disappointment. I had expected better of you. Who was the instigator? Professor Snape's somber voice resonated through the air. Yet his gaze remained fixed intently upon Harry and the figure standing beside him, Evan. It was Evan Mason and Harry Potter. Almost all the Slytherins instantaneously pointed at the two. They are lying. It was Malfoy who instigated it. The Gryffindors were equally defiant, hurling insults at Evan and Hermione, calling them mudbloods. Ron chimed in, spitting a glob of mucus onto the ground. Silence, Weasley. I am perfectly capable of discerning who is lying. Snape, with evident disdain, stepped aside, redirecting his attention to Harry and Evan. As for you two, Severus, I believe they are students of my house. Professor McGonagall interjected at the opportune moment. I will determine how to discipline them. Chapter 23. The first issue of the newspaper. The consequences of the altercation were swiftly determined. All participants were confined, in addition to Malfoy, who was tasked with cleaning Snape's office. The remaining members of the Slytherin and Gryffindor Quidditch teams were to restore the Quidditch pitch to its former state, a daunting task indeed, considering Fred and George had unleashed an excessive number of dung bombs. Hermione, more distressed than any of them, exclaimed irritably, "Look at the mess you've created." With only a day left until the newspaper's official release, everyone is under confinement. It is nothing short of a nightmare. Aiden, you shouldn't have been so impulsive, and Ron, you're still sniveling over Malfoy. It's hardly worth it. He muttered under his breath to Harry as Hermione appeared more exhilarated during the fight than anyone else, yet now blamed others for their recklessness. His voice was barely above a whisper, unheard by all except Aiden sitting beside Harry. Calm down, Hermione. Fred consoled her. After all, we emerged victorious, did we not? This was our first time boldly using dung bombs against others, and the impact was remarkable, George remarked, surveying the Slytherin table, which was enveloped in a foul stench, deterring anyone from approaching. To celebrate this triumph, we should host a party, they declared in unison. Throwing filth at others? I should write to inform your mother about this. Hermione glared at them, clearly incensed. Let them be, Hermione. Aiden quickly defended the twins. They were only trying to help us. It was Malfoy who first called you and me and Oppos, mudbloods, and Oppos. What does that even mean? Hermione and Oppos' demeanor softened slightly. It's a truly vile term. Ron explained. Mudblood is a derogatory label for those of Muggle descent, individuals whose parents cannot perform magic. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, believe themselves superior because they are so-called purebloods. It's a form of blood discrimination. Aiden added, it was this very rationale that Voldemort used to justify the slaughter of Muggles. At the mention of the Dark Lord's name, an abrupt silence fell over the table, many shuddering in fear, especially Ginny, who appeared utterly terrified. Let us not dwell on that for now. What should we do next? Hermione was the first to regain her composure. I have a plan. I can persuade Professor Lockhart to release us early, Aiden asserted. Really, Aiden? Harry exclaimed, raising his voice in surprise. Of course, Harry, but you'll have to stay behind. Aiden replied, causing Harry to sink back into despondency. Lockhart readily acquiesced to Aiden and Oppos' request, viewing the newspaper as a personal tribute from his admirers. Quite a bit of work. Indeed, Aiden chuckled wryly. By the way, we can ask Ginny to assist. She shouldn't have been punished. She went to assist Fred and George in cleaning the Quidditch pitch, which was marred by the remnants of dung bombs. I truly felt sorry for her having such brothers. All right, Hermione. Aiden sighed. Fred and George are decent fellows, and everyone likes them. I do not mean to imply their character is lacking, however, perhaps without such a plethora of pranks. Hermione, I was just about to ask, what are you writing? Noticing Hermione's intention to continue. Aiden hastily shifted the topic. Subsequently, Hermione rose to seek relevant tomes in the library. Aiden, meanwhile, took it upon himself to reorganize the bulletin board, replacing the skirmish of the day with a front-page headline. Many had heard of the fracas that occurred Saturday afternoon, although the outcome was evenly matched. Merely witnessing the foul-smelling Slytherin students suggested that Gryffindor had the upper hand. Rumors abounded, and once again, Aiden became the center of attention, receiving applause wherever he roamed. Particularly for the moment, he sent Malfoy sprawling, a scene that had at least a dozen versions circulating within the school. Additionally, the sniveling Ron was a topic of much discussion, with everyone speculating about the spell that could produce such an effect, leading to a near-total depletion of the library's books on spells. In truth, aside from Slytherin, students from the other three houses lamented their absence from witnessing that spectacular event. Consequently, anticipation grew for the inaugural issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, as rumors suggested it would provide a detailed account of the battle and the spell used by Ron. On Monday morning, Aiden and a few others rose early, clutching freshly printed newspapers as they approached the Great Hall, distributing copies to anyone they encountered. Inside the hall, everyone was perusing the newspapers or discussing the contents. Except for the Slytherin table, they felt out of place as silence enveloped their surroundings. All faces were grim as they consumed their breakfast, resembling attendees at a somber funeral, the atmosphere chillingly oppressive. Anticipating this reaction, Aiden had excluded them from his count during the printing of the newspapers. He approached the staff table with a stack of hefty newspapers, distributing a copy to each professor. Dumbledore accepted it with delight. McGonagall, though pursing her lips, appeared proud of Aiden, while Professors Flitwick and Sprout received their copies with smiles. As for Lockhart, he flipped to the last page, grinning foolishly at his own photograph, even requesting Aiden to provide him with additional copies. The troublesome presence was Snape, who glared at Aiden with a dark scowl, seemingly intent on ignoring him, much like the Slytherin students. Chapter 24. Unprecedented success, Avon. This was the assessment given by Fred and George regarding the newspaper. Now, the Hogwarts Magical Gazette has become the most talked-about phenomenon in the entire school, with all students engrossed in its contents. With his striking appearance, exceptional abilities, and the fact that he is the newspaper's organizer, Avon's popularity is nearly eclipsing that of Harry, making him the most renowned student in the school, receiving overwhelmingly positive reviews, with even some girls contemplating writing love letters to him. This is the advantage of mastering public opinion. In the news articles penned by Avon, Slytherin is primarily held accountable for the outbreak of the recent conflict. Indeed, this is the reality. Now, everyone is united in condemning Malfoy, which has subdued him considerably. He merely glares at Avon and Harry from a distance, refraining from causing any trouble. The sections introducing the school as secret passages, Quidditch, and magical creatures have unexpectedly gained popularity among younger students. Although much of the content is directly quoted from textbooks, many young witches and wizards do not delve into those academic tomes. In fact, they find this information quite beneficial, helping them swiftly acclimate to school life. The word games and jokes designed by the twins have become the preferred pastime for many older students. As for Luna and Amp, Oppo's article How to Find a Crumplehorn Snorkack, it seems that, aside from her, no one has shown much interest. Nevertheless, Luna remains delightfully enthusiastic, handing Avon a recent issue of the Quibbler, expressing that her father is eager to engage in a collaborative venture with them to publish research findings on the Crumplehorn Snorkack and the Bubotuber. Of course, the most popular and widely read sections are those featuring photographs of Lockhart and his novels. This is particularly evident among the girls. Hermione is intent on preserving these treasures, and she is not alone in this sentiment. In fact, several Slytherin girls are secretly collecting issues of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, making it seem as though they are involved in some clandestine activity. In no time, this story has overshadowed Lockhart and Amp, Oppo's novels, becoming the focal point of attention. Aside from the Slytherin table, the other three house tables and classrooms are enveloped in a hushed silence, as everyone lowers their heads to read the newspaper. This leaves the Slytherins at a disadvantage, as their public boycott prevents them from discerning what others are reading, and they are reluctant to inquire. Ultimately, under the guidance of their prefect, they exit the Great Hall with an air of discomfort, yet the glances exchanged among their peers are laden with unmistakable curiosity. Avon and Oppo's lips curl into a slight smile, indicating that he will be burning the midnight oil tonight. In fact, throughout the following week, Professor Snape has remained in a perpetual state of gloom, hastily leaving the classroom as soon as class is over, avoiding meals in the Great Hall. Aside from Avon, no one knows what occupies his thoughts, and he has refrained from troubling Gryffindor students in class, which is utterly astonishing. An hour later, when Avon and Harry rise to depart the Great Hall, all the students spontaneously break into applause. They were paying tribute to Harry, honoring his parents and the heroes who had saved the wizarding world. That evening, Gryffindor hosted a grand celebration, with all the staff of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette in the spotlight. This thrilled Colin immensely, as he had never experienced such attention before. The Hogwarts Magical Gazette achieved unprecedented success. After distributing over 700 free copies, an additional 300 were printed. Advertisers also reaped the benefits, with Fred and George's enchanted fireworks selling out within a day, prompting them to hasten the production of new ones. Meanwhile, the initially indifferent Hogwarts merchants saw a 30% increase in sales of the products they advertised in the newspaper, such as multiple orders of lemonade from the 3 broomsticks via Owl Post, which compelled Madame Rosmerta to order a large batch of lemons, leaving her regretting not inviting Ivan for butterbeer earlier. Moreover, the cockroach clusters, prominently recommended by Ivan in the newspaper, became an instant favorite among the new students at Hogwarts. This brought great joy to Ambrosius Flume and his wife at Honeydukes, as cockroach clusters were hardly a popular confection. A few days later, all the merchants of Hogwarts jointly sent a letter, warmly inviting Ivan to visit again that weekend to discuss further collaboration. Although the price they were willing to offer still fell short of the average advertising rates of the Daily Prophet, it represented a significant step forward, and Ivan decided to sign a long-term contract with them. This arrangement would alleviate the basic expenses of printing the newspaper, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, as he had no funds to cover the next issue and Oppos, as printing costs. 3 days later, while Ivan was having breakfast and quietly discussing the content of the next issue with Hermione, he received an unexpected letter. Ivan paused, and everyone turned to him with anticipation. "Goodness!" Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Is this real, Ivan?" Hermione suddenly leaped up. "Of course, I would," she exclaimed as she took the contract. "Who knows? Perhaps he shares my acute fear of heights and gets dizzy at the sight of flying broomsticks." Ivan stood up, declaring, "I need to consult Professor Lockhart about this. Colin, come with me. We can take some new pictures along the way." Watching Ivan's retreating figure, Harry blinked innocently, unable to comprehend what depth truly meant. However, he had just agreed to let Ivan publish the story of his mother, Lily, in the Daily Prophet, believing it essential for more people to know about her. Chapter 25: The Collapse of the Plot. Ivan had underestimated the influence of the Daily Prophet. On the morning following their agreement to allow the Daily Prophet to reprint their article, he had just swallowed a piece of bread when a torrential downpour of owls descended upon him. "Look!" someone shouted, prompting all the students in the Great Hall to gaze upwards in astonishment. Like a deluge, countless owls flew into the Hogwarts Great Hall, nearly covering the entire ceiling. "Mr. Avon Mason." Avon spotted his name and address on an envelope carried by one of the owls. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to retrieve the letter. Yet, 3, 4, 5 more owls flapped down beside him, jostling for position, stepping on butter, and toppling the salt shaker, all eager to deliver their messages first. They screeched and flapped their wings, drawing the attention of everyone at the Gryffindor table. Hermione, in her excitement, reached into the pile of feathers and pulled out a long-eared owl with a cylindrical package. However, before she could unwrap the parcel, another 10 owls swooped in, instantly surrounding her. "These are letters from the readers, all of them," Hermione exclaimed eagerly. The letter she held was from a witch in her 50s, expressing heartfelt gratitude for Hermione's efforts in ensuring the safety of underage wizards after the tragic death of her daughter in a flying accident at the age of 8. More letters came from wizards of Muggle descent, who thanked Hermione for voicing sentiments they had long wished to express, in stark contrast to Hermione's monotonous expressions of gratitude. Harry's letters were far more poignant. People conveyed their sorrow over Harry's unfortunate background in the most eloquent terms. As for Avon, he was met with a chorus of skepticism. One individual declared that they had the right to know the truth. Ron, unable to contain his curiosity, opened one of Avon and Oppos' letters, muttering, "What does he want to know? Why not just ask the Dark Lord himself? Look at this. This woman suggests you visit St. Mungo and Oppos' Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries," Colin continued. "She seems to be a follower of the Dark Lord." In truth, it was the professors in the classrooms who bore the brunt of the pressure. As owls continued to flock in, the two struggled to keep up. Professor Snape, however, was far more decisive. With a swift flick of his wand, all the owls in front of him took flight in an instant. With the advantage gained from the first issue, Avon successfully launched subsequent editions, each printing around 800 copies. Everything began to normalize, and the Hogwarts Magical Gazette became a staple in the daily lives of a few young wizards. The influx of submissions increased, yielding modest profits for the newspaper, and both professors and students gradually acclimated to the weekly owl rain during breakfast on Wednesdays. As the earnings in galleons remained modest, Avon, after careful budgeting, purchased a small quantity of potion ingredients for himself and a new quill for Hermione, investing the remainder of his funds into Fred and George's research. With a sufficient supply of raw materials, the twins achieved remarkable results. In addition to an increasingly diverse array of enchanting fireworks, they developed retractable ears for eavesdropping, feather quills that automatically dispense ink, nosebleed toffees that induce a continuous flow of blood upon consumption, and oversized tongue toffees that enlarge the tongue. These inventions were not only intriguing but also fraught with peril. Fred and George received a multitude of orders, with many young wizards expressing eager anticipation for their new creations. However, Percy and Hermione forbade them from distributing any products that had not been thoroughly tested. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to experiment on themselves, leading to extended stays in the school infirmary. Matron Madame Pomfrey was in a frenzy, her workload overwhelming even without the occasional disruptions caused by Fred and George. Since the onset of October, a sudden outbreak of the flu had swept through the school. Fortunately, Ginny, apart from appearing somewhat pale, exhibited no unusual behavior. She diligently assisted Hermione in organizing manuscripts at the library each evening, likely too occupied to venture into the Chamber of Secrets, or, perhaps, she had not yet succumbed to the influence of Tom Riddle. Ivan had found the opportunity to speak with her, and Ginny claimed she had never seen a black diary. This revelation astonished Ivan. If Tom Riddle's diary was not in Ginny's possession, where could it possibly be? Or perhaps Lucius Malfoy never entrusted the diary to her at all. This seemed implausible and might be a consequence of the butterfly effect stemming from his own journey through time. Nevertheless, the narrative had shifted, and Ivan and Imp, Oppos' greatest advantage had vanished. It would be best if Tom Riddle never appeared. As for how to destroy this Horcrux, that was a concern for Dumbledore to ponder. Chapter 26, Nick and Oppos' Death Day party. Faced with an uncertain future, Evan opted for a cautious wait. If Lucius had left the diary at school, then with Tom Riddle and Oppos' prowess, the Chamber of Secrets must have already been opened. Your cold was resolved last Tuesday, Evan, Hermione insisted, shaking her head. The task of gathering materials could be entrusted to Colin and Ginny. Nick has recently provided us with a wealth of news, and you cannot possibly miss tonight's event. But I heard Dumbledore has booked a skeleton dance troupe, Harry replied hesitantly, as he and Ron were also reluctant to attend the Death Day party. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Hermione turned her head, her demeanor commanding as she reminded Harry, you and Ron promised Nick that you would attend his Death Day party. Thus, at 7:00 and Amp, Oppos' clock that evening, Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way through the corridor, which led directly to the crowded hall. The space was adorned with festive decorations, candlelight flickering, and tables laden with golden platters, all very tempting, yet they continued towards the dungeon classroom. Despite traversing this corridor for every potions class, it felt particularly eerie that night. Candles were strung along both sides, casting an uninviting glow. They were dark, slender candles that flickered with a ghostly blue light, rendering even their vibrant faces ominous. With each step, the temperature seemed to drop. Evan sneezed and pulled his clothes tighter around him. Suddenly, he heard a sound akin to 1,000 fingernails scraping across a massive chalkboard. What was that? Ron exclaimed in terror. As they turned a corner, they spotted nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway, draped in a black velvet shroud. My dear friends, he said with profound sorrow, welcome, welcome. I am truly delighted that you could come. He removed his feathered hat and bowed, inviting them inside. The sight before them was astonishing. The dungeon classroom was filled with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, most of whom floated about the cramped dance floor, waltzing to the dreadful and quaking sounds produced by 30 musical saws. The orchestra was seated upon a stage covered in black cloth. Above, a chandelier was ablaze with 1,000 candles, casting a midnight blue glow. Evan noticed his breath forming puffs of mist in front of him, as if he had stepped into a refrigeration chamber. Well then, what shall we do now? Let us take a look around, Harry suggested, wishing to warm his feet. Be careful not to walk through anyone and Amp, Oppos' body, Ron cautioned nervously. They slowly walked around the edge of the dance floor, passing a group of glum nuns, a ragged man chained in tattered clothes, and a rotund friar. Then, they encountered the Bloody Baron. He was the ghost of Slytherin, gaunt and hollow-eyed. his form stained with silver blood, causing others to keep their distance as the other spirits made way for him. "Oh, dear," Hermione suddenly halted, turning around in haste. "I do not wish to converse with the weeping, moaning Myrtle." "Who?" Harry murmured. "The ghost who resides in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor," Hermione replied. "Resides in the lavatory?" "Indeed, that lavatory is perpetually out of order due to her incessant tantrums, which cause water to splash everywhere. Everyone tries to avoid it as much as possible. If you happen to enter, she shrieks at you. It's truly dreadful." No sooner had Hermione finished speaking than she was astonished to see Evan approaching moaning Myrtle directly. What is he doing? Who knows, perhaps Myrtle is Evan's type. Ron suddenly chuckled. Now that's big news. Hermione shot Ron a fierce glare, and the three hastily followed. In truth, since the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lay within Myrtle's lavatory, Evan intended to inquire if she had recently seen any unfamiliar individuals there. This was particularly crucial given the current disappearance of Tom Riddle and Amp. Opos' diary. No clue could be overlooked. However, before Evan could utter a word, a ghost sporting a bright orange party hat and a spinning bow tie appeared before him, grinning with a mischievous expression. It was Peeves. "Hello, little ones. Care for a treat?" he sweetly offered, presenting a bowl of moldy peanuts. "No, thank you," Evan quickly declined. "I just overheard you discussing poor Myrtle. How rude," Peeves remarked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and bellowed, "Oi, Myrtle." "Oh no, Peeves, don't tell her what I said. It would upset her," Hermione whispered anxiously beside Evan. "I was just joking. I don't mind her like that." Before she could finish her sentence, the ghost of a short, plump girl floated into view. Her face, the most mournful and somber Evan had ever seen, was partially obscured by her long, straight hair and thick, pearlescent glasses. "What?" she asked with a frown. "Hello, Myrtle," Hermione said in a voice feigning cheerfulness. "It's lovely to see you outside the lavatory. Miss Granger was just speaking of you," Peeves slyly whispered in Myrtle and Opos' ear. "We were saying how lovely you look this evening." Hermione glared fiercely at Peeves. "You're mocking me," Myrtle said suspiciously. And tears began to stream rapidly from her translucent little eyes. "No, truly. I just said Myrtle looked beautiful," Hermione insisted, nudging Harry and Ron sharply with her elbow. "Yes, she did say that. Don't lie to me," Myrtle wheezed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Do you think I am unaware of what others whisper behind my back? Fat Myrtle. Ugly Myrtle. Poor, weeping, and despondent moaning Myrtle. You neglected to mention one thing." Peeves the poltergeist was cackling joyfully. "Enough, Peeves," eagerly interrupted by Aiden. He realized he had more inquiries to pose and could not allow Peeves to frighten her away. "We genuinely believe you look lovely tonight, endearing and unlike any other ghost. You are the most exceptional one, trust me." Observing Aiden's earnest attempts to placate moaning Myrtle, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gaped in astonishment. Surely he cannot truly harbor feelings for Myrtle. His taste is remarkably poor. This was Ron and Opos' whispered remark to Harry, but unfortunately, the volume seemed a tad too loud, catching the attention of Peeves and Myrtle nearby. "You are lying. No one would ever fancy me." The sobbing Myrtle suddenly burst into heart-wrenching sobs and fled the underground classroom. "No one loves Myrtle, the pockmarked Myrtle." Peeves swiftly pursued her, hurling moldy peanuts while exclaiming, "Pockmarked! Pockmarked!" Chapter 27. Special Correspondent Nick. "Oh dear," Hermione lamented. "Ron, you shouldn't and Opos' have said that just now." I was about to console her. Aiden glared at Ron in frustration. "Come on, mate." Ron and Opos' face flushed slightly. "You can and Opos' seriously fancy moaning Myrtle, can you? That weeping, ghastly ghost." Ron, Hermione and Opos' voice rose sharply. "Of course I don't and Opos' fancy her, but she is an important source of information." Aiden scoffed. "I had something to ask her, and now you and Opos' ruined it. You ought to apologize to moaning Myrtle. Though she is indeed unappealing, we shouldn't and Opos' speak of her in such a manner, especially since Peeves overheard us," Hermione insisted. "Apologize." Ron and Opos' face turned as red as his hair. "Yes, Ron." Harry prodded him. "I believe Aiden and Hermione are right. We have been rather excessive in this matter." Fine. Since you all think so, I shall go apologize to her now." Ron took a step back, panting as his face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. With that, he turned and dashed out of the dungeon classroom, the three of them watching him with concern. "Let us leave as well." I glanced around. "And the food here is hardly suitable for the living," Aiden sighed. "Moreover, I genuinely have matters to discuss with moaning Myrtle." As the trio approached the door, nearly headless Nick floated gracefully through the crowd. "My dear friends, are you enjoying yourselves?" "Oh, immensely," they lied. "The attendance is quite satisfactory," nearly headless Nick announced proudly. "The Wailing Widow has come all the way from Kent. My speaking time is approaching." Nick motioned for the band to cease their playing and strode towards the podium, stepping into a cold blue spotlight. "My dearly departed lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I stand before you with great sorrow." Before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony of horns erupted, causing the ghosts to glance about in excitement, while Nick's expression turned somewhat pained. Suddenly, 12 ghostly horses burst through the walls of the dungeon classroom, each bearing a headless rider. The entire party erupted in applause, Aiden and the others joining in, only to halt abruptly upon seeing the look on Nick and Appos's face. The 12 ghostly steeds galloped to the center of the dance floor, coming to an abrupt stop, rearing up on their hind legs and kicking their forehoofs. At the forefront was a hefty ghost with a scraggly beard, his head tucked under his arm as he blew a horn. He leapt from his horse, holding his head aloft so he could survey the crowd, eliciting hearty laughter from all present. He strode toward nearly headless Nick, clumsily attempting to reattach his head to his neck. "Nick," he bellowed, "how are you? Is your head still hanging on?" He let out a raucous laugh, patting nearly headless Nick on the shoulder. "Welcome, Patrick," Nick replied stiffly. "Living." Mr. Patrick immediately spotted Ivan, Harry, and Hermione, feigning surprise as he leapt high into the air, only to have his head tumble down once more, eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. "Quite amusing," remarked nearly headless Nick, his expression solemn. "Ignore Nick," shouted Mr. Patrick and Appos's head from the floor, still miffed about not being allowed to join the headless hunt. "Yet, I must say, look at this fellow." Harry, noticing Nick and Appos's significant glance and recalling their agreement, hastily interjected, "Nick is exceedingly frightening." "Ha!" Mr. Patrick and Appos's head exclaimed. "I suppose he urged you to say that." Then, disregarding Harry, he began playing a game of head hockey with the other members of the headless hunt, while everyone turned to watch, leaving Nick on the platform ignored. Observing Nick's forlorn demeanor, Ivan sighed, feeling compelled to take action. "Good evening, everyone. As tonight's special guest, I wish to speak from the perspective of a living person." The ghosts gazed at Ivan with curiosity, eager to hear what this young wizard had to say. A living person and Appos's speech seemed far more intriguing than the headless game. As a ghost, Sir Nicholas may not possess the frightfulness of Mr. Patrick, yet he was a highly esteemed nobleman, even in the realm of the living. A murmur of skepticism rippled through the crowd, many ghosts doubting Ivan and Appos's words. "In order to commemorate his death anniversary and express my gratitude for the selfless assistance he has provided, I have decided to invite Sir Nicholas to be a special correspondent for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette and to feature his life story in the newspaper." The murmurs grew louder. Curiosity about the position of special correspondent piqued. Life as a ghost was exceedingly dull. Despite their endless existence, they lacked any sensory experiences. The passage of time dulled their passions, and their memories gradually faded. Many ghosts, with nothing to occupy their time, languished in dark corners, ultimately forgetting even their own identities. This was truly terrifying. Everyone desperately sought activities to engage in, yet choices were few, which explained the popularity of the headless hunt. However, not all ghosts experienced the disconnection of head and body. The vast majority remained perpetually idle. The prospect of a newspaper special correspondent offered a new avenue. Yet what was the Hogwarts Magical Gazette? It had never been heard of before. As soon as Ivan and Appos's words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Nearly headless Nick's life story would appear in the Daily Prophet, an unprecedented honor for a ghost who had been deceased for centuries. Everyone stared at Nick, their faces alight with envy and admiration. It took a full minute for Nick to comprehend the news. He gazed at Ivan with gratitude, overwhelmed by the gesture. If he could have cried, tears would have flowed freely at that moment. The phantoms approached Nick in succession to offer their congratulations, before drifting over to encircle Evan, Harry, and Hermione, eagerly inquiring whether there were still vacancies for special correspondents. Naturally, Evan welcomed them all. The more news articles, the better. There were nearly 1,000 ghosts scattered across the entirety of the United Kingdom, and this was not even the complete count. If he could persuade them and their acquaintances to assist in gathering news, the sources for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette could swiftly surpass those of the Daily Prophet. Observing the fervor of these spirits, Evan even contemplated appointing someone to chronicle their life stories and various magical studies. However, This task was undeniably vast and tedious. Far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary young wizard, it would be best to postpone such an endeavor until he could afford to hire specialized staff in the future. Chapter 28. The First Attack. Avon, Harry, and Hermione emerged as the most celebrated figures at the entire memorial banquet, surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic ghosts, which consumed a considerable amount of their time. When they finally extricated themselves from the spectral crowd, each felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at their stomachs. Incredible! I have never encountered such fervent spirits before, Hermione exclaimed. Indeed, they can be quite persistent, Avon replied, leading the way towards the staircase that ascended to the entrance hall. I am famished. I hope the pudding has tea been devoured. Wait, we should find Ron first, Harry interjected, uncertain if Ron had succeeded in his apology to Moaning Myrtle, hoping it hadn't proven too arduous. As the trio ascended the staircase, Harry suddenly stumbled and halted. What is wrong, Harry? The voice re-emerged, and he inquired. Did you hear that? His complexion was unusually pale. What voice? Hermione asked, her gaze fixed upon him in astonishment. It's the cold, menacing voice I mentioned a few days ago, the one I heard in Lockhart and Oppos' office. Harry squinted in the dimly lit corridor, searching up and down. It's hungry. It has been for a long time. Damn it, it's the basilisk. Avon's heart plummeted. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened again. Could Ginny be involved? I smell blood. It's going to kill. Harry's eyes were locked onto the shadowy ceiling. It's moving upward. Come on, this way. Harry, what are we doing? Hermione gasped, breathless. Shoo, Harry urged, straining to listen. From the floor above, the voice echoed once more, and he hurried up the staircase, attuned to the heavy footfalls. Harry, we must hurry. Where is it? Avon urged, wiping the sweat from his brow. You too, what are you searching for? I haven't heard anything, Hermione remarked. But before she could finish her sentence, she gasped sharply, pointing down the corridor. Look. On the wall before them, something glimmered. They cautiously approached, squinting in the darkness to discern its nature. Between two windows, a foot above the ground, some writing was scrawled, shimmering in the light of the flickering torch. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware, Avon softly read aloud, his stomach lurching. What is that hanging beneath the inscription? Hermione grasped Avon's shoulder tightly. I don't know. Let us get closer. They edged forward cautiously, nearly slipping on a large puddle on the floor. The trio gradually approached the ominous slogan, their eyes fixated on the dark shape below, the air thick with tension. In the next moment, they all discerned what it was. Recoiling in fright and splashing water everywhere. Even though Avon had foreseen the unfolding events, the sight of Moaning Myrtle hanging on the wall startled him immensely. Like a mummified figure, its tail hung from the torch holder, its body as rigid as a plank, eyes wide open and staring intensely, it appeared utterly terrifying. Suddenly, a crack echoed from the end of the corridor, startling the three companions, their hearts racing. It was Ron, emerging from the room at the end. His eyes widened and his face pale as he gazed at them. It ain't Oppos. That's not us. We just arrived, Harry explained. What are you doing here? Ivan inquired, puzzled. What else could I be doing? I came to listen to your conversation and to apologize to Moaning Myrtle, Ron raised his voice. And then noticed them along with the cat. I don't know. I was in the stall with Myrtle, and she was crying profusely, making a mess everywhere with her tears. It took a great deal of effort to get her to listen to me. Ron grimaced in distaste. This has been the most foolish thing I and Oppos ever done. Just think, if Percy found out I sneaked into the girls and Oppos' restroom, I can only imagine what he would say. And the reason I did this was to apologize to a weeping ghost. Ron, think carefully. When you were apologizing to Moaning Myrtle, did you notice anything unusual? This is crucial, Ivan said with a serious expression. Well, I think I heard something, like a hissing sound, but I'm not sure, Ron swallowed hard. Why do you ask? The girls' restroom was broken. Aside from me and Myrtle, there was no one else inside, right? Exactly. Ivan nodded stiffly, though his anxiety escalated. Someone had entered and opened the secret chamber while Ron was oblivious. Ivan was uncertain who had done it. Although Ginny had clearly stated she had never seen Tom Riddle's diary, it was plausible she could be lying. If she had been under control at that time, Ivan and Oppos' question might have inadvertently alerted Tom Riddle to his suspicions, which would be the worst-case scenario. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that Ron had remained in the stall. Otherwise, if he had encountered Tom Riddle, he might not have made it out alive. Harry spoke hesitantly. We should see if there's a way to save this cat. I don't think that's a good idea, mate, Ron replied. Since none of us did anything to this cat on the wall, it's best we leave here quickly. I don't want to be caught. However, It was too late. No sooner had he spoken than a low murmur of commotion approached. The feast was over. From both ends of the corridor, hundreds of footsteps echoed up the stairs, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of satisfied diners. Students then began to jostle through the passageway. When those at the front spotted the cat hanging upside down, the line abruptly halted, and the lively banter fell into an eerie silence. Ivan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood isolated in the center of the corridor. As the students fell quiet, pressing forward to witness this horrifying spectacle, Avon observed Ginny and Colin, standing astonished amidst the crowd, their demeanor betraying a desire to approach yet a hesitance to draw near. In the midst of the silence, a voice suddenly rang out. "Beware of those who oppose the heir. Mudbloods, you are next." Draco Malfoy had pushed his way to the front of the throng, his icy gaze animated, and his normally pallid complexion flushed with color. He directed his attention towards the rigid, lifeless cat hanging there, then glanced at Avon beside him, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Chapter 29. The Petrified Mrs. Norris. What transpired here? What has occurred? Filch was undoubtedly drawn by Malfoy's exclamation as he shouldered his way through the throng. Soon, he beheld Mrs. Norris, staggering backward in terror, her hands clutching her face. My cat! My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris?" he screamed, nearly fainting. "It is you." Filch suddenly approached and seized Evan, shrieking, "You killed my cat. You murdered it. I shall kill you. I will. Let go of me." Evan protested, shaking off Filch's grip. "I did not harm a single hair on that cat. No one touched her. She was like this when we arrived. You and Oppos, lying. You are lying." Filch screamed. "Someone saw you commit the act, didn't they?" Filch. Dumbledore arrived on the scene, flanked by several other professors. In the blink of an eye, he reached Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, gently lowering Mrs. Norris from the torch holder. "Come with me, Filch," he instructed, "and you as well, Mr. Mason, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Gilderoy Lockhart hurried forward, gesticulating. "My office is closest, headmaster. Just upstairs, you may proceed there." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore nodded. The silent crowd parted to allow their passage. Led by Lockhart, they entered his dimly lit office, with Professor McGonagall and Snape following closely behind. A commotion erupted on the walls of the office, and Evan noticed the portraits of Lockhart hastily retreating, their hair adorned with curling rods. At that moment, the real Lockhart ignited the candles on the desk and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished surface, beginning a meticulous examination. He scrutinized her closely, the tip of his long, hooked nose almost brushing against her fur, his slender fingers gently probing here and there. Professor McGonagall bent down, her face nearly touching the cat, squinting to observe intently. Snape loomed behind them, half hidden in the shadows, his expression peculiar, as though he were desperately stifling a laugh. Lockhart hovered around them, incessantly offering suggestions. Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, awkwardly settling into a few chairs that lay beyond the reach of the candlelight. Filch stood behind them, his gaze fixed on Evan, as if he had already concluded that he was the perpetrator of the cat and Oppos' demise. It must surely be a curse that caused her demise, likely a transformation torture curse. I have witnessed others employ such spells. Alas, I was not present at the time. I happen to know the counter curse that could have saved her. Upon hearing Lockhart's words, Filch, standing behind Evan, began to tremble with sorrow. Suddenly, he slumped onto a chair beside the desk, covering his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight of Mrs. Norris, appearing utterly despondent. At that moment, Dumbledore murmured some peculiar words and tapped Lady Loris with his wand. Yet there was no reaction. Lady Loris remained rigidly lying there, resembling a freshly prepared specimen. "Headmaster, this cat is deceased," Lockhart exclaimed. "I recall a similar incident in Ouagadougou, a series of assaults which I detailed in my autobiography. At that time, I provided the populace with various talismans, which swiftly resolved the issue. Professor, it is not dead. Merely petrified." Ivan felt compelled to interject, lest Lockhart's provocations incite Filch to retaliate against him. "Nonsense, you killed it," Filch shrieked. "Mr. Mason is correct. It is not dead." "Filch," Dumbledore softly affirmed. "It has been petrified, a sophisticated dark magic that a first-year student could never accomplish." He did it," Filch sputtered, his flabby face turning a deep crimson. "You saw the words he wrote on the wall." My Lady Loris had repeatedly thwarted his attempts to enter the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. He must harbor a grudge. "I did not. I never touched that cat." "Then why would the illustrious Mr. Know-It-All attempt to enter a girls' lavatory?" Snape's dark gaze swept over Ivan. Is there something there that could be featured in your fabricated newspaper? I was seeking a ghost in the castle for news sources for my paper. I thought it pertinent to converse with Moaning Myrtle. She is well acquainted with Hogwarts and is quite favored by many girls. Ivan stammered, his own words barely convincing him. Snape posed a barrage of inquiries, making Ivan feel akin to a compendium of questions. Several hundred ghosts arrived. They can attest to our presence there. But after that, why not attend the feast? Snape's obsidian eyes gleamed in the candlelight. Why venture to the upper corridor? Because Ron had a slight misunderstanding with Moaning Myrtle at the memorial feast. And we intended to apologize, Ivan explained. Apologizing to a ghost without dining? A smug smile flickered across Snape and Oppo's gaunt face. I suspect the food provided by ghosts at the feast is rather unsuitable for the living. We are not hungry, Ron declared loudly, just as his stomach gurgled audibly, further accentuating Snape's unsightly grin. In my opinion, Headmaster, they have not been entirely truthful, he continued. Perhaps we should revoke some of their privileges until they are willing to disclose the complete truth. Personally, I believe it would be best to cease Mr. Mason and Oppo's ridiculous newspaper and remove Potter from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until they adopt a more honest demeanor. Frankly, Severus, Professor McGonagall asserted sternly, I see no reason to deprive these children of their cherished extracurricular activities. That cat was neither struck by a newspaper nor a broom, and there is no evidence to suggest they have committed any wrongdoing. Dumbledore cast an inquisitive glance at the four individuals, his bright blue eyes glistening with an almost penetrating insight, as if he could see through all facades. Unless proven guilty, one remains innocent, Severus, he stated resolutely. Snape appeared exceedingly irate, as did Filch. My cat has been petrified. I expect to see some form of retribution. I shall concoct a potion, Lockhart interjected. I have done so at least 100 times. I could brew the Mandrake Restoration Potion in my sleep. Pardon me, Snape replied coldly. I believe I am the potion's master of this school. An awkward silence ensued, and Lockhart fidgeted uneasily. You may leave now, Dumbledore instructed Ivan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They hurriedly quickened their pace, nearly breaking into a run. Upon reaching the upper floor of Lockhart's office, they slipped into an empty classroom and gently closed the door. In the darkness, Hermione squinted at Ivan, Harry, and Ron. Chapter 30. The Chamber of Slytherin explained, Gentlemen. Her gaze swept over the faces of the three. Explain what? Ron appeared somewhat flustered. Professor Snape is correct. None of you spoke the truth in the office, Hermione asserted with unwavering confidence. Firstly, you, Ron, were in the third-floor restroom when Mrs. Norris was attacked right outside that door. You don't suspect that I did it, do you? Ron stammered. Do not be absurd, Ron, Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Professor Dumbledore has stated that it is a profound dark magic, far beyond our capabilities. What I wish to inquire is whether you noticed anything unusual at all. I just told Evan that I heard a hissing sound, but I wasn't certain. Myrtle was wailing quite loudly, Ron replied. Perhaps that is a clue. Hermione turned to Harry. Can you recount what you heard at that moment? The voice said it was starving, that it wanted to kill, like a ghost. It passed straight through the castle and Oppo's stone walls, Harry explained in a hushed tone. Then we saw Mrs. Norris, petrified, hanging on the wall. It must have been the voice's master who did that. But who or what could it be? I didn't and Oppo's hear any sound at all. Hermione furrowed her brow. Who knows? Harry said hesitantly. Do you think I should tell the professors about the voice I heard? Harry detected a hint of something in Ron and Oppo's tone and asked, You believe me, Don and Oppo's, to you? Of course I do, Ron quickly replied. But you must admit, it is rather peculiar. Perhaps we should consider it from another angle. Who would be pleased by Mrs. Norris and Oppo's attack? Ron suggested. That one and Oppo's do. Everyone except Filch would be glad. Harry pondered. And how does this relate to the Chamber of Secrets? I mean exceptionally pleased, or rather, who despises that cat the most? Ron reluctantly added, Stop speculating. I actually possess some information regarding the legend of the chamber, Evan interjected, noticing Hermione was not engaging in the discussion with Harry and Ron, but was instead focused on him. Upon hearing his words, Harry and Ron turned in unison, astonished by Evan. No, they both shook their heads. Evan, you mean? Hermione seemed to recall something. Indeed, it is the chamber left by Salazar Slytherin, Evan continued. It is well known that Hogwarts was founded by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Initially, they collaborated harmoniously, but as time passed, the rift between Slytherin and the others widened. Slytherin desired Hogwarts to be more selective in admitting students. He believed that magical education should be limited to those from pure-blood families. He was reluctant to accept the children of Muggles, considering them untrustworthy. After some time, a fierce argument erupted between Slytherin and Gryffindor over this matter, leading Slytherin to depart from the school. However, he left behind a secret chamber, unbeknownst to the other founders. A chamber? Yes. Avon nodded. The reliable text in the book concluded at this juncture, yet there were rumors that Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that no one could access it until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber, releasing the terrifying entity within, to purify the school by eliminating all those unworthy of studying magic. Suddenly, the classroom fell into an unsettling silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained silent, all awaiting Avon to continue. The tale was complete. After a prolonged pause, Avon spoke softly. "But what did you mean by the terrifying entity within the chamber?" Hermione inquired urgently. "I do not know." Avon shook his head. "Perhaps it is some sort of monster that only Slytherin and Appos' heir can control." "Wait." Hermione and Appos' voice rose sharply, recalling the words on the wall. The chamber was opened by the heir, and Harry had just heard a sound. If Filch and Appos' cat was petrified by the terrifying entity within the chamber, then she could not finish her thought, as the other three understood her implication. "It cannot be Harry. If you ask me, the heir must be Malfoy. Their entire family is pure blood. Perhaps he is indeed a descendant of Salazar Slytherin." "Don't be ridiculous, Hermione. Harry has been with us the whole time. He had no opportunity." Avon added. Noticing the intrigued expressions on the faces of the three, Avon inwardly cursed. He did not wish to be perceived as a voyeur peering into the girl's lavatory, especially not at the expense of the weeping, moaning Myrtle. All right, I shall speak plainly," Avon said with a wry smile. "In fact, besides the chamber, I have some other intelligence as well." "What is it?" the three asked in unison. "What? Who opened it?" "I don't know. It wasn't written inside." Avon shook his head. There was only that one handwritten line related to the chamber. However, the clipping detailed an incident involving a girl named Myrtle Warren who died due to an unfortunate accident, although it is uncertain whether her death is connected to the chamber. That girl was. Avon pulled out a yellowed newspaper from his clothing, showcasing a news article of the time, featuring a photograph of a girl. "This is Moaning Myrtle." "Indeed, it is she," Avon hurriedly replied, "which is why I wanted to ask her if she noticed anything." Chapter 31. An infinite loop of despair indeed. The four of them had indeed resolved to take such action. Now, even Hermione was barred from entry. Filch was convinced that Ivan and his companions were the perpetrators behind the attack on Madame Loris. Though he could not fathom why Ivan was so determined to enter a dilapidated girls' and Appos' lavatory, it did not deter him from obstructing their efforts. For days, Filch had been pacing the site of Madame Loris and Appos' demise, yearning to cleanse the inscribed words from the stone walls with Mrs. Scour and Appos' all-purpose magical mess remover. Yet it proved a futile endeavor, as those words continued to gleam vibrantly upon the walls. The failure to cleanse the walls only exacerbated Filch and Appos' hysteria. He lurked in the shadows of the third-floor corridor, glaring with his inflamed eyes at every student who dared approach, suddenly pouncing upon them with a myriad of excuses to impose detention, alleging their breath was too loud or their demeanor too jovial. "By heavens, I must capture that madcap culprit and expel him from the school. Yet I can only hope he petrifies Filch before being expelled," Ron remarked after yet another failed attempt to breach the lavatory. However, upon witnessing Ginny and Appos' complexion drain of color, he hastily added that he was merely jesting. Ginny had been in a dismal state of late, seemingly troubled by the fate that had befallen Madame Loris. Time was of the essence. Yet there remained enough to access the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the basilisk. Given the circumstances, Ginny appeared to be the most likely candidate to have opened the chamber. However, no matter how Ivan probed, she steadfastly claimed ignorance of Tom Riddle and professed never to have encountered any diary, unwavering in her denials. In recent days, Ginny had even begun to avoid Ivan. The situation had grown increasingly convoluted, and Ivan found himself ensnared in an infinite loop of despair. On one hand, according to the original narrative, it was Tom Riddle who manipulated Ginny into opening the chamber. Ivan and Appos' inquiries, while subtle, would certainly reveal inconsistencies to Riddle, who was astute enough to become wary of him. If that were to occur, Ivan himself could become the next target of attack. On the other hand, due to the butterfly effect of his time travel, Lucius Malfoy had not delivered the diary to Ginny, yet the chamber was still opened. It was now apparent that Tom Riddle had infiltrated the school, but who else was under his control? Ultimately, he was compelled to relinquish his quest to find Tom Riddle. Ivan knew where the chamber was located, and Harry had the means to access it. What remained was mere power. While this sounded simple for a young wizard, vanquishing such a formidable magical creature as the basilisk was no trivial task. Ivan was compelled to hasten his studies in spellcasting, aiming to master essential dual spells in a short span. Furthermore, he planned to procure a rooster from Hagrid. However, upon realizing that he could not carry it with him, he resorted to the alternative of recording the sound of a rooster's crow. The serpent creature is only frightened by the crowing of a rooster. However, there exists no recorded charm within the common spells to capture such a sound. Consequently, Ivan must devote an inordinate amount of time to research in the library, rendering him visibly haggard. In truth, the attack incident has impacted nearly everyone. Rumors abound, and anxiety permeates the air, with whispers circulating everywhere. At some point, suspicions began to coalesce around Harry. During dinner, Ivan observed Justin Finch Fletchley hastily avoiding Harry while muttering phrases akin to Heir of Slytherin. This caused discomfort among several, and Harry discreetly tugged at Ivan, prompting the four of them to leave the great hall for the third floor. Fortunately, Filch was not stationed there this time. Just as they prepared to enter, someone unexpectedly emerged from within. It was Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw, who stared in astonishment at the four before hurriedly turning to leave. Surely, she must think we are up to no good, Ron muttered. His face flushed as he stepped into the restroom first. At that moment, a voice from behind startled them all. That's the girls' bathroom. He gasped, "What are you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual look," Ron shrugged. "We're searching for clues, you know." "Searching for clues?" Percy exclaimed, adopting an air of authority. "I doubt there are any clues you seek in the girls' and Oppo's bathroom. Now, quickly vacate this area." He approached Ivan and the others, arms outstretched, urging them to leave. "What is the matter? Do you not care? Everyone else is dining, and you are here trying to enter the girls' and Oppo's restroom. Why can't we come here?" "You know nothing." Ron abruptly halted, glaring at Percy. "I know what you're thinking. Listen, we have not laid a finger on that cat." "I said the same to Ginny," Percy retorted defiantly, "but she still seems to believe you will be expelled. I have never seen her so upset, weeping all day long. You should consider her feelings. The first-year students are all distraught over this incident. Ivan is also a first-year. I see no signs of his distress." Ron and Oppo's ears reddened gradually. "It's you who doesn't care about Ginny. You only worry about my potential to ruin your prospects as the Boys' Student Council president." He strode away, his neck as flushed as Ron and Oppo's ears. "Ron, you shouldn't argue with Percy. He is merely concerned for us," Ivan advised softly. "Do you think I'm being unreasonable?" Ron turned to Ivan, recalling the flying car to school, the week spent blowing his nose, and apologizing to Myrtle, now attempting to enter the girls' and Oppo's restroom. "You are all right, and I have always been wrong." "Ron, that is not what Ivan meant." Harry interjected hurriedly. "I've had enough," Ron shouted loudly, declaring that if that madman could only attack a single cat, then let him proceed. With that, he dashed up the stairs towards Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Hermione paused momentarily before hastily following Ron, leaving Ivan standing alone in front of the Muggle Studies washroom. Chapter 32. The Uncontrolled Quidditch Ball Following the Incident. Ron seemed to have resolved to avoid speaking to either Ivan or Percy. He went to great lengths to evade them, treating them as if they were mere strangers, not even greeting them when they crossed paths. This left Harry and Hermione, caught in the middle, feeling rather awkward. As time passed, no one mentioned seeking out the weeping, moaning Myrtle again. The discussions surrounding the Chamber of Secrets within the school began to dwindle, with most students sharing Ron and Oppo's perspective, regardless of who the deranged heir of Slytherin might be. If their only ability was to petrify a cat, there was truly nothing to worry about. Hermione devoted nearly all her time to her studies, poring over the hefty tome Hogwarts, a history, and other materials, attempting to unearth any clues related to the chamber. Meanwhile, Ivan seized his free moments to practice spells alone in empty classrooms. As the first Quidditch match drew near, Harry noticeably increased his training frequency. Every evening after dinner, he found himself summoned by Wood to the Quidditch pitch, thanks to Malfoy and Oppo's sponsorship. The Slytherin team had replaced their brooms with the latest Nimbus 2001 model, far superior to Gryffindor and Oppo's brooms. Realizing that securing 7 free Nimbus 2001 brooms was impossible, Wood decided to intensify the team and Oppo's training regimen, making them fly in various weather conditions in hopes of closing the speed gap with Slytherin. Since the last altercation, tensions between the two houses had escalated, with many Gryffindor and Slytherin students eager for a rematch to determine a clear victor. The upcoming Quidditch match only served to stoke the flames of rivalry. By the time Saturday and Oppos' match approached, fierce confrontations had erupted between the two schools, accompanied by frequent minor skirmishes. Fortunately, after the initial attack, every professor at the school became exceedingly vigilant, intervening before matters could worsen. Before long, Saturday morning arrived. Ivan and Colin headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, where the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Wood urged the other players to eat well, yet he himself consumed nothing, insisting that they all head to the Quidditch pitch before anyone had finished their meal. Due to Ron and Oppos' behavior, Ivan refrained from joining them. As the hour approached 11, he made his way to the Quidditch field alongside the rest of the school. On the stands, Colin had saved him a spot, and beside him sat Ginny. As the match commenced, 14 figures soared through the air, leaving Ivan feeling somewhat dizzy. From the very start, it was evident which team held the advantage. In less than 10 minutes, Slytherin scored 3 consecutive goals, while Fred and George's brooms lagged helplessly behind their rivals, never able to reach the quaffle. This is unacceptable. Our brooms are far too slow. Besides Harry, no one can keep up with Slytherin, Colin lamented. I truly hope Harry manages to catch the golden snitch soon. Ginny anxiously agreed, just as Slytherin scored yet another goal. Perhaps their prayers had taken effect. As circumstances gradually turned in favor of Gryffindor, suddenly, the sky opened up and rain began to fall. Wood's strategy bore fruit, for the Slytherin players, lacking proper training, were evidently ill-equipped to navigate the skies amidst the downpour, their speed diminishing with each passing moment. Before others could revel in the moment, they noticed a frenzied bludger seemingly magnetically drawn to Harry, intent on knocking him from the air. Ginny let out a cry, clutching tightly to Evan's arm. To evade the bludger's relentless assault, Harry soared higher. He twisted, spun, plunged downward, and spiraled upward, darting in a serpentine path. Yet, this proved futile. The rogue bludger had no interest in pursuing others, fixated solely on circling Harry without pause. Fred and George swooped in to shield him, while Slytherin seized the opportunity to score 2 more goals. Damn it, those Slytherin rascals must be up to something, Ron exclaimed, rising to his feet and shaking his fists. Evan, what should we do? Ginny inquired anxiously. Do not fret, Ginny, Evan reassured her, weaving through the crowd. Someone is controlling that bludger. I shall investigate. It was likely Dobby, the house elf, he mused. Although he did not know Dobby and Oppos' whereabouts, he was certain the elf was hiding nearby, casting spells on the bludger. Evan scanned the stands, his eyes wide, sweeping over the entire field until he spotted an ugly green creature at the entrance of the Ravenclaw corridor. Before he could rush over to intervene, he heard Wood call for a timeout, and the Gryffindor players gathered to discuss in hushed tones. We're 20 feet above it, preventing another bludger from harming Harry, George said angrily. Someone has tampered with that ball. However, since their practice session last night, the bludgers had been securely locked away in Madame Hooch's office, remaining in perfect condition until this morning. Listen, you cannot fly around me incessantly. I have no hope of catching the golden snitch unless it decides to dive into my sleeve. Donna and Oppos, be foolish, Harry, Fred admonished. It could knock your head off. This is your fault. George glared at Wood. Either catch the snitch or perish on the field. How could you say such things to Harry? What do we do now? Wood glanced at Harry, then at Fred and George. Oliver, be reasonable, Alicia Spinnet interjected angrily. You cannot leave Harry to face that thing alone. We must request an investigation. If we stop now, we will be disqualified from the match. Harry quickly shook his head. We cannot allow Slytherin to win because of a rogue bludger. We have trained for this match for 3 months. But, hand me that bludger. I believe I can resolve this issue, Evan declared as he dashed forward. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team turned in unison, their expressions alight with surprise as they gazed at Ivan. Ivan, have you discovered something? Harry inquired with palpable eagerness. Very well, Wood responded, casting a resolute glance at Ivan and Harry. Fred, George, you both heard their exchange. Do not concern yourselves with Harry. Let him contend with the bludger on his own. With Madame Hooch and Oppos' whistle piercing the air, the match resumed. Ivan understood the urgency of the moment. He swiftly retrieved his wand from his pocket and dashed toward the Ravenclaw stands, his gaze fixed intently on Dobby, who was casting a spell on the bludger, disregarding Luna, who stood up to greet him. Stupefy, he shouted, a beam of red light shooting forth. At the sound of Ivan's call, The house elf Dobby turned in astonishment. His large eyes wide with surprise, vanishing into thin air before the spell could reach him. Blast it! Ivan clenched his fists, having forgotten that house elves could disapparate within Hogwarts. Just then, a gasp rippled through the stands. Ivan quickly looked up to see Harry soaring through the air, vaulting over Malfoy, and seizing the golden snitch right before his rival's eyes. In the next moment, he was struck hard by a bludger from behind, plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Chapter 33. The house elf Dobby. Evan observed as Harry tumbled into the mud, splashes erupting around him. Raindrops cascaded down Harry and Oppo's face, while his arm hung at an odd angle in midair. In a flurry of concern, Evan dashed towards the center of the scene. He could not bear to witness Harry fall victim to Lockhart and Oppo's misguided spell. As he navigated through the crowd of onlookers, Lockhart had already positioned himself before Harry. "Fear not, children. I shall handle this," he proclaimed in a comforting tone. "It is merely a simple charm, one I have performed countless times." With that, he rolled up the sleeves of his emerald green robes. "No, please don't," Harry weakly protested. Yet, it was too late. Lockhart was already twirling his wand. In a heartbeat, he pointed it at Harry's arm. With no time to intervene, Evan too drew his wand, aiming it at Harry. "Protego!" he shouted forcefully. In the next instant, a red beam of light shot forth from the tip of his wand, colliding with Lockhart's pale blue spell as it struck Harry. The soft blue arc traced an elegant path through the air, accurately hitting Percy, who stood beside Lockhart. Percy collapsed suddenly, drawing gasps of shock from the crowd. They beheld in horror as his left arm, struck by the spell, appeared to have been drained of all substance, hanging limply like a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. "My goodness. His bones are gone." Lockhart looked equally flustered. "Ah, yes, indeed, such things can occasionally occur. It must be a reaction between Evan and Oppo's shield charm and my spell. But fret not. Which of you can carry him to Madame Pomfrey? She will be able to mend him." Fred and George shot Lockhart an incredulous glare as they lifted Percy and hurried towards the hospital wing, with Ginny pale-faced and tearful trailing behind. Inside the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey took but a second to restore Harry and Oppo's bones, yet her expression soured upon seeing Percy and Oppo's arm. "What have you done to him? Poor child. All the bones in his arm are missing. I need to regrow them. I and Oppo's am so sorry, Percy. I never anticipated this." Evan lamented, his face etched with dismay. "It was merely an accident, Evan," Percy replied, shaking his head. Evan, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family encircled Percy's bedside, worry etched on their faces. Although Gryffindor had triumphed in the Quidditch match, no one could muster joy at the sight of Percy's condition. "It's all Lockhart's fault. His spell is faulty," Fred remarked. "This cannot be laid at his feet. It was the reaction between Evan and Oppo's shield charm and his spell." Hermione defended Lockhart. "But why are you still defending Lockhart, Hermione?" Ron exclaimed. If either Harry or Percy wanted their bones removed, they would have brought it up themselves. Mistakes are part of life. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. Lockhart only wished to assist. "He is being counterproductive. If it weren't for Ivan, it would be Harry lying here now," she said, pouring a steaming cup and handing it to Percy. Everyone watched as Percy, with a pained expression, swallowed the bone marrow potion, coughing repeatedly, spittle flying. Ginny hurriedly offered him a few sips of water. Once Percy regained his composure, Madame Pomfrey urged them to leave quickly. But the Weasley family insisted on staying a bit longer to keep him company. "Do not worry, Ivan." Harry patted Ivan's shoulder. "This is not your fault. If it weren't for you just now, Percy was simply unfortunate. He shouldn't have been so close to Lockhart. Harry, Professor Lockhart merely wished to assist you. The issue lies with that deranged bludger. Someone has cast a spell on it," Hermione remarked. "But who?" "I think I know," Ivan said, leading them into an adjacent empty defense against the dark arts classroom. It was Dobby the house elf. He cast a spell on the bludger. Ivan recounted what he had witnessed, and halfway through his explanation, a green figure suddenly appeared before the three of them. In the dim classroom, Dobby stared at them with his large, tennis ball-like eyes, looking pitiful, a tear rolling down his long, pointed nose. "Dobby, what are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, how did you know I missed the train?" Harry suddenly inquired. Dobby's lips trembled, and his appearance raised suspicions. "Did you do this?" Harry said slowly. "Did you seal off the passage, preventing us from getting through?" "Indeed, sir," Dobby replied, nodding vigorously, flapping his large ears. Dobby was waiting for Harry Potter and then sealed the passage. Afterwards, Dobby had to iron his own hand. He held up 10 long fingers wrapped in bandages for the three to see. "Why did you iron your hand?" Hermione asked, astonished. "Because Dobby must punish himself, however." Dobby does not mind. Dobby believed Harry Potter would be safe now. Dobby never imagined Harry Potter and his friends would take another route to school. He swayed back and forth, his ugly head shaking incessantly, making Ivan question his intelligence. "You nearly got Ivan, Ron, and me expelled," Harry said angrily. "You better disappear quickly, before I lose my restraint and strangle you." Dobby does not mind. Dobby replied with a faint smile, already accustomed to threats of death, hearing them 5 times a day at home. "Wait, who is threatening you?" Hermione frowned. Dobby cannot say the Master and Appos' name. Dobby shook his head. Dobby cannot reveal his Master and Appos' secrets. He wiped his nose on the corner of his dirty pillowcase, looking pitiable. "All right, why are you wearing that thing, Dobby?" Harry asked curiously, appearing less angry than before. "This symbolizes the status of a house elf slave." Dobby tugged at the pillowcase. "Slave?" Hermione and Appos' brow furrowed even more deeply. "Indeed. It is only when Dobby and Appos' master presents him with clothing that he can attain his freedom. The household members are exceedingly cautious, refraining from giving him even a single pair of socks, for doing so would grant Dobby his liberty, allowing him to depart from their home forever." Chapter 34. The Darkened House Elf. "Pray tell, why did you command that bludger to assail Harry?" "Avon, what do you mean by that?" Harry and Appos' fury ignited anew. "His bludger? Was it Dobby who sent that bludger to strike me down? Oh, if only Harry Potter were aware." Dobby lamented, tears cascading onto his tattered pillowcase. "If only he understood the significance he holds for us, the humble and subjugated beings within the magical realm." Dobby had not forgotten the time when the Dark Lord and Appos' power was at its zenith, sir. "We were treated like vermin, mere pests." Avon listened to Dobby recount his harrowing plight with a veneer of nonchalance, an unsettling sensation washing over him. He noticed Hermione and Appos' brow furrowing deeper with concern. Indeed, they still treat Dobby in such a manner. He wiped his face on the pillowcase. "Yet overall, since Harry Potter vanquished that name which must not be named, our lives have significantly improved. A new dawn has emerged. For those of us who believed the days of darkness would never cease, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope." "Is this how you repay your benefactor?" Harry Potter remained oblivious to the dreadful occurrences that were about to unfold at Hogwarts, perhaps already in motion. Dobby appeared frantic. He could not allow Harry Potter to remain here, for history was on the verge of repeating itself. The Chamber of Secrets was once again being opened. "You speak of the chamber?" Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison. Dobby froze, terror-stricken, before vanishing and reappearing in an instant, violently banging his head against the lectern until Avon and the others rushed to intervene and halt his self-destructive behavior. "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby," he muttered softly. "What do you know of the chamber?" Hermione inquired eagerly. "And why would I, a non-muggle, be in danger if the chamber were opened?" Harry echoed her question. Dobby cannot say. Please do not press poor Dobby any further. He stammered, his eyes wide as saucers in the dimness. "Who precisely opened the chamber? Who is orchestrating this conspiracy? I cannot leave. I shall remain right here, going nowhere," Harry declared impatiently. "My 2 best friends are both Muggle-born, Avon and Hermione. If the chamber is indeed opened, they will be the first to suffer." A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped Avon as he observed Dobby extend his finger, causing the desks and chairs throughout the classroom to tremble ominously. "What do you intend, Dobby?" He quickly brandished his wand. With a swift flick of his wrist, he directed his wand forward, and all the desks and chairs hurtled toward the trio, a spectacle akin to a rain of arrows, striking with breathtaking velocity. Harry and Hermione were paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how the pitiful and abject house elf had transformed into such a terrifying figure in the blink of an eye. Obstacles loomed ominously. Aiden and Appos' wand emitted a crimson light, causing a table racing towards them to abruptly recoil, crashing into another behind it with a resounding thud. "Don't just stand there. This deranged house elf is playing for keeps." Upon hearing Aiden and Appos' words, Harry and Hermione snapped into action, drawing their wands and casting spells. Yet their efforts proved futile, as Dobby had commandeered over 80 tables and chairs, encircling them tightly in a relentless embrace. The spells cast by the 3 young wizards were but a mere drop in the ocean, failing to create even the slightest opening through which they might escape. Moments later, the trio pressed closely together, gasping for breath, their magical energy rapidly depleting, leaving them resembling exhausted marathon runners. "Dobby, please stop. You'll kill us," Hermione pleaded desperately. Aiden had never anticipated that a house elf's feeble request could wield such destructive power. He harbored no doubt that if Harry were to refuse, the tables and chairs would come crashing towards them in an instant. He lost his mind. What do we do now? We're in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Perhaps Professor Lockhart will hear the commotion and rush to our aid, Hermione said hopefully. I would much prefer it if Snape were to come instead, Harry exclaimed, breathless. Curse be the one who orchestrated this scheme. Who unleashed this madhouse elf? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Aiden's mind, and he shouted, It was Malfoy. It was Lucius Malfoy who sent you, wasn't he it? With a loud clatter. All the tables and chairs fell to the ground, as Aiden's words seemed to terrify Dobby. Don't speak the Master's name. Dobby has revealed the secrets of his Master's house. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. He picked up a chair and struck himself fiercely, and then, as if he had never been there, he vanished from before their eyes. Chapter 35. The second attack. The overcast sky outside cast an even more sinister shadow over the already gloomy castle. Avon and his companions hurried towards the Gryffindor Tower, still shaken by the recent events. It was hard to believe that Dobby had been sent by Malfoy, intent on our demise. Harry's face turned pale. I can't fathom it. Why would Malfoy wish to harm us? Avon shook his head, seeing the expression on Harry's face that suggested the answer was obvious. He sighed and continued, Well, even if he harbored such intentions, he wouldn't be foolish enough to send a crazed house elf to execute them. That would be far too conspicuous. But why would Dobby? I believe he spoke the truth. He must have overheard something pertaining to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets and came to warn us. He wishes to save you, Harry. Indeed. He prevented us from boarding the train, broke my arm, and orchestrated a chaotic attack involving over 80 tables and chairs, Harry sighed. If he continues this relentless attempt to rescue me, he might very well bring about my demise. Do not blame him. House elves are inherently subservient beings. They cannot defy their master's commands, nor can they divulge their secrets. Dobby's actions undoubtedly placed him under immense pressure and suffering. Subservience. Hermione scoffed, incredulous. In this day and age, it is astonishing that slavery still exists in our country. I am not concerned with that, Harry retorted. I simply wish for Dobby to clearly reveal who opened the Chamber of Secrets or what monstrous entity resides within it. I failed to comprehend how it could roam the school unnoticed. Perhaps it possesses the ability to render itself invisible, Hermione pondered. Or it could disguise itself as an object, like a suit of armor or something else. I once read tales of chameleonic spirits. Regardless, this matter is undoubtedly tied to Malfoy, Avon asserted swiftly. Lucius Malfoy is concocting some nefarious plot. His words faltered as the trio rounded a corner and encountered a scene of pure terror. Avon felt his stomach churn, and his blood ran cold. A Ravenclaw girl lay motionless on the floor, her body icy and rigid. A look of utter horror frozen upon her face, her eyes vacantly fixed on the ceiling. But that was not all. Beside her lay an apparition Avon had never witnessed before. It was the Weeping Myrtle, no longer translucent and pearly but now enveloped in darkness, swirling with smoke. Suspended 6 inches above the ground, her face mirroring the same expression of terror as the girl below. This Ravenclaw girl, we've seen her before. Who is she? Harry gasped, his breath quickening as he frantically scanned the desolate corridor, catching sight of a line of spiders hurriedly fleeing. Another attack. We must summon assistance. Before they could take any action, a nearby door burst open with a resounding bang, and the mischievous Peeves came tumbling out. Oppos, as you 3 little ones. He cackled, bouncing past them with exuberance. What are you up to, sneaking around like that? Midway through an airy somersault, Peeves abruptly halted, his head down, and spotted Penelope and the weeping, moaning Myrtle. He quickly righted himself, inhaling deeply, and before Erwin and the others could intervene, he squealed at the top of his lungs. It and Oppos, as happening. It and Oppos, as happening again. No one, be they human or ghost, is safe. Run for your lives. Instantly, the castle erupted into chaos, with people rushing in from all directions. In those agonizing moments, the scene became exceedingly tumultuous. Penelope was in danger of being crushed as individuals clamored over the sobbing Myrtle. Erwin, Harry, and Hermione found themselves pressed against the wall. Amidst the uproar, the teachers shouted to restore order. Erwin overheard Justin muttering about Harry being the heir as he departed. This remark evidently caught Peeves' attention, and he broke into a mischievous grin. As the teachers bent down to check on Penelope and the crying Myrtle, Peeves began to sing. Oh, Potter, you wretched boy, look at the delightful mess you've made. You and Oppos, nearly killed the students and find it all quite amusing. Enough of your nonsense, Peeves, Professor McGonagall bellowed. Peeves stuck out his tongue at Harry and hastily retreated. Professor Flitwick, along with several students, carried Penelope to the hospital wing, yet no one knew what to do with the weeping Myrtle. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air and handed it to the newly arrived Ron, instructing him to fan Myrtle up the stairs. Ron complied, casting a worried glance back at Erwin and the others before he left. "Follow me, Mason, Potter, Granger," Professor McGonagall said, leading them around a corner to halt before an exceedingly grotesque stone gargoyle. "Ice-cold lemonade," she uttered as the password. No sooner had she spoken than the gargoyle sprang to life, leaping aside, and the wall behind it split in two. Beyond the wall lay a spiral staircase, ascending slowly like an escalator. As Erwin and the others stepped onto it, they heard a resounding crash as the wall closed behind them. They spiraled higher and higher until, feeling slightly dizzy, Erwin beheld a gleaming oak door ahead, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Erwin realized where they had been brought. This could only be Dumbledore and Oppos' office. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings, unable to stifle his curiosity. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione appeared anxious, apprehensive about the fate that awaited them. The coincidences were overwhelming. They were the first to discover the initial attack, and now they found themselves entangled in this latest incident. Even if they insisted to others that they had no connection to the Chamber of Secrets, it was likely no one would believe them. Dumbledore's office was exceptionally intriguing. A spacious and exquisite circular room filled with an array of whimsical sounds. On a slender-legged table, numerous peculiar silver artifacts spun gracefully, emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, each softly snoring within their ornate frames. A grand table with claw-like legs occupied the center of the room. Upon a shelf behind the table rested the tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Behind the door, a tall gilded perch held a bird adorned in resplendent red and gold plumage, appearing quite unwell. "This must be the Phoenix Fox," thought Ivan, observing with curiosity. Before he could examine further, Dumbledore emerged from a door at the back of the office. "Albus, Miss Cattermole, and the weeping Myrtle," Professor McGonagall said eagerly. "But Albus, you surely know who." "The question is not who," Dumbledore continued, but rather how. Ivan felt a jolt of surprise. Dumbledore must have noticed something. Then he observed the expression on Professor McGonagall's face, realizing that, like Harry and Hermione beside him, she too failed to comprehend Dumbledore and Oppos' words. Unexpectedly, inquiries did not arise. Dumbledore posed no questions, and after a brief discussion about the Phoenix Fox, he dismissed them. As Ivan turned to leave, he sensed, perhaps erroneously, that Dumbledore's gaze lingered upon him. Chapter 36. Compound Decoction. Not everyone possesses the wisdom of Dumbledore. The news of Penelope and the attacked moaning Myrtle swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts. Instantly, rumors swirled within the school, and suspicion gripped every heart. Even the ghosts began to tremble in fear, uncertain of the dreadful force capable of harming a soul already departed from this world. Consequently, the other boys of Gryffindor reassured him that he was, in fact, safe due to his pure bloodline, which rendered him immune to such attacks. They first targeted Filch. Neville, his round face filled with dread, lamented that he was practically a sitting duck. Colin concurred with Neville, hesitating to procure the amethyst rumored to offer protection from harm. Moreover, Percy exhibited remarkably peculiar behavior. Although his arm had healed reasonably well, the sight of Penelope, petrified in the hospital wing, seemed to terrify him. He no longer fervently upheld the order in the common room or voiced his opinions, instead sitting alone by the fire each night, lost in thought. Even worse off was Ginny, who appeared increasingly distraught. On several occasions, she approached Evan with a pale countenance, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately said nothing. Evan consoled her for quite some time, uncertain whether her anxiety stemmed from the realization that she was under Tom Riddle's influence. The situation had deteriorated significantly. First-year students now huddled in tight clusters, fearing that solitary ventures would expose them to danger. Aside from Colin, no one wished to associate with Evan, and wherever he went, fingers were pointed in his direction. Harry and Hermione experienced similar treatment, as people kept their distance from the three, having already concluded that the culprit behind the Chamber of Secrets lay among them. The impact of such rumors led to the lowest sales of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette in history, with the latest issue selling a mere 300 copies. Until the truth emerged, no one wished to purchase a newspaper associated with a suspect. Moreover, the young witches and wizards had shifted their focus entirely to the Chamber of Secrets, losing interest in Quidditch matches or Gilderoy Lockhart and Oppos' boastful novels. The sole silver lining of the attack was that Ron was once again willing to converse with Evan. Perhaps it was due to Evan's spell striking Percy, leading Ron to believe that Evan was on his side, or maybe the reopening of the chamber had finally impressed upon him the urgency of the situation. Now was not the time for petty squabbles. For several consecutive nights, they huddled in a corner of the common room, whispering amongst themselves. Harry, Ron, and Hermione unanimously felt they had overlooked a crucial clue. As a victim of the chamber's opening 50 years prior, Moaning Myrtle must surely possess some knowledge. Yet she now resembled a soundless black hovercraft drifting silently in the hospital wing, unable to converse with others or divulge the information she held. Avon indeed knew how to unlock the secret chamber, yet he refrained from disclosing this information, as he was not adequately prepared for confrontation, and more importantly, he was uncertain of Tom Riddle and Oppos' whereabouts. I believe our reasoning is flawed. Ron feigned confusion, questioning who, among our acquaintance, would consider Muggle-born individuals as worthless. Are you referring to Malfoy? Of course it is he, Ron remarked. One glance at his hideous rodent-like visage reveals that the house elf who attacked you, Dobby, is also from his household. Indeed, Dobby did mention the chamber and a conspiracy. Hermione interjected, yet we cannot ascertain that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. For heaven and Oppos' sake. Hermione. Harry chimed in, considering that entire family, all of them are Slytherins, and he often boasts about this. They are likely descendants of Slytherin. His father is sufficiently malevolent. They might have held the key to the chamber for centuries. Ron exclaimed, passed down from generation to generation, father to son. Yes, that is a possibility. Hermione cautiously responded, Avon, what do you think? Even if Malfoy is not the heir, he should possess some knowledge. Avon contemplated, in this perplexing situation. Seeking out Tom Riddle and Oppos' diary could be facilitated by continuing to observe Ginny, but also inquiring directly with Draco Malfoy might prove beneficial. Lucius may not reveal his plans to him, yet there must be some clues, such as which Hogwarts students, apart from the Weasleys, they have interacted with. This could significantly narrow our scope of suspicion. Avon's thoughts mirrored mine, yet the dilemma remains how we could compel Malfoy to divulge the truth. Harry lamented pessimistically. I have a plan, Hermione said slowly, glancing up hastily to ensure no one was eavesdropping, lowering her voice further. Of course, it will not be easy. And it is perilous, exceedingly dangerous. We would likely breach 50 school rules. What exactly is it? If you wish to tell us, please do not be evasive. Ron urged impatiently. What we need to do is infiltrate the Slytherin common room, pose a few inquiries to Malfoy, all while ensuring he does not recognize us. Hermione stated calmly. That is impossible. Harry and Ron nearly burst into laughter. No, it is feasible. Avon narrowed his eyes, provided we procure some polyjuice potion. What is that? Ron and Harry inquired in unison. It is polyjuice potion. Hermione exclaimed. Avon, how did you know? I read about it in a book. This potion allows you to transform into another person. Precisely, we could become 4 Slytherin students. No one would suspect us. Malfoy may divulge everything to us. Hermione continued. At this moment, he is probably boasting in the Slytherin common room. Regrettably, we cannot hear him. I find the concept of this compound rather dubious. The efficacy of the potion tends to wane after a while. Hermione, with an air of impatience, waved her hand. Snape had mentioned that the formula was documented in a book titled Potent Potions, which resides in the restricted section of the library. However, this is not a concern. I shall devise a means to acquire it. Professor Lockhart may be amenable to providing us with a signature. That fellow seems eager to sign anything. Ron murmured quietly. The pressing issue now lies with the raw materials. I believe we can procure those from Snape and Oppos' personal collection. Hermione, this is exceedingly perilous. Snape is not Lockhart, and our actions could easily attract his attention. Harry expressed his hesitation. But that is not an insurmountable obstacle. The Hogwarts Magical Gazette has recently accumulated a surplus of funds. We could utilize it to purchase the necessary ingredients, Ivan chimed in. And I have already selected the location for brewing the polyjuice potion, which will be in the girls' and Oppos' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Oh no, Ron exclaimed weakly. And Harry's expression mirrored his dismay. Aside from concocting the potion, Ivan was not inclined to take further risks. He intended to personally guard the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, regardless of who was under Tom Riddle's control. Anyone wishing to enter the chamber would undoubtedly pass through that entryway. Moreover, Ivan was curious to see if, like in the original narrative, he might stumble upon Tom Riddle's diary there. Chapter 37. The duel club the following morning, Hermione procured the potent potion, while Evan dispatched the list of necessary ingredients by noon. That evening, they gathered in the girls' and Oppo's lavatory on the third floor. The usually boisterous place was eerily quiet without the presence of the crying Myrtle. Evan scanned the surroundings and noticed a small snake beside the broken faucet, which had long ceased to function. Hermione flipped through the thick tome of the powerful potion until she reached the page for the polyjuice potion, meticulously checking the newly acquired ingredients against the recipe. "This is the most intricate potion I have ever encountered," she murmured, her finger tracing the list: lacewings, leeches, fluxweed, and 2 sprigs of powdered bicorn horn, along with a fragment of African snake skin. "Good heavens, Evan, how much did you spend to acquire these items?" "These materials are far from inexpensive. 300 galleons, all the earnings from the newspaper recently," Evan shrugged. "I initially intended to use that money to buy Christmas gifts for each staff member, but now it has all been diverted to these ingredients." "Do you truly believe these items are worth 300 galleons? Ron gulped. "Indeed," Evan admitted, feeling a pang of regret. "Well, we now possess all the essential components to brew the polyjuice potion. In addition, we will need a small sample from the individual we wish to transform into." "I'm sorry." Ron interjected sharply. "What do you mean by A and Oppo's? Small sample from that individual and Oppo's? If there are any of Crabbe and Oppo's toenails involved, I will not partake." Hermione appeared to disregard his outburst and continued, "We need not worry about that just yet. That particular ingredient is added at the very end." Ron turned to Harry, who wore a similarly displeased expression. "The pressing concern now is, how long will it take to brew these potions?" Evan inquired. "Well, the quickest brewing time is 20 days. As that is the minimum for lacewings," Hermione replied. "Do you have any suggestions?" she asked, snapping the book shut and narrowing her eyes at Ron. "You are right, Evan." Ron hastily agreed, sensing Hermione and Oppo's annoyance. "It would be shameful to waste galleons, but please, no toenails, all right?" The group resumed their discussion, ensuring nothing was overlooked before splitting up to begin the preliminary preparations for the ingredients. As time passed, the atmosphere within the school remained tense. He had just been requested by Lockhart to portray a Himalayan Yeti suffering from a cold, part of Lockhart's new teaching initiative, which involved students acting out dramatic excerpts from his book. "Evan, your performance was splendid. That Yeti was indeed frightened off by me, saving an entire village. I am pleased to have been of assistance, Professor." Lockhart unveiled his trademark smile, and in light of the current tense atmosphere within the school, he proposed the establishment of a dueling club. "A dueling club? Indeed," he declared. "I possess far more experience in combating malevolent forces than any other professor within these walls." Lockhart boasted, Oppo's, that's not mere self-praise. "I would be delighted to impart this knowledge to you all, enhancing your combat prowess." "What do you need me to do?" came the eager response. "I shall post this announcement on the bulletin board. All you need to do is help me promote it in the newspaper. It and Oppo's. As simple as that." Lockhart aspired to have this news featured on the front page, yet he insisted that his name should not be included, claiming it was crucial to maintain an air of mystery and surprise for everyone. Evan chuckled wryly, pondering the degree of astonishment this would evoke. What could Lockhart possibly teach them? How to make bones vanish? Unsurprisingly, the news of the school's impending dueling club piqued the interest of the young wizards. Under Evan and Oppo's subtle guidance, most believed that Professor Dumbledore would be the instructor for the club. This was utterly astounding, considering that since Voldemort and Oppo's downfall, Professor Dumbledore had refrained from using magic in public for many years. Needless to say, the eager young wizards, along with many adult wizards who subscribed to the Hogwarts magical news, and the parents of students, were thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the opportunity to learn a trick or two from the greatest white wizard of their time. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Upon learning of this news, the editor of the Daily Prophet, Rufus Scrimgeour, promptly wrote to express his willingness to send a reporter to cover the establishment of the dueling club. However, the school administration declined this offer, which only heightened the curiosity among the students, with many convinced that Professor Dumbledore would indeed take part. Due to Evan's promotional efforts, what was initially intended to be a small gathering in the underground classroom had to be relocated to the Great Hall, as the number of sign-ups exceeded all expectations. The ceiling darkened to a velvety black once more, and the entire student body had gathered. Evan, well aware of the true circumstances, was dragged from the library by Colin and Ginny, who expressed their hope that he would provide them with guidance on defensive spells. As all first-year students knew that Evan and Oppo's spellcasting abilities were unparalleled among his peers, Everyone was jostling for space, each clutching their wands, their faces alight with excitement. When will the headmaster arrive? What do you think he will teach us? Don't be foolish, Ron. Hermione exclaimed loudly to be heard over the buzzing crowd. It can Endopos, TB Professor Dumbledore. He hasn't Endopos. He performed magic in years. Besides, if it were him, there would be no need for such secrecy. He himself is the greatest spectacle. If it Endopos, not Dumbledore, then who could it be? Someone queried. I heard that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. Perhaps he will be the one to instruct us, Hermione replied uncertainly. Harry and Ron swiftly turned to look at Evan, while Colin, Ginny, and Neville nearby regarded him with anticipation. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I presume that upon encountering this mode of promotion, you would have comprehended its implications. Wait a moment, could it be that you were referring to? Harry's words trailed off into a mere groan as Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, resplendent in his crimson robes. Indeed, it was he. Ivan weakly covered his forehead. And it appeared that Professor Lockhart had also brought along a special guest this evening. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the hall abruptly stilled. The incessant chatter and whispers faded into silence as all eyes were drawn to none other than the brooding Severus Snape, clad in his customary dark attire, standing beside Lockhart. Chapter 38. The Duel of Unexpected Turns. The students, initially eager to acquire genuine skills, were disheartened to discover that the dueling club had devolved into a farce. Gilderoy Lockhart had intended to demonstrate the art of dueling, yet he erroneously selected Severus Snape as his opponent, an individual far from being a mere novice in the classroom. After Lockhart counted down, Snape merely flicked his wand, unleashing a dazzling crimson light that swept across the assembly. Lockhart was sent reeling, crashing against the wall before sliding down to the floor in a heap. A collective gasp escaped from Evan as he observed the severity of Lockhart and Oppos' fall. Amidst the shrieks of the girls, Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat dislodged and his wavy hair standing on end. He wobbled back onto the stage, seemingly coming to terms with the unfolding events. I trust you all witnessed that, an impressive disarming charm, as you can see. I have lost my wand and been flung across the room. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. However, the students underestimated Lockhart and Oppos' resilience. He waved his hand dismissively, interpreting the jeers as applause. Indeed, Professor Snape, what a splendid idea to showcase that technique to the students. But, I must say, your intentions were quite transparent. Had I wished to thwart you, it would have required little effort. I believe it would be enlightening for them to observe. Noticing the murderous glare from Snape, Lockhart hastily continued, All right, the demonstration is over. Now, I shall mingle among you and pair you off into groups of two. Professor Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me. They navigated through the crowd, pairing the students. Lockhart assigned Neville and Justin as a duo, while Snape approached Harry and Ron. The dream team ought to be dispersed, I believe. He mocked, Weasley, you may partner with Mason. As for you, Potter. Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively moved closer to Hermione. I do not concur, Snape retorted, a frosty smile gracing his lips. Malfoy, step forward. Let us see what you can make of the illustrious Potter. Miss Granger, you shall pair with Miss Millicent. Malfoy strutted forward, a smug grin plastered on his face, followed by a robust Slytherin girl whose formidable chin jutted forward. Hermione managed a weak smile, but Millicent paid her no heed. The ensuing duel was nothing short of a nightmare. Just as Lockhart shouted 3, 2, 1, a cloud of green smoke enveloped the auditorium. Harry and Malfoy were struck by each other's curses until Snape intervened to disentangle them. Neville and Justin lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath, while Hermione and Millicent remained engaged in their duel, with Millicent trapping Hermione's head, eliciting a pained whimper from her. Both girls had forgotten their wands, which lay abandoned on the floor. Harry hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Millicent aside. The worst predicament was faced by the group of Ivan and Ron. Before the duel commenced, Ivan had instructed Ron to cast the disarming charm on him. This spell was relatively feeble, and with Ron's magical prowess, even if struck, it would merely cause his wand to be flung away, unlike Snape's dramatic blast that sent Lockhart sprawling. The next moment, Ivan realized his error. A deep blue beam of light erupted from Ron and Oppos' wand, a phenomenon Ivan had never witnessed before. It appeared to emanate an aura reminiscent of dark magic. This was certainly not the killing curse, yet Ivan sensed an imminent threat of death. He understood he could not withstand it head-on, and with a shout of obstruct, he swiftly turned and dove aside. The barrier spell seemed effective, as the deep blue light slowed and accurately struck the spot where Ivan had just stood. It was as if the marble floor had been tainted by strong sulfuric acid, rapidly corroding and creating a deep indentation, eliciting gasps from the surrounding young wizards. My goodness. Ron, what on earth did you cast? Ivan exclaimed in fright. I don't and Oppos. No. Ron appeared startled, as if just waking up. You know, I merely used the disarming charm. I had no idea it would do this. Snape hurried over, his expression dark as he scrutinized the marks on the ground. After a few moments, he lifted his head, regarding Ron with a peculiar look. Weasley, did you sneak a peek at the restricted section? His tone was more accusatory than inquisitive. Needless to say, it must be that broken one of yours causing the trouble. Seeing Ron and Oppos' expression, Ivan knew they were in deep trouble. He had to divert Snape and Oppos' attention from their brewing of the polyjuice potion. Ron, I absolutely refuse to practice with you until you acquire a new wand, he asserted. But what on earth was that spell? Enough. Snape barked sharply. If I allow you lot of empty-headed imbeciles to continue practicing, I might as well prepare for your funerals tomorrow. Quite right, Professor Snape, Lockhart chimed in. I believe it would be prudent to teach them how to counter hostile magic. Is there a pair willing to volunteer for a demonstration? Longbottom and Finnegan. How about you? That is not a good idea, Professor Lockhart. Snape glided across the stage like a malignant bat, asserting that even a simple spell could wreak havoc in the hands of the dim-witted Weasley. We shall package Finnegan and Oppos' remains in a matchbox and send him to the hospital wing. Neville and Oppos' round face flushed an even deeper shade of pink as Snape grinned maliciously. What about Malfoy and Potter? Splendid. Lockhart gestured for Harry and Malfoy to step into the center of the hall as the crowd parted to grant them space. Harry and Malfoy stood on either side of the stage, while Lockhart and Snape whispered to each of them, imparting some combat techniques. Lockhart seemed at a loss for words with Harry, waving his wand a few times before dropping it to the ground. What followed was akin to what Ivan remembered. A long black snake suddenly erupted from Malfoy and Oppos' wand, landing heavily in the center of the stage before rearing its head, poised to attack. The crowd screamed, swiftly retreating to clear a space. Snape had initially intended to frighten Harry, but Gilderoy Lockhart exacerbated the situation by waving his wand, causing the black snake to soar high into the air and descend among the onlookers. Enraged, it flicked its tongue and slithered directly towards the nearest Justin Finch Fletchley, lifting its head to reveal its venomous fangs and adopting a menacing stance. Then, everyone heard Harry begin to speak to the snake in a hissing voice, as if engaging in an ancient, arcane ritual. The audience held their breath, frozen in place, the great hall silent enough to hear a pin drop. The snake halted, and Harry looked up at Justin, grinning broadly. At the sight of his gaze, the crowd collectively recoiled. Justin and Oppos' face a canvas of fury and terror. What sort of trick do you think you and Oppos, replaying? He shouted, tears of fear welling in his eyes as he turned and fled from the hall. Observing Harry, who stood on stage in a state of bewilderment, Evan hurriedly joined Ron to pull him down. Chapter 39. Catastrophe. No one seemed to care about the dueling club anymore. Evan, Ron, and Hermione were escorting Harry out of the hall, with Colin and Ginny hastily following behind. People parted to make way for them, as if fearful of becoming entangled in something ominous. Ron then shoved Harry into an armchair, exclaiming, You and Oppos, Rhea Parselmouth, why didn't Oppos, do you tell us? What am I? Harry asked, astonished. A Parselmouth. You can speak to snakes. I know, Harry replied. I mean, this is the second time I've done it. Once at the zoo, I accidentally set loose a large python, which lunged at my cousin Dudley. It and Oppos. A long story, but I bet many people here can do that. Oh, they can and Oppos. Ron wrinkled his nose. That's not a common ability, Harry. Indeed, it's quite dreadful. Ginny, sitting beside Evan, added, her face pale. What is so dreadful? Harry raised his voice. What is wrong with everyone? Look, if I hadn't and Oppos, told that snake not to attack Justin. Oh, is that what you said to it? Ron interjected. What do you mean? You were all there. You, Evan, Hermione, Colin, Ginny. You should have heard me. Actually, I only heard you hissing, Colin stammered. I didn't know what it meant, but it felt very wrong. That was parcel tongue, Colin. Ron explained. It's the language of snakes. You mean I spoke in the language of snakes? Harry and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, no one could understand what you were saying. It could have been anything. No wonder Justin was terrified. Your voice sounded as though you were inciting that snake. It was utterly chilling. Exactly. Colin and Ginny nodded in unison. Harry stared at them in disbelief. But I didn't even realize. How could I speak another language and not know it? Ron shook his head, a grave expression on his face. Colin and Ginny were visibly frightened, while Hermione sat silently, rapidly flipping through a book she had retrieved from the pile. Evan bowed his head, lost in thought, the atmosphere thickening as if mourning a loss. Well, would you care to explain what's wrong with stopping an ugly snake from biting off Justin's head? Harry suddenly shouted. As long as Justin isn't joining the ranks of the headless, what does it matter how I did it? It matters greatly. Hermione finally spoke, turning a page in her book and placing it before Harry. Look here, the ability to speak with snakes is a famous trait of Salazar Slytherin, the first confirmed Parselmouth in history. That's why the emblem of Slytherin House is a serpent. Harry's mouth fell open as he gazed at the book in astonishment. Precisely, Harry, Ron remarked. Now, everyone at school will think you are his distant descendant, especially now that the chamber has been opened. This is rather unfortunate. But I am not. It is utterly impossible for me to have opened the chamber, Harry replied, his voice tinged with an inexplicable panic. I believe you, Harry, Ginny said, her voice choked with emotion. We all believe you, but you will find it challenging to prove it. Hermione stated calmly. Salazar Slytherin lived over 1,000 years ago. And based on everything we know, you might indeed be his heir. This is absurd. This is precisely why everyone else has been avoiding me, Harry exclaimed, rising abruptly and turning to Evan, who had remained silent. With a final glimmer of hope, he asked, Evan, you don't think I am Slytherin's heir or that I opened the chamber, do you? Of course not. I am not particularly surprised that you can speak Parseltongue. Evan replied, Relax, Harry. While Parseltongue is an exceedingly rare gift, it is not unique to Slytherin and his descendants. Many wizards can do it as well, if necessary. I could name a few. Evan's words provided Harry with some comfort, yet he refrained from voicing the troubling fact that every wizard discovered to possess the gift of Parseltongue, aside from Salazar Slytherin himself, ultimately became a dark wizard, without exception. Actually, compared to that, I am more curious about the spell Ron used to attack me earlier, Evan said, directing his gaze toward Ron, who stood nearby. What? Ron and Appos' face flushed crimson. I already told you, it was just a disarming charm. Perhaps my wand caused some kind of mutation. Oh, come on, Ron, Evan said dismissively, waving his hand. That was merely my ruse to deceive Snape. If a broken wand could mutate in disarming charm into profound dark magic, dark wizards would be rampant everywhere. What do you mean? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Dark magic? Indeed, that spell was unequivocally dark magic, which explains why Snape asked Ron if he had been sneaking peeks at the restricted section. He must know something. But I haven't tea. Ron stammered in panic. Who knows? Evan stared intently at Ron. Perhaps it wasn't you. Not me? Ron echoed, bewildered, his anger flaring. Evan, what on earth do you mean? This is preposterous. Do you think I am some sort of imposter using Polyjuice Potion to masquerade as Ron? He let out a harsh laugh, while Colin and Ginny shrank back into the sofa, and Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Evan and Appos' insinuation. I think there's no way Ron could be impersonated, Hermione hesitated, saying, Evan, too much has happened recently. Perhaps you are just under too much stress. However, for dark wizards, manipulating a person and Appos' thoughts is an exceedingly simple endeavor. What on earth do you mean? Ron shouted. I was in that damned restroom, apologizing to the weeping moaning Myrtle, and there is no one to corroborate that. A smirk crept onto Ivan's lips. Where were you during the second attack? Of course. You were in the infirmary with Percy, because your ridiculous ironclad charm cost my brother his left hand. No, you were not there. Ivan shook his head. Let us be honest, Ron. Shortly after we departed, you left the hospital wing, and no one knows where you went. But what does that matter? Everyone else was gone. Ron appeared somewhat hysterical. If everyone who was with you at the time of the attack is a suspect, then every student in this school is an heir of Slytherin. Yet you alone possess the ability to cast a complete corrosive curse with that wretched wand. Ivan narrowed his eyes. ISN and Appos. See that the truth? Chapter 40. The unforgivable curse. Upon hearing Evan and Appos' words, Ron sprang up abruptly from the sofa. What did you say? Corrosive curse? I have never heard of such a thing, he exclaimed loudly. How intriguing. You just cast a complete corrosive curse on me. And now you claim to be unfamiliar with the incantation, Evan retorted, drawing his wand and pointing it menacingly at Ron. Unfortunately for you, I have encountered this very curse in a book on dark magic, and the description matches your effects perfectly. Evan, calm down, the others urged, rising hastily. This is quite amusing, Ron declared, brandishing his own wand. I finally understand your meaning. It must be that book that has clouded your mind into believing I was using dark magic against you. I am perfectly calm. And I am fully aware of my actions, Evan replied coolly. Surrender, Ron, you have been discovered. If I were to seek Dumbledore now. No, Ron interrupted harshly, stepping back to conceal himself entirely in the shadows. I do not know what you are talking about, whatever your schemes may be. I refuse to indulge your madness any further. I am going to bed. The others observed Ron lower his wand, his face pale as he turned towards the bedroom. After taking just 2 steps, he suddenly halted, his wand trembling slightly in his hand, as if he was coming to a resolution. The flickering fireplace cast a long shadow of him on the ground, rendering the dimly lit common room eerily ominous. Ron, are you all right? Harry inquired with concern. I believe Evan means no harm, he simply. Hermione and Oppos. Words trailed off as Ron abruptly swung around, pointing his wand at Evan. A green light erupting from the tip. However, Evan was swifter. Before the green light could manifest, his stunning spell had already struck Ron. Ron slowly crumpled to the ground, leaving the others in stunned silence. The events that transpired in that moment left the young wizards utterly bewildered. It was not until 3 seconds had passed that Ginny let out a piercing scream and rushed towards Ron. Evan, what are you doing? Harry gasped, his stomach twisting in panic. You actually attacked Ron. He attacked me first. You should have seen the green light from his wand, Evan countered. What was that? Hermione asked urgently. The unforgivable curse. This cannot be. Hermione gasped, while the others wore expressions of confusion. Hermione, what do you mean by the unforgivable curse? I have read about it. The unforgivable curses include the soul-sucking curse, the cruciatus curse, and the killing curse, Hermione explained swiftly. They are all exceedingly malevolent and cruel forms of dark magic. Once used against another, the caster faces a lifetime imprisonment in the wizarding prison, Azkaban. A lifetime imprisonment? Colin exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. But Evan said Ron was about to use the killing curse against him. I do not believe that was his conscious intention. He must have been under some form of control. Ever since Ron attacked him with the corrosion curse in the Great Hall, Ivan has felt a peculiar disquiet. Logically, such a sophisticated dark magic should be beyond the grasp of a mere second-year wizard, especially considering Ron wielded his broken wand. Was it merely a coincidence? Even if there were anomalies, they should remain within certain limits. Reflecting on Ron and Oppos, wand and Oppos, past performances, it had only managed to ignite objects or leave him in a week-long state of sniffling. The sudden outburst of such powerful dark magic during their duel raises significant suspicions. However, if Tom Riddle had taken control of Ron, everything would fall into place. As a student version of Voldemort, Tom Riddle must have perused the dark magic tomes in the restricted section. This also clarifies why Ginny failed to notice the Black Diary and the various clues surrounding the previous 2 attacks. Ivan sighed in relief. If all goes well, the Chamber of Secrets incident would be resolved flawlessly. There would be no further attacks, as Tom Riddle could not possibly manipulate Ron in front of Dumbledore. When he awakens, he will learn where the diary is concealed. Once the mandrakes mature, Snape will brew a restorative potion, and the petrified Mrs. Norris and Penelope will also recover. Yet, I still do not comprehend who would control Ron. Harry cautiously inquired, and how does this relate to the chamber? This is of little consequence. The pressing issue now is what to do. Hermione glanced anxiously at the door, while Ivan tightly gripped his wand, observing Ron and Oppos' lifeless form sprawled on the floor, with Ginny weeping softly over him. How could they explain this scene to others? We must seek Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore. They will find a way to heal Ron. In the hospital wing, Dumbledore stood solemnly at Ron and Oppos' bedside, flanked by Professor McGonagall and Snape, who were diligently examining Ron. Albus, what has happened to Weasley? McGonagall asked with concern. A formidable soul-binding curse. Poor child. He likely has no awareness of his actions, Dumbledore responded, his gaze fixed on Ron. It was evident why the vacant-headed Weasley could suddenly cast the corrosion curse. Snape disdainfully raised his head, remarking that fortunately, the curse did not last long enough to render him completely oblivious. As he spoke, he produced a vial of potion from his robes and administered it to Ron. Before long, Ron stirred awake, staring blankly ahead, his expression one of confusion. Where am I? Immediately, he seemed to notice Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Snape standing nearby. Exclaiming in astonishment, Professors, how? Thank goodness you have awakened, Weasley. Professor McGonagall said urgently, you have been subjected to the soul-binding curse. The soul-binding curse. Indeed. It is a most nefarious form of dark magic. Those afflicted by it experience a profound emptiness in their minds, followed by an overwhelming sense of euphoria, as a voice incessantly whispers commands into their consciousness, compelling them to act against their will. But I remember nothing. What have I done? Ron shook his head in confusion. You employed the corrosive curse against Mason, and upon being discovered, you attempted to kill him with the killing curse, Snape remarked, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet it is evident that you did not succeed, given your lamentable magical prowess. I doubt even a direct hit would have done more than draw a trickle of blood from his nose. But Mr. Weasley, this is not your fault. Many formidable wizards are equally susceptible to the soul-binding curse. Dumbledore and Amp. Oppos. S. expression grew increasingly grave as he scrutinized Ron, gently stating, however, I must inquire if there is anything you wish to disclose to me? Chapter 41. Whispers of rumor after the professors had departed, Ivan, Hermione, Colin, and Ginny hastily squeezed into the infirmary to visit Ron. Ron apologized to Ivan, expressing that he remembered nothing of the incident. Furthermore, the outcome of the investigation left Ivan astonished. Ron had merely fallen victim to the Imperius curse, contrary to his earlier assumptions. Ivan yearned to share the matters concerning Tom Riddle and the diary with Dumbledore, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He was uncertain how to articulate the source of his knowledge regarding Voldemort and the Horcruxes, as this information was highly classified, and even Dumbledore had only speculated thus far. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic, leaving Ivan to rely solely on his own wits. It was not Ron who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. His conjecture was entirely mistaken. Manipulating a weak-willed young wizard was not an arduous task. Once under Tom Riddle and Oppos' influence, anyone could potentially cast the Imperius curse on Ron. Additionally, Ron had interacted with countless individuals, making it impossible for Ivan to investigate each one. Having succumbed to the Imperius curse, Ron had unleashed the corrosion curse and the killing curse upon him, indicating that Tom Riddle or someone else had begun to harbor suspicions and sought to eliminate him. Ivan shifted his gaze of suspicion to everyone around him, yet nearly all seemed equally suspect. In the ensuing days, the school heightened its vigilance, with professors frequently patrolling the corridors to escort students. The existence of a Slytherin heir was already troubling enough. Now this lunatic had not only opened the chamber, but also wielded a wand to cast the Imperius curse indiscriminately. Uninformed young wizards buzzed with speculation about Ron and Oppos' disappearance, flocking to the hospital wing to ascertain whether Ron had indeed been attacked. Madame Pomfrey was compelled to draw a lengthy curtain to completely shield Ron's bed. Professor McGonagall publicly stated that Ron and Oppos' wand had malfunctioned, resulting in him inadvertently casting a powerful curse upon himself, yet no one was convinced. The prevailing belief was that Ron had been assaulted, and rumors swirled throughout the school, with students fervently debating the identity of the Slytherin heir. Harry, who had previously been merely a suspect, was now nearly confirmed as the culprit, especially after he had inadvertently revealed his ability to speak Parseltongue during the dueling club. This realization left Harry feeling wretched. He wished to clarify matters with Justin, yet Justin had been evading him. On Friday evening, while Ivan and Hermione were preparing the next issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette in the library, they overheard several Hufflepuff students whispering about the situation. Exchanging glances with Hermione, they leaned in closer. Regardless, I heard Justin is hiding in our dormitory to avoid Potter, remarked a tall, sturdy boy. What I mean is, if Potter is determined to confront him, he best remain hidden for a while. But why? Need I elaborate? Ever since Justin inadvertently let slip to Potter that he is a born muggle, I anticipated this would unfold. Surprisingly, Ernie disclosed to Potter that he had once attended Eton College. Such declarations should not be made lightly, especially by a descendant of Slytherin, Wooden and Oppos. Do you agree? Indeed. Several Hufflepuff students nodded in agreement. Yet Ernie questioned, are you certain it's Potter? Do you not comprehend? He is a Parseltongue, a well-known trait of dark wizards. Have you ever heard of a noble wizard who can converse with snakes? They refer to Salazar Slytherin himself as the Master of Serpents, but he seems quite amiable. Not at all like a dark wizard, a girl with a golden ponytail remarked uncertainly. Hannah, Ernie replied gravely, face reality. He can speak Parseltongue, and he is invariably the first to appear at the scene of every attack. Upon hearing this, a hushed murmur of speculation arose among the crowd. Do you recall the inscription on the wall? Ernie continued, beware of those who oppose the heir. Philip's cat prevented Potter from entering the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. And soon after, we learned that the cat had perished. And then there was Penelope Clearwater, who encountered Potter outside that very lavatory. She must have uncovered something, leading to her demise. As for Moaning Myrtle, she remained inside, so her removal was hardly surprising. But why would Potter seek entry into a girl's lavatory? Who knows? Perhaps he was experimenting with some malevolent dark magic, or the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lies within that lavatory, Ernie stammered. Several Hufflepuff students gasped. And even the eavesdropping Aiden was taken aback. Who would have imagined that Ernie's nonsensical ramblings contained a shred of truth? Come now, Ernie, your assertions are utterly nonsensical. Hannah hesitated. Aside from Potter, Hermione Granger, and Aiden Mason also fit your description, yet they cannot be heirs of Slytherin. Their parents are muggles. Upon hearing Hannah and Appo's words, several girls nodded vigorously. They are Potter's accomplices. Ernie persisted. Consider Mason. What normal first-year student would think to publish a newspaper? And his spells. I dare say no one in the lower years can rival him. But I think that's rather impressive. Do not be deceived by appearances, Hannah. Ernie whispered conspiratorially, as the Hufflepuffs leaned in closer. Look at Ron Weasley, who was recently attacked. He must have been attempting to thwart them, which resulted in his misfortune. Yet Professor McGonagall asserted that his wand malfunctioned. A wand malfunction does not leave one bedridden for an extended period. Moreover, ponder this. It was Potter who caused the Dark Lord and Appo's disappearance. His voice dropped to a whisper, prompting Aiden and Hermione to inch closer. In any case, only Hufflepuffs remained. I dare say the next attack. Unable to endure any longer, Hermione stepped out from behind the bookshelf, with Aiden hastily following her. He found the scene before him to be utterly ludicrous. Upon seeing them, each of the Hufflepuffs appeared frozen in terror, and Ernie's face drained of color in an instant. You all heard that. If you intend to challenge me, Ernie hurriedly proclaimed, I should inform you that you can trace back our family lineage to 9 generations of wizards. My bloodline is as pure as anyone else's, so pathetic. Hermione scoffed, turning away from Ernie with disdain. I couldn't care less about your lineage. Ivan leaned in closer, squinting at Ernie, and said, Listen. If you continue to spread such rumors in public, you won't need the heir of Slytherin to intervene. I could easily render you a mere specimen on a shelf. Just like Filch and Appo's cat. Upon hearing Ivan and Appo's words, Ernie immediately cowered down in fear. Chapter 42. Christmas gifts. Neither of the two spoke to Harry about the matter. Yet the events that transpired in the library spread like wildfire. Now, nearly everyone was avoiding them, as if they might sprout fangs and unleash venomous attacks at any moment. On Monday morning, during breakfast, Ivan, Harry, and Hermione sat together in solitude, while others pointed at them and whispered among themselves. It was rather amusing, regrettably. Ron was not present to witness it. Fred approached, saying, Indeed, Harry. George chimed in. You've instilled fear in everyone, accomplishing what Snape has long desired. This jest is hardly amusing, Ivan retorted, feeling quite disheartened. In addition to the doubts cast upon him, the latest issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette had seen dismal sales. Cheer up, Ivan, Fred encouraged, patting his shoulder. Our joke products are also struggling, but that's of little consequence. In these trying times, we need humor more than ever, George added. And indeed, they did just that. After breakfast, Fred and George deliberately strode ahead of Harry, announcing loudly, Make way for the heir of Slytherin. The most malevolent wizard has arrived. This is no matter for jest, Percy remarked, clearly displeased with their antics. Step aside, Percy, Fred replied. Harry is pressed for time. Yes. He must hurry to the Chamber of Secrets for tea with his toothy servant. George laughed heartily. Such was the humor of Fred and George, though Ginny wished to intervene. Harry, however, was unfazed. At least the twins found the notion of him being the heir of Slytherin absurd, which brought him some solace. Yet, their antics seemed to infuriate Draco Malfoy, whose expression grew increasingly sour each time he witnessed their behavior. When everyone visited Ron in the hospital wing, they relayed this incident to him. This was in part because he was eager to declare that it was indeed his doing. Ron appeared to be recovering well, sagely noting, You all know how much Malfoy despises anyone surpassing him in any aspect. He has resorted to despicable deeds, and now Harry reaps all the accolades. Yes, but not for long, Hermione replied with satisfaction. The Polyjuice potion will be ready soon, and we can extract information from him at any moment. Don and Appo's, worry. We will inform you of the results immediately, Ron. 3 days later, the term came to an end. This prospect relieved Harry. The thought of roaming freely around Gryffindor Castle without the burden of others' scrutiny brought him joy. Ivan also paused his research, as his recent progress had been sluggish. Thus far, he had not discovered a spell to replicate the sound of a rooster crowing or a method to confront the basilisk. To make matters worse, Hagrid's roosters were on the brink of death. Hagrid suggested that either a fox or a blood-sucking creature was attacking the roosters under his care. However, Hermione insisted that this was rather peculiar, and it was uncertain whether she had noticed anything amiss. In the morning, they visited the hospital wing to play wizard-s chess with Ron, during which they engaged in further discussions regarding the Chamber of Secrets. After lunch, Avon and Harry ventured into the hidden passage to practice dueling, while Hermione chose to continue her studies in the library. Aside from their group, Colin, Ginny, Fred, and George remained at the school, busily constructing snowmen outside the castle. Percy dismissed their childish antics, frequently making his way to the hospital wing. Ron expressed his astonishment, revealing that he had never realized Percy was so concerned about him. In fact, his recent visits far outnumbered those of anyone else. Even though Ron found it challenging to converse with him. During dinner, Avon spotted Malfoy along with his two cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. To his surprise, he also noticed the long-absent Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had remained behind. Justin appeared to be in a dreadful state, especially upon seeing their group. He seemed troubled by the thought that Harry might attack him. Harry attempted to approach him to apologize, but his efforts were in vain. The moment Justin caught sight of Harry approaching, he hastily grabbed a few pieces of bread from the table and dashed out, marring Harry and Oppos, as previously uplifted spirits. Early the next morning, Avon was roused by Colin and Oppos' exuberance. "Avon, thank you for the magical camera. It is truly a precious gift. I can only imagine the cost," Colin exclaimed excitedly. Avon noticed Colin sitting on his bed unwrapping gifts, while his own space was cluttered with presents as well. His parents had ordered him a Firebolt 2001, which aligned perfectly with Muggle perceptions of wizards, and they hoped Avon would participate more in sports. Colin gifted him a valuable photograph capturing the moment of success for the first issue of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Gilderoy Lockhart and Oppos' present was also a photo, a signed limited edition of himself, which Avon planned to pass on to Hermione later. Hagrid had given him a large bag of fudge, which was nearly as hard as a rock cake. Ron presented him with a book titled How to Better Manage a Magical Newspaper, while Harry and Hermione each gifted him books as well, titled The Fundamentals of Quidditch and Dueling Secrets, a comprehensive guide to common spells, respectively. It seemed that Avon and Oppos' fondness for reading had left a lasting impression on the trio. Fred and George contributed a few of their recently successful inventions as gifts for Avon. According to their agreement in Diagon Alley, Ginny gifted him a thick, high-quality black diary, which he would surely consider first should he ever contemplate crafting a Horcrux. Additionally, Mrs. Weasley sent Avon a brand-new hand-knit sweater, accompanied by a card expressing gratitude for his assistance to Ron. They had learned everything from Dumbledore. Had it not been for Avon's discovery of Ron being under the influence of the soul-sucking curse, the consequences could have been dire. When Ivan finally emerged from the heap of gifts, he discovered that Harry and Hermione had already arrived at the common room, where the Polyjuice potion had been prepared. The three of them made their way to the hospital wing to locate Ron, and they meticulously reviewed their plan once more. After ensuring that nothing had been overlooked, they resolved to take action that very night, determined to confront Malfoy and seek clarity. Chapter 43. Entering Slytherin, a multitude of Christmas trees, adorned with silver frost, stood resplendent, their beauty complemented by thick garlands of mistletoe and holly crisscrossing the ceiling. The great hall was enchanted, with warm and dry snowflakes gently cascading from above. Everyone indulged in the feast, and as Ivan and Harry finished their third helping of pudding, Hermione led them out of the hall to execute their plans for the evening. Their first objective was to deal with Crabbe and Goyle, a task that proved to be quite manageable. With merely 2 pieces of cake laced with sleeping draught, they could easily manipulate the 2 towering figures. After considerable effort, Ivan and Harry managed to conceal them in a cupboard at the far end of the entrance hall, ensuring they remained undetected. They also plucked a few strands of hair from the duo and retrieved their shoes, as their own footwear could not accommodate Crabbe and Goyle and Oppos' large feet. The challenge lay with Hermione, as Ivan was convinced that the black hair she held was not from Millicent Bulstrode, but rather a cat and Oppos' fur. "Impossible, Ivan," Hermione insisted stubbornly. "I collected this from Millicent's clothing at the dueling club." Yet, she also owned a cat, and Ivan noted that the strand resembled her pet's fur closely. "We should exercise caution." As they loitered by the Slytherin table, they noticed Pansy Parkinson rising to approach Snape. Hermione swiftly bumped into her, yanking a hair from her head before she could react. While Hermione apologized to Pansy, Ivan and Harry caught sight of Snape, who regarded them with a sinister smirk, sending chills down their spines. I think Snape suspects something, Harry said uncertainly. Perhaps we should wait for another opportunity. Hermione produced the meticulously brewed polyjuice potion, her hands trembling as she read the stained page labeled Powerful Potions. She scooped a generous amount of the potion with a long-handled spoon and poured it into 3 glass cups. Then, with shaking hands, she added Pansy and Apos' hair to the first cup. The potion hissed and bubbled, resembling boiling water, and within moments, it transformed into an unsightly dark brown hue. Your turn. Add the ingredients, Hermione instructed. Harry hurriedly tossed Goyle and Apos' hair into the middle cup, while Ivan placed Crabbe and Apos' hair into the last one. The 2 cups fizzed ominously, releasing bubbles. Goyle and Apos' potion turned a tank-like ochre, whereas Crabbe and Apos' morphed into a murky, deep brown. What do we do now? Harry inquired. Well, obviously, we drink it, Hermione responded nervously. Let us hope it doesn't taste too dreadful. Cheers, Ivan declared as he lifted the last cup and downed it in one swift motion, rushing to the nearest cubicle. The polyjuice potion tasted akin to overcooked cabbage, and as Ivan swallowed, a burning sensation rapidly spread from his stomach throughout his entire body, reaching his fingers and toes. As though he were melting away, Evan and Apos' shoulders began to stretch, inflicting unbearable pain upon him. The prickling sensation on his forehead signaled that his hair was encroaching upon his eyebrows. As his chest expanded, his robe tore apart, akin to a bucket bursting its iron hoop. His feet were crammed into shoes that were 4 sizes too small, causing him immense discomfort. The events unfolded suddenly and concluded just as swiftly. In an instant, everything came to a halt, although he had read about it countless times in books. Experiencing the transformation into Crabbe was entirely different. Evan struggled to remove the ill-fitting school uniform and don Crabbe's attire. Then, he heard a commotion outside, Goyle's voice calling out. Are you two all right? He stepped outside, and in the mirror, he saw a reflection identical to Crabbe, complete with a short, bowl-cut hairstyle and long, gorilla-like arms. His complexion merely pale. Harry and Hermione had also morphed into Goyle and Parkinson, as Hermione had intended to transform into Millicent, but now appeared as Pansy. Her clothing significantly looser. All right, you two, stop staring. We and Apos' already lost 5 precious minutes. Hermione urged. We should hurry to the Slytherin common room and hope Malfoy is behaving himself. They cautiously opened the washroom door, confirming the coast was clear, and set off. Mimicking the mannerisms of Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson as they descended the marble staircase. Under Hermione and Apos' guidance, the trio approached the entrance to the underground classroom. However, they halted abruptly when Evan spotted Snape standing before them, wearing a smirk that seemed to suggest he had been waiting for them. Good evening, Parkinson, Goyle, Crabbe. Snape inquired in a low voice. What brings you here? We, Harry stammered, but the usual demeanor of Goyle and Crabbe appeared to be intact. After casting a brief glance at them, Snape and Apos' attention shifted, intrigued by Hermione, who stood at the forefront. Oh, is that so? Snape remarked softly. Miss Parkinson, I would like you to come to my office first. I believe we need to delve deeper into the matters discussed at the feast. But, Professor, Harry began. But he found no grounds to prevent Snape from escorting and Apos, Pansy Parkinson and Apos, away. Moreover, Hermione was gesturing from behind, signaling for the 2 of them to disregard her. Thus, Evan and Harry could only watch helplessly as Hermione was taken by Snape. Is this what you call foolproof? Harry exclaimed anxiously. Snape must have discovered something. What will happen to Hermione? I think it's best we stick to the original plan. Let's question Malfoy first, then find a way to rescue Hermione, Evan suggested. That's easier said than done. Do you even know where the Slytherin common room is? Evan shook his head, realizing the gravity of the question. They stood at a fork in the path with 3 routes, one leading upwards to the school and Apos' first-floor hall, and directly opposite the entrance was a large mirror. To the right of the mirror lies the corridor leading to Snape and Apos' office and the potions classroom, the very place where nearly headless Nick nearly hosted his birthday soiree. To the left extends a broad stone corridor, which Harry and Evan had never traversed. However, Evan discerned a painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit above, indicating a concealed passageway to the kitchens of Hogwarts. Further ahead stood the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. This is not the place. I recognize this mirror. We have seen it before, Harry remarked uncertainly. Perhaps we should proceed left. That direction leads to the Hufflepuff common room, Evan countered. Just as despair began to envelop them, they spotted Draco Malfoy sauntering leisurely towards them, and for the first time, Evan felt an unexpected delight at his presence. Evan and Harry nodded foolishly as Malfoy guided them to the right, halting beside an empty, damp stone wall. What is the new password again? He inquired of Harry. Harry stammered. Oh, right. It's pure blood, Malfoy declared. No sooner had he spoken than a hidden stone door within the wall gradually creaked open, and Malfoy strode boldly inside, with Evan and Harry closely following. Chapter 44. Just want to give you a beating. The Slytherin common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged basement. Its walls and ceiling constructed of rough stone. Round, green glowing lamps hung from the ceiling by chains. Directly opposite the entrance stood a beautifully carved fireplace, where a crackling fire cast flickering shadows of several Slytherin students seated in ornately designed chairs around it. Wait here. My father just sent something. I and Amp. Oppos. LL go fetch it, Malfoy instructed, gesturing for Ivan and Harry to take 2 vacant chairs away from the fire. The two exchanged glances, surprised by their unexpected fortune. Before they could inquire further, Malfoy willingly presented them with the package sent by Lucius Malfoy. They were left to wonder what Lucius had sent and whether it bore any relation to the Chamber of Secrets. Goyle, you're going to laugh out loud when you see this, Ivan remarked, noticing Harry and Amp. Oppos' body tremble slightly. From the side, he caught sight of the text, which detailed news concerning Mr. Arthur Weasley. The Ministry of Magic has fined Arthur Weasley, Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, 50 galleons for the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Investigation revealed that the enchanted car, which crashed earlier this year at Hogwarts, had been reported by a board member, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, who recently demanded Mr. Weasley's resignation. Weasley has tarnished the ministry's reputation, Malfoy told a reporter. He is clearly unfit to legislate for us. His ludicrous Muggle Protection Act should be abolished immediately. Mr. Weasley declined to comment, while his wife insisted that reporters leave, threatening to unleash their house elf upon them. What do you think? Malfoy asked impatiently as Harry returned the clipping. ISN and Amp. Oppos, it amusing? Ha ha. Ivan and Harry managed to chuckle dryly. Ivan couldn't and Amp. Oppos, fathom Mr. Weasley and Oppos' feelings upon reading this, but he was grateful Hermione was and Oppos' present. She would undoubtedly be heartbroken. They needed to devise a plan to prevent her from seeing tomorrow's Daily Prophet. By the way, I heard that Ron Weasley was recently attacked as well. I find that hardly surprising, Malfoy sneered. Look at the Weasley family and Amp. Oppos' behavior. It is a disgrace to pureblood wizards. Ivan strained to hold Harry back, preventing him from impulsively lunging at Malfoy. Draco, let us not discuss the Weasleys. Speak of the chamber and the heir of Slytherin, Harry probed. You must know something about who is orchestrating all of this. You know very well that I don and Amp. Oppos, no, Malfoy retorted sharply. Father refuses to disclose the specifics of when the chamber was last opened. That was 50 years ago, before I was even born, yet he knows everything. He insists it is all classified information, and if I learn too much, I will appear suspicious. But the last time the chamber was opened, a mudblood was killed. We know that. It was the crying Myrtle, Ivan interjected. Indeed, Malfoy remarked with a hint of delight, since a mudblood was killed last time. It's only a matter of time before it happens again. I hope it's Granger, or that Mason would be a fine choice as well. Harry's body trembled with rage, while Ivan inhaled deeply, managing to restrain himself from leaping over to deliver a beating. Do you know if the person who opened the chamber last time was caught? Malfoy inquired. I heard he was apprehended and subsequently expelled. You might want to check the student records from 50 years ago. Whoever he is likely still in Azkaban. Noticing the dawning realization on Harry's face, Ivan understood that he had taken this erroneous information as significant. When he and Hermione finally investigated, they would discover that the expelled student was indeed Hagrid, who had been wrongfully accused. Draco, your father must know something. This is quite remarkable. Ivan cautiously asked, could you tell us who he has been associating with recently? Perhaps this could lead us to uncover the heir of Slytherin. What do you mean, crap? Malfoy shot her a glare, exclaiming. Are you questioning my father's taste in friends? Unlike Arthur Weasley, he mingles with true pure-blood wizards. However, never mind. Although I wish to assist the heir of Slytherin, my father instructed me to keep a low profile, Malfoy continued. But you know, it astonishes me that the Daily Prophet has not reported on these attacks at the school. Perhaps at ISNT deemed newsworthy. That Ravenclaw girl was merely petrified, and Dumbledore will surely restore her. Yes, Dumbledore must be covering it all up, Malfoy mused. I hope the situation continues to deteriorate. That way, he might be dismissed. My father always says that having Dumbledore as headmaster is the worst thing to happen to this school. He has a fondness for muggles. A respectable headmaster would never allow someone like Mason or Granger or even Creevy into the school. Dumbledore is the finest headmaster. Harry gritted his teeth. Granger always ranks first. Mason's spells are formidable, and Creevy. Typical Gryffindor attitude. That insufferable house is simply dreadful. Malfoy sneered, especially that insufferable mudblood Mason. Daring to ambush me with a jinx. He will pay for that. Really? Harry scoffed. He excels in many areas beyond spells. Just look at the newspaper he published. It was undeniable that Malfoy was particularly loathsome. Upon hearing the insult directed at his mother, Harry and Otto's face flushed with rage, blood rushing to his head. And Ivan was also panting heavily. How odd. What's wrong with you both tonight? You seem a bit off, Malfoy observed, looking at them curiously. Crabbe, what do you intend to do? Malfoy suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It and Otto's. That's quite simple. I merely wish to give you a good beating. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, delivering a forceful punch to Malfoy. Harry hesitated for a moment before also charging in. In that instant, they resembled Crabbe and Goyle, and given their current stature, Malfoy was utterly outmatched, lacking even the opportunity to defend himself. Chapter 45 The third attack. Several Slytherin students seated by the fire rose, their expressions one of shock as they beheld Goyle and Crabbe mercilessly assaulting Malfoy. Good heavens! What are you doing? Exclaimed a fifth-year student, his astonishment suggesting he believed Goyle and Crabbe had lost their minds. I and Amp, Oppos, V had enough of him. Ivan shouted vehemently. The two, fueled by rage, continued their assault, and Ivan delivered a fierce kick to Malfoy before they dashed across the Slytherin common room, under the gaze of awestruck onlookers. They burst through the stone wall, sprinting down the corridor towards the third-floor lavatory. Just look at the expression on Malfoy's face. It's a pity we cannot capture it. It would surely make the front page, Ivan remarked in agreement. But perhaps we acted a tad impulsively. This will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Harry began to worry as the adrenaline wore off. Having acquired the recipe for the polyjuice potion from the restricted section of the library, transforming into Slytherin students to beat Malfoy in the common room was a blatant violation of school regulations. If discovered, they would undoubtedly face expulsion. Do not fret. No one knows it was us, Ivan reassured as they ran, noting that Goyle and Crabbe had taken the fall. Even if Malfoy suspected them, he could not prove it. Indeed, as long as we can successfully. Suddenly, Ivan halted, realizing the urgency of rescuing her. They stealthily approached Snape and Oppos' office door, pressing their ears against it. But there was no sound within. I can end Amp, Oppos, to hear anything. What could they be doing in there? Ivan whispered. Harry, catching the terrified gaze of his companion, understood that he too was reverting to his original form. This was a dire situation, compounded by Hermione remaining in Snape's office. No time to waste, Ivan exclaimed, forcefully pushing open the door. In the next moment, they beheld Snape seated at his desk, an ominous smile etched across his face, a small vial of potion before him. Hermione sat opposite him, her complexion pale and anxious. Crabbe, Goyle, what are you doing here? Snape glared at them, his brow furrowed. Professor, something terrible has happened. Ivan shouted. It's Draco. He was attacked in the common room and lies there bloodied on the floor. His condition appears grave, and we are unsure what to do. Indeed. You must go see for yourself, Harry interjected hurriedly. Attacked? Snape narrowed his eyes. You two imbeciles, why did you not immediately take him to the hospital wing? Ivan faltered, his voice shaky. We were uncertain whether we should move him before you arrived. It seems related to the previous two attacks. Perhaps the work of that Slytherin heir. Due to the incessant transformations and distortions, his expression appeared even more foolish than usual. A fact that thankfully went unnoticed by Snape in the dim light surrounding them. Hurry. Upon seeing Snape and Amp, Oppos' figure vanished down the corridor. Al and Harry swiftly pulled Hermione along as they fled. Thank goodness. Hermione sighed in relief. Snape discovered my disguise and threatened to reveal my identity unless I drank Veritaserum. Veritaserum? Harry exclaimed. Indeed, Hermione nodded. However, he refrained from doing so. He must have deduced my identity and guessed what I had consumed. He is merely waiting for the effects of the polyjuice potion to wear off. Luckily, you arrived just in time, a moment later, and it would have been too late. Harry felt his feet slipping within the oversized shoes of Goyle, his body shrinking, necessitating that he lift his clothing. Suddenly, he seemed to stumble over something. landing heavily on the ground. Evan and Hermione halted, and by the dim candlelight in the corridor, they discerned what had tripped Harry. Instantly, their expressions morphed into pure astonishment. It was Justin. He had been attacked. Hermione covered her mouth to suppress a scream. Before them lay Justin Finch-Fletchley, rigid upon the floor. A pained expression etched across his face, his eyes fixed ahead. Following his gaze, they beheld a large mirror facing the entrance hall, shattered into countless fragments. The tiny shards strewn across Justin and Appos' body. Harry rose to his feet, also noticing the fallen Justin. It was as though he had been struck with a heavy blow. He gasped for breath, staring at the scene in horror, a strange flush creeping onto his face. This was undeniably the worst-case scenario. The third attack had occurred, and they were the first to arrive at the scene. What would others say if they were to witness this? However, Evan was certain that Snape would not greet them warmly. He would undoubtedly be confronted with this very scene, and it was likely they would be expelled. Forget about him. We must leave, Evan urged urgently. We cannot leave him here. We need to find help. Don and Appos, be foolish, Hermione. If others discover us, how will you prove our innocence? Especially since we are still in Slytherin uniforms. How will you explain that we merely consumed a bit of Polyjuice potion and gave Malfoy a beating, without doing anything else? But, before she could finish, Evan grasped her hand, and they resumed their frantic flight. Chapter 46. Tom Riddle's diary. The three of them, still shaken, dashed up the steps and entered the dimly lit foyer. In front of the cabinet where Crabbe and Goyle were confined, Ivan and Harry discarded their shoes and, clad only in socks, raced up the marble staircase into the girls' lavatory on the third floor. There, they found Ron standing in a state of panic. Ron, what are you doing here? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Madame Pomfrey said I could leave. She suggested I join everyone in the Great Hall for the Christmas feast. But I thought I should check on you first. Don't mention it. It was a disaster. Everything was going smoothly. We even managed to give Malfoy a good thrashing. But then Snape caught us, and while we were escaping, we saw Justin petrified, lying before the entrance to the basement and Appos' large mirror. That makes it the third attack. Harry lamented. The third attack? Ron gasped, looking more alarmed than the other two. Could it be Malfoy? I don't think so. When the attack happened, he was with us in the Slytherin common room. Harry shook his head. But it wasn't a complete waste of time. Although we haven't figured out who is behind these attacks, we did gather some valuable information from Malfoy. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione whispered amongst themselves, Ivan noticed a tattered black-covered book lying beneath the cracked mirror behind Ron. His heart raced, his eyes widened, and his hands clenched into fists. Good heavens. Could this be Tom Riddle and Appos' diary? He thought. He had searched for this object for half a year at school. And just when he felt utterly lost and the situation was worsening, it appeared before him. Ivan stepped forward, intent on retrieving it. But Ron suddenly reached out an arm to stop him. Ivan, don't touch it. It could be dangerous. Ron and Appos' face had turned an alarming shade of white. What is it? Harry leaned closer to see what lay in the basin. Come on, how could a book be dangerous? You would be surprised. Ron gazed fearfully at the diary. My dad told me that some books confiscated by the Ministry of Magic can be perilous. One of them can blind you. Anyone who has read the wizard's 14 lines can only speak in 5-line verses for the rest of their life. There's a book owned by an old wizard in the BAS that, once you pick it up, you can never set it down. You end up with your face buried in it wherever you go, forced to do everything with one hand. And, all right, I understand your point. Ivan lowered his gaze and maneuvered around Ron, trying to pick up the diary. No, you don't understand. Ron shouted in a high-pitched voice. Noticing the startled expressions of the other three, he quickly lowered his tone. Believe me, Ivan, that thing is dangerous. We should not touch it. Exercise caution, indeed, is prudent. However, it is only by examining the contents that we shall discern their true nature, is it not? Aiden lifted the diary. The moment he grasped it, he was certain it belonged to Tom Riddle, the Horcrux of Voldemort. He endeavored to steady his emotions as he perused the fading black cover, revealing a name inscribed in indistinct ink on the first page. Tom Riddle. Who, pray tell, is Tom Riddle? Hermione inquired, furrowing her brow. It is peculiar. He certainly was not a student at Hogwarts, yet I feel a sense of familiarity with this name, as if I have encountered it before. Tom Riddle received a special contribution award from the school 50 years ago, Aiden murmured. Ah, I recall now. I read about it in the Chronicles of Hogwarts, but it did not elucidate the reason for his accolade, Hermione responded. Anything is possible. Perhaps he captured 30 owls or rescued a professor from the clutches of the giant squid, Ron remarked quietly. I fail to comprehend why we shouldn't dispose of this object. It appears rather filthy. 50 years ago was indeed the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Perhaps this diary is linked to that event. Aiden examined the diary in his hands intently. Really? Allow me to see, Harry exclaimed, hastily seizing the diary and flipping through its pages, only to express his disappointment. There is not a single word written within. He turned the diary over and noticed the name of a newsagent on Vauxhall Road in London printed on the back. Riddle must have been a muggle, he pondered, which is why he purchased a diary on Vauxhall Road. Well, in any case, this trinket holds little value for us, Ron insisted. I suggest we leave it here. No. I believe Aiden and Appo's reasoning is quite sound. Hermione squinted, resembling Professor McGonagall. Consider this, since Riddle was a figure from 50 years past. He certainly would not be at Hogwarts now. Who brought this diary to the school, and why was it discarded? We learned from Malfoy that the individual responsible for the last opening of the chamber was expelled 50 years ago, and coincidentally, Tom Riddle received an award for special contributions to the school at that time. Could it be that Riddle was honored for apprehending the heir of Slytherin? His diary may well divulge everything. The location of the chamber, how to access it, and what manner of creature resides within. The perpetrator of these attacks would not desire this diary to be scattered about, would they? A brilliant deduction, Ron remarked, scrunching his nose. Though there is one slight flaw, his diary holds nothing but blank pages. Perhaps it employs invisible ink, Hermione exclaimed, retrieving a spell from her bag. She tapped the diary thrice with her wand, declaring, "Reveal thyself." When there was no response, Hermione, undeterred, reached back into her bag and produced an object resembling a bright red eraser. This is a revealing eraser. I acquired it in Diagon Alley. She vigorously rubbed the date of January 1st on the first page, yet nothing materialized. You will not uncover anything within this. However, Hermione reluctantly remarked, I feel an inexplicable familiarity with this riddle, as if he were a long-forgotten friend, yet this notion is surely absurd, for I had no friends before coming to Hogwarts, let alone someone from 50 years ago. Harry chimed in, Well, since you all feel this way, I actually have an idea. Ron whispered, Evan, let me handle it. I will send it to my father, an expert in such matters. No, Ron. Evan shook his head, placing the diary into his backpack. I believe it is best to keep it with me. I recently read about a revealing potion that might coax out its hidden secrets. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But in the dim candlelight of the washroom, Evan noticed that Ron's complexion seemed even paler. Chapter 47, the first confrontation. Upon realizing that his current strength was insufficient to destroy the diary, Ivan resolved to attempt communication with Tom Riddle, regardless of what was said. He vowed to remain skeptical. That evening, Ivan nestled alone beneath his covers, retrieving a quill to inscribe in the diary, Hello, my name is Ivan Mason. The black ink shimmered vibrantly on the paper for but a fleeting moment, before seemingly being absorbed into the page, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, unfamiliar words began to seep onto the paper, composed with his very ink. Hello, Ivan Mason. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come to find my diary? The text on the diary swiftly dissipated, only to vanish after Ivan hastily began to write. You seem to have offended someone. They discarded the diary into the toilet, from which I retrieved it, Ivan scrawled. Fortunately, I have recorded my past in a manner more enduring than ink. And I have always known that there are those who wish for this diary to remain unread. It contains accounts of some dreadful events, some concealed histories, incidents that transpired at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Oh, so you are also a student at Hogwarts? Indeed. During my years at Hogwarts, the Chamber of Secrets was. Riddle's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Ivan, who hastily wrote, That's wonderful. Surely, you can assist me with my class assignments. Yes. I have long sought an upperclassman to aid me, but it seems the students in Gryffindor are far more interested in Quidditch, flying broomsticks, and breaking school rules. Appo's utterly dreadful. You must understand, Professor Binns, the tedious history of magic instructor, has assigned a 4-foot essay on the compendium of medieval wizards, and I am still a foot short. Moreover, Professor Snape and Appo's potions class requires a 3-foot treatise on and Appo's 14 methods for brewing common antidotes and Appo's. Then there are transfiguration and charms. Ivan and Appo's handwriting was rapid and hasty, reminiscent of a freshman struggling to adapt to the rigors of Hogwarts life, finally finding someone who could alleviate his academic burdens. These assignments are exceedingly challenging. They are beyond my capabilities to complete. Tom, you will assist me? Won't you? I am truly sorry, Ivan, but I believe one should tackle their own assignments. However, if you wish, I can share insights on other matters, such as the Chamber of Secrets. When I was in my 5th year, the chamber was opened, and a monster attacked several students, ultimately resulting in one fatality. I was the one who apprehended the individual who opened the chamber. He was expelled by Professor Diphead, the headmaster. Is that so? You are quite impressive. Ivan quickly replied, but I must stay up late to finish my assignments. The Christmas holiday is nearly over. If I fail to complete them, I fear I might face dire consequences from the professors, even before any monster from the chamber can intervene. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Farewell. With a sharp clap, the diary was mercilessly shut. Avon sighed and fell back onto the bed. Today's encounter with Riddle was merely preliminary. There was no need for an in-depth dialogue. When dealing with Voldemort, one must exercise utmost caution, never allowing oneself to be led astray. Avon intended to maintain control over the conversation. After all, the diary remained in his possession, alleviating any concerns about potential attacks. He had ample time to converse before acquiring sufficient strength to vanquish the basilisk. A few days later, students began returning to school. An oppressive atmosphere settled over the institution, instilling panic among faculty and students alike, who heightened their vigilance, suspicious of every little noise. Any slight disturbance could send them into a frenzy. Although Harry was not discovered at the scene of the third attack, this did not prevent others from suspecting him, particularly when faced with inquiries. Harry found himself unable to explain where he had gone after leaving the Great Hall early on Christmas Day, which raised considerable suspicion. Increasingly, individuals gathered in hushed groups to speculate. Ernie from Hufflepuff would declare that ever since Justin inadvertently let slip to Potter that he was a natural-born muggle, he had anticipated such occurrences. This led many to believe that he and Hermione were accomplices of Harry. Peeves, too, played a detrimental role, frequently appearing in crowded corridors to sing boisterously, "Oh, Potter, you pest. Look at the chaos you and Oppos, VE caused. You and Oppos, VE put students in danger, and you find it quite amusing." He accompanied his antics with a comical dance. With Ernie and Peeves stirring the pot, nearly everyone, save for Colin, Luna, and the Weasley family, dared not approach Avon, Harry, and Hermione. There was, however, one exception, Malfoy. In this climate, it was deemed best to avoid solitary endeavors. Aside from attending classes, they spent the majority of their time in the library. Hermione was engrossed in poring over old records from 50 years ago, attempting to uncover the identity of the individual who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. The only clue was that this person had been expelled from the school and remained imprisoned in Azkaban to this day. Do you know? He sounds quite like Percy, the head boy and president of the student council, perhaps even the top of his class. Ron grimaced in distaste. From your tone, it seems you consider this a negative trait, Hermione replied, her voice slightly wounded. No. Avon shook his head, believing it best not to discuss anything related to Riddle with others. Listen to me. It's merely an ordinary diary. In truth, this diary was anything but ordinary. He was certain it was fireproof, waterproof, and impervious to spells. He could scarcely identify any means of destruction. Quite remarkable, Ron remarked, his expression betraying discomfort. Chapter 48. The second confrontation time swiftly passed, and February arrived in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere within the school remained palpably tense. Although there had been no further incidents since Justin Finch-Fletchley was attacked and the Mandricks began to mature, most students remained on edge. In light of this situation, Lockhart seemed to feel compelled to take action. A murmur of skepticism arose from the audience, as many questioned his approach. What the school truly needed was a boost to morale, a means to erase those unpleasant memories. As breakfast on February 14th commenced, the students soon discovered Lockhart's method of uplifting spirits. Upon entering the hall early that morning, Ewan was greeted by the sight of walls adorned with large, dazzling pink flowers. To make matters worse, a flurry of heart-shaped confetti cascaded from the pale blue ceiling. At the teachers and Oppos table, Lockhart, clad in a vibrant pink robe that matched the decorations, sat opposite his colleagues, who wore stern expressions. Professor McGonagall's cheek twitched, while Snape appeared as though he had just consumed a copious amount of strong liquor. Next, Lockhart self-indulgently announced a delightful surprise he had arranged. Striding through several doors leading to the entrance hall were 12 dar-faced dwarfs, distinctly different from the norm. As they sported golden wings and carried harps, Lockhart referred to them as friendly cherubs bearing greeting cards. He alone received nearly 200 cards, which rendered him the most unpopular individual among the faculty. When one of the dwarfs barged into the Transfiguration classroom for the 12th time, Professor McGonagall, visibly displeased, expelled Ewan along with the intruder. However, Ewan was quicker. He drew his wand and cast a swift silencing charm, enveloping the world in silence. Weary, he tossed his bag onto the sofa, causing Tom Riddle's diary to tumble out. Ewan's eyes flickered. This coincidence was far from delightful, as he was certain his bag was not so loose. It appeared that after over a month of neglect, Riddle could no longer contain his impatience. Riddle, I have completed and submitted that assignment on my own. Professor Snape gave me a dreadful evaluation. My current dilemma is... Ewan and Apo's lips curled slightly as he jotted down the challenges he faced in his recent magical studies. Riddle provided impeccable answers to Ewan and Apo's queries, offering a sense of clarity, with some insights even surpassing those of the professors. Thus began Ewan's second correspondence with Tom Riddle. Each night, once all were asleep, he would quietly retrieve the diary and inscribe the difficulties he encountered in his magical research, with the complexity of the problems escalating, many of which exceeded the grasp of an ordinary young wizard. As a young Voldemort, Tom Riddle possessed an extensive reservoir of knowledge, capable of answering nearly all inquiries posed by Avon, should he so desire. From the simplest classroom assignments to the most profound theories of magic, his expertise was vast. Following a transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall even expressed her astonishment to Avon regarding the depth of his research into Animagus transformations. Naturally, most of this knowledge stemmed from Tom Riddle's own studies. In just over a month, Avon exhibited remarkable progress, acquiring theoretical knowledge that was scarcely covered in class, including aspects of dark magic. In fact, it seemed that Riddle had been subtly, yet intentionally, imparting dark magic to Avon, encouraging him to wield such spells through his words. Initially, Avon felt no sense of alarm. He merely perceived these spells as possessing extraordinary power, far exceeding that of ordinary incantations. It was only after consulting Professor Flitwick that he realized Riddle had been teaching him dark magic all along. Even then, Avon failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, believing that a greater understanding of dark magic would enhance his abilities. This belief was particularly reinforced during a recent confrontation with Malfoy, where Avon, without a second thought, drew his wand and cast a newly learned spell. This incantation bore resemblance to Snape's Sectum Sempra but wielded even greater might, had it struck Malfoy. The outcome would have been dire, for Riddle had not taught him the counter-curse. The gravity of this incident left Avon in a state of trepidation, serving as an exceedingly dangerous signal. Riddle was probing for Avon and Apo's psychological vulnerabilities, given Avon and Apo's wariness towards him and disinterest in the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle sought to ensnare him through the allure of formidable magical power. Should Avon become ensnared by this power, Riddle could exploit the opportunity to dominate him. Even if he could not gain complete control, Avon risked a fate akin to Voldemort and Apo's potentially becoming an evil dark wizard. From that moment onward, Avon dared not approach the diary again. Tom Riddle was undeniably terrifying, possessing the ability to subtly manipulate a person's psyche, even one as vigilant as Avon. Chapter 49. Memories from 50 years ago. Thus, he always carried the diary with him, though he never opened it again. Thanks to Edwin and Apo's vigilance, the castle had not witnessed any further attacks. For months had elapsed since Justin was petrified. It seemed that almost everyone believed that the assailant, whoever he might be, had permanently retired from his nefarious activities. One day during breakfast, Edwin overheard Professor Sprout joyfully conversing with several students about the lively and boisterous ball held in the third greenhouse, celebrating the maturation of the mandrakes. Once they attempt to relocate into other pots, we shall know they are fully ripe, and then we can revive those unfortunate souls in the hospital ward. The continuous stream of good news gradually lifted everyone's spirits. The school required us to select our third-year courses. Harry, holding a heavily annotated schedule, explained to Edwin and Colin, who had just entered, that it appeared we would be adding several subjects. Professor McGonagall advised us to proceed with caution. Hermione regarded Harry and Ron seriously, emphasizing the importance of careful selection as it would impact our futures. I don and Apo's. No, but I just want to drop potions, Harry remarked. Impossible, Ron replied despondently. We have to keep the original subjects. Otherwise, I would have discarded defense against the dark arts long ago. But that subject is crucial, Hermione exclaimed. With a teaching style like Lockhart and Apo's, I doubt that, Ron retorted. Aside from not letting the house elf out, I learned nothing from him. Children from wizarding families sought their relatives and Apo's opinions via owl post. For instance, Neville, sitting nearby, received numerous letters from relatives, making his decision even more challenging. He anxiously inquired whether others thought that arithmancy, sounded more difficult than ancient runes. As for Harry, who had grown up in a Muggle household, no one provided him with advice. In the end, he even closed his eyes and randomly pointed his wand at the list, selecting whichever subject it landed on. "You cannot do that, Harry," Hermione urgently interjected. "Well, do you have a better idea?" Harry replied with a frown. "We could choose them all." "The school has and Oppos. T said we can and Oppos. T, right?" Hermione suggested uncertainly. "True, but I certainly wouldn't do that." Harry quickly shook his head. "Hermione, that idea doesn't and Oppos. T suit me. Divination looks fascinating. You should choose that." Edwin leaned over to inspect Harry and Oppos' schedule. "I am quite interested in that subject, if the opportunity arises next semester. I would like to audit your class." Edwin and Oppos' suggestion was sound. Divination could help one glimpse the future. Percy approached, appearing completely restored to his usual self since learning of the imminent ripening of the mandrakes. He advised Harry that the choice of courses primarily depended on where one aspired to go in the future. Many often claim that choosing to study Muggle studies is foolish. Yet I personally believe that wizards ought to possess a comprehensive and profound understanding of non-magical society, particularly if they aspire to engage in vocations closely intertwined with Muggles. Take my father, for instance. He must navigate Muggle affairs at every moment. My brother Charlie has always reveled in outdoor activities. Thus he opted for the care of magical creatures course. Play to your strengths, Harry. Percy's advice, however, bore little fruit, for aside from Quidditch, Harry struggled to identify any of his own strengths. "Professor McGonagall has instructed us to submit our choices by tomorrow. Let us deliberate further, Harry. Hermione has signed up for all subjects, and you too, Ron, must take responsibility for your future." Such words echo my mother. Ron wrinkled his nose in discomfort, appearing rather dispirited. Indeed, he had been in poor spirits lately, and even after procuring 2 large vials of calming potion from Madame Pomfrey, there had been little improvement. Everyone suspected it might be an adverse reaction to the Dementor's curse. Ginny was in a similarly dismal state. Ivan was certain she was harboring some secret. Yet after several attempts to converse with her, he yielded no results. That evening, Ivan, Harry, and Ron sat before the fireplace in the common room, discussing each subject in turn. Ultimately, Harry and Ron selected several identical new courses, reasoning that if these subjects proved arduous, at least they could face the challenges together. Just as they finished inscribing their names on the chosen subjects, Hermione rushed in, breathless. "I have discovered the identity of the individual expelled from the school 50 years ago." Hermione lowered her voice, urgency lacing her words. "It was Hagrid. He was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago." "That is impossible." Harry sprang to his feet. "I too hope it is not him, yet the evidence I found is quite damning," Hermione continued, unable to locate any material in the library. "I wrote a letter to Mr. Grubbly Plank, the editor of the Daily Prophet, seeking his assistance." "And what did he say?" Harry replied, his frustration palpable. "What is this?" "We already knew Hagrid was expelled. Pay attention to the timing of the report, Harry," Hermione urged. "Consider the article Ivan previously showed us. Detailing an incident from 50 years ago, it mentioned that Moaning Myrtle was a victim of that accident. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid was expelled for causing a serious incident. Perhaps these 2 events are unrelated," Harry lamented. However, the attack ceased after Hagrid was dismissed. Hermione sighed. What sort of occurrence could be severe enough to warrant a student and Oppos' expulsion? Reflect on our last encounter with Hagrid in Knockturn Alley. He was merely procuring a potion to repel flesh-eating slugworms. Hermione, Hagrid would never intentionally harm anyone. Harry raised his voice. "Certainly not, but the creature he raises is another matter entirely." Hermione hesitated and remarked that Hagrid had an affinity for dangerous creatures, believing them to be quite fascinating. Just consider the peculiar pets he had kept at school last year, a 3-headed dog and a dragon hatchling. Should we not inquire about these matters with Hagrid? It would certainly make for an entertaining visit. "Hello, Hagrid, could you tell us if you and Oppos VE recently released some wild furry creature within the castle? That is hardly amusing, Ron." "Out of an abundance of caution, I believe." "No, Hermione. Hagrid is undoubtedly innocent. I trust him," Harry insisted. The 4 of them fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. For a considerable time, no one uttered a word. Chapter 50, Hagrid and Aragog in the stillness of the night. The common room was deserted, leaving only Evan in its confines. He stared at the Tom Riddle diary laid out before him, lost in thought. The events of the day had made it abundantly clear that this stalemate could not persist. Although no further attacks had occurred, The mystery of the Chamber of Secrets would continue to breed suspicion among everyone until resolved. Perhaps he ought to present this matter to Dumbledore. Surely he would recognize it as a Horcrux and know how to address it, thus bringing an end to the Chamber and Oppos as turmoil. Before Evan could solidify his resolve, Harry emerged from the bedroom. "Evan, why are you still awake?" Harry inquired, his surprise evident. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? It's quite late. What are you doing out here?" "I can't sleep. My mind keeps racing with thoughts about Hagrid. He must be innocent." "I need to confirm it with him," Harry replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. "You believe that too, don't you?" "Absolutely." Evan nodded in agreement. "Then let us hurry," Harry urged softly. Yes, Harry insisted, grasping Evan's arm. "I intended to go alone, but since you've discovered me, we might as well go together." Reluctant to sneak out of the castle in the dead of night to confirm something he already knew, Evan found himself unable to decline as Harry pulled him out of the Gryffindor common room. Before they could even make their way through the portrait hole, they spotted Hermione standing solemnly behind them. "Hermione!" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "Don't look at me like that, Harry. Did you really think I would allow you two to venture out alone?" Hermione replied. "I've insisted we must speak with Hagrid, while I believe he is not involved. He must know something." "All right, if we're all going, let us make haste," Harry said, draping the invisibility cloak over them. The castle felt particularly eerie in the dead of night, the corridors eerily empty. It was evident that Harry had wandered these halls at such hours before. As he skillfully guided Evan and Hermione past Filch and out through the castle doors, the trio hastily approached the window of Hagrid and Oppos' hut, the warm glow of light beckoning them, and once they stood at the door, they discarded the invisibility cloak. Moments after they knocked, Hagrid swung the door open abruptly, his massive hound barking raucously behind him. "Oh, it's you three," Hagrid exclaimed, peering at them. "What brings you to my doorstep at this hour?" "Hagrid, we have some questions for you," Harry ventured, stepping into the hut with hesitation. "Can you tell us about, well, Hagrid?" "But Hagrid, we want to ask you about an incident from your time at Hogwarts, related to the Chamber of Secrets," Evan interjected directly. "The Chamber of Secrets." Hagrid and Oppos' large hand trembled violently, causing the teapot to topple over. "Hagrid, you know that someone has been attacked by the creature from the chamber. There have been 3 assaults in total." Harry spoke swiftly, stating that their investigation had revealed the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years prior. "What exactly do you wish to know?" Hagrid and Oppos' complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. 50 years ago, shortly after the chamber was opened, you were expelled from the school due to a grave incident. Hermione produced a newspaper. "Hagrid, it's not that we don't trust you, but you must know something." "I know nothing," Hagrid shouted at them, appearing increasingly agitated, causing water from the kettle to spill and nearly extinguish the fire. This was undeniably suspicious. Harry and Hermione exchanged furtive glances. "We need your assistance, Hagrid," Harry implored. "The last time the chamber was opened, a monster killed a student. If we do not act, that creature may strike again." "No, Aragog is innocent. It has never harmed anyone," Hagrid choked out. "Aragog? Who is that?" Harry quickly inquired. "It is a giant spider. A gift from a distant traveler for my 12th birthday. I raised it in my cupboard when the chamber was last opened. Aragog was terrified and begged me to release it, claiming it was a creature that instilled fear in their kind." Hagrid wiped away his tears with a large handkerchief. "What was that ancient creature?" "I do not know. Despite my numerous inquiries, Aragog has never revealed the name of that monster. It was only after that dreadful creature killed a Ravenclaw girl in a lavatory that the one whose name cannot be mentioned captured me, falsely accusing Aragog of all wrongdoing." "The one whose name cannot be mentioned." Harry stood up, pale. "Hagrid, are you referring to Voldemort?" They were ushered out by Hagrid, and as they walked, Harry and Hermione whispered among themselves. Hagrid had just mentioned Voldemort. It must have been him who opened the chamber 50 years ago, killing Myrtle and framing Hagrid for it. "I knew it would be like this," Harry said angrily. "But who opened it this time? Surely it isn't Voldemort again?" Harry recalled the events of the previous semester when Voldemort had infiltrated the school to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, thankful that he had ultimately thwarted him. Who could it be? And what of the creature lurking within the chamber? Harry pondered deeply. Hagrid had mentioned it was an ancient being feared by spiders. He felt he had encountered something similar before. Hermione thought for a moment, then turned to Ivan, asking, "Ivan, do you have any clues?" It was evident that the terrifying creature hidden within the chamber was a basilisk, the sworn enemy of spiders. Ivan shared what he knew. Having resolved to present the diary to Dumbledore, it was time to put an end to all of it. As for the individual who had been under Tom Riddle's control, no matter who they were, they would gradually return to normal, free from the influence of the Horcrux. Chapter 51. A New Conspiracy. What is a basilisk? As Harry and Hermione gazed at him with curiosity, Ivan retrieved a tattered page from an ancient library tome. Fantastic beasts and where to find them. This was preparatory material he had meticulously carried with him in anticipation of such a moment. It provided an introduction to the basilisk. But he cautioned, "Please do not inform Madame Pants, as she would undoubtedly bar me from the library for damaging a rare book." Harry and Hermione eagerly took the page. Reading aloud, "In our country, many terrifying beasts and monsters roam, among which the most extraordinary and deadly is the basilisk, also known as the king of serpents. This serpent can grow to enormous sizes and typically lives for several hundred years. It hatches from a rooster and Apos' egg, incubated by a toad. Its method of killing is astonishing. In addition to its lethal fangs, the basilisk's gaze can cause instant death. Anyone who meets its eyes will perish immediately. Spiders flee from the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the creature will only retreat in fear upon hearing a rooster's crow, as that sound is also fatal to it. This is why Aragog is terrified and wishes to flee." "I understand now, Ivan." A light bulb seemed to illuminate in Harry and Apos' mind, and he exclaimed, "The monster hidden in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk. No wonder I hear that sound during each attack while others cannot. I can understand Parseltongue. Look at this line. Whoever the basilisk gazes upon will die." Hermione pointed to a sentence on the page. "But no one has died at school. That is because none of them made direct eye contact," Ivan explained. "Do you both remember the puddle at the site of the first attack? Mrs. Norris, Philip's cat, must have seen her reflection in the water, which is why she was petrified. As for Justin, when we found him, he was covered in shards of a mirror. He had seen the basilisk from the large mirror at the entrance to the basement and fell back, shattering the mirror upon petrification. Wait, I still dawn and Apos, to understand." Harry said hesitantly, "If the basilisk is truly as enormous as the book describes, how has it been able to slither around the school without being detected? Through the pipes?" "Harry," Ivan clarified, "it has been traversing the pipes, which is why you consistently hear that sound emanating from within the walls." Hermione eagerly glanced at the page once more, clarity washing over her. "The rooster and Apos' crow is also fatal to it. That is why Hagrid's roosters were all killed. Once the chamber is opened, the heir of Slytherin would not want any roosters near the castle. Almost every detail aligns perfectly. Except for one thing, we still do not know who the heir of Slytherin is. Who opened the chamber?" As Harry and Hermione abruptly turned their gazes towards him, Avon couldn't and Apos' help but offer a faint smile of resignation. "Do not look at me. I too am unaware of that individual. We must meticulously re-evaluate the clues at hand. 50 years ago, it was Voldemort who unleashed the Chamber of Secrets, resulting in the death of Moaning Myrtle, subsequently casting the blame upon Hagrid." Hermione stated, "We now know that the creature concealed within the chamber is a basilisk. Hagrid and Apos' rooster has been slaughtered, and Ron has fallen victim to the Cruciatus curse. The heir of Slytherin must be among us." Harry interjected, "Riddle received a special contribution award from the school 50 years ago. Ron and I have seen that trophy in the trophy room," he added. "Could it be that he resolved the chamber incident at that time?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "But Hagrid said it was Voldemort who captured him." Good heavens. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as they all arrived at a singular conclusion. Tom Riddle is indeed Voldemort. After a prolonged silence, Avon spoke softly. "What about the diary?" Hermione inquired, her complexion pale with disbelief. "We have unwittingly kept Voldemort and Apos' belongings close to us. We must hand it over to Dumbledore. It is likely a dark magical artifact. Fear not, it is here with me," Avon assured, only to realize with a sudden jolt that he carried nothing on his person. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Oh no. I left it in the common room when I came out." The three exchanged urgent glances and hurried towards the castle. Meanwhile, within the diary, Tom Riddle felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Over the past 4 months, he had divulged a plethora of forbidden magical knowledge and had finally gained the trust of that mudblood named Avon Mason. Had his scheme been uncovered? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. That wretched mudblood, regardless of his cunning, was merely an 11-year-old child, unlikely to relinquish such easily attainable powerful magic. To Tom, Avon should be enraptured by the allure of formidable power, just as he had once been. He could even perceive the chinks in Avon's mental armor, tantalizingly close to controlling him as he had done with the previous child. Yet, at the most critical juncture, this detestable mudblood had vanished, rendering all his efforts and intricate plans futile. If only it were possible, how he longed to burst forth and instantly dispatch Avon with the killing curse. Just as this wish lingered in his mind, the diary was suddenly opened by none other than the child he had once manipulated. It was nothing short of delightful. Tom Riddle could feel the infusion of life into the diary, restoring the waning strength he had begun to experience. It is time to bring everything to an end. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of Tom Riddle and Amp Oppo's mouth as he devised a new scheme to exact revenge upon that detestable mudblood. He intended to personally fulfill the noble cause of Salazar Slytherin, purifying all of Hogwarts with blood. Chapter 52. The Heir of Slytherin. Evan, Harry, and Hermione hurriedly dashed into the castle, neglecting even their invisibility cloak. As they reached the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to the common room, they were startled to see Snape emerge from the shadows of a corner. What a delightful encounter! Snape regarded them with a mocking expression. Potter, Granger, Mason. I had thought that the sight of a Slytherin student running amok within the castle, disguised by Polyjuice Potion, was already quite dreadful. However, I did not anticipate that you would also have the habit of roaming about at such an ungodly hour. You don't understand, Professor. It's Voldemort. He has opened the Chamber of Secrets, and we must stop him. Their S.A. diary. Hermione protested passionately. Silence, Miss Know-It-All. Snape glared at the three of them for a long moment before slowly continuing. This is Hogwarts. That person cannot possibly be here. Follow me. I wish to see how Dumbledore will deal with you. Harry gazed dejectedly at Snape, uncertain of what to do. No matter what he said, Snape would never believe him. He was eager to find an excuse to punish them. A heavy weight of worry settled upon his already troubled mind, and just as he resolved to speak, he suddenly heard that voice again. This time, I shall kill. Let me tear. Let me rip apart. The voice reemerged. It was the basilisk, moving toward the common room. Harry and Amp Oppo's heart sank. If the basilisk were to enter the Gryffindor common room, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just imagine, a group of unsuspecting students facing a terrifying creature capable of killing with its gaze. How many lives could be lost? Evan, Hermione, it has entered. We must warn everyone. Harry disregarded Snape standing before him, shouted the password, and climbed through the entrance. Evan and Hermione hesitated for a moment before hastily following. The common room appeared exactly as they had left it, the fire dwindling to embers. Through the dim light, Evan noticed that the diary he had left on the sofa was gone. It must have been taken by the student controlled by Tom Riddle. But who could it be? Ginny or? In the next moment, he noticed a line of dark silver letters shimmering on the wall above the fireplace. Tremble, mudbloods. Hogwarts shall be purified. The heir of Slytherin will fulfill his great mission. Evan and Oppo's pupils constricted sharply. Hogwarts would be purified. And the heir of Slytherin would complete his mission. What did Tom Riddle intend to do? A shadowy figure emerged from the corner. It was Ron. Ron appeared peculiar, exuding an aura of elegance intertwined with a sense of oppression, entirely unlike his usual demeanor, his body splattered with paint matching that of the wall. Ron, thank goodness you're here. The basilisk is coming. We must, Harry exclaimed anxiously. I know, it was I who summoned it. Ron wore an enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. What did you say? Harry and Hermione stared at him in astonishment. I mean, the attacks occurring within the school, they were all orchestrated by me. Ron's smile became more pronounced. Harry Potter, I have long desired to meet you. Among everyone at Hogwarts, you are the one I have yearned to see the most. Ron, I don't understand what you're saying. Harry stepped forward. Don't approach him, Harry. He is not Ron. He is Tom Riddle. Avon shouted urgently. Avon Mason. Ron's smile gradually faded into a cold sneer. You wretched, loathsome mudblood. I anticipated you would be trouble, but I never expected you would dare to mock the great heir of Slytherin. You will pay dearly for this. You will regret it. Enough. What trickery are you four up to? Snape interrupted Ron, his expression dark as he strode into the common room. He had been standing outside, listening to their conversation, and was puzzled by the madness exhibited by the four. The heir of Slytherin being a Gryffindor student, especially the dim-witted Ron Weasley, was to him the most ludicrous of jokes. It had to be a prank devised by Avon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Snape drew his wand, prepared to cast a stunning spell to calm them down. However, before he could utter the incantation, a tremendous noise erupted from within the Gryffindor common room. Enough to rouse half the castle. Don't you Gryffindor fools know what time it is? Or do you all wish to be expelled from Hogwarts? Snape bellowed. But he halted abruptly as a thunderous crash emanated from the nearby washroom. It sounded as if a colossal creature had plummeted from a great height onto the stone floor, causing the entire Gryffindor tower to tremble, a sound clearly beyond the capabilities of mere students. Snape swiftly turned to face the washroom, his wand cautiously pointing ahead. Ron's smile returned, that same strange grin, while the others fixated on the washroom door, their faces etched with fear. Eerie noises echoed from within. As though something menacing was about to emerge, the atmosphere thick with tension. Avon, Harry, and Hermione hastily drew their wands, while Snape took a tense step forward, his wand tip glowing faintly. With a deafening crash, the washroom door flew open, splintering into shards. Amidst the swirling dust, Avon beheld a hideous giant serpent slithering out from the washroom. Its body was a vibrant green, glistening with the distinct radiance of a venomous snake. Its girth comparable to that of an oak trunk, its upper body stretching high into the air. It's the basilisk. Don't look into its eyes, Avon shouted as he aimed his wand at the creature, reciting a spell. Snape's swiftness surpassed even that of the creature. For just as the basilisk burst forth from the lavatory, the faint glow at the tip of his wand intensified dramatically. 3 dark silver beams shot forth, akin to arrows released from a bow, striking the serpent with unerring precision and leaving behind 3 gory gashes upon its emerald scales. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, the basilisk's immense, flattened head swayed unsteadily, as though intoxicated. The sharp pangs of pain ignited its fury. It emitted a frenzied hissing sound, towering above, as it glared with its bulbous, golden eyes, searching for the audacious soul who dared to attack it. In that moment, it perceived a fiery orange light hurtling towards its eyes. Evan and Apos, S.I. binding curse found its mark, forcing the basilisk to shut its eyes in agony. Chapter 53. The frantic basilisk seizing the opportunity, Harry and Hermione unleashed several spells, yet they were repelled by the creature's scales. Only Snape's magic could inflict wounds upon its body, as dark blood splattered onto the ground like a torrential rain. The basilisk thrashed wildly, its enormous tail sweeping through the common room with devastating force, shattering the walls. The cacophony of battle roused the entire Gryffindor house, as students emerged from their dormitories, their expressions shifting from the confusion of waking to sheer terror. In the next instant, their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a gigantic green serpent rampaging through the common room. In stark contrast to the other students who stood bewildered, Percy reacted swiftly, instinctively drawing his wand and casting a spell. A beam of red light struck the basilisk, but was immediately deflected. The creature hissed furiously, its relentless assaults driving it into a frenzy, intent on tearing apart all those before it. However, before it could act, Snape and Apos' spell struck once more, causing it to recoil violently, yearning to retaliate, yet its eyes ached painfully, rendering it unable to open them. In another corner of the common room, Ivan, Harry, and Hermione were engaged in a fierce struggle against Ron, who was under Tom Riddle's control, as spells flashed intermittently through the air. Riddle appeared somewhat flustered yet maintained an air of composure. Ivan narrowed his eyes, realizing that this could not continue. How amusing. Attempting to use the dark magic I taught you against me. I must admit, I had underestimated you, Mudblood. Riddle glared menacingly at Ivan, musing that had his wand not felt so unwieldy, he would have relished this game further. Suddenly, he turned and spoke a few words in Parseltongue to the basilisk. Responding to his summons, the creature forsook Snape and lunged swiftly towards Ivan. Its mouth gaped wide, capable of swallowing everyone whole, revealing 2 rows of venomous fangs that glimmered like silver swords, thin and lethal. It charged blindly, and Ivan halted his spell, while Hermione stood behind him, her face pale. They hurriedly sought refuge, but it was in vain. The basilisk and Apos' speed was overwhelming. Without a moment in Apos' thought, Ivan spun around, enveloping Hermione in his embrace, shielding her with his body, acutely aware of her trembling form. At that moment, Harry dashed forward with a scream, brandishing a wooden chair and hurling it at the basilisk. However, it was utterly futile, a mere act of defiance against an unstoppable force, as the creature and Apos' momentum remained unhampered, just when they believed they were doomed to be devoured. Snape suddenly appeared before them. His expression was as dark as stormy waters, and the light emanating from his wand intensified. With a resounding crash, Snape was propelled into the wall behind him before collapsing onto the floor, a trickle of blood seeping from beneath his hair. He had been knocked unconscious. That bothersome adversary has finally been dealt with, Riddle thought contemptuously, gazing down at the incapacitated Snape sprawled upon the ground. The serpent creature slithered towards him, its body no longer contorted in agony as it had been before. On realized that the time for the eye disease curse was drawing to a close, and the serpent creature was about to recover. How vexing, the professors must be hurrying to arrive. If only he could hold on a little longer. A thought struck On. Perhaps he could retrieve the object he had crafted a few days prior. which might very well eliminate the serpent creature. It was evident that Tom Riddle was also aware that his time was limited. He turned and commanded the serpent creature to eliminate On. As he spoke in the hissing language of serpents, a girl with fiery red hair suddenly dashed down from the upper levels. It was Ginny. "What are you doing, Ron?" she exclaimed, her face pale, anxiously surveying the four individuals huddled in the corner, fear etched upon her features, yet her gaze growing increasingly resolute. Dressed in pink pajamas, she clutched her wand tightly, directing a beam of red light towards the serpent creature. Her spell interrupted the dialogue between Riddle and the serpent, causing the creature to recoil slightly, its massive jaws snapping forward in a furious attempt to rend Ginny apart. "Don't!" Harry and Hermione shouted in terror. On hastily cast a spell, but it bore no effect. They yearned to rush to her aid, yet time was not on their side. Ginny was perilously close to the serpent creature. Just as everyone shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer, Ron suddenly lunged forward, rescuing Ginny in the nick of time. Ron appeared to regain his composure, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Run, I'll hold him off," he choked out, his voice trembling. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have trusted this guy. I shouldn't have." Tom Riddle seemed to be wrestling for control of Ron and Oppo's body. Agony etched across Ron and Oppo's pale visage. Soon, Riddle regained dominion over Ron, a look of disgust washing over his face as he forcefully cast Ginny aside. The unexpected resistance was feeble. Ron and Oppo's life force was nearly extinguished, and it was time to conclude this absurd contest. "I shall purify all of Hogwarts in the name of Salazar Slytherin. Mudbloods and their friends must perish. Unfortunately, you shall have no opportunity, Tom." On gasped, clutching an object resembling a music box, his recently devised magical artifact for recording sound. He opened the box, and a chorus of crowing roosters erupted from within. Upon hearing this sound, the serpent creature and Oppo's massive body convulsed violently. "No, you wretched, detestable mudblood!" Tom Riddle screamed, climbing onto the serpent and Oppo's body. "You will regret this. The corpse of this boy shall remain forever in the Chamber of Secrets. You cannot take Ron." As the serpent slithered past them, Harry lunged, seizing Ron and Oppo's body, and On, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped Harry and Oppo's arm. In the next instant, akin to a car that accelerates to its utmost limit, they surged forward with remarkable speed, vanishing into the shadowy recess of the restroom's darkened pipe, leaving all onlookers in stunned silence. Chapter 54. The Secret Chamber Within the Castle. Avon and Harry clutched Ron tightly, as if they were aboard a roller coaster hurtling through the underground tunnels, soaring upward, plunging downward, twisting, and racing down an endless, dark, sticky slide. The narrowness of the passage forced Avon to press closely against the basilisk. Even so, when they rounded a corner, he was jostled painfully, stars dancing before his eyes. At the apex of the tunnel, the basilisk brought them into a peculiar oval chamber, adorned with pale blue draperies, while one side was lined with books, their thick layers of dust indicating a long period of neglect. Ron, under the control of Tom Riddle, exhibited an unmistakable look of astonishment, as he had been unaware of this hidden sanctum within the school. "Damn it," hissed Tom Riddle, uttering a few words in a serpentine voice. He attempted to command the basilisk to halt, but the sound of a crowing rooster had terrified it. The basilisk disregarded Riddle's control, fleeing in a panic at its utmost speed. The blue-draped room vanished in an instant, and as they passed the central table, Avon and Oppo's hand grasped something, a round object attached to a long chain. He held it tightly, not yet having the chance to inspect it, when the basilisk plunged downward. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the basilisk broke through the tunnel, propelling them out of the third-floor girls' restroom, where Myrtle wept. It surged toward the central faucet, intricately carved with small serpents, as Ron emitted urgent hissing sounds. Immediately, the faucet erupted with dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. The basin gradually faded from view, just as Avon caught sight of a particularly thick pipe, into which the basilisk disappeared. This pipe was significantly broader than the previous tunnels, seemingly designed specifically for the basilisk. Avon noticed that many other pipes branched out in various directions, yet none matched this one in girth. The pipe twisted and turned steeply downward. Avon realized they had descended deep beneath the school, further than even the subterranean classrooms. As he acclimated to the swift descent, they finally landed on a damp surface. The pipe leveled out, and they emerged from the opening, crashing heavily onto the ground. The sudden impact caused Avon and Harry to release their grip simultaneously. while the basilisk carried Ron away, swiftly vanishing from sight. They found themselves in a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within. "Where are we?" Harry inquired, rubbing his sore backside as he stood up. "We and Appos, been brought miles beneath the school." He squinted, surveying the murky, sticky walls surrounding them. Then, he recalled the object he had grasped in that draped room at the castle's summit. With a flicker of luminescence, his wand emitted a faint glow. Bathed in a faint glimmer of light, Avon beheld the circular object in his hand, reminiscent of a pocket watch, yet devoid of any markings, save for a peculiar needle. What could this be? Harry leaned in closer. "I don and amp, Appos, no. I inadvertently grasped it in the room where the basilisk passed by. It appears to be a magical artifact." Avon hesitated, contemplating whether to adjust the needle. Indeed, he tucked the enigmatic item into his pocket. They were pressed for time, as Tom Riddle was siphoning Ron's life force. And the longer they tarried, the more disadvantageous it became for them. Along the tunnel, the two hastened forward, their footsteps echoing against the damp ground. The surrounding darkness engulfed them, limiting their vision to a small patch ahead. The faint glow emitted from their wands cast their shadows against the moist walls, rendering them monstrous in appearance. Harry, Tom Riddle wields Ron and Appos' broken wand. It and Appos, akin to wandless magic, necessitating immense control. For the time being, he cannot cast powerful spells. Avon cautioned as they walked. "I will draw the basilisk and amp, Appos' attention while you search for the diary." The diary. Harry paused momentarily. "I and amp, Appos, noted it." He affirmed with a nod, suddenly gripping Avon and amp, Appos' shoulder. "Look, there and amp, Appos, something over there." Avon extended his wand, and through the dim luminescence, he discerned the outline of a colossal creature coiled in the tunnel ahead, utterly still. It was the shed skin of the basilisk, perhaps a coveted item for collectors. Before them lay a massive serpent's skin, vibrantly green, sprawled across the tunnel floor, hollow within, stretching an impressive 20 feet in length. It was evidently shed by the basilisk they had encountered earlier. They pressed onward, cautiously navigating another bend, only to discover a formidable wall ahead, adorned with two serpents intertwining, their eyes set with large, glistening emeralds. "Harry, speak to them in parcel tongue," Avon whispered. Harry approached slowly, his throat dry. He strained to envision these stone serpents as living beings, though it was unnecessary, for their eyes appeared strikingly lifelike. "Open," he uttered in a low, raspy hiss. The serpents parted, and the stone wall cracked down the middle, gradually sliding apart to reveal what lay beyond. Avon hurried inside, and before them stretched a long, dimly lit chamber. Numerous stone pillars, etched with entwined serpents, towered to support the ceiling, which faded into the darkness above, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the room, suffused with a mysterious emerald haze. "It is the chamber of Slytherin," Avon whispered. The chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence as the two, wands raised, advanced cautiously among the serpentine pillars. As he approached the final pair of stone pillars, a statue, towering to the same height as the chamber itself, suddenly loomed before him, its back pressed against the shadowy wall. Avon lifted his gaze and beheld the enormous visage above. It was the countenance of an aged and decrepit figure, reminiscent of a simian, adorned with a sparse, lengthy beard that nearly trailed to the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe. Beneath this imposing figure, two large, grayish feet rested upon the smooth floor of the room. Between those feet lay Ron, sprawled face down like a lifeless corpse. Chapter 55. The truth revealed. Ron lay on the ground like a discarded doll, his complexion as pallid as the marble beneath him, cold and devoid of color. "Ron." Harry rushed to his side, kneeling beside him, desperately shaking him. "Ron, please don't die. I beg you, do not leave us. He will not awaken," a voice gently remarked. Avon swiftly turned to see a tall boy with dark hair leaning against the nearest stone pillar, observing them with a cold gaze. "Tom Riddle," Avon whispered, cautiously aiming his wand at him. "It is futile, mudblood. It is all over." Riddle remarked nonchalantly. "It is just us here. No bothersome intruders will disturb us, nor the crowing of roosters. Ultimately, I shall prevail, and you will remain here forever, just like this boy." "What have you done to Ron? Why is he like this?" Harry demanded, rising to his feet and shouting. "Now, that is an intriguing question." Riddle responded gleefully. "It is a long story, but since you are about to embrace death, I shall indulge you. The true reason Ron Weasley is in this state is that he opened his heart to an invisible stranger, confiding all his secrets." "What are you talking about?" Harry asked, astonished. "The diary," Riddle continued. "Ever since my cunning servant handed the diary to Ron, he has been pouring out his heart for months, revealing his sorrows and woes to me. He is the most ordinary in his family, with brothers and friends who outshine him. No one ever noticed the mundane, frail, pitiful Ron. What? Harry was momentarily taken aback. Harry Potter, the illustrious, kind, and great savior, will never comprehend that Ron Weasley is envious. He envies your fame. He envies your superiority. Riddle's eyes glimmered with mischief. He believes himself to be utterly worthless, even inferior to a mere first-year student. How tedious it is to listen to a 12-year-old boy lament his childish troubles. But I patiently responded, displaying my benevolence and understanding. Ron gradually placed his trust in me, believing I was his only friend. And you merely regarded him as a humble, laughable sidekick. I did not. I never have. Harry's face turned ghostly pale. I had no idea Ron felt that way. I always considered him my best friend. Clearly, you do not. Riddle let out a chilling, piercing laugh, unlike that of a 16-year-old. After months of communication, Ron had bared his entire soul to me, and it was precisely his soul that I craved. I devoured his most hidden fears, deepest secrets, and fiercest jealousy, my appetite growing ever larger. I gradually grew stronger, far more formidable than the insignificant Mr. Weasley. Strong enough to begin to exert reverse control over him, to accomplish what I had long desired, all due to your machinations. Spare me your beguiling and ludicrous tricks, Tom. Ivan coldly declared, this will not work on us. When Ron awakens, I shall give him a thorough beating to ensure he knows we have always regarded him as our dearest friend. Damn the mudblood. Riddle turned, casting a disdainful glance at Ivan. I have long known you to be a nuisance. The moment you produced that ridiculous newspaper from 50 years ago, I wished to eliminate you. You did precisely that, attacking me with the corrosive curse during the dueling club, a profoundly foolish notion. Ron and Imp, Oppos, broken one diminished my magical potency. Riddle exclaimed sternly, yet it was indeed my oversight. You are far more cunning than I had anticipated. I should not have revealed myself so soon. What if Dumbledore had taken notice? Consequently, I employed a soul-stealing curse on Ron, compelling him to cast the killing curse upon me. Is this your ingenious plan? No. Without my control, poor Ron could not conjure anything. It was merely a flicker of ordinary green light, Riddle proclaimed with pride. The soul-stealing curse merely concealed the traces of my manipulation over him, yet Dumbledore remained suspicious. However, Ron did not disappoint me in his cowardice. He concealed the existence of the diary from everyone, fearing to reveal that he was the true perpetrator of the attacks. Upon hearing Riddle's words, Ivan gripped his wand tightly, while Harry clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Ever since that incident, foolish Ron seemed to have lost trust in me. Riddle continued. He finally grew suspicious and attempted to dispose of the diary. Harry, how I wished it had been you who discovered that diary, as I mentioned earlier. I yearn to meet you. Why do you wish to see me? Harry seethed with fury, exerting considerable effort to maintain a steady tone. Oh, it is thus, Harry. Ron has informed me of your situation, Riddle said, regaling me with your thrilling and captivating past. His gaze drifted over the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, his expression growing more ravenous. I know I must learn more about you, converse with you, and if possible, meet you in person. Riddle then turned his gaze back to Ivan, disdainfully stating, yet I did not expect it would be you, the detestable mudblood, who stumbled upon my diary. I attempted to control you as I did Ron, seeking to earn your trust. I even contemplated disclosing the events surrounding the opening of the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, but, alas, I have never trusted shadowy, dull-witted beings. Ivan's face was laden with scorn. Indeed, you are a cunning mudblood, just as I initially surmised, a substantial nuisance. Riddle's voice regained its tranquility, and I sensed your wariness towards me. However, I discovered your insatiable quest for magical power, prompting me to adopt a different approach. I resolved to gradually entice you into the depths of power and Oppos' allure. Once again, you have faltered, Tom. Avon began to accumulate magical energy. Can you elucidate the reason? Riddle inquired eagerly. A girl once imparted to me that power is not absolute. The image of Luna surfaced in Avon and Oppos' mind as he resolutely declared. What truly matters is the belief in friendship, in kinship, in love, and in the beauty of all that exists in this world. Tom Riddle, you shall never achieve this. Apart from your own power, you believe in nothing, which guarantees your inevitable failure. Chapter 56, Aiden, Harry versus Tom Riddle. What is the matter? Harry demanded, his fists clenched tightly. There are many questions, such as... A triumphant smile spread across Riddle and Oppos' face. How did a mere infant, devoid of any extraordinary magical prowess, Managed to vanquish the greatest wizard of all time? How could you escape unscathed, bearing only a scar, while Voldemort and Apo's power was utterly obliterated? His wolfish eyes gleamed with a peculiar red light. How fascinating it is that you were defeated by Harry, yet you remain oblivious to the reasons behind your downfall. Voldemort, is this what you call formidable power? Aiden scoffed. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, searching for that diary. Now, Riddle was merely an incorporeal memory, sustained by Ron's life force. And any attack against him bore no effect. Only by locating that diary Horcrux could everything be resolved. I underestimated you once more, Mudblood. Riddle murmured. It seems you have discerned my identity. Indeed, I am Voldemort. He is my past, present, and future. Wielding Ron's broken wand, he traced arcs in the air, conjuring 3 shimmering names. Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a flick of his wand, the letters rearranged themselves to read, I am Voldemort. This is my newly conceived name. He whispered. Do you suppose I would carry the name of my filthy muggle father for eternity? Know that within my veins flows the blood of Salazar, Slytherin himself. Would I retain the name of that repugnant ordinary muggle? He abandoned me before I was born, simply because he discovered that his wife was a witch. That is unacceptable. A chilling smile crept over Riddle's face. I shall christen myself anew, signifying my rebirth. I am aware that one day, when I ascend to become the greatest sorcerer in the world, wizards everywhere will tremble at the mere utterance of that name. Although it was already well known that Tom Riddle was Voldemort, witnessing the name manifest before him rendered Harry and Apo's mind momentarily paralyzed. He stared blankly at Riddle, recognizing that this man had once been an orphan, bereft of parents, who had ultimately murdered them, along with countless others. No, you are not. Harry forced himself to speak, his voice steady yet laced with hatred. What do you mean? Riddle snapped. You are not the greatest wizard in the world. Harry gasped. I apologize for your disappointment, but the greatest wizard is Albus Dumbledore. Everyone says so, even at the height of your power. You dared not attempt to seize control of Hogwarts. Dumbledore saw through you while you were still in school, and he continues to instill fear in you. No matter where you have been hiding. Riddle and Apo's smile vanished, replaced by an exceedingly grotesque expression. From the very beginning, Dumbledore had never believed in me. I realized this the moment I first laid eyes on him in the orphanage. Riddle exclaimed, but this is inconsequential. I possess numerous spells he could never even fathom. I am the most powerful. Now, reveal everything to me, Harry Potter. The length of your words will determine how long you and that filthy little mudblood beside you can endure. Why did you suddenly lose your strength when you attacked me? No one knows. Harry replied stiffly, I am uncertain myself, but I comprehend why you could not kill me. Just as Ivan stated. It is because my mother died to save me, her love vanquished you. Harry trembled, desperately suppressing his rage. She prevented you from taking my life. I have seen the true you. I beheld you last year. You are nothing but a wretched remnant, merely half alive. Look at you, once so formidable. Reduced to this pitiful state. You hide and scurry, a loathsome creature. Riddle's face contorted, then he forced a sinister smile. I understand now. Your mother sacrificed herself to save you. It is no trivial maternal love, but a powerful spell. Yes, it was a remarkably effective countercharm. I see it clearly now. Ultimately, you possess nothing extraordinary. You merely escaped my grasp by sheer luck. Riddle turned to regard the statue of Slytherin, his malevolent grin more pronounced. Now, let us see if you and your mudblood companion possess the same fortune to elude the greatest dark wizard of all time once more. A hissing sound emanated from his mouth as the enormous stone visage of Slytherin began to stir. Its mouth opened wider and wider until it formed a great black void. Ivan lifted his gaze to the towering Slytherin statue, shrouded in darkness. Then he spotted the diary he had been searching for, resting upon the statue. The basilisk slithered slowly from within the statue, its body marred by scars, lacking the imposing presence it had in the Gryffindor common room. Severus's attack and the crowing of the rooster rendered it exceptionally weary and frail. Yet, for the two young wizards, even a weakened basilisk remained lethal. Kill them! Riddle screamed madly. The basilisk swiftly approached them, and Ivan and Apo's wand emitted a beam of orange light, the stunning spell, yet it was countered by Riddle and Apo's incantation. How foolish. Did you think I would allow you to succeed with the same trick twice? Riddle shrieked, Mudblood, taste the flavor of death. Before he could finish his words, a melody suddenly resonated throughout the empty chamber. The sound was ethereal, haunting, and intoxicating. Ivan beheld a deep crimson bird descending from above, as large as a crane, performing its peculiar music upon the arched ceiling. It possessed a shimmering golden tail, extending as long as that of a peacock, and a pair of resplendent golden claws, which clutched a tattered parcel. It was Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. It swiftly approached and dropped the ragged object at the feet of the two. Upon closer inspection, Ivan realized it was the school and Oppo's tattered sorting hat. How amusing! Riddle suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his mirth resonating through the dark chamber, as if 10 riddles were simultaneously cackling. This was Dumbledore and Oppo's gift to him, a singing bird and a tattered hat. Do you feel courageous now? Do you believe you are safe? As his voice faded, Fawkes soared towards the basilisk, circling its head. The basilisk, furious, lunged at the phoenix, its elongated, dagger-like fangs bared. Yet it was futile. Fawkes plunged downwards, its long golden beak piercing into the basilisk's skull. It sang a strange melody, pecking at the scaly nose of the creature, blood gushing from its eyes as they were blinded. No, kill those 2 boys. Leave the bird. The boys are behind you. Riddle screamed loudly. Harry, believe in yourself. Ivan thrust the sorting hat into Harry and Oppo's hands, turning to dash towards the Slytherin statue, shouting, I will retrieve the diary. You must destroy it. Harry stared blankly at the patched hat in his grasp, bewildered by Ivan's intent, questioning what purpose such an object could serve. Suddenly, his hand felt a long, rigid object within the hat. He looked down to see a gleaming silver sword materializing from the depths of the hat, its hilt adorned with a resplendent, egg-sized ruby. Harry drew it forth, the ruby on the hilt emitting a faint glow. The Testament of Courage, the Sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 57. Hogwarts. A millennium ago, as Fawkes engaged the basilisk, Avon swiftly dashed towards the statue. Tom Riddle seemed to perceive his intent, and several curses narrowly missed him. Kill that mudblood. Do not let him approach the statue. He is to your right. Sniff him out. Riddle shrieked in a high-pitched voice. The basilisk, having disregarded Fawkes, lunged once more at Avon. Just when he thought he would be swallowed whole, Harry's figure suddenly appeared between him and the creature, panting as he threw his wand to the ground, gripping the sword of Gryffindor tightly, his pale face etched with determination. The basilisk failed to notice Harry. Riddle attempted to alert it, but it was too swift, and everything was already too late. Harry, using his momentum, plunged the sword deep into the creature, leaving a wound that was more grievous than any damage inflicted by previous spells. The basilisk raised its head, emitting a loud hiss, thrashing violently, coiling its body around the stone pillars, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Harry was flung backward, crashing against the walls of the chamber. The basilisk lunged at him, its forked tongue brushing past his body. Fortunately, Fawkes soared back into action, intercepting the basilisk and halting its advance. Avon had no time to dwell on the fierce battle unfolding around him. He scrambled up the statue, skillfully evading Tom Riddle's barrage of curses. The spells were powerful, sending debris flying around him. Yet, Ron's damaged wand evidently drained Riddle of much of his control, although the magic distorted Slytherin's statue beyond recognition. None of the spells struck Avon. Damn it, damn it. Riddle furiously cast Ron and Oppo's one aside. Avon watched as Riddle hurried to the spot where Harry had just stood, retrieving Harry's wand. Avon hastened his pace. He was mere moments away from the diary. Another green curse shot toward him, thicker than the previous ones. There was no escaping this. Gritting his teeth, Avon leaped, grasping the diary, and, with all his remaining strength, hurled it towards Harry. The next instant, the green light struck him. Avon, his expression frozen in shock, he plummeted directly into the gaping mouth of Slytherin. It was a pitch-black, bottomless cavern that mercilessly engulfed him, in a flicker of fading light. Avon saw the pocket watch-like object he had picked up soar from his grasp, its hands spinning counterclockwise at a dizzying speed. He lost count of how many revolutions it made, and as the last glimmer of light vanished, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, before Avon gently opened his eyes. Was this what death felt like? Yet, instead of a shroud of darkness, the surroundings gradually came into focus. No, this was not the chamber, although the dimensions of the room were identical to those of the chamber. The columns surrounding it were devoid of the terrifying serpents and the statues of Slytherin. On the contrary, the space was in utter disarray, resembling an exaggerated version of Snape's office, cluttered with a myriad of magical ingredients and potions. Jars brimmed with liquids of vibrant hues and unsettling animal specimens that would hardly evoke pleasant feelings. Who are you to trespass into my chamber without permission? Evan beheld a young man with raven hair, clad in a dark green, vintage-style wizard's robe, standing before him. His features were strikingly handsome, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. The young wizard scrutinized Evan with a dubious gaze, and before long, a silver wand materialized in his hand. Greetings, I am Evan Mason, and this is... Evan scanned the surroundings in bewilderment. It was all too peculiar. Just moments ago, he had been battling Voldemort and the basilisk in the chamber. And now he found himself in this room, confronted by a wizard he had never encountered before. Evan was certain that this individual was neither a student nor a professor from Hogwarts. Anyone possessing such an indescribable aura would surely remain etched in his memory. This was once my father's castle, known as Hogwarts. However, it has now transformed into a school of magic. He spoke slowly. I am Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of this institution. Upon hearing this, Evan abruptly coughed. Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Could this young man truly be a figure from over 1,000 years ago? This chamber belongs to my private domain. No one should be aware of its existence. Salazar scrutinized Evan closely, his eyes narrowing. And you mentioned your name is Evan Mason. I have never heard of any wizarding family by that name. You wouldn't happen to be a mudblood, would you? Under Salazar and Oppo's icy gaze, Evan cautiously nodded, noting the unmistakable disdain that crossed the Slytherin and Oppo's face. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of danger emanated from the young man. Evan could sense that this wizard and Oppo's magical prowess was formidable, rivaling that of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Could it be that what he said was true? As he glanced around the room again, he observed its decor, which bore a rugged medieval style. Could this truly be Hogwarts from a millennium ago? Was this extraordinarily handsome young man indeed Salazar Slytherin himself? Evan felt his mind racing. Suddenly recalling the pocket watch-like magical artifact, he felt relieved to find it still nestled against his chest. Sir, in truth, I am also a student of Hogwarts. From Gryffindor House, Evan quickly interjected before Slytherin could vanish with his wand. A student of Godric and Oppo's Salazar regarded Evan coldly. You are lying. I have never seen you before. An unregistered time-turner from the Elder Council, how intriguing. Salazar scrutinized the pocket watch in his hands, which was no mere device for reversing time. It bore the remnants of peculiar magic. This exquisite object seemed to reflect the craftsmanship of Rowena. Noticing the expression on Slytherin's face, Ivan exhaled in relief, realizing that his counterpart had, at least for the moment, chosen to believe him. Otherwise, his fate would undoubtedly be dire, for after a millennium, Salazar Slytherin was nearly infamous. One could only speculate how he might deal with him. Rising to his feet, he declared, I shall take you to meet Godric and Rowena. A bright light gleamed in Salazar's eyes, and a faint, cold smile graced his lips. Should it ultimately prove that you have deceived me, you shall come to regret such a folly. Chapter 58. The Dispute of the Creators. Salazar Slytherin grasped Avon and Oppo's shoulder. And despite the thick layers of clothing, Avon felt a chill as if the hand were as frigid as ice. Apparate, Salazar mumbled indistinctly. With a sudden pop, Avon was engulfed by a sensation of being forcefully compressed, as though he were being yanked through a narrow rubber tube. The intense pressure from all directions rendered him breathless, constricting his chest as if bound by iron bands. Avon sensed himself spinning, the surroundings dissolving into complete darkness. He struggled for breath, each part of his body enduring the relentless squeeze, teetering on the brink of his endurance. Just as he thought he would surely suffocate, the invisible tube abruptly burst open, and he found himself standing in a circular chamber, inhaling the fresh air deeply. This room appeared to be the office of a headmaster from a millennium ago, adorned with exquisite decorations. Beneath thick drapes stood 2 gleaming suits of armor, while the walls were adorned with intricate murals, and the floor was a mosaic of elaborately carved marble. The room was divided into 4 sections by 4 long tables at its center. Salazar, how delightful it is to see you emerge within the castle at this moment. I had presumed you would seclude yourself in the basement, concocting your new potion until the weekend. And Oppo's end, spoke a young woman with chestnut hair, her demeanor vibrant. Before her lay a multitude of parchment sheets and a shining golden cup, from which a blue-black liquid emitted wisps of steam. I had intended to do just that before this mudblood appeared. Helga, Salazar scoffed, giving Avon a push forward to keep him in check. I shall fetch Godric and Rowena. With those words, Slytherin vanished once more, leaving Avon alone with Helga Hufflepuff. Avon awkwardly bowed, noticing Helga and Oppo's gentle gaze surveying him. Relax, dear child. Helga smiled warmly. Do not be misled by Salazar's fierce exterior. He is, in truth, a very good person, albeit somewhat inept at expressing himself. With a snap of her fingers, a house elf materialized in the room with a pop. Dobby, please bring this gentleman some of the treats I made myself, Helga instructed softly, then turned her attention back to Avon. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Helga Hufflepuff. And what is your name? Hello, my name is Avon Mason. Avon sampled the pastry brought by the house elf, which was unexpectedly sweet, filled with an unknown delight. A wizard of Muggle descent, how exceedingly rare, Helga remarked. You see, Muggles harbor a deep-seated prejudice against wizards. They seem more inclined to bind us to the stake and burn us alive. In such an environment, it has been many years since I last encountered a young wizard of Muggle origin. Avon, may I inquire who your teacher is? Well, the truth is, he hesitated. I am also a student at Hogwarts. Avon swiftly recounted his experiences once more. It was evident that Hufflepuff held a keen interest in the Hogwarts of a millennium hence. She inquired extensively about her own house, and from the expression on her face, it was apparent that she was quite content with the state of her house. The Sorting Hat has performed admirably. It has truly embodied my philosophy, Helga remarked. We must treat all students equally. Salazar, Godric, and Rowena are overly fixated on inherent traits, neglecting the cultivation of the acquired qualities in young witches and wizards, which is indeed a perilous oversight. Is that so? I beg to differ. Tailoring education to the individual is the wisest course. A raspy, ethereal female voice suddenly resonated within the room. No sooner had her words faded than a few sharp sounds echoed, and three figures materialized before Avon. To the left stood Rowena Ravenlaw, her tall frame adorned with waist-length golden tresses, and her pale blue eyes sparkled with wisdom. A crown encrusted with shimmering jewels crowned her head, exuding an air of mystery. On her right was Godric Gryffindor, strikingly handsome with his mane of fiery red hair, a slender scar gracing his left eye, adding a rugged charm. Unlike any wizard Avon had previously encountered, Gryffindor donned the attire of a noble lord, with a long sword sheathed at his waist alongside his wand. Rowena, clearly having heard Hufflepuff and Apple's earlier remarks, continued in her slightly hoarse voice. Helga, you are far too benevolent. Nurturing young witches and wizards into greatness should be a matter of utmost seriousness, and we must be judicious in our selection of students. She then noticed the time turner resting on the table, her face lighting up with intrigue as she bent down to examine it. Yet, the discourse persisted. Indeed. Look at how Hogwarts has degenerated a millennium later. Admitting mudbloods, Salazar sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Avon. Mind your language, Salazar. This child is a student of my house, Godric retorted sharply. Face reality, many children of Muggle heritage possess remarkable magical talents and are inherently kind-hearted. In contrast, numerous dark wizards have emerged from long-established pureblood families, who take pleasure in tormenting and slaughtering Muggles. If we do not address this situation, the magical community will face dire straits. I have reiterated this matter to you countless times, Godric. Salazar replied slowly. I am writing to the Elder Council, proposing the establishment of a wizarding prison to incarcerate these dark wizards. But first, we must maintain the purity of our magical bloodlines. Those Muggles are utterly unreliable, wishing only to see us burned at the stake. And you dare suggest admitting such individuals as students? It is precisely their lack of understanding of wizards in the magical realm that breeds their fear. If we guide those with magical potential, we can help them cultivate an accurate perspective. Humph, assisting them in our own annihilation is an exceptionally foolish notion, Salazar scoffed. Such stubborn prejudice. The times have changed. If you persist in this line of thinking, Hogwarts will inevitably devolve into a breeding ground for dark wizards cultivated by those wizarding families. Godric toyed with his sword, his formidable presence flickering in and out. Surely, you do not wish for such a future, Salazar? As long as I am here, dark wizards shall never set foot in Hogwarts. Salazar drew his wand, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, and coldly declared, I shall only select those young wizards of the purest bloodlines, for they alone are truly trustworthy. No matter your objections, Helga, Rowena, and I have resolved to admit Muggle-born students starting this year, Godric stated with rigidity. We require no assistance from you. The three of us have devised a magical artifact capable of accurately locating all 11-year-old children with magical potential. To admit Muggle students without my consent, how dare you? Salazar exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face. This castle was bequeathed to me by my father. He suddenly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a powerful aura that clashed with Salazar and Apple's formidable presence. Or do you wish to engage in a true duel of men to determine the future of Hogwarts? Just as I would prefer, let me witness. Enough. Both of you. Helga interjected, timely halting their confrontation. It is exceedingly rude to discuss such matters in front of guests, especially when our young visitor hails from the future. Perhaps you should listen to what he has to say about Hogwarts a millennium hence. At her words, the room fell into a profound silence. Godric and Salazar abruptly turned to gaze at Ivan. Even Rowena, who had been intently studying the time turner on the table, lifted her head, quietly observing him. Chapter 59. The Secret Treasures of the Four Titans. Under the watchful eyes of the legendary Four Titans, Ivan divulged everything he knew. Spanning from the Hogwarts of a millennium hints to the current state of the magical world. His narration was detailed, and the four individuals across from him listened intently. They exhibited profound interest in the operational conditions of their respective houses, the status of their students, and the curriculum of the school. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff occasionally interjected with inquiries, while Slytherin remained silent, absorbing Ivan and Appos' account, his countenance darkening increasingly. Clearly, he was astounded by the notion that wizards had coexisted peacefully with muggles a millennium later. Even more unsettling for him was the growing trend among pureblood families to intermarry with muggle-born wizards, rendering the notion of pure lineage a mere jest rather than a supreme honor. It was only when Ivan mentioned Voldemort that he abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Enough, mudblood! How dare you suggest that my descendants would become wicked dark wizards? This is an affront to the illustrious Slytherin lineage." Ivan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe, but the sensation dissipated swiftly as Gryffindor stepped in front of him. He was not insulting the Slytherin family. He was merely stating the truth. Godric continued, "Clearly, your descendant, that dark wizard named Voldemort, shares some ideologies with you. I have long warned that such thoughts are perilous. An obsession with power can blind one's vision." Rowena softly interjected, "Only the wisest can avoid this pitfall. It is the wizard who must master magic, not the other way around." After a moment and Appos' hesitation, he recounted the events that transpired within the Chamber of Secrets. "My goodness, Salazar. You actually constructed a chamber within the school and left behind a basilisk," Godric exclaimed, astonished. "I had no idea. That may be true, but I never intended to leave behind a basilisk. That is not the crux of the matter, gentlemen," Rowena gently asserted. "The focal point is the diary Ivan mentioned earlier. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a Horcrux." "Horcrux." The other three were momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Helga murmured, "Are you implying that vile dark magic left behind by that despicable heir?" Rowena nodded slightly, as if signaling a turning point. The room fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. "This is madness. Who would wish to fragment their own soul? I see no purpose to this other than transforming oneself into a monster. There is the prospect of immortality, however. The individual who fractures their soul may not realize that this act merely ensnares their shattered essence in an everlasting illusion, neither allowing them to embrace death nor become a specter. This transcends mere ideology." Godric suddenly rose to his feet. "Salazar, the creation of Horcruxes necessitates murder. Such an abominable curse, which defies the natural order, will gradually drive your descendant to madness, ultimately destroying all he can reach, including Hogwarts. If what you say is true, then I shall personally intervene to eliminate him. The honor of the Slytherin lineage must not be tarnished." Salazar retorted coldly. "However, before that, I still hold on to all my previous thoughts. The future spoken of by this mudblood makes me exceedingly uncomfortable." "Your chamber, Salazar," Rowena said softly. "We could construct a true sanctuary there, leaving behind artifacts that only a worthy heir, meeting our collective criteria, could access during the gravest of times for Hogwarts. This idea is simply splendid, leaving trials and secret treasures for the future generations of the school, while simultaneously safeguarding Hogwarts from the ruinous ambitions of dark wizards. Is a noble endeavor," Godric exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I wholeheartedly support Rowena and Appos' proposal. What say you all?" "I have no objections." Helga nodded with a smile. "Do as you wish." "But I will adhere to my own convictions," Salazar muttered darkly. Evan observed the four of them across the room, their faces alight with excitement. "The secrets left by the four founders of Hogwarts. What is this? A treasure hunt?" Within the chamber, Godric, Rowena, and Helga surveyed their surroundings with satisfaction. This truly was the ideal location for concealing treasures. "Here, mudblood, you have descended from this very place. Intelligence is humanity's greatest wealth," Rowena declared in her characteristic husky, ethereal voice. "Farewell, Evan Mason. In the future, when Hogwarts faces its darkest hour, may you pass the trials and uncover the treasures we have left behind. Best of luck." "Evan," Helga cheerfully added, "I will leave behind my cherished recipes. If you find them, they shall be yours." "Listen here, lad," Godric said, clenching his fists. "I shall leave behind several exclusive, powerful weapons of Gryffindor to ensure that Dark Wizard receives a thorough thrashing. Do not disappoint me." If I discover that a student from Slytherin has opened the chamber, you shall see what I can do." Salazar Slytherin had remained silent, his expression grim as he glowered at Evan. Just as Evan and Apo's figure began to fade, on the verge of vanishing, Salazar suddenly stepped forward and pressed something into Evan and Apo's palm. "A potion of enhancement as my apology for your descendant and Apo's transgressions against you." He lay within the Slytherin statue, the events that had just transpired feeling like a fleeting dream. Chapter 60. The key to unlocking the treasure. Evan struggled to sit up, his entire body racked with pain. He found himself within the confines of the Slytherin statue, surrounded by a vast expanse of space. Above him loomed a narrow circular opening, the passage through which the basilisk slithered. As he fumbled for his wand, he chanced upon a small vial. "Lumos," Evan whispered, and with the feeble glow of his wand, he discerned that he held a tiny bottle of dark golden potion in his hand. Could this possibly be the enhancement potion gifted to me by Slytherin? Just as Hufflepuff had initially informed him, Slytherin was not as unapproachable as he appeared. In a final act of generosity, he had bestowed upon Evan a vial of this precious enhancement potion, an utterly astonishing turn of events. Evan recalled reading in a tome dedicated to potions that enhancement potions were exceedingly rare, with their recipes and brewing methods long forgotten. He carefully stowed the potion in his pocket, aware that if others discovered his possession of such a rare elixir, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar, potentially even drawing the Ministry of Magic and Apo's attention, something he fervently wished to avoid. He planned to consume the potion in solitude to bolster his strength. In that moment, Evan remembered the words of the four founders as he departed. They had mentioned leaving behind a mysterious treasure within the chamber to aid worthy heirs of Hogwarts in their battle against Voldemort. If all went as expected, the treasure should be hidden within this very statue. He hastily grasped his wand and commenced a search. The interior of the Slytherin statue, as the lair of the basilisk, was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, littered with small animal bones and marked by the slithering traces of the creature. After an exhaustive search, Evan discovered an unlatched secret door at the far end of the chamber. He opened it, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he found himself before a circular room. This chamber bore an uncanny resemblance to one he had visited a millennium ago, exquisitely adorned, featuring the statues of the four founders in each corner. Unlike the decrepit Slytherin statue outside, these four figures were depicted in their youthful forms: the cunning Salazar Slytherin, the benevolent Helga Hufflepuff, the wise Rowena Ravenclaw, and the ruggedly handsome Godric Gryffindor. Each figure was a striking likeness of those Evan had encountered before. Before the four statues stood four stone altars, each with a circular indentation. This must be the true chamber described by the founders. Not merely a repository of secrets, but also a place of trials. Evan stepped forward, noticing inscriptions adorning the walls of the room. The content bore a resemblance to the Song of the Sorting Hat. As he examined them, he found the wall dedicated to Gryffindor inscribed in golden paint: "Brave Gryffindor, hailing from the desolate marshes. For the most valiant, the highest reward awaits." The key to unlocking the treasure lies in the courage buried deep within one and Apo's heart. It is essential to gain the acknowledgement of its proud followers. Upon the wall of Hufflepuff, one finds the hue of black, the benevolent Hufflepuff, hailing from the expansive valley. She treats all with equal regard, offering everyone a chance to earn her treasures. The key to this treasure is integrity and loyalty. All that is required is to believe in your humblest of friends. On the wall of Ravenclaw, the color is blue, the exquisite Ravenclaw, originating from the serene riverbank. She believes that the most astute minds deserve reward. The key to the treasure is unparalleled intelligence, which shall be eternally passed down from her equally clever allies. Lastly, on the wall of Slytherin, inscribed in silver paint, is the phrase, "The shrewd Slytherin, emerging from the murky depths." He places his faith solely in the purest blood wizards. Mudbloods can attain nothing from him. The key to this treasure is immense power, safeguarded in the darkest recesses by his cunning and treacherous servants. By the light of his wand, Evan perused all the hints, growing increasingly perplexed. These four characters truly possessed a wicked sense of humor. If they had left behind something, they ought to present it plainly, rather than concocting these riddles. None of the hints made sense to him. Evan was utterly unaware of where the four headmasters had concealed the key to the secret treasure, nor did he comprehend the meanings of the mentioned followers, friends, allies, and servants. Left with no choice, he meticulously recorded all the words, preparing to discuss them with others in hopes of uncovering any clues. Just as Evan committed all to memory, a horrifying, piercing scream erupted from outside, reverberating through the air. It suddenly dawned on him that Tom Riddle and the basilisk remained unresolved outside, prompting him to hastily exit the room. The scream he had heard was the final utterance of Tom Riddle. In the heart of the chamber, the colossal body of the basilisk lay lifeless, its upper jaw pierced by the sword of Gryffindor. Nearby, Tom Riddle's diary lay, impaled by the basilisk's fangs, its venom seeping through a hole it had burned, hissing as it released black smoke and dripping ink. "Avon, we have triumphed. I have defeated Tom Riddle. I destroyed the diary as you instructed." Upon seeing Avon emerge, Fawkes having let him out, Harry rushed forward with concern etched upon his face. "How are you? Are you all right? I saw you struck by Tom Riddle's curse." Avon shook his head, noticing Ron collapsed beneath the statue, and hurriedly urged, "Let us check on Ron and Amp, Oppos, as condition." As Avon and Harry hastened toward him, Ron had already propped himself up. His bewildered gaze first fell upon the massive corpse of the basilisk, then shifted to Harry, clad in blood-stained robes, and finally to Avon, whose robes were similarly tattered. Ultimately, his eyes landed on the diary at his feet. He shuddered, gasping in horror, as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Avon, Harry, I have brought misfortune upon us all. I should never have placed my trust in that Tom Riddle. I had long intended to confess my involvement. Yet fear held me captive. Riddle warned me that should I divulge the truth, you would never regard me as a friend again. Indeed, you are a despicable wretch. Were I not utterly exhausted, I would gladly confront you, Ron." Avon exclaimed with indignation. "How could you believe the deceitful words of Voldemort over those of your friends?" "It is entirely my fault. I deserve expulsion," Ron lamented. "Soon after the initial attack, I sensed something amiss. I naively thought I could dispose of that wretched diary. But instead, I found myself ensnared deeper than ever." "It is all over now, Ron," Harry reassured him. "We all believe in you. You were merely under Riddle and Amp, Oppos' influence. Those actions were not your own. However, for the sake of your bravery in rescuing Ginny in the common room, I shall forgive you," Avon remarked, pulling Ron to his feet. "But remember, should anything like this arise again, you must inform us immediately rather than attempting to tackle it alone." Chapter 61. The doom of Lockhart. Fawkes hovered at the entrance of the secret chamber, awaiting their arrival. However, before they could emerge, he witnessed Hermione and Lockhart stumbling inside. Lockhart appeared utterly terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably, while Hermione, behind him, brandished her wand, her complexion equally pale. "Miss Granger, the adventure should have concluded. I fear we may have arrived too late to save your friend. I am truly sorry. You know that Mr. Mason and I—" Before Lockhart could finish his sentence, he suddenly caught sight of the enormous corpse of the basilisk, collapsing weakly to the ground, screaming in terror, "Snake! Snake! Great serpent! My heavens, are you all unharmed?" Hermione, following his gaze, spotted Ivan, Harry, and Ron standing beside the basilisk's remains, and with a look of surprise, she rushed over. Her eyes red as she embraced each of them. "We are fine, Hermione, but if you continue to hold me so tightly, I cannot guarantee my condition," Ivan weakly remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he noticed Hermione and Amp, Oppos' embrace lingered longer than those of the other two. He quickly shifted the topic, "By the way, how did you manage to come in here and bring Lockhart along?" "Well, you see." Hermione blushed and hastily released her grip. Upon hearing her explanation, Ivan learned that after he and Harry were taken by the basilisk, Professor McGonagall and the other teachers rushed to the common room. They had initially intended to find Dumbledore, but the headmaster was detained by the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and Lucius Malfoy, who had arrived shortly thereafter. Based on the knowledge that the entrance to the chamber was located in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, where Myrtle the Moaning had been the first victim 50 years ago, Hermione decided to seek Lockhart's assistance. "However, I did not anticipate that he would hesitate to descend with me to rescue you. Upon hearing that the basilisk was attacking students within the school, he even contemplated fleeing." Tears welling in her eyes, Hermione gazed at the incapacitated Lockhart and choked out, "I had to use my wand to compel him to come. I could find no one else to assist, and time was of the essence. I was terrified that any further delay would cost you." Ivan quickly enveloped Hermione in his embrace, gently stroking her hair. The young girl appeared utterly frightened. "But why would he wish to flee? I mean, how could he act so cowardly? He is the defense against the dark arts professor and has authored so many remarkable books," Harry exclaimed incredulously. "Well, how should I put it? When I accepted this position, the job description did not encompass. I never anticipated," Lockhart mumbled, as the four turned their gazes toward him. "And besides, books can be misleading." "Misleading?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, lifting her head. Aren't those books authored by you? Oh dear Miss Granger. Lockhart sidestepped a bit. Consider this with your common sense. If people did not believe I was responsible for those exploits, the sales of my books would plummet. Readers are unlikely to be inclined to delve into the tale of an unsightly old American wizard. Despite his efforts to liberate a village from the clutches of a werewolf, placing his image upon the cover would only serve to repel, as his attire exhibits no sense of elegance whatsoever. Moreover, consider the witch who expelled the banshee. She is quite the sight. Just think about it. So, you intend to claim the accomplishments of others as your own? Hermione asked incredulously. It is not as simple as you suggest. Lockhart impatiently shook his head and moved a few paces aside. My responsibilities are considerable. I must pursue these individuals and inquire how they manage such feats. Furthermore, I am obliged to administer a memory-erasing charm, ensuring they forget the entire incident. A memory charm. Ivan quietly bristled, nearly forgetting that this individual before him was a master of such spells. Indeed, if there is anything of which I can boast, it is my proficiency in the memory charm. You see, I toil greatly beyond merely signing books and posing for photographs with fans. If you seek fame, you must be prepared for prolonged and arduous labor. Lockhart appeared to have found something on the floor. He stood up, panting, clutching Ron and Appos' wand, while sporting his characteristic grin that revealed his gleaming teeth. Professor, how could you do such a thing? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at Lockhart in astonishment. Prior to Lockhart and Appos' rise, Ivan had intended to incapacitate him with a stunning spell, but upon seeing the damage wand in Lockhart and Appos' grasp, he abandoned that notion. He could sense Hermione trembling with anger beside him, and he gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. I would not be foolish enough to allow you to expose my ruse. Children, bid farewell to your memories. Lockhart raised the broken wand high above his head and shouted, Obliviate. With a loud bang, the wand erupted, its force comparable to that of a small explosive. Lockhart was struck by his own magic and was propelled backward, crashing onto the floor of the chamber. Witnessing this outcome, Ivan realized the formidable power of the memory charm. Good heavens, is he unharmed? He has been struck by his own oblivion spell and should no longer recognize himself. For him, this might not be entirely detrimental, otherwise. Once we confront him with the truth, Professor Lockhart would surely descend into madness. Ivan whispered, Professor, who are you referring to? Lockhart looked up at them with a benign expression. This place is quite peculiar. Do you reside here? No. Harry shook his head. Well then, let us make haste to depart. After a night of such turmoil, we all require rest. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore awaits us above. We should not keep him overly concerned. The thought of facing Dumbledore's inquiries later filled Ivan with dread. Who can fathom the thoughts of this contemporary greatest white wizard? While he does not hesitate to assist Harry in his battle against Voldemort, the sensation of being manipulated by others is far from pleasant. Evan abruptly realizes that despite having vanquished the Basilisk and Tom Riddle, the troublesome matters that require resolution are far from diminished. Firstly, he must remain vigilant against the schemes of Dumbledore, for he cannot afford to be betrayed as easily as Harry, ultimately finding himself aiding in the counting of coins that belong to another. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. After all, Dumbledore possesses a semblance of moral boundaries, unlike Voldemort, who is utterly devoid of scruples. Secondly, there lies the matter of the secret treasures left behind by the four founders of Hogwarts. The contents remain a mystery. Yet one can surmise from the dialogues of those for that their possessions would prove instrumental in combating Voldemort and rescuing Hogwarts. However, the pressing question remains, where are the four keys concealed? Moreover, with Lockhart now suffering from amnesia, the web of deceit he spun will inevitably unravel, leading to his inevitable disgrace. This is hardly auspicious news for the Hogwarts magical news, leaving Evan troubled as he contemplates the search for new angles to captivate the audience. In the next moment, he observes Ron standing dejectedly, while Harry stands by, uncertain of what to say. Hermione considers approaching them to inquire about matters concerning Tom Riddle. He hastily intercepts Hermione, suggesting that Ron be allowed a moment of solitude, and any discussions can be postponed until tomorrow. He believes that, following this incident, both Ron and Hermione will learn a valuable lesson, never to place unwavering trust in the written word of books. Chapter 62. The bustling office of the headmaster. At this moment, the atmosphere in Dumbledore and Appos' office grew increasingly tense. Dumbledore sat silently behind his desk, his calm demeanor concealing the thoughts that swirled within. Not far behind him stood Professor McGonagall, her pallid complexion reflecting her alarm, alongside the sullen Severus Snape. whose bandaged head hinted at a recent turmoil. Before the desk stood a rather peculiar man, short and stout, with disheveled gray hair and a visage marked by anxiety. His attire was an odd amalgamation: a pinstriped suit, a vivid red tie, a long black cloak, and pointed purple boots. He was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Opposite him sat Hagrid in an oversized chair, uneasily shifting in his seat, using a large handkerchief to dab his tears while murmuring the names of Ivan, Harry, and Ron. In the room, Mrs. Weasley sat by the fireplace, quietly weeping, comforted by Mr. Weasley. The couple had rushed over as soon as they learned that Ron had been taken. But little did they expect the situation to be so dire. The only individual who appeared pleased was Lucius Malfoy, ensconced in a black traveling cloak, observing the others with a cold, satisfied smile. Beside him lay a peculiar creature, a house elf named Dobby, who was wrapped in bandages and trembling silently, his face etched with despair at Harry and Otto's disappearance. "I am truly sorry, Albus," Fudge spoke in a crisp, hurried tone. "The current situation is dire. A basilisk has breached the castle and attacked openly, abducting 3 students. Adding to the previous 3 incidents, this is simply intolerable. The Ministry must take action. However, Cornelius, you must understand that imprisoning Hagrid serves no purpose. He did not open the Chamber of Secrets. He is sitting right here among us," Dumbledore replied softly. "But you see," Albus, Fudge responded awkwardly, "Hagrid's criminal record works against him. The Ministry has no choice but to implement certain measures. We have already contacted the school board. May I interject?" "Minister?" Lucius Malfoy coughed lightly. "The board not only agrees with the Ministry's apprehension request, but they also believe it is time for you to step down, Dumbledore. This is a letter of dismissal. You will see that 12 board members have signed it. It is widely believed that if this continues, by the end of the term, there will be no students left at Hogwarts. What a dreadful prospect. You cannot possibly dismiss Dumbledore. This is sheer madness," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, rising to his feet. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes, Malfoy. Such slander is utterly disgraceful, Weasley. It is hard to fathom that an official from the Ministry of Magic could exhibit such a lack of decorum. However, considering the absurdities you have previously committed, it is hardly surprising." Lucius turned his head and chuckled softly. "Minister, if I were in your position, I would undoubtedly expel such a character from the Ministry." "Dear Lucius," Cornelius Fudge absent-mindedly toyed with his top hat, "I believe this is not the time to delve into such matters. Arthur's son has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. He is merely a bit agitated. Moreover, I do not think it prudent to dismiss Dumbledore. This is an internal affair of Hogwarts. And we, 12 board members, have already cast our votes." Lucius winked with a sense of pride. "Malfoy, how many individuals have you threatened or extorted to secure their agreement?" Hagrid suddenly rose to his feet, his bushy head brushing against the ceiling. "You cannot remove Dumbledore. If you do, Hogwarts will be left with no hope." "Goodness gracious. Your foul temper will someday land you in trouble, Hagrid," Lucius sneered. "I would advise you not to shout at the guards of Azkaban. They want and amp, Oppos, take kindly to it. Isn't that right, Minister?" "Indeed, you are correct. What we must do now is ascertain the truth as swiftly as possible," Fudge nodded. "Hagrid, I hope you will accompany us. If your so-called search for truth involves indiscriminately apprehending the innocent, do not fret. I believe we shall soon uncover the entire truth." Dumbledore suddenly sensed something, turning to Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, could you step outside to greet Mr. Mason, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger?" Avery, taking advantage of the distraction, discreetly extracted a fong from the basilisk. This was a prized possession, as its venom greatly enhanced its offensive capabilities. With it, he would no longer worry about being unable to destroy Horcruxes. Avery initially intended to head to the hospital wing, but Fawkes guided them to the exterior of Dumbledore and Oppos' office. Professor McGonagall, having received the news, awaited with a look of alarm. Upon seeing Avery, Harry, Ron, and Hermione smeared with mud and slime, especially noticing bloodstains on Avery and Harry's robes, she clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Moments later, she delivered Lockhart to the hospital wing, while Avery, Harry, Ron, and Hermione ascended the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. As the door swung open, there was an immediate hush. "Ron," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, leaping up, with Mr. Weasley behind her. They both extended their arms to embrace Ron. Following closely was Hagrid, who enveloped Avery, Harry, and Hermione in a tight embrace. Avery's gaze swept across the room swiftly. A slight smile crept upon his lips. It appeared that the headmaster's office had been quite lively before their arrival. Chapter 63, Special Contribution Award, thank heavens. Mrs. Weasley approached Harry and Ivan, exclaiming, "You saved Ron. How did you manage it? This is what we all wish to know." Snape fixed them with an intense gaze. Ivan and Harry exchanged a furtive glance. Ivan subtly gestured towards Dumbledore, indicating that Harry should recount the events that transpired in the Chamber of Secrets. After a brief hesitation, Harry moved to the desk. Placing the Sorting Hat, the ruby-encrusted sword, and the remnants of Riddle and Apo's diary upon it, one by one. He then began to narrate the tale in its entirety. For approximately 15 minutes, the audience listened intently, the room enveloped in silence. He spoke of the disembodied, ghostly voice he had always heard, and how their investigation led them to Hagrid, who recounted the events from 50 years prior when the chamber was last opened. From this, they deduced that a basilisk lurked within the pipes of the school, prowling about and attacking students. He continued to describe the two battles that occurred in the common room and the chamber itself, detailing how he and Ivan were drawn into the chamber by the basilisk, how Ivan was struck by Riddle and Apo's curse, and how Fawkes arrived just in time. He recounted how the Sorting Hat bestowed the sword upon him and how he wielded it to slay the basilisk. However, his voice faltered as he hesitated to mention Riddle's diary or Ron. At that moment, Ron stood by the fireplace with his head bowed, a look of despondency on his face, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Harry anxiously pondered how to express that Riddle had manipulated Ron into all of this. Yet Riddle and Apo's diary had lost its power. How could they prove that those actions had been forced upon Ron by Riddle? "Potter, get to the point," Snape whispered. "We are only interested in who opened the chamber and why that foolish basilisk sought to take Weasley." Harry was at a loss for words, particularly since Snape had posed the question, despite having saved them in the common room. Harry was certain that if given the chance, Snape would not hesitate to expel them from Hogwarts. "Professor, it was all Voldemort and Apo's doing, including the incident 50 years ago," Ivan and Apo's voice interjected at a crucial moment. The mention of Voldemort's name abruptly silenced the room. The Weasleys, Hagrid, and Cornelius Fudge shuddered, while Snape's expression became strangely enigmatic. In the corner, Lucius Malfoy appeared suddenly uneasy. "My goodness, you mean to say this was all the work of the Dark Lord?" Fudge exclaimed in astonishment. "Wasn't Apo's at Hagrid 50 years ago? He was caught by a student, and we even awarded him a special contribution award for it. This is all documented." "Cornelius, I have long maintained that Hagrid was wrongfully accused. He is as innocent as the rest of us," Dumbledore calmly replied. "Indeed, you did mention that. But the student who captured Hagrid," Fudge hesitantly remarked. "His name is Tom Riddle, the dark wizard known as Voldemort during his school days. It was he who orchestrated a series of attacks within the castle, and Harry and I thwarted his sinister plot in the Chamber of Secrets." Upon hearing Ivan and Apo's words, Fudge took a nervous step back. Although he had just heard Harry's account, he found it difficult to fathom how two 11 or 12-year-old wizards could have triumphed over a powerful dark wizard and a basilisk. The entire affair sounded utterly fantastical. "Minister, since we have foiled Voldemort's scheme and saved Hogwarts," Ivan said, fixing his gaze on Fudge with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, "might it be possible for me, Harry, Hermione, and Ron to receive a special contribution award?" "What?" Fudge was momentarily taken aback. "Well, since it was you who defeated the Dark Lord, I suppose that should not be an issue. However, it will need to be discussed with the department and the school board. It should be resolved in a few days." "That would be splendid. Thank you, Minister," Ivan exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. "If possible, I would like you to personally present the award to us. This news could be published in the Hogwarts Wizarding Weekly and the Daily Prophet. I believe everyone would appreciate the Ministry and Apo's efforts." "Not a problem, my dear child. I will likely return to Hogwarts tomorrow with your special contribution trophy and Hagrid and Apo's pardon." Fudge appeared quite pleased that the Ministry and Apo's reputation would remain untarnished by this incident. "Albus, now that everything has been clarified, I must take my leave. You know, there are many matters awaiting my attention in the department." He bid farewell to everyone and turned to exit the headmaster's office, with Snape following closely behind. "Although we all know Voldemort orchestrated this whole affair," Dumbledore gently remarked after Fudge and Apo's departure, "I remain curious about how Voldemort managed to deceive Ron. According to my sources, he is currently hiding in the forest of Albania." "What?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying the Dark Lord deceived Ron?" "But Ivan just mentioned they were together." "Professor, it is this diary that is to blame," Harry quickly interjected, grasping the diary and presenting it to Dumbledore. It was written by Riddle when he was 16. Dumbledore took the diary from Harry, his gaze penetrating as it fell from his long, hooked nose, focusing intently on the damp, charred pages. Ivan was certain that Dumbledore recognized it as a Horcrux. "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured softly. "It goes without saying that he was likely one of the most exceptional students ever to attend Hogwarts." He turned to the Weasleys and recounted some tales of Voldemort and Athos's time as a student. "But I don't understand. How could Ron be involved?" exclaimed Mrs. Weasley. "Goodness, Ron." Mr. Weasley was taken aback, exclaiming, "Have I not instructed you? Have I not consistently advised you to never trust anything capable of independent thought unless you ascertain where it conceals its mind? This dubious diary, evidently steeped in dark magic, is a cause for concern. Do not blame Ron, Mr. Weasley," Ivan interjected swiftly. "It was Ron who saved Ginny during the Serpent and Athos's assault in the common room. In fact, few wizards can free themselves from the grasp of Voldemort's enchantments." Dumbledore added, "Arthur, you should take pride in Ron. I believe he has learned a valuable lesson from this ordeal." Before he could finish, a letter materialized on Dumbledore and Athos's desk. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you, Lucius," Dumbledore said calmly. "I have just conferred with the other 11 board members, and it seems they have concluded that I am indeed the most suitable candidate for this position." "Is that so?" Lucius narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly. "Moreover, they informed me of some intriguing developments. It appears someone has threatened them, indicating that should they oppose my departure, they would curse their families." Dumbledore gazed at him with a smile. What a delightful jest. Lucius and Athos's complexion grew even paler than usual, his eyes ablaze with fury. "In that case, I shall take my leave, hoping Hogwarts will not witness such assaults in the future. Otherwise, as a school board member, I would find myself quite troubled." Chapter 64. Dumbledore's trial. Lucius turned to leave, yet the peculiar behavior of the house elf Dobby, standing behind him, was quite striking. His bulbous eyes, brimming with significance, fixated on Harry as he incessantly pointed at the diary on Dumbledore and Athos's desk, gesturing towards Malfoy, and then vehemently pounded his own head with his fists. A sudden realization flickered in Harry's mind. He nodded at Dobby, who then retreated to the corner, punishing himself by tugging at his own ears. "Mr. Malfoy, Wooden and Athos, do you like to know how Ron acquired this diary?" Harry inquired. "Humph." Lucius glared at Harry with disdain. "My time is exceedingly valuable. I have no interest in the trivialities of how a foolish 12-year-old came into possession of a ridiculous diary." "Is that so?" Harry elongated his tone. "Ron just mentioned that he found this diary in Ginny and Athos's Transfiguration book, and I recall seeing you pick up Ginny and Athos's Transfiguration book at the Leaky Cauldron. Surely, you seized the opportunity to surreptitiously slip the diary inside, did you not?" Upon hearing Harry and Athos's words, Mr. Weasley leaped up, indignation radiating from him as he glared at Lucius Malfoy. Were it not for Mrs. Weasley restraining him, he would have charged at him. Ivan noticed Lucius and Athos's pale hands clenching into fists before relaxing again. "Do you have any evidence?" he rasped. "Oh, no one can provide evidence now," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "After all, Riddle has vanished from this book. However, Lucius, I must offer you a piece of advice. Cease the dissemination of Voldemort and Athos's old artifacts. Should such items fall into the hands of the innocent, at the very least, Arthur will undoubtedly trace them back to you." Lucius Malfoy stood still for a moment, his right hand twitching as if to retrieve his wand, yet he restrained himself. "I shall remember your counsel, Dumbledore." He turned to the house elf, saying, "We are leaving, Dobby." He twisted the doorknob, and in a hasty manner, Dobby rushed forward, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Lucius. The anguished cries of Dobby echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. Meanwhile, Harry remained fixed on the diary, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Professor Dumbledore," he exclaimed hurriedly, "may I return this diary to Mr. Malfoy?" "Of course, Harry," Dumbledore replied calmly. "However, afterward, you must visit the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey has prepared some restorative potions for you." Seizing the diary, Harry dashed out of the office. Ivan contemplated for a moment before urgently whispering a few words into Hermione's ear. She nodded and followed suit, while Ron, Hagrid, and the Slytherins trailed behind with expressions of concern. In the blink of an eye, the office was left with only Dumbledore and Ivan. "Take a seat, Ivan." Dumbledore gestured towards the chair before him. "It appears you have something you wish to discuss with me." Ivan nodded hesitantly and took a seat. Having attracted Dumbledore's attention, There was no escaping it. It was better to take the initiative. Relax. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? I have heard of your fondness for them. Dumbledore reached for a jar of sweets from beside the table and extended it towards Avon. No, thank you, Professor. Avon quickly shook his head. He had only once advertised such candies in a newspaper. Who knew how it had spread that he relished them? In truth, I have something to say to you as well. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for your assistance to Harry in the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore and Athos' eyes sparkled with admiration. Aside from Riddle, it has been a long time since I have encountered such a remarkable young wizard as yourself. You remind me of an old friend. Though the words seemed lighthearted, Avon remained inwardly cautious. He was well aware of Dumbledore's shadowy past. That old friend was likely none other than the first Dark Lord, a rather disheartening comparison. You flatter me, Professor. Avon replied modestly. I merely possess a bit more knowledge than my peers. In Hermione and Athos' words, I am merely a diligent student. Indeed, your studies are profound, Dumbledore remarked. As I mentioned, Riddle may very well be the most accomplished student in Hogwarts and Athos' history. You bear a resemblance to him in certain aspects, yet you are distinct. You have your own friends. Upon hearing this, Avon let out a silent sigh of relief. He understood this as Dumbledore and Athos' acknowledgement of him, of his bond with Harry, his attitude towards power, and his Muggle heritage, which had finally eased Dumbledore's reservations. Otherwise, he could not guarantee what secrets he might still harbor under Dumbledore's watchful eye at Hogwarts. Any hint of danger might be swiftly quashed in its infancy. After all, Dumbledore was quite advanced in years. He could not permit the emergence of a third Dark Lord. Thus, Dumbledore's concerns were merely unfounded anxieties. Just as Avon prepared to excuse himself to find Harry, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, Avon, do you know what that diary is? Yes. It is a Horcrux. Avon replied without hesitation. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet. Damn it, he had intended to conceal this information. Revealing his capabilities too early was unwise, though he planned to confront Voldemort. He did not wish to be seen by Dumbledore as a mere pawn to be sacrificed at will. Yet, inexplicably, Dumbledore's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling one to divulge their innermost thoughts. Stunned by Avon and Athos' words, Dumbledore paused for a considerable time. This was indeed a surprising revelation. He had considered that this boy might have guessed something and had intended to share some information, yet he had not anticipated that Avon already possessed such extensive knowledge. Indeed, it is a Horcrux. Can you tell me how you came to this conclusion? Dumbledore asked kindly. It was Rowena Ravenclaw who informed me, stating that it is an exceedingly malevolent spell capable of fracturing one's soul. What? Upon hearing Avon mention Rowena Ravenclaw, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. The Time Turner of Ravenclaw, how astonishing. Dumbledore swiftly regained his composure, remarking on the splendid experience, Avon, and expressing hope that you would successfully navigate the trials set by the four founders to uncover the concealed treasures. Avon nodded, sensing that his counterpart believed in him. Since we are discussing the four founders of Hogwarts, Dumbledore continued leisurely. You must be aware that Voldemort is the last heir of Salazar Slytherin and should also be the final Parselmouth, yet Harry is capable of speaking Parseltongue. If I am not mistaken, on the night he left the scar on Harry, he inadvertently transferred some of his own magic onto him. Avon recoiled slightly, uncertain of Dumbledore's implication. He certainly understood the matters at hand. He was even aware that Harry was also a Horcrux. What I mean to say is, under any circumstances, regardless of the unforeseen events, you would invariably stand by Harry and Athos' side, would you not? Chapter 65, the final chapter of The Secret Chamber. Avon could not recall how he had exited the office. All he was aware of was the cold sweat that drenched his back. Dumbledore was indeed formidable. Perhaps he bore no malice towards Avon. Yet the utter lack of secrecy was profoundly unsettling. Determined, Avon resolved to master the art of mental occlusion without delay. At that moment, the corridors of the school were devoid of any human presence, yet they buzzed with an undercurrent of excitement. Whispers of the events that transpired within the chamber had evidently spread, as every portrait engaged in animated discussions that closely mirrored the reality of the situation. Upon spotting Avon, each painting curiously halted him, eager for him to recount how he and Harry had vanquished the basilisk. Disregarding their inquiries, Avon proceeded directly to the hospital wing. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the house elf Dobby appeared before him. Sir, Dobby is free. Harry Potter has liberated Dobby. He gave Dobby a sock, and he is even greater than Dobby had known. The little elf exclaimed, his eyes wide and brimming with tears. Congratulations, Dobby. Avon replied softly. noting the rather grimy sock Harry had bestowed upon him. "Thank you," Dobby responded, his voice cracking as he continued, "Sir." Dobby overheard Miss Hermione Granger say you had something to discuss with Dobby. "Indeed, I do have a question for you," Evan nodded, hastening to inquire. "Now that you are free, what are your plans for the future?" Dobby had clearly contemplated this matter. Dobby loves freedom, but he also enjoys working. Dobby needs a job and to earn wages. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted, a shadow of despondency creeping in. "But that is quite difficult, sir. People may not wish to pay Dobby, as it does not align with the house elf and Oppos' nature." His voice dwindled, losing the initial exuberance. "In truth, I have a position that would suit you, and I am willing to pay you. I merely wonder if you would accept," Evan proposed, having thought this through. The demand for the Hogwarts Magical Gazette was steadily increasing, and with the approaching summer break, he could not afford to rely solely on his own magical prowess. He required the assistance of a dedicated wizard or an intelligent magical being, and Dobby fulfilled all the criteria. Upon hearing Evan and Oppos' offer, Dobby was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he wrapped his arms around Evan's waist in a tight embrace. In that moment, Evan's stature in Dobby's eyes transformed from that of a mere friend of Harry Potter to someone equally remarkable. Thus, Dobby became the first official employee of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette. Considering the substantial workload, Evan had initially intended to offer him 10 galleons per week with weekends off. However, Dobby adamantly refused, believing that such wealth and leisure were quite terrifying. He bartered with Evan, ultimately settling on a salary of 4 galleons per month and a single day off. In addition, Dobby also undertook various personal services for Ivan, akin to that of a servant. Should Malfoy become aware of this, one could only speculate whether he might faint from rage. After resolving matters with Dobby, Ivan made his way to the hospital wing, where he enjoyed a restful slumber aided by Madame Pomfrey's calming potion. It was not until the following morning that he awoke. The bed beside him, occupied by Lockhart, was now vacant. Ron informed him that Lockhart had been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries due to the severe effects of a memory charm. It was said that Dumbledore had recently visited them, and upon seeing Ivan asleep, chose not to rouse him. Observing Harry and Oppos' expression, Ivan inferred that Dumbledore must have had a private conversation with him. How one might describe such an expression? It could only be said that the brainwashing had been remarkably effective. Furthermore, Ron had fully returned to his usual self, his spirits no longer languishing as before. The three of them enjoyed a delightful lunch prepared by Madame Pomfrey, during which Ron recounted his experience of being controlled by Tom Riddle. Harry detailed the 2 battles that transpired in the common room and the Chamber of Secrets. Just as Harry concluded, Hermione, Colin, and Ginny entered the infirmary, bearing both good and bad news. The good news was that Dumbledore had awarded each of them an additional 200 points during breakfast, catapulting Gryffindor from the bottom to the top of the standings. It seemed the House Cup would undoubtedly be theirs this year. The bad news, however, was that due to the incidents surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, the school had announced the cancellation of this year's Quidditch matches and the end-of-year examinations. Much to Harry and Hermione and Oppos' dismay. For the two of them, this was indeed disheartening news. After conversing for a while, just as Ivan was poised to reveal the secret treasure of the 4 founders, he suddenly noticed Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, approaching. He abruptly halted. Such information could not reach the ears of Wordtail. "Why have you stopped, Ivan?" Ron inquired, puzzled. "What did you discover inside the Slytherin statue?" "Just some things related to the basilisk. Nothing of great significance," Ivan replied, casting a glance at Scabbers and deciding to keep the matter confidential for the time being. As dinner approached, Cornelius Fudge arrived at the school bearing the award for special contributions and Hagrid's pardon. Ivan requested Colin to take several photographs, particularly emphasizing that Ron should ensure Scabbers was prominently positioned. If Fudge were to take this newspaper into Azkaban for Sirius Black to see, it would certainly add an intriguing twist. It was only a matter of time before the Ministry of Magic would be in a frenzy over Black and Oppos' escape. Hogwarts had returned to normalcy, albeit with a few minor adjustments. The defense against the dark arts class had been cancelled. Lucius Malfoy had been expelled from the school and Oppos' Board of Governors. And Draco was no longer prancing about the school with an air of superiority as if he were its master. Instead, he now wandered around with a sullen demeanor, seemingly filled with resentment. After the maturation of the Mandrake, the petrified students were successfully revived. The Hogwarts Magical Gazette also regained its peak sales prior to the Chamber of Secrets incident. leaving Avon in a quandary as he sought a fresh angle to replace Lockhart and Oppos' novels. The section dedicated to character profiles was now devoted to introducing Hagrid, serving as an excellent complement to the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, and the public was quite intrigued by his unjust experiences over the years. For the fiction segment, Avon ultimately resolved to take matters into his own hands. He borrowed the complete works of Lockhart from Hermione, emulating his writing style to craft a book titled My Adventures with the Basilisk at Hogwarts, which unexpectedly garnered great success, with numerous fans writing to him daily. Fortunately, Avon enlisted Dobby and Oppos as assistants, otherwise he would have been utterly overwhelmed. Avon, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Colin, Fred, George, and Ginny occupied a private compartment, making the most of the last few hours before the holiday when magic was permitted, engaging in a lively game of Wizard and Oppos' chess while Fred and George set off their final batch of firecrackers. As the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed, Harry jotted down the Dursleys' phone number, though Avon harbored doubts about whether Harry's aunt and uncle would be inclined to accept a call from a wizard. As Harry remarked to Ron, if they learned that Harry had narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. When the train finally glided into the station, Avon stood to retrieve his luggage, and as his fingers brushed against the enhancement potion nestled in his pocket, he recalled the summer study topics of mind-blocking and the Patronus charm. A faint smile of bittersweet anticipation graced his lips. It seemed that his summer would indeed be filled with a multitude of endeavors. Chapter 66. A busy summer as anticipated. Avon and Oppos' summer was extraordinarily hectic. On the very first day of the holiday, at the break of dawn, the house elf Dobby hurriedly arrived at Avon and Oppos' home. As per usual, whether at Hogwarts or the Malfoy residence, he diligently began tidying up the household chores. By 6 o'clock, Mrs. Mason had risen early to prepare for the day, only to be astonished to find breakfast already laid out, the rubbish meticulously disposed of, and the floors, windows, and furniture sparkling clean. Even the garden's lawn had been neatly trimmed. After discerning the events, Avon found himself explaining to his mother that it was all the handiwork of magic. Despite his efforts to clarify, Mrs. Mason remained unconvinced until the very end. She knew her son too well. It was inconceivable that Avon would voluntarily engage in household chores, especially at such an early hour. Noticing the skeptical look in his mother and Oppos' eyes, Avon could only manage a wry smile. Once she left his room, he promptly summoned Dobby and informed him that such tasks were no longer necessary. However, the message seemed to fall on deaf ears. Dobby, with his bulbous eyes brimming with innocence, gazed at Avon pitifully, repeatedly asking if he had failed in some way. After Avon had reassured him over a dozen times that it was not the case, Dobby suddenly burst into tears, fearing that Avon intended to dismiss him. Ultimately, Avon found himself in the position of comforting the distraught elf. Through this incident, Avon realized that attempting to persuade a house elf to reduce its workload was a fruitless endeavor. Fortunately, the workload from the Hogwarts magical news was substantial. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to manage an overzealous house elf. To his surprise, the newspaper and Oppos' sales during the summer did not dwindle, remaining as robust as during the school term. Even without Gilderoy Lockhart and Oppos' photographs and novels, Avon's own piece titled My Encounters with the Basilisk at Hogwarts captured significant public interest. This was largely due to the contributions from nearly Headless Nick and thousands of other ghosts across the UK, who now served as the primary sources of news for the paper. Their unique perspectives and relentless work ethic provided Avon with a wealth of intriguing articles and lesser-known tales. In the following days, the newspaper and Oppos' success attracted a deluge of owls to the Mason residence, which alarmed Mrs. Mason. To alleviate her worries, Avon ultimately had to change the delivery address to Hogwarts, allowing Dobby to collect and organize the correspondence before delivering it to him. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the readers and the ghosts, the editing and review tasks became increasingly burdensome. Harry and Colin had offered to assist on a few occasions, but their help proved to be rather limited. Rather than engage in the intricate text processing, they preferred to discuss the recently held Quidditch League, summer assignments, or topics related to Sirius Black and Oppos' escape. Moreover, they had only visited Avon during the initial days of the summer, after which Colin went to his family and Oppos' countryside home to escape the heat. Harry, on the other hand, found himself in a far more unfortunate predicament. Ever since Ron made a phone call to the Dursleys on the 5th day of summer vacation, he had been confined to his room, rarely allowed outside. Even when Ivan personally visited, they refused him entry. Just as Ivan was preparing to rescue Harry, he received a letter delivered by Hedwig. In the letter, Harry implied that he must behave himself and avoid inciting the ire of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, especially if he wished for Uncle Vernon to sign his permission slip for visiting Hogsmeade. Following this, Ivan had no choice but to request Dobby to deliver food to Harry daily, ensuring that the Dursleys did not starve him. Although the editorial workload was substantial, Ivan managed to handle it alone. During his leisure time, he also had Dobby assist him in procuring numerous magical tomes related to the enhancement potion, Mind Shielding, and the Patronus Charm from Diagon Alley. These books were rather costly and nearly depleted his savings. Casting the Patronus Charm required a wand, and according to regulations governing the reasonable constraints placed on underage wizards, minors were prohibited from using magic outside of school. The Ministry of Magic tracked each wand. So after grasping the theoretical essentials of the charm, Ivan concentrated primarily on mastering Mind Shielding and the enhancement potion. As a form of magical art designed to resist external mental infiltration, Mind Shielding could secure the mind against magical intrusion and influence. However, Ivan struggled with this technique. In fact, he encountered difficulties at the very outset, finding it challenging to clear his mind. Peculiar thoughts continuously intruded, or he would unconsciously delve into various magical puzzles. After much effort, he resolved to regard Mind Shielding as a long-term practice project, hoping to master this spell before the conclusion of his second year. Ivan contemplated that using a rare and long-lost potion like the enhancement potion solely to prolong a battle was rather wasteful. After thoroughly reviewing all the magical texts he could acquire, he ultimately decided to utilize them to aid himself in achieving Animagus Transformation. Animagus Transformation is an advanced transfiguration spell that allows a wizard to transform into a specific animal. For most wizards, even those of adult age, this spell is exceedingly intricate and perilous, let alone for a young wizard like Ivan, who had just turned 12. During the Animagus process, practitioners are prone to losing control for various reasons, potentially leading to failed transformations or even death. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic imposes strict regulations on this spell, requiring all animagi and their animal forms to be registered with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where a designated official oversees the transformation process. Throughout the 20th century, only 7 individuals successfully registered as animagi. However, this figure certainly does not represent the total number of wizards capable of such transformations. Ivan was aware that many unregistered animagi existed, such as the ever-present Peter Pettigrew and the soon-to-appear Sirius Black. They all completed their transformation during their student years. In light of this, with the assistance of a potion to enhance magical power, Ivan resolved to achieve his Animagus form during this summer. He had conducted thorough research and understood that, in addition to a solid foundation of transformation theory, a considerable amount of magical energy was necessary to succeed. The theoretical aspect posed no challenge for Ivan. During the previous semester, while keeping a diary, he had specifically sought counsel from Tom Riddle regarding Animagus transformation and received substantial guidance from him. Although Voldemort and Athos's character was questionable, his mastery of magical knowledge was comparable to that of Dumbledore. The difficulty lay in the substantial magical energy required during the initial transformation process. Shifting from human to animal demanded a significant amount of magical power, often ranging from 1 to 5 times that of an average adult wizard, depending on the transformer and Athos's physique. This was a primary reason many wizards failed to complete the transformation. Typically, the solution was to purchase a large quantity of potions that replenished magical energy. However, these potions were prohibitively expensive and yielded only modest effects, far inferior to the dramatic enhancement provided by the magical power-boosting potion. Thus, with the aid of the power-enhancing potion, Ivan faced little to no obstacle in his pursuit of becoming an Animagus. He practiced diligently, gradually mastering the nuances of the transformation. After over a month of preparation, during the 5th week of summer, Ivan isolated himself in his room to attempt his first transformation. He instructed Dobby to stand guard outside his door, ensuring that no one would enter without his express permission. Chapter 67. Animagus. Within the confines of the room, Ivan perused the thick tome of magic. Turning to the page dedicated to animagi, meticulously reviewing the transformation steps and key points. Once he confirmed the accuracy of his understanding, he inhaled deeply and raised the enhancement potion to his lips, consuming it with a single, determined gulp. Like a potent spirit, the dark golden elixir coursed through him, unleashing a formidable surge of magical energy that intensified and accelerated within his being. The magic flowed like an unceasing river, surging through his veins and enveloping Ivan entirely. In a mere breath, he sensed a profound transformation coursing through him, his body brimming with restless power as the magic began to overflow uncontrollably. This sensation reminded Ivan of the first time his magic erupted uncontrollably at the age of 5, when he believed he possessed some extraordinary ability. However, that fleeting experience paled in comparison to the intensity he felt now. After enduring for another 5 seconds, Ivan felt he had reached his limit. The overwhelming magic within him became intolerable, necessitating an outlet lest he be overwhelmed by it. Animagus, Ivan uttered sharply. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than his body began to undergo a rapid transformation. A powerful surge of magic erupted, sending everything in the room hurtling away. Even Dobby, who had been stationed just outside the door, sensed the ferocity of the magical energy. He cautiously opened the door a crack, peering in with wide, terrified eyes. Gripping the doorknob tightly, his bulbous eyes wider than ever in fear. In the center of the room, Ivan's muscles writhed and trembled, resembling a gelatinous creature as his entire form began to morph and soften. The sensation was akin to the effects of the polyjuice potion from the previous semester. But this was far more intense. The ensuing pain threatened to overwhelm him, and Ivan gritted his teeth, reminding himself to endure. Failure now would mean the culmination of his efforts would be in vain. Focusing all his attention, he endeavored to harness the tumultuous magic within him. With his unwavering determination, his body shrank visibly, shifting towards an animal form. His bones contorted strangely, black fur sprouting across his skin, and furry ears sprouted atop his head. Approximately 20 minutes later, there was no trace of a human figure left in Ivan and Appos' bedroom. The restless magic gradually settled, and the effects of the enhancement potion began to wane. Ivan realized he had succeeded. Shaking his head, he discovered his hands had transformed into dark, claw-like appendages, and the room appeared significantly larger. Although he could not yet discern the exact animal he had become, he was certain of its diminutive size. Moreover, it was essential to note that an animagus does not randomly transform into any animal. The form taken is invariably linked to the character and weight of the wizard performing the transformation. Evan had always possessed a slender physique, so it was hardly surprising that he had transformed into a diminutive creature. The crux of the matter lay in his temperament. He considered himself to be of a rather cautious and meticulous nature, a small non-magical creature coupled with a prudent disposition. Oh heavens! Could I possibly be turning into a mouse, akin to that diminutive star, Peter? Evan and Appos' heart sank at that thought. It would be the worst possible outcome. His greatest desire was to metamorphose into a bird, an ideal choice for convenience. Yet, given his profound fear of heights, the likelihood of that seemed rather slim. However, he thought, as long as it wasn't a mouse, he could accept any other form. In fact, given his origins from China prior to his transfiguration, he had whimsically contemplated the possibility of becoming a panda. Yet, with his current stature, the chances of that were surely negligible. Perhaps he would become. As Evan spiraled into his musings, the house elf Dobby approached the room, trembling with trepidation. He gazed at Evan in horror, cautiously inching closer. Oh goodness! Sir has turned into a black cat. A black cat. This outcome was indeed unexpected. In the wizarding world, black cats have historically been regarded as symbols of warding off malevolent spirits, carrying significant meaning. Black cats are commonly believed to possess considerable magical prowess. And Evan had perused records of nearly a millennium of animagi, finding no wizard who had transformed into a black cat. Mr. Evan Mason's magic had gone awry, and Dobby was at a loss for what to do. Silly Dobby, useless Dobby, he must do something. Dobby cried out loudly, tugging at his own ears in distress. No, Dobby, my situation is quite manageable. You need not take any action or punish yourself, Evan hastily replied, but his words emerged as mere meows. Dobby realized that Mr. Evan Mason needed to be taken to St. Mungo and Appos' hospital for magical maladies and injuries. In a sudden rush, Dobby lunged toward Evan, determined to save him. The thought of Dobby's past heroics in rescuing Harry sent a shiver down Evan's spine. He did not wish to perish at the hands of a house elf. Yet, it appeared Dobby had no intention of granting him a moment to recover. Evan quickly attempted to stop Dobby, but his protests came out as adorable meows, making him appear utterly endearing. He swiftly leaped aside to evade Dobby. Curse it! What utility does a black cat possess aside from looking cute? With the innate agility of a feline, Evan found himself remarkably nimble, dodging Dobby and Appos' attempts to capture him several times. However, upon witnessing Dobby raise a finger to cast a spell, he sensed impending doom. With a desperate meow, Evan sprang onto the balcony and escaped through the open window. The sensation was extraordinary. Evan felt as if he were a genuine cat, skillfully navigating the windowsill and landing on the ground floor without a scratch. Noticing Dobby had followed him outside, Evan wasted no time and dashed forward, swiftly hiding behind a garbage bin after rounding a corner. Moments later, he observed Dobby with his tear-filled, wide eyes darting down the street in pursuit, completely oblivious to his hidden presence nearby. Chapter 68. The inadvertent encounter with a stray dog. Avon gazed triumphantly as Dobby vanished from his sight. It seemed that transforming into a cat was not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, it conferred a certain advantage in evasion. Almost all animagi were masters of concealment. Just look at Peter Pettigrew, who managed to hide in Ron and Amp Oppo's home for nearly 12 or 13 years before being discovered. One could not help but admire such prowess. However, his amusement was short-lived. A loud crash emanated from the garbage bin behind him, as though something were attempting to escape its confines. He instinctively leaped back a couple of paces, pondering the possibility of encountering a feral cat. Should it wish to engage with him, would he accept or decline? The imagery was rather unsettling. Yet, he soon discerned the true nature of the commotion within the bin, and it was far worse than any wildcat. Bathed in the glow of the street lamp, Avon beheld a large black dog, roughly the size of a bear, gazing at him with luminous eyes. In the dimly lit alley, a black cat and a black dog locked eyes, each displaying remarkably human-like expressions for a span of 3 seconds. Avon quickly realized that the creature before him was no stray dog, but rather Sirius Black. His fortune was astonishing. By merely hiding behind a refuse container, he had stumbled upon a fugitive whom the Ministry of Magic had sought for over a month. At the same moment, Avon recognized his identity. Sirius Black discerned that the black cat before him was indeed an animagus. He bared his sharp teeth and let out 2 fierce barks, escalating the tension in the air. Avon felt a flicker of danger. When he saw Sirius attempt to flee, he hesitated for a moment, only to instinctively pursue him. Thus, a cat and a dog engaged in a frenetic chase through the dim alleyways of London's Haringey district, resembling 2 phantoms. Should anyone be fortunate enough to witness this bizarre spectacle, their mouths would surely widen in astonishment. Both were remarkably swift, far surpassing the typical pace of ordinary cats and dogs. Avon, transformed into a black cat, exhibited tremendous explosive power, with a mere gentle push against the ground. He could leap over a meter, swiftly closing the distance to Sirius Black. Although Sirius possessed greater endurance than Avon, 12 years of imprisonment in Azkaban and over a month of evasion had rendered him thoroughly weakened, devoid of his former vigor. After a brief period, his speed began to wane. Avon's lips curled into a subtle smile as he cornered Sirius into a dead end. Cautiously, Sirius retreated a few steps, only to realize he had no escape. Displaying his teeth, his eyes blazed with intensity as he glared fiercely at Avon. After a prolonged moment, he seemed to arrive at a resolution and lunged toward Avon. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Avon leaped back over a meter. It dawned on him that something was amiss. Why was he pursuing Sirius Black? Even if he caught up, he would be unable to overpower him. Yet, within him, a sense of emptiness lingered, rendering transformation impossible for the time being. As the figure of Sirius Black drew ever closer, Avon instinctively retreated a few steps. The retribution arrived with alarming swiftness. It was a complete reversal of the earlier circumstances, and the aura of danger intensified. Avon, feebly emitting a few pitiful mews, realized that Black's advance showed no signs of hesitation, instead becoming more ferocious. Unable to communicate, Avon decisively turned to flee before the other could rend him to shreds. He sensed Sirius Black pursuing him relentlessly, compelling him to quicken his pace. As he traversed a garden, he spotted a slender silhouette clutching a large box appearing at the dimly lit street corner. Just as Avon pondered the familiarity of this figure, a sudden flash of light from across the way revealed the identity he had been contemplating. Harry Potter sat weakly against a low wall on Magnolia Crescent, his body trembling. Moments earlier, he had inflated his Aunt Marge, a consequence of her own provocations. She should not have insulted his parents so egregiously. Last semester, he had learned from his closest friend Avon that his parents had fought valiantly against Voldemort until the very end, sacrificing themselves to protect him. He felt a swell of pride for them, unlike Aunt Marge and Amp Oppo's derogatory claims that they were unemployed vagrants who met their demise in a car accident. Though he had used magic to inflate Aunt Marge, Harry felt no remorse. He had left the Dursleys with all his belongings, wandering several streets before finding himself stranded in the dark, mundane world with nowhere to turn. The most disheartening aspect was that his recent use of magic nearly assured his expulsion from Hogwarts. He had grossly violated the decree against underage magical use. Yet no representatives from the Ministry of Magic had come to apprehend him at his secluded location, which bewildered Harry. What was he to do now? He had sent Hedwig with a letter to Avon. Perhaps he should seek out his friend, whose home was nearby, and surely he would know how to assist him. Yet, hesitation gripped Harry. With expulsion seeming inevitable, he did not wish to embroil Avon in his troubles. Gazing down at his wand, still firmly in hand, he contemplated that if expulsion was his fate, leading to his banishment from the magical realm, then casting a bit more magic would be inconsequential. In his suitcase lay the invisibility cloak left to him by his father. If he could enchant the suitcase to be as light as a feather, tie it to his broomstick, don the invisibility cloak, and soar to London, he could retrieve all the money from the underground vault. Then, he could embrace a life of wandering. The prospect was indeed quite terrifying, yet he could not remain perched on that low wall indefinitely. Otherwise, he would be compelled to explain to the Muggle police why he was loitering on the street in the dead of night, accompanied by a trunk full of spell books and a flying broomstick. After approximately a minute, Harry finally resolved to take action. He opened his trunk and began to sift through its contents, searching for the invisibility cloak. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation akin to a prickling needle coursed through him, prompting him to stand upright, for he sensed that someone or something was swiftly approaching him. Lumos, Harry whispered softly, as the tip of his wand emitted a radiant glow. In the next moment, he beheld a petite, jet-black kitten dashing towards him, leaping into his embrace. Chapter 69. The night bus. The force of the black cat's sudden leap caused Harry to stumble backward, his legs colliding with a trunk, tripping him momentarily. One arm cradled the small feline close to his chest, while the other reached out in a desperate attempt to maintain his balance. Yet, his efforts proved futile, and he fell heavily to the ground. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he felt the black cat leap onto his shoulder, its mouth curling into an oddly familiar grin that instantly reminded Harry of Ivan. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. How could a mere cat possess Ivan's expression? Nevertheless, the essence of that smile was undeniably striking. Before he could ponder further, he caught sight of a large, illuminated silhouette lurking in the distant shadows, resembling a massive dog. Cautiously, Harry extended his wand forward. As his wand was raised, the gravel-strewn wall number 2 suddenly flickered with light, accompanied by a deafening bang. A blinding flash surged toward him. Harry yelped and recoiled, while Ivan swiftly grasped his shoulder. This timely intervention was fortuitous, for mere moments later, a pair of enormous wheels and headlights screeched to a halt precisely where Harry had stood moments before. Gazing up, Ivan discovered that the wheels and lights belonged to a triple-decker bus that had seemingly materialized from the thin air. Golden letters adorned the bus's windshield, spelling out, "The Night Bus. Welcome aboard the Night Bus. This emergency transport service is designed for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and board, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be your conductor this evening." Stan appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, sporting large, protruding ears and a few small blemishes on his face. He approached Harry, addressing him directly. "A peculiar passenger with a black cat. What are you standing there for? And what's that on your forehead?" Stan seemed to have noticed the scar on Harry's brow. "And nothing," Harry quickly replied, pulling his hair to cover the mark. He had no desire to make it easy for the Ministry of Magic to locate him if they were indeed searching. "All right then, what is your name?" Stan pressed on. "Neville Longbottom," Harry murmured, his gaze shifting to the bus behind Stan. "So, this bus can take me anywhere, correct?" "Indeed. Anywhere you wish to go. As long as it and Appos, S on land. Can and Appos, T go underwater." Stan appeared somewhat skeptical. "Where in and Appos? T you just signaling for us to stop? You did extend your wand, didn't T you?" "Yes," Harry hastily affirmed. "Listen, how much is it to get to Diagon Alley in London?" 11 sickles, Stan replied, "but since you have a pet, you and Appos, LL need to pay an additional 5. For just 3 more, you can get chocolate, and for another sickle, a hot water bottle and a toothbrush, color of your choice." "Wait, this cat is not my pet." Harry recalled the black cat perched on his shoulder and hurriedly informed Stan, "Just a second before you arrived, I encountered it." "Really?" Stan replied skeptically, "But it has already ascended. You must understand, black cats are quite rare. If at ISN and AMP, Appos, to your pet." Harry observed the black cat, which had been resting on his shoulder, now climbing aboard the night bus and settling onto a soft bed. With no other option, he quickly rummaged through his money pouch, pouring a handful of silver coins into Stan's hand. Together, they lifted his trunk, atop which sat Hedwig's cage, and made their way onto the night bus. "You'll sleep here." Stan introduced Harry to the driver before guiding him to the bed occupied by Erwin. He produced a large piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "This is for you. I've prepared some cat food for your pet. We have everything you need." He rummaged beneath a bed, retrieving a bowl and filling it with a generous amount of cat food. Erwin turned away, unable to watch, thinking that the fool genuinely believed he was a cat. Had it not been for the lingering presence of Sirius Black, Erwin would never have chosen to ride this bus with Harry. After all, Harry would be fine, and he could always go find him in Diagon Alley. There were numerous matters awaiting his attention at home, especially with Dobby likely in a state of distress over his disappearance. However, Erwin had no other choice. The side effects of the magical enhancement potion left him severely drained of magic, and he estimated he wouldn't recover until the following morning. As the bus lurched forward with a loud bang, Harry found himself thrown onto the bed, landing heavily atop Erwin. Struggling to extricate himself, Erwin noticed that Harry had no interest in the chocolate he had received. With a nimble leap, he took the chocolate into his mouth and, under the astonished gazes of Harry and Stan, adeptly tore open the wrapper and began to eat. As for the bowl of cat food, whoever wished to eat it could do so. He certainly would not touch it. Exhausted from a day of chasing Sirius Black, he quickly devoured the entire piece of chocolate. "Wow, Neville, you've trained your cat remarkably well. My sister has one too, but it can only shred the bed sheets," Stan remarked with interest as he watched Erwin. "Indeed," Harry mused, feeling an odd sensation as he observed the black cat consuming chocolate. It increasingly resembled Erwin. He lay back on the bed, holding the black cat high on his chest for a closer inspection. Erwin weakly waved his paw, achieving nothing, despite his peculiar behavior. When would this oblivious Harry finally recognize him? In a sudden, violent jolt, Harry instinctively released his grip. Tonight and Opos. Events have been nothing short of bizarre. A peculiar bus that can leap 100 miles in an instant, an astonishingly large dog, and a black cat that stubbornly insists on following him. He remains uncertain of what extraordinary occurrences await him next. Suddenly, he feels a tumult in his stomach, and thoughts of Aunt Maggie arise. He wonders if the Dursley family has managed to extricate her from the ceiling. Chapter 70. Sirius Black. Evan endeavored to recline comfortably, half closing his eyes as he observed Stan handing Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front page bore a colossal photograph of Sirius Black, his gaunt face framed by tangled long hair, his skin pale as wax. He appeared rather terrifying, did he not? Stan scrutinized Harry and Opos' expression. The news had been dominated by Black lately, who was considered the most notorious inmate to have ever resided in Azkaban. "He killed 13 people?" Harry whispered. "With a single curse?" "Indeed," Stan replied, leaning closer and lowering his voice, in plain sight, before witnesses, causing quite a stir. Black was a fervent supporter of the Dark Lord, closely linked to him. You know, when young Harry Potter was to be slain by the Dark Lord. Evan noticed Harry anxiously pulling his hair down over his forehead. All of the Dark Lord and Opos' supporters were being hunted. They understood that with their master on the run, their time was up, so they had all become docile except for Sirius Black. He remained the Dark Lord's most devoted adherent. I have heard he believes that one day the Dark Lord will rise again, and he would be the second in command. Regardless, they cornered Black on the street. Surrounded by muggles, he drew his wand and blew up half a street, resulting in the death of 1 wizard and 12 muggles. Terrifying, is it not? Do you know what Black did next? Stan whispered exaggeratedly. What? Harry asked, visibly anxious. He laughed. Stan exclaimed. He simply stood there laughing, and when the ministry reinforcements arrived, he quietly followed them, still chuckling all the while. He cannot be sane, can he? If he wasn't mad when he arrived at Azkaban, he must be now. Stan murmured. Neville, you know about Azkaban, right? No one can endure such a place for long. Yet, he is out now. No one has ever escaped from Azkaban, have they? The guards there are insurmountable, are they not? Harry nodded uneasily, while Stan and Opos' face turned pale, seemingly frightened by his own words. Evan gazed at them in silence, pondering whether these two would faint if they realized they had just brushed shoulders with Sirius Black. Thereafter, no one spoke. The night bus surged through the darkness, scattering bushes, street lamp poles, telephone booths, and trees at the edge of the pedestrian islands. Harry lay restlessly on his feather bed, woeful and miserable. Evan reached out a paw to ruffle Harry and Opos' hair. Harry appeared to want to embrace him, prompting Evan to hastily leap aside to avoid it. The sky outside the window brightened slightly, and Evan spotted a dilapidated little pub emerging ahead as the night bus glided to a stop. Evan leaped onto Harry and Apos' shoulder as they disembarked, while Stan placed Harry and Apos' trunk and Hedwig and Apos' cage on the pavement before the night bus departed. Well, next we shall proceed to Gringotts. Suddenly, Harry halted, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed ahead. You and Apos, V arrived, Harry. From the dimly lit entrance of the leaky cauldron, a figure emerged, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. A wave of anxiety washed over Harry as he dragged his heavy trunk. Ushered inside by Fudge, a hunched man holding a lantern appeared from behind the bar. It was Tom, the wrinkled, toothless proprietor of the leaky cauldron. You found him, Minister. Tom bowed, inquiring, would you like to drink, beer, or brandy? A cup of tea, please, Fudge replied, appearing somewhat worn. He gestured to a chair by the fire, instructing Harry to sit. Harry complied, though the flames danced vigorously. Evan could still sense his body trembling, evidently anxious. Fudge removed his green striped robe and tossed it aside, swiftly adjusting his deep green trousers as he settled across from Harry. We met just 3 months ago, Harry. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, he stated quickly, casting a peculiar glance at the black cat perched on Harry's shoulder. Harry nodded stiffly, hardly able to believe that the Minister of Magic himself had come to see him. Just 3 months prior, Fudge had awarded him, Evan, Hermione, and Ron a special commendation for their contributions. Was this visit to dismiss him? Before Harry could voice his concerns, Tom returned with tea and scones on a tray, placing it on the table between Fudge and Harry before departing. Well, Harry, Fudge began as he poured the tea, I must admit, you set us all in a tizzy by running away from your aunt and uncle and Apos' home. I initially thought, but thankfully, you are unharmed. And that is the most crucial point. Fudge spread butter on his scone and pushed the plate toward Harry. Eat, Harry, you look rather wan. You will be pleased to hear how we resolved the unfortunate incident involving Miss McGonagall being inflated. A couple of hours ago, 2 members from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes were dispatched to Privet Drive. Miss McGonagall has returned to normal, and her memory has been adjusted. She remembers nothing of the affair. Everything is well, and no harm has been done. Evan hopped lightly onto the long table, helping himself to a scone. He noticed Fudge smiling at Harry over his teacup, resembling an affectionate uncle observing his beloved nephew. Across the table, Harry could hardly believe his ears, opening his mouth as if to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words, ultimately closing it again. Once you calm down, I assure you, you will no longer feel this way. Fudge's voice carried a tone of concern. After all, they were family, and I am certain that deep within, there exists a mutual affection between you. Harry, reluctant to challenge Fudge and Apos' perspective, awaited the impending judgment on his fate. The remaining question now is, where will you spend the 2 weeks of your holiday? I suppose I could visit my classmate, Ivan, as he has extended invitations to me numerous times, Harry ventured uncertainly. Chapter 71, Naming the Cat. Wait a moment, Minister, Harry exclaimed urgently. What about my punishment? I have broken the law. He referred to the decree restricting underage wizards from using magic. Oh, dear child, we shall not punish you for such a trivial matter. Cornelius Fudge waved his crumpet impatiently. It was merely an incident. We won't be sending someone to Azkaban just because of Aunt Marge's inflated ego. Harry felt perplexed by these words. They clashed with his previous encounters with the Ministry of Magic. Last year, a house elf turned Dudley into a pig, and I received a formal warning. Harry frowned. The ministry said that if I performed any magic there again, Hogwarts would expel me. A perfect inquiry, Ivan observed with interest as Fudge suddenly appeared flustered. Circumstances often change. Harry, under the present conditions, we must consider well, you certainly do not wish to be expelled, do you? Hearing Harry's words, Fudge laughed heartily, summoning Tom, the pub owner, to arrange a room for Harry. He urged Harry to remain in Diagon Alley for the next fortnight, particularly advising him against wandering into Muggle London. Then, he donned his robes, preparing to depart. Minister, do you have any news about Sirius Black? Upon hearing this, Fudge and Apos' fingers brushed over the silver clasp of his robe. Oh, you and Apos' heard that news. Well, no, not yet, but capturing him is merely a matter of time. The guards of Azkaban have never failed. They are exceedingly furious this time. More than I have ever known. Fudge's voice trembled slightly. Well then, goodbye, dear Harry. Fudge shook Harry's hand. Harry quickly inquired if he could sign the form for his visit to Hogsmeade, but Fudge appeared uncomfortable. He outright refused Harry, his expression growing increasingly unnatural. Ivan noticed him discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he turned away. After Ivan and Harry finished their crumpets, they followed Tom up a splendid wooden staircase to a room marked with a brass plaque indicating number 11. Tom opened the door. Inside was a large, inviting bed, several polished oak furnishings, and a crackling fire in the hearth. Hedwig, who had been absent until then, perched atop the wardrobe. "Hedwig!" Harry exclaimed in delight. "So you were here. Did you deliver that letter to Ivan? What did he say?" He halted abruptly, realizing the letter he had hastily written to Ivan while leaving the Dursleys was still securely tied to Hedwig's leg, untouched. Just as he pondered this, Hedwig suddenly flew over to the black cat that had been following him. As Ivan leapt onto the bed, he was met with Hedwig's scrutinizing gaze, her amber eyes brimming with vigilance. It seemed as if she had pierced through his disguise, cooing softly as she approached to greet him, offering a piece of parchment from her foot. The sight of a cat reading a letter was undeniably peculiar. Harry settled onto the bed, his mind adrift as he regarded Ivan. He could scarcely believe that mere hours had elapsed since his departure from Privet Drive, during which so much had transpired. Astonishingly, he had not been expelled and was granted a full fortnight to relish the reprieve from the Dursleys. Then there was the unexpected appearance of this black cat, who, judging by Hedwig and Athos's demeanor, seemed to recognize Ivan. Harry turned over, extending his hand to embrace the feline, only for her to evade him. Casting a look of discontent in his direction, he had never fathomed that a cat could exhibit such human-like expressions. Truly, she was a curious creature. Suddenly, it struck him that he did not even know the cat and Athos's name. If he intended to keep her, ought he not to bestow upon her a proper name? Harry pondered various possibilities, eventually succumbing to slumber as the sky outside transitioned from deep indigo to a chilling iron gray. The following morning, still ensconced in dreams, Harry was jolted awake by a weight pressing on him. He opened his eyes to discover Ivan sprawled atop him, startling him into full alertness. "Ivan, Ivan, wake up," Harry urged, shaking the still sleeping boy. "When did you arrive? Did you see the letter I wrote to you? And how did you end up on my bed?" "Good morning, Harry," Ivan replied hurriedly, recounting the events of his transformation into a small cat and the encounter with a black dog in the street. Yet, he omitted a crucial detail. The large black dog that had pursued him was, in fact, Sirius Black. "You mean to say that the black cat from last night was you?" Harry exclaimed, astonished. "No wonder I felt something was amiss. A regular cat wouldn't he consume chocolate and pancakes, would it? I should have realized it sooner. Just like Professor McGonagall. What is the name of that spell again?" Harry gazed at Ivan with envy. "Animagus," Ivan replied. "I hope you can keep this a secret, Harry." "I plan to use it as my trump card." "Of course, I shall keep your secret," Harry assured. "But how did you manage it?" "Professor McGonagall mentioned that it is an exceedingly complex and perilous spell. I received some assistance from Tom Riddle and Salazar Slytherin," Ivan explained as he sat up. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you. The primary challenge lies in the accumulation of magical power. If all goes well, you might master the spell in a few years." Ivan continued to elaborate on the intricacies of becoming an animagus. After their breakfast, the two descended the stairs, and Ivan summoned the house elf Dobby. Subsequently, he stepped outside to place a call to his mother, informing her that he would be residing in Diagon Alley for the next fortnight until the commencement of the school year, assuring her not to worry. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. Mason reprimanded Evan sternly, only reluctantly acquiescing to his request in the end. Chapter 72, Diagon Alley and the Leaky Cauldron. Thus, with a fortnight remaining in the summer holiday, Ivan and Harry took up residence at the Leaky Cauldron. In contrast to Harry and Athos's exuberance, Ivan found himself burdened with numerous tasks. Over the ensuing days, he visited nearly every magical shop in Diagon Alley. He persuaded the merchants to advertise in his newspaper, and thanks to the steadily increasing circulation of the Hogwarts Magical Gazette, many shopkeepers were inclined to comply, paying significantly higher advertising fees than initially expected. This endeavor allowed Ivan to amass a considerable savings, which he eagerly spent on various items, including potion ingredients far exceeding the typical usage for a young wizard. During the previous semester, while preparing the Polyjuice potion, he meticulously recorded the potion recipes from the tome Powerful Potions, which contain numerous practical concoctions beneficial for enhancing combat prowess. Purchasing ready-made potions would cost an exorbitant amount of galleons, making self-brewing far more economical. Additionally, he procured a splendid celestial model, rendering future astronomy classes unnecessary. Ivan had grown weary of braving the frigid heights of the astronomy tower every Wednesday evening. Particularly given his severe acrophobia, the experience was utterly dreadful. Following this, He and Harry ventured to acquire supplies from their school list. They first stopped at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase new robes. Upon exiting the shop, they were drawn to a crowd gathered before a store. Curiosity piqued. They approached, and Ivan discerned that it was a Quidditch specialty shop, showcasing a beautifully crafted broomstick in the display window. The Firebolt, a pinnacle of broomstick craftsmanship. The handle, fashioned from sturdy yew wood, boasted a sleek design, exquisitely polished with a diamond-hard sheen, adorned with a hand-engraved registration number. Ivan cast a cursory glance and lost interest. But Harry was nearly pressing his face against the glass. "Come on, Harry. You already possess an excellent broom. There and Oppos. No need to purchase another," Ivan remarked, recalling the Christmas gift his parents had bestowed upon him last year, a Shooting Star 2001, which had languished under his school bed since its arrival. Yet, this was the Firebolt, the fastest broomstick in the world, and equally the most expensive. Harry nodded in agreement, glancing at the price tag, which read price negotiable. He hesitated to ponder the broom and Oppos' worth, knowing one thing for certain: it was beyond his financial reach. With considerable effort, Ivan managed to pull Harry away. Otherwise, he would have stood transfixed before the broomstick all day long. After departing the Quidditch shop, they proceeded to Flourish and Blots to procure new textbooks. Ivan needed to acquire the latest Defense Against the Dark Arts book, while Harry was adding 2 new subjects: Care of Magical Creatures and Divination. Upon their entry into the Lihung bookstore, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. The once meticulously bound spellbooks had vanished, replaced instead by several large iron cages, which housed approximately 200 copies of the Monsters Compendium. These tomes were entangled in a frenzied contest of strength, viciously biting and battling one another, with torn pages fluttering about like confetti. Was this a Hogwarts affair? Were they in search of new literature? The manager, displaying a face of impatience, emerged to greet them. However, upon recognizing Ivan, a faint smile crept onto his features. "Ah, Mr. Mason, what books do you seek?" In just a year, Ivan had procured over 200 magical tomes from Lihung bookstore, rendering him one of its most esteemed patrons. Do not mention it. These and Amp, Oppos, Monsters and Amp, Oppos, Compendium and Amp, Oppos, volumes are by far the most dreadful books I have ever encountered, even worse than the previously dealt with and Amp, Oppos, Invisibility Tome, and Amp, Oppos. They're a cacophony of chaos. It is unfathomable that I have already been bitten 5 times this morning. No sooner had he uttered these words than a loud tearing sound erupted from the cage, where 2 copies of the Monsters Compendium were attempting to rend a third asunder. "No. Stop. Cease at once." The manager thrust his wand between the iron bars, prying the books apart. "I shall never stock these wretched tomes again. Never. It is a nightmare. If I discover which imbecile designated these books as textbooks, I shall certainly have words with them." At the sound of his words, Harry quickly turned his head. Hagrid had gifted him a copy of the Monsters Compendium a few days prior, instilling within him a peculiar sense of unease. His instincts suggested Hagrid must have been the one to designate these books as required reading. No other professor would willingly embrace a biting book. Dealing with these tomes is, in fact, quite simple. Observing the manager's distress, Ivan decided to impart his wisdom. "You need only gently stroke the spine of the book, and it will calm down." "What?" the manager exclaimed in astonishment. Ivan gestured for him to retrieve one of the Monsters Compendium volumes from the cage, which struggled to snap at him. However, with a gentle stroke of his index finger along the spine, the book quivered and then lay quietly in his hand. "My goodness, Mr. Mason, astounding," the manager exclaimed. "You have been an immense help." He instructed several staff members to extract the Monsters and Amp, Oppos, Compendium volumes one by one, utilizing Ivan and Oppos' method to pacify them before promptly binding them with rope. "Binding them is indeed the proper way to handle these books," the manager gasped. Thanks to Ivan and Oppos' suggestion, he and Harry received a generous discount. Ivan, without hesitation, selected several volumes. After a moment and Amp, Oppos' thought, he also picked up the textbooks for the newly added third-year courses. The curriculum for the second year was identical to that of the first, and Ivan had already self-studied most of its content. Attending classes again seemed a mere squandering of time. Thus, he resolved to audit several newly introduced courses for the third year. At the conclusion of the last term, Professor McGonagall had graciously consented to his request. Harry procured the text's Intermediate Transfiguration, Standard Spells, Level 3, and a book by Cassandra Wawalaski titled Glimpsing the Future, which served as the foundational material for divination. This tome provided substantial guidance on palmistry, crystal gazing, and the examination of avian entrails. However, Harry found himself neglecting his new purchases, his attention captivated by another volume resting on a small table, the Grimm. Bold red letters emblazoned the cover. What should you do when you sense the worst is imminent? Oh, if I were you, I would refrain from perusing such a book, remarked a bookstore attendant, observing Harry and Apo's fixation. Once you read it, you will come to see omens of death lurking everywhere. This book is truly terrifying. Yet, Harry remained transfixed by the cover. It depicted a dog, nearly the size of a bear, with glowing eyes. The creature appeared remarkably familiar. He tugged at Evan and Apo's sleeve, urging him to examine the cover. Evan glanced at it, noting that the ominous black dog bearing the insignia of death bore a striking resemblance to Sirius Black, which only deepened Harry and Apo's unease. Evan, do you think that night was? Don and Apo's. To be ridiculous. It was merely a stray dog, Evan retorted, recalling how he had been chased several blocks by the creature. He gritted his teeth and added, indeed, a particularly bothersome stray dog. Chapter 73, Crookshanks and the Spots. As the days slipped by, the final day of summer vacation arrived. Mrs. Weasley approached and embraced the two, while Mr. Weasley went to the bar to reserve several rooms, as they intended to spend the night at the Leaky Cauldron. Moments later, old Tom brought over breakfast. Fred and George did not allow him to speak for long. They mimicked Percy's posture and shook hands with each other, eliciting hearty laughter from the two. Mrs. Weasley sharply curtailed this behavior, clearly proud of Percy. The conversation soon shifted to their travels in Egypt, with the Weasley family regaling them with tales from their journey. Subsequently, Ron showcased his new wand to Ivan and Harry, a splendid 14 inches long, crafted from willow, with the core composed of unicorn tail hair. As for Ginny, the young girl blushed upon seeing Harry, though she appeared far more composed than last term, at least managing not to knock anything over. Once everyone had finished their meal, Hermione and her parents arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Hermione wore a sky-blue dress and a light yellow straw hat, her skin kissed by the sun to a healthy golden hue, exuding a playful elegance filled with vitality, greeting everyone with joy. After a brief conversation, the Grangers had to leave early due to other commitments. They entrusted Hermione to the care of the Weasley couple, leaving her belongings for Hogwarts behind, as she would also be staying at the Leaky Cauldron that night. I heard the entire story from my dad. Your Aunt Marge floated on the ceiling for a full 2 hours. Ron laughed uncontrollably, finding the tale of inflating his aunt rather amusing. There is nothing funny about that, Ron, Hermione retorted sharply. To be honest, I find it strange that Harry wasn't expelled. I do too. You don't know about my. Harry glanced at Ivan, recalling his need to keep quiet about his ability to transform into a cat. In any case, I forgot about the expulsion. I thought I was going to be apprehended. Ron, does Mr. Weasley know why Fudge let me off the hook? Probably because of you, isn't it? Ron shrugged, still chuckling. The famous Harry Potter, and if I inflated my aunt, the Ministry would certainly not let me off so easily. Listen, they'd have to dig me out first. My mum would kill me. I believe Mrs. Weasley's approach is entirely correct. You two have gotten a bit carried away. You should take a page from Ivan's book. He wouldn't. I've already realized my mistake, Hermione. I simply lost control for a moment. Noticing Hermione's annoyance, Harry hastily shifted the topic. Where should we go next? I think we should head to the pet shop first, Hermione replied, checking her wallet. My birthday is in September, and my parents gave me some money to buy myself an early birthday gift. I'd like an owl. That works out perfectly. I also want to take Crookshanks for a checkup. I believe Egypt was not suitable for him. Ron extracted Scabbers from his pocket. Aiden and Apo's gaze shifted from the parchment in his hand to the diminutive rodent, which appeared even more emaciated than before. Its whiskers drooped conspicuously, and its fur lacked the vibrancy it once boasted. Ron, allow me to opine that your pet merely suffers from a lack of exercise. Aiden's lips curled into a slight smirk. Surely the little rat Peter was thoroughly frightened by the recent escapade of Sirius Black's prison break. Exercise? Ron regarded Aiden with skepticism. Indeed, I propose that Hermione acquire a cat, as it could prove beneficial for you. Do not heed his advice, Hermione. Ron instinctively stowed the small rodent back into his pocket. Scabbers was already pitiable enough, and they ought to find a pet shop post-haste. There is a marvelous creature shop just over there. After 2 weeks of leisurely wandering, Harry had grown quite familiar with Diagon Alley. You might discover something suitable for Scabbers there, and Hermione could procure an owl or a cat as well. Just ensure you do not purchase a cat that would frighten Scabbers, Ron reiterated with concern. The four of them traversed the street and arrived at a shop named the Magical Menagerie. The establishment was rather cramped, with cages adorning every inch of the walls. The small creatures within emitted a cacophony of sounds, creating a rather unpleasant atmosphere. "Place it on the counter," the witch instructed, pulling a heavy pair of black spectacles from her pocket to examine Scabbers. How old is this rat?" "I do not know," Ron replied, "but it is quite old. It originally belonged to my brother." "What abilities does it possess?" The witch scrutinized Scabbers intently. Her gaze shifted from the rodent's tattered ear to its front paws, where a toe was conspicuously missing, eliciting a clucking sound from her lips. "This rat has endured much hardship. When Percy gave it to me, it was in this condition." Ron defended himself. Harry nodded. Since he had known Ron, the rat had always been as it was, merely sleeping and eating, exhibiting no peculiarities. For a common house mouse or garden rat like this, do not expect it to survive beyond 3 years. The witch gestured toward a black rat in a nearby cage, adding, "If you seek a more durable creature, you might fancy one of those." Aiden dismissed her remarks with disdain, as though Scabbers were indeed an ordinary rat. If he were to inform her that this rat, which she deemed unlikely to live beyond 3 years, had resided in Ron's household for over a decade, it would surely induce tears. "Very well, if you do not wish to part with it, you might consider this potion," the witch continued, retrieving a small red vial from beneath the counter. "How much?" Ron began to inquire, but before he could finish, a large ginger creature leaped down from the topmost cage. The group stared in astonishment at the imposing ginger being, a cat with a dense but patchy coat of fur. The cat appeared rather peculiar, its legs somewhat crooked, its face bearing a fierce and brutish expression, resembling a creature that had once collided headlong with a wall. It leaped onto Ron and Appos' head, poised to pounce, hissing furiously at the hapless Scabbers. "No. Crookshanks, no," the witch exclaimed. Scabbers slipped from her grasp like a bar of soap, landing on all fours and promptly scurrying towards the door. "Scabbers!" Ron shouted, darting after it, with Harry in tow. Once Scabbers vanished from sight, Crookshanks suddenly turned his head, gazing at Ivan with an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, devoid of his previous ferocity. Perhaps due to Ivan and Appos' animagus form also being a cat, Crookshanks displayed an endearing affection towards him, even going so far as to lick his hand. This astonished the witch behind the counter, for she had never witnessed Crookshanks approach a stranger so willingly. "What a charming little creature, its fur quite splendid, wouldn't you agree, Ivan?" Hermione remarked as she crouched down to pet Crookshanks. Initially somewhat wary, the cat soon accepted Hermione's touch. Its vivid coloration resembled that of a large ball of yarn. Ivan assessed the feline's appearance and concluded it was rather unattractive. "I and Appos' made up my mind," Hermione declared, abruptly rising while cradling Crookshanks in her arms. "Made up your mind about what?" Ivan asked, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. "Didn't you suggest I get a cat? I've decided to purchase him." Hermione pointed at Crookshanks. "Purchase that cat. If you do, Ron will surely kill me," Ivan replied with a faint smile of resignation. Chapter 74. The night before school. "Oh my goodness, Hermione, have you actually purchased this creature?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Crookshanks nestled in Hermione and Appos' arms, his mouth agape. Noticing Harry and Ron turning their attention towards him, Ivan quickly shook his head in a hurried, diminutive manner, prompting their gazes to return to Hermione. "Hermione, you cannot have bought it." "What about Scabbers?" Ron pointed to the bulge in his pocket. "He needs rest and relaxation. How can he possibly unwind with this thing around? Speaking of which, I had intended to assist you in acquiring some remedy for Scabbers, but Ivan mentioned he could concoct that potion. With his help, Scabbers will be just fine. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything." Ivan patted his chest, his mind swirling with intriguing potion recipes from the Powerful Potions book, as he contemplated using Peter Pettigrew for experimentation. "Leave it to you." Ron scowled, his nose wrinkling in indignation as he glared at Ivan. "If it weren't and Appos' for your ludicrous suggestion earlier, Hermione would never have bought that cat. This is not Ivan and Appos' fault. It was my decision to adopt Crookshanks," Hermione interjected. "Poor Crookshanks. That witch said he has been there for ages, waiting for someone to take him. Clearly, who else would?" Ron retorted sarcastically. "Enough, Ron," Ivan interjected swiftly. "Crookshanks will be residing in Hermione and Appos' dormitory, while Scabbers is with you. They and Appos' have the opportunity to meet." Dinner that evening was a joyous affair, just as during breakfast. Tom, the pub owner, had combined 3 tables in the dining area, allowing the 7 members of the Weasley family, along with Ivan, Harry, and Hermione, to indulge in 5 sumptuous dishes in one sitting. As they all savored the luxurious chocolate pudding, Mr. Weasley informed everyone that the Ministry of Magic would provide 2 vehicles to escort them to King's Cross Station the following day. Ivan noticed his ears redden, reminiscent of Ron's demeanor when he felt under pressure. It appeared that the matter of Sirius Black and Amp Oppos' disappearance had caused considerable anxiety within the Ministry. They feared he might attempt to attack Harry. It was uncertain how many Aurors would accompany them the next day. Taking a moment, Ivan approached the bar to request another cup of hot chocolate from Old Tom. As he made his way through the narrow, dimly lit corridor, he suddenly overheard 2 agitated voices emanating from the adjacent, tightly closed sitting room. He instantly recognized the voices of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who were embroiled in a debate over whether to inform Harry about Sirius Black. Mr. Weasley firmly believed that Harry deserved to know everything, and that they should not treat him like a child. Conversely, Mrs. Weasley contended that such knowledge would impose an excessive mental burden on Harry. Ivan smirked. Amongst them all, he bore the heaviest psychological strain. Mrs. Weasley was correct. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a blessing. Within the sitting room, the voices of the Weasley couple continued to drift out. Molly, it is imperative for you to understand that although many claim Sirius Black has succumbed to madness, and he may indeed be deranged, he possesses the cunning requisite to escape from Azkaban, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Mr. Weasley remarked gravely that there has been no progress within the department. The only certainty we have is what Black is pursuing. Arthur, Harry is unequivocally safe at Hogwarts. We believed Azkaban to be impenetrable, but if Black could break free, he could infiltrate Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley paused, and you are well aware of those children. They often slip away to frolic, and last term, they even ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, confronting a basilisk and the enigmatic figure from their school days. Consider, if the night bus had not collected Harry that fateful night, before the Ministry could locate him, he might have met his demise. Who can assert that Black is indeed pursuing Harry? Upon hearing this, Ivan stifled a yawn. He was not inclined to continue listening. He treaded lightly across the bar and Amp Oppos' corridor, wishing not to disturb the Weasley couple, for it would be exceedingly awkward to be discovered eavesdropping. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the staircase behind Ivan. Someone was descending. Hermione seemed to have caught the sound of the Weasley couple and Amp Oppos' argument, and soon after, she spotted Ivan transformed into a black cat. At that moment, Ivan endeavored to embody the demeanor of a cat, stealthily slipping past Hermione. Before he could register the situation, Hermione approached and scooped him into her embrace. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he was taken aback by the sensation of being held by Hermione. Clearly, she did not recognize the black cat in her arms as Ivan. She merely felt an inexplicable familiarity with the feline, prompting her instinctively to cradle him. Ivan dared not move, remaining in Hermione and Amp Oppos' embrace as she entered her room. Inside, Crookshanks lay languidly upon the bed. Upon seeing Ivan, he sprang up with a haughty yowl, poised to pounce. Crookshanks tilted his head, scrutinizing Ivan for an extended period. Perhaps the ruckus served its purpose, as he seemed to finally acknowledge who Ivan was. The feline and Amp Oppos' demeanor softened, and he approached Ivan, affectionately nudging him with his head. Let us ensure we get along well, Crookshanks. Hermione beamed at the two of them, oblivious to whose pet it was. It was quite late. Perhaps we can inquire with the pub owner tomorrow. Hermione gently ruffled Ivan and Amp Oppos' head as if struck by a thought, then turned to descend from the bed. Crookshanks, you must bathe before sleeping, and you shall join this little one as well, Hermione said with a cheerful smile. In the next moment, Ivan's eyes widened as he witnessed Hermione beginning to disrobe. Good heavens, should he look or avert his gaze? Wait, what did she mean by saying they would bathe together? Ivan and Amp Oppos' mind was suddenly flooded with images, and he shook his head, unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Seizing the opportunity while Hermione filled the bathtub, he hastily slipped out of the room. Behind him, Crook Mountain lay languidly on the bed, casting a curious glance at Ivan, perplexed by his urgency to depart, as if he were fleeing. How peculiar! Why the haste? Had they not clearly agreed to bathe together? Chapter 75. The first encounter with the Dementor. He turned over, gazing at the dim ceiling, his thoughts drifting further and further away. The following morning, Ivan rose and dressed meticulously before descending to breakfast, where everyone else was already awake. Mr. Weasley was engrossed in the front page of the Daily Prophet, his brows furrowed in concern. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were animatedly discussing a potion they had concocted in their childhood. Ivan took his seat and overheard Hermione conversing with old Tom about cats, prompting him to turn his head quickly. To his left, Ron was venting his frustration to Harry about Percy. "We should board the train as swiftly as possible," Ron exclaimed. "At least at Hogwarts, I can avoid Percy. P.S. blaming me for spilling tea on his girlfriend Penelope's picture, which she has now hidden beneath the frame due to the smudges on her nose." Harry considered offering some words of comfort to Ron, but Fred and George, seated opposite, were in high spirits, chuckling and congratulating Ron for successfully inciting Percy's ire. Their laughter only intensified Percy's irritation. He glared at them before hastily finishing his breakfast and gathering his belongings to leave the pub. What followed was a flurry of activity and chaos as everyone scrambled to load their luggage into the Ministry of Magic and Oppos' vehicle. Ivan noticed Mr. Weasley beckoning Harry to a secluded corner, and though their conversation remained a mystery, Harry emerged with a troubled expression. Hermione was still fervently searching for the black cat from the previous night, and Ivan hurried to assist her with the luggage. Crookshanks, nestled in a small wicker basket, was making a raucous commotion. Upon hearing the noise, Ron instinctively covered his chest and edged away. Their journey to King's Cross Station was uneventful, and upon arrival, they had 20 minutes before the train and Oppos' departure. The Ministry and Oppos' driver helped them find a trolley for their luggage, unloading their trunks before tipping his hat to Mr. Weasley and driving away. They successfully navigated platform 9 3/4, which was a first for Ivan. He surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. The platform was bustling with witches and wizards sending their children off to the train, while a vintage crimson steam locomotive billowed smoke along the tracks. One by one, they disembarked from the train, bidding farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley kissed each child lovingly, while Mr. Weasley continued to quietly advise Harry. Harry's expression was a mix of confusion and unease. Once the train began to move, he whispered to Ron and Hermione, "I need to talk to you both privately." "Go away, Ginny." Ron waved dismissively. "Oh, that's quite all right," Ginny retorted haughtily, as Ivan, taken aback, followed suit. "Ivan, you need tea," but Ivan did not pause. He was aware of what Harry intended to convey. However, he harbored his own plans, believing that if all went well, this year and Oppos' predicament could be resolved with relative ease. Confronting Peter Pettigrew would prove far less challenging than dealing with Tom Riddle. Colin excitedly recounted his life in the countryside during the summer vacation as the Hogwarts Express steadily journeyed northward. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly wild and dim. Although Ivan had subtly expressed his disinterest in the Bowtruckle and the Bubotuber on several occasions, Luna continued to gift him each issue of the Quibbler, without fail. Throughout the entire holiday, the group idly flipped through the magazine as the sky outside darkened. Before long, rain began to fall, and the outlines of the rolling hills outside became indistinct. Once again, the compartment doors swung open, admitting 3 unwelcome figures, Malfoy, flanked by his 2 lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. They appeared to have just visited Harry and Oppos' compartment. Upon entering, Malfoy drawled lazily, "Mudblood, why aren't you sitting with Potter?" "That's none of your business," Ivan replied softly, while Neville, Colin, and Ginny looked up nervously. "Potter has abandoned you. He must be fed up with you and your ridiculous newspaper," Malfoy sneered, prompting Goyle and Crabbe to erupt into raucous laughter. "Get out. You're not welcome here," Ginny shouted. "Did you hear that, Ginny?" Ivan pulled out his wand, squinting as he spoke. "Or perhaps you wish to test my newly learned spell from the holiday. Mind your tone, Mudblood, or else this year." He trailed off, interrupted by the entrance of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Get lost, Malfoy," Ron bellowed as he stepped in. "We don't have time for your nonsense. If you want to fight, we're ready whenever." Malfoy hesitated, seemingly aware of the numerical disadvantage, involuntarily taking a step back. Just then, the train jolted abruptly and came to a halt. Inside the compartment, all the lights suddenly extinguished, plunging them into complete darkness. "Damn it, what is happening?" he muttered. "Lumos," he whispered, summoning a flickering light from his wand. The dim glow at the tip of his wand was far from reassuring, whether it was an illusion or not. The color of the light grew colder and dimmer, making them feel as though they had entered a cold storage room, with everything around them rapidly freezing. Strange noises emanated from outside the compartment as something approached. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe hurriedly pressed closer together. The door creaked open, and Ivan felt Hermione clutch his arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. He gently patted her shoulder, offering a measure of comfort. The door swung fully open, revealing a towering figure cloaked in a dark robe, illuminated by the uncertain glow of Ivan's wand. Its face was entirely obscured beneath the hood, and a hand emerged from the cloak, emitting a faint glimmer, gray, emaciated, and crusted, as if it belonged to something long deceased, now decaying in water. Beneath the cloak, the creature seemed to sense the gaze of several individuals, causing its hand to abruptly retract into the folds of the dark garment. Then, whatever lay beneath the hood inhaled deeply, a long and slow breath, trembling as if it were striving to draw in something other than air from its surroundings. A few children in the compartment let out a muffled scream, their voices sounding as though they were echoing from a great distance. Aiden tightened his grip on the wand in his hand. It was a Dementor. Chapter 76. Avon's Guardian. A chilling sensation swept over them, penetrating their skin and chilling their chests and hearts. It was akin to a frigid torrent cascading downward, swiftly draining away all vestiges of joy. Harry's complexion turned ashen, his body trembled violently, and an expression of sheer terror contorted his features, as though he had witnessed something horrific. Before anyone could react, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ron hurriedly assisted him onto a nearby chair, and the others slumped beside him in disarray. Malfoy looked on in alarm at the Dementor, too preoccupied to mock Harry. "Leave us. There is nothing here for you," Avon stammered, his voice quivering. Upon hearing his words, the Dementor paused momentarily, an acrid stench emanating from beneath its tattered black cloak. It inhaled deeply, seemingly contemplating a retreat. The next instant, with a snap, Colin struggled to extract his camera and press the shutter. This act seemed to incite the wrath of the Dementor, which lunged forward with ferocity. "Expecto Patronum," Avon shouted, his wand emitting a pale, ethereal glow that firmly repelled the creature. The surrounding air felt as though it had frozen, and Avon sensed the light from his wand waning, his endurance waning. Behind him, the 9 companions were on the brink of unconsciousness. These wretched Dementors must have misconstrued something. A white mist coalesced into a semicircular barrier as Avon took a step back, the radius of the aura compressing relentlessly. He gasped for breath, his wand-holding hand trembling uncontrollably. 2 more Dementors approached, resembling miniature black holes, siphoning away light, air, and emotion from the vicinity. Avon felt courage and hope dissipating, yielding to a growing void of despair within him. His right hand quivered violently, and his wand slipped downward. He had reached his limit. The white barrier was riddled with cracks, shattering and fading, the light dimming. Just as he feared all was lost, a delicate, slender hand suddenly steadied him, raising his wand anew. It was Hermione, her icy hand devoid of warmth. In the darkness, Hermione stood resolutely beside Avon, their hands clasped tightly together, bolstering the solitary light amidst the gloom. Although her palm was frigid, Avon felt warmth emanating from it, like a fragile spark igniting within him, rekindling the hope that had nearly succumbed to darkness. The luminosity from his wand surged dramatically, the aura expanding until it gradually formed a complete Patronus. The creature bore a striking resemblance to something familiar, Avon and Amp, Oppos. S eyes widened in realization. In the next moment, a silver wolf burst forth from the far end of the carriage, colliding with the Dementor and sending it hurtling backward, vanishing in an instant without a trace. The lights within the carriage flickered back to life, revealing a stranger, a middle-aged man, who entered, clad in a tattered wizard and Amp, Oppos' robe adorned with numerous patches. His visage bore the marks of illness, and he appeared utterly fatigued, with his light brown hair flecked with gray. It was Professor Lupin, who had been resting in the same carriage as us moments ago. Hermione whispered, her complexion still pale. "What were those creatures? And what spell did you use?" I felt as if I glimpsed a rather commendable corporeal Patronus. A wave of warmth spread through Evan and Oppos' fingertips and toes, alleviating the chill that had enveloped him. He observed as the others busily attempted to awaken Harry, who slowly opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings, his forehead slick with cold sweat. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron inquired anxiously. "I and Oppos, am fine," Harry replied, glancing towards the door and noticing the Dementor had vanished, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. But where did that hooded creature go? And who was screaming just now? The creatures had been driven away by Evan and Professor Lupin, yet no one had screamed. Ron recounted the events following Harry's fainting. "I heard a scream and saw a flash of green light," Harry insisted, shaking his head stubbornly. "Harry, you ought to rest," Lupin said. Concern etched on his face as he offered a particularly large piece of chocolate to Harry. "Here, take this. It will do you good." "Professor, what was that creature?" Harry inquired, declining the chocolate and puzzled as to how Lupin knew his name. "The Dementor from Azkaban," Professor Lupin replied, crumpling the now empty chocolate wrapper and stowing it in his pocket. In truth, it had been doing quite well before my arrival. "You all need to consume this chocolate," I must speak with the driver. Excuse me. As Evan watched Lupin exit, disappearing into the corridor, he felt compelled to address the group. Do not look at me like that. Professor Lupin just explained that was a Dementor. They are the guardians of Azkaban. Dementor, Azkaban. Harry repeated, raising his head and awkwardly asking, did anyone else faint besides me? No. Ron replied, glancing nervously at Harry as he relayed the others' responses. Although everyone was frightened, no one else had succumbed, deepening Harry and Apos' pallor. He could not fathom why he had felt so weak and trembled, as if just recovering from a severe illness. While the others remained unaffected, Harry began to feel embarrassed. Everyone else appeared fine, so why had he been so frightened? Evan, what spell did you use to fend off those Dementors? I felt as if I saw. Hermione quietly inquired. All right. The spell I used was... Wait a moment, Evan. Ron hurriedly stopped him, turning to look at Malfoy and his two companions. A spell capable of aiding us against such a terrifying creature is far too significant to be overheard by Slytherin students. How absurd, Weasley. Do you truly believe I would entertain the ramblings of a mudblood here? Malfoy and Apos' haughty gaze slowly swept across the faces of those present, ultimately settling on the pale visage of Harry. A glint of malice sparkled in his light-colored eyes. Be careful, Potter, and try not to faint like a child again. You are hardly in a better position. Don't think I am unaware that you cowered in your seat. Trembling when the Dementors entered, Ron retorted through clenched teeth. Humph. At least I did not lose consciousness. Come on. Malfoy muttered to Goyle and Crabbe behind him as they turned to leave the compartment, clutching their chocolate bars. Well, continue. Ivan. Once Malfoy departed, the atmosphere in the carriage noticeably lightened, though Harry and Apos' pallor remained alarming. The others appeared to have regained their composure. In fact, it's not a spell requiring secrecy. The incantation I just employed was the Patronus Charm, a rather obscure and advanced spell that can be used to repel Dementors. Ivan explained swiftly. It was my first attempt, and I could only produce a faint light. I am yet unable to manifest a fully formed corporeal Patronus. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. I actually plan to publish the method in the newspaper, once everyone can wield it. There will be no need to fear Dementors. Just as Ivan finished speaking, he suddenly recalled the Patronus that had appeared at the last moment, which seemed to resemble. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It must have been an illusion. How could it possibly be that? Chapter 77. The opening feast. As the cold rain pattered down, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone as they ascended the marble staircase and entered the castle. Harry's pallor had diminished, and Evan felt he had nearly recovered. His legs had finally ceased their trembling. A whiff of the air made Evan's stomach grumble with hunger. Having missed the opening feast the previous year, he regretted not having tasted the delectable offerings and witnessing the sorting ceremony. Just as he was following closely behind Harry, ready to enter the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall and Apos' voice suddenly cut through the crowd. Mason, Potter, Granger, I need to see you three, she called. There is no need for such long faces. I merely wish to have a word with you in my office. She turned and continued, Weasley, Creevy, you may proceed to the feast. Ron and Colin stared in bewilderment as McGonagall led Evan, Harry, and Hermione away from the idle chatter of their peers. They traversed the foyer and stepped into her office, a small chamber warmed by a welcoming fire in the hearth. To their astonishment, they found Madame Pomfrey already waiting there. Professor Lupin sent an owl ahead, informing me that you were unwell on the train, Potter, McGonagall expressed with concern. As for you, Mason, Lupin mentioned that you managed to produce a full Patronus. It's quite remarkable, especially at your age. It must have taken a tremendous toll on you. No, Professor. Before they could finish, Madame Pomfrey interrupted. Ah, so it is you too, she exclaimed, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. I thought I recognized you. You aren't planning on engaging in any more dangerous endeavors, are you? Last time it was a basilisk. What is it this time? For Dementors, McGonagall replied. They exchanged a subtle glance, and Madame Pomfrey inhaled sharply, letting out a disapproving cluck of her tongue. I knew it. Allowing Dementors to linger around the school, she muttered, gently touching Evan and Harry and Apos' foreheads. Poor children, you shouldn't be the first to crumble. Those creatures are dreadful. Their effects on those who are vulnerable. We are not vulnerable, Harry exclaimed loudly. Of course not, Madame Pomfrey replied absently. You seem to be in reasonably good shape. What do you need? Bed rest or? Ever since taking the enhancing potion, Evan had noticed a significant increase in his magical capacity, far surpassing that of his contemporaries. The exertion of casting a Patronus, therefore, hadn't greatly impacted his physical state. However, he was still puzzled as to why he had conjured a complete corporeal Patronus, especially when he had felt utterly despondent, unable to conjure any joyful memories. "I don't need anything." Harry nodded in agreement. "Professor Lupin gave me some chocolate. I feel much better now." Then, "It seems we have indeed acquired a teacher proficient in the art of defense against the dark arts," murmured Madame Pomfrey softly. Subsequently, after repeated assurances from Ivan and Harry that they were unharmed, they exited alongside Madame Pomfrey, as Professor McGonagall had matters to discuss with Hermione. What could Professor McGonagall possibly wish to convey to Hermione? Harry inquired with curiosity. It must pertain to course selections. She enrolled in all the newly added classes for the third year, and her schedule must be in disarray. Perhaps Professor McGonagall is persuading her to forego a few. Nevertheless, Ivan was aware that Professor McGonagall would likely provide Hermione with a time-turner. He had utilized this remarkable device at the end of the last term. It was crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, imbued with potent magic that could transport him to a time long before his existence in Hogwarts, a millennium ago. Reflecting on the time-turner reminded Ivan of the secret chamber from which he procured it, leading him to ponder the potential presence of other valuable artifacts within. Yet, he was uncertain of its location, as the basilisk had led them on a chaotic journey through the castle, and it would be imprudent to search the Ravenclaw Tower for a concealed chamber. Additionally, he had no clues regarding the keys to the hidden treasures left by the four founders or the meanings of the associated riddles. The Great Hall was a sea of pointed black hats, with students filling every long table, their faces illuminated by thousands of floating candles suspended in midair. Professor Flitwick was exiting the hall, carrying an ancient hat and a three-legged stool. "Good heavens!" Ivan exclaimed, clutching his forehead. "I hope I haven't missed the sorting ceremony again." "Indeed, you are quite unfortunate," Colin remarked sympathetically, making space for Ivan beside him. Upon taking his seat, Ivan noticed several unfamiliar faces at the Gryffindor head table, presumably this year and Oppos, as newcomers. Although he did not recognize them, it appeared that they were all acquainted with him. In fact, throughout the banquet, many turned to glance at Ivan or Harry, whispering amongst themselves about the events that had transpired on the train. It was evident that their curiosity was piqued, whether it concerned Harry and Oppos' fainting spell or the spell Ivan had cast to vanquish the Dementor. Perhaps, after completing his narrative, My Encounter with the Basilisk at Hogwarts, he could compose another titled My Encounter with the Dementor at Hogwarts. After all, these were genuine occurrences, and if penned in the style of Lockhart, they would surely garner much attention. Ivan and Oppos' age served as the perfect selling point. Aside from him, how many 12-year-old wizards had triumphed over a basilisk and a Dementor? He spotted Hagrid, his face flushed, standing at the staff table, staring at his own large hands. A smile concealed beneath his unruly black beard. Dumbledore had just introduced the two new professors for the year, Lupin, who had predictably become the defense against the dark arts teacher, and Hagrid, who was to teach care of magical creatures. Regarding this appointment decision, everyone except for Snape and the students of Slytherin House felt a genuine sense of joy. As for Professor Lupin, every student who had endured the Dementor and Oppos' attack on the train clapped vigorously. Despite his shabby attire, he appeared far more credible than Quirrell or Lockhart, and the students were elated to finally have a capable defense against the dark arts professor. Even Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle managed to applaud a few times, though they quickly ceased their clapping. Following their gaze, Ivan noticed Snape fixating intently on Professor Lupin. The expression on his face transcended mere anger. It was one of deep loathing, casting a chilling pall over the Great Hall. Ivan and Harry exchanged a furtive glance, and their recently uplifted spirits were utterly shattered by Snape and Oppos' countenance. The atmosphere reached its zenith of tension with Dumbledore and Oppos' ensuing words. He informed everyone that the Dementors had been granted permission by the Ministry of Magic to station themselves at every entrance of the school grounds. He urged all students to restrain their actions and avoid any confrontations with the Dementors, as these creatures inherently comprehend neither requests nor excuses. They perceive any non-compliance as provocation and will respond with aggression. In the face of a Dementor's attack, no witch or wizard, regardless of age, could escape unscathed. As Dumbledore and Oppos' words hung in the air, Ivan realized that all eyes were now upon him, silence enveloping the room in a weighty shroud. Chapter 78. Tranquility and warmth in an unprecedented collective silence, the opening banquet concluded, leaving everyone ensnared in the shocking revelation of the Dementors and Oppos' presence at Hogwarts. It is widely acknowledged that Dementors, among the most malevolent beings known, roam in hordes through the darkest and most squalid of places, reveling in corruption and despair, draining the very air of peace, hope, and joy. To draw too near to a Dementor is to have any semblance of good feeling or joyful memory siphoned away. Should it succeed, it will linger beside you, ultimately rendering you soulless and malevolent, leaving in its wake only the most wretched memories of your life. For an extended period, these terrifying creatures have served as the guards of the wizarding prison, Azkaban, tasked with overseeing the most nefarious dark wizards in the magical realm. Yet now, their arrival at Hogwarts raises unsettling questions. It seemed as though everyone sensed the gravity of the situation, yet none dared to ponder it further. 13 years prior, the reasons behind Sirius Black's capture were no secret. It was merely a topic no one wished to broach. He exchanged a few words with Colin before turning directly toward the library in search of information. Inside, Madame Pants regarded Evan with evident suspicion, clearly remembering the boy. Last term, he had nearly scoured the entire library in just 1 year, delving from the most rudimentary spells to the most arcane forbidden magics, much of which was knowledge beyond the grasp of a child his age. Madame Pants shook her head, recalling her own second-year self, who could do little more than make her wand emit light, while this child. She remembered relaying this to Dumbledore and his calm response, instructing her to disregard the matter entirely. He even permitted the boy to explore the restricted section, a notion that struck her as utterly absurd. In Madame Pants's view, Dumbledore must have been losing his faculties. Should this child eventually embrace the path of the Dark Wizard, she would not be the least surprised. Just look at the books he sought, each one related to the vile creatures known as Dementors. The mere mention of such malevolent beings sent a shiver through her. It was profoundly terrifying. What normal second-year student would seek out tomes on such dark entities on the very first day of term? Unbeknownst to Evan, his image in Madame Pants and Oppos' eyes had become synonymous with that of a dark wizard. Before he could swallow the second sip of his hot chocolate, he promptly expelled it. His face contorting in pain, the drink was devoid of sugar, rendering it exceedingly bitter. As if anticipating his reaction, Hermione chuckled. This is remarkably invigorating when I need a boost. She too had a cup before her, half consumed. Evan forced himself to take a small sip, feeling his stomach churn. Yet his mind became considerably more focused. He observed Hermione diligently annotating a piece of parchment with times, and, puzzled, he inquired, Hermione, what are you doing? I and Oppos, am organizing my schedule, she replied. You know, I have quite a few classes this semester, and I'm afraid by the flickering light of the hearth. Evan noticed Hermione's densely packed timetable. Were it not for his knowledge of her time turner, he would have assumed she had muddled her classes. For instance, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, she was scheduled to attend divination, while simultaneously, she was also to partake in Muggle studies. You've nearly filled every hour, Evan exclaimed with concern. Don't be foolish, Hermione. Even with the aid of a time turner, you cannot attend so many classes at once. Over time, your body will not withstand it. Oh, right, you know all about it. Having used one last year yourself, Hermione responded, producing a pocket watch-like object from her robes. Don't worry about me, Evan. I've discussed everything thoroughly with Professor McGonagall. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You have indeed considered everything, yet overlooked your physical well-being. Evan urged, Hermione, you are not a ghost. You cannot go 24 hours without rest. In my view, there are certain classes you can forego. For instance, divination and arithmancy have overlapping content, and Muggle studies is entirely superfluous for you. But studying them from the perspective of the magical world can be utterly fascinating, Hermione insisted earnestly. Listen to me, you must drop a few subjects. No. I want to give it a try, Hermione asserted. You know, we are wizards from Muggle backgrounds, and I want to prove that I am not inferior to anyone else. There's no need to prove anything. You are already exceptional. That's not enough. Percy obtained 12 OWLs last year, and compared to him, Hermione's voice trailed off, her tone growing increasingly subdued. An awkward silence enveloped them, neither speaking. Crookshanks, grooming himself by the fireplace, let out a couple of comfortable sounds, casting a curious glance at the two. Well, since you are insistent, Evan finally sighed after a long pause. But you must promise me to act within your limits, all right? Blushing, Hermione nodded, sensing the atmosphere was slightly off. Evan and Oppos' words sounded oddly like every piece of material on Dementors is right here. We could easily create a feature on them for the newspaper. Are you ready to help? Of course. Hermione nodded. The silvery moonlight quietly crept in, and the fire crackled softly. in stark contrast to the terror and despair brought about by the occasional gliding of Dementors outside the school. The Gryffindor common room was tranquil and serene. Together, Avon and Hermione delved into the study of Dementors' habits, existence, methods of attack, their dark history, and ways to defeat them. The incantation to repel Dementors is the Patronus charm. To wield this spell, one must concentrate intently, focusing on the happiest memory one possesses, while uttering the words, Expecto Patronum. Hermione pointed to the passage in the book and softly recited it. When the spell is executed to its fullest potential, it can summon a fully formed Patronus. Each Patronus is unique, as it embodies the innermost essence of the individual. Hermione read the phrase about embodying one's inner essence twice, then looked up uncertainly and said, Evan, I recall that the Patronus you summoned on the train was Don't Be Ridiculous, Hermione. Evan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Crookshanks, who was peacefully slumbering by the fireplace. After staring at him for a considerable time, he slowly explained, his face flushed, that must have been a mere coincidence. They simply bear a resemblance. Is that so? Hermione squinted, feeling a twinge of doubt at Evan and Amp. Oppo's response. The atmosphere in the train compartment had indeed been rather dim. And Evan and Amp, Oppo's Patronus had flickered by so quickly that Hermione was unsure if she had truly seen it. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence after all. Chapter 79. Omen of death. Joyous and heartwarming moments are always fleeting. The dread instilled by the Dementors rapidly permeated the castle, and one unfortunate event after another unfolded. The first incident transpired during the divination class, where Ivan found himself an eyewitness. With no classes for second-year students in the morning, he accompanied Harry and the others to audit the first divination lesson of the third year. To be candid, Ivan had long harbored a fascination for the enigmatic art of divination and the eccentric Professor Sybil Trelawney. In his previous readings of the original text, he noted how nearly all of Trelawney's prophecies ultimately came to fruition, particularly her two foretellings concerning Voldemort, which had decisively shaped Harry's destiny from the very beginning. However, Trelawney and Oppo's actual performance left Ivan thoroughly disenchanted. If people are often gripped by fear of the unknown, Trelawney adeptly exploited this trepidation to weave her theatrics. The first divination class was nearly consumed by an atmosphere of intimidation. She uttered ominous predictions for each young wizard present. The first victim was Neville. Trelawney inexplicably mentioned his grandmother, causing Neville to stew in paranoia throughout the lesson, fearful of any misfortune befalling her. Next was Parvati Patil. She was warned to beware of a man with red hair. Consequently, Parvati refrained from approaching Ron for an entire week. Following Trelawney and Amp, Oppo's foreboding remarks, a tense silence enveloped the classroom. Ivan was not at all surprised by Hermione and Oppo's departure. Trelawney and Oppo's divination lesson resembled more of a curse than a prophecy. Had it not been for politeness, he would have left at that moment. Before entering her true prophetic state, Professor Trelawney appeared to be nothing more than a deranged charlatan. As she herself noted, the art of divination heavily relies on an innate gift. Without such a talent, progress in the field is nearly impossible. Perhaps Trelawney genuinely glimpsed something profound, yet Ivan was more inclined to believe she was merely rambling, using fear to maintain an air of reverence for divination. In the subsequent tea leaf reading, he paired with Hermione. They hastily consumed the scalding tea, shook the dregs as per Trelawney and Oppo's instructions, and then exchanged cups. You know, Ivan, Hermione murmured, peering at the brown remnants. Relying on tea leaves to predict our fate makes me feel rather foolish. I feel the same. Ivan nodded in agreement. Noticing Trelawney approaching and hurriedly added, but we should adhere to the textbook and see what my cup reveals. Hermione frowned. This appears to resemble a bug. Though I cannot be certain. If it is a head, it looks like let me see, my dear. Trelawney snatched the cup from them, her visage suddenly betraying a look of alarm. It's a spider. This signifies that your plans will encounter obstacles. Professor Trelawney whispered to Ivan, moreover, you should exercise caution around such creatures. I have glimpsed misfortune within your teacup. Is that so? Hermione interjected disapprovingly from behind Professor Trelawney. From this angle, it resembles a sun. According to Clearing the Mist to See the Future, this signifies joy, and it seems Ivan is destined for good fortune. Ivan anxiously observed their discussion regarding his teacup, as though its contents would truly dictate his impending fate. Whether it foretold misfortune or fortune, he dared not speculate. Nonetheless, he saw no reason to fear spiders. The only truly aggressive species at Hogwarts were likely the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest, which he had no intention of approaching this year. Contemplating the potential setbacks to his plans, Ivan furrowed his brow in thought. Before he could arrive at any conclusions, Ron and Harry, seated beside him, erupted into laughter, capturing Professor Trelawney's attention. She swiftly turned, her face a mask of displeasure as she snatched the teacup from Ron's hands. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes fixated on Professor Trelawney, who glared at the teacup while rotating it counterclockwise. "Hawk, my dear, you have a deadly enemy," she murmured. "But everyone knows that," Hermione muttered. "Everyone is aware of Harry and the mysterious one." Ignoring Hermione, Professor Trelawney peered once more into Harry's teacup, continuing her rotations. "A stick, an attack. This is no fortunate teacup," she exclaimed. After another spin, she declared, "A skull, danger lies ahead." The room fell into stunned silence as they watched Professor Trelawney make one final rotation of the cup before gasping for breath and screaming. She collapsed into an empty armchair, clutching her heart with both hands, her eyes tightly shut. "My dear child, my poor, dear child." "No, it and Oppos. It's better not to speak of it. Do not ask me anything." "What is happening, Professor?" Everyone stood, gradually encircling Harry and Ron's table, inching closer to Professor Trelawney's armchair to get a better look at Harry's teacup. "Well, if you wish to speak of the donkey within." Hermione hesitated. "That is ominous." Professor Trelawney suddenly opened her eyes wide, gazing at Harry as she cried out. "Her child, you harbor ill omens." Her words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing all the children of wizarding lineage to collectively gasp, their eyes wide with shock, while others looked on in confusion. "I beg your pardon, Professor, what is wrong with me?" Harry inquired. "Ill omens, they are ill omens." Professor Trelawney exclaimed in astonishment at Harry's apparent ignorance. "The monstrous dog that roams the graveyard. My dear child, this is a dire portent, the worst of portents, a harbinger of death." Harry and Oppos' expression became increasingly unnatural as he recalled the large dog on the cover of the Grim, as well as the dog he had glimpsed in the shadows of Magnolia Crescent. He hurriedly turned to Ivan, who had also encountered that very dog. "What ominous portent? It was merely a stray dog. I have seen it too. If bad luck were indeed contagious." Upon hearing his words, everyone involuntarily took a step back, unwilling to meet the gaze of the two. Ivan stifled a laugh, suddenly finding the act of scaring others quite amusing. No wonder Professor Trelawney enjoyed doing so. Hermione shot Ivan a fierce glare, maneuvering around the back of Professor Trelawney and Oppos' chair, and bluntly stated, "Professor, I don't believe this is ominous. Please don't take offense, dear, but I perceive that both of your auras are rather weak, and your receptivity to future resonances is quite poor." Professor Trelawney regarded Hermione and Ivan with displeasure, feeling frustrated that they had disrupted the atmosphere of dread she had painstakingly cultivated. In her most nebulous voice, she declared, "I believe we shall conclude today's lesson here. Please tidy up your belongings." The entire class silently returned their teacups to Professor Trelawney, their expressions somber as they closed their books and packed their bags. Even Ron dared not meet Harry and Oppos' eyes. Everyone was preoccupied with Professor Trelawney and Oppos' words and the ominous presence within Harry and Oppos' teacup. Hermione seemed eager to continue the debate, but Ivan hastily pulled him out of the classroom. In the corridor, only Harry and Ron remained. Ivan's remark about bad luck being contagious had left everyone on edge. They all bowed their heads and hurried down the stairs with great urgency, as if fleeing from some unseen plague in the attic. Ivan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alone on the rooftop, watching the hurried retreat of their classmates, each uncertain of what to say. Chapter 80. Ominous Portents. Harry and Ron hurried to their transfiguration class, while Ivan proceeded to his charms lesson. Within a mere span of minutes, the events of the divination class had circulated throughout Hogwarts, and Ivan was soon facing the repercussions of his malicious jest. In the second-year charms class, apart from Colin and Ginny, no one dared to approach him. Professor Flitwick was at the podium elucidating the levitation charm, while the young wizards below were distracted, occasionally casting furtive glances in Ivan's direction. They had all heard of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Naturally, the ominous vision of Harry meeting his demise in the teacup suggested that if bad luck were contagious, the next victim would surely be Ivan, who had also seen the dire omen. Yet, what lay beyond that? The young wizards collectively drew a sharp breath, instinctively shrinking back in their seats. Ivan had never realized how superstitious wizards could be. Despite wielding formidable powers, they were frightened by a stray black dog. Ginny explained the ominous implications to Ivan and Colin, recounting how her uncle, Bill Weasley, had encountered such a creature, only to pass away within 24 hours. Her expression betrayed a palpable concern for Harry's well-being. When they arrived in the Great Hall for lunch, Ivan spotted Harry and Ron, who wore equally troubled expressions, while Hermione appeared distinctly unimpressed. "Ron, cheer up. You frightened Colin and Ginny." Hermione nudged a plate of condiments towards him, then turned to explain. Professor McGonagall mentioned in class that foreseeing death and Oppos' signs is Professor Trelawney and Oppos' favored method of welcoming new students. She predicts a student and Oppos' demise every year. Yet her accuracy remains at 0. You Don and Amp. Oppos, understand, Hermione. Ron mumbled, scooping a spoonful of condiments onto his plate. Harry and Ivan have witnessed an omen. It's truly, truly dreadful. I failed to see the catastrophe. Hermione retorted with an air of superiority. If those individuals perceive an omen and subsequently perish from fright, then the omen is not a harbinger of doom but the very cause of death. Consider Trelawney and Oppos. As other predictions, she continued. She even cautioned Ivan to beware of spiders. Ron grimaced uneasily. Spiders were his greatest fear. She has a point. We should indeed be cautious of spiders. I mean, the portent in Harry's teacup is quite explicit. Ron insisted vehemently. Face the facts, Hermione. Professor Trelawney claimed your aura was amiss. You simply dislike acknowledging your shortcomings. No sooner had he spoken than Hermione slammed her divination textbook onto the table with such force that bits of meat and carrot scattered everywhere. If excelling in divination implies I must feign seeing spiders or omens of death in a pile of tea leaves, I might as well drop the course, she declared. Compared to my arithmancy class, this subject is utterly worthless. Amidst the gazes of her peers, she seized her bag and stormed out of the great hall. What on earth was that about? Ron chuckled nervously. Her arithmancy class hasn't tea even commenced yet. Hermione was merely concerned about Harry and me. Surely, you do not wish for us to witness a dog and then meet an untimely demise? Evan remarked, stuffing a pie into his mouth. His prophecy seemed to have been validated, or perhaps this was a second ominous sign. Shortly after 4:00 and Amp, Oppos' clock, having just exited the history of magic classroom, Evan observed Hagrid rushing past, cradling Malfoy in his arms. A deep and lengthy gash marred Malfoy's arm, blood streaming down and pooling onto the corridor floor, with numerous Slytherin students trailing behind. The second-year students, just emerging from their classroom, stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding drama. It was Harry who had been marked by death and Oppos' portent, so why was it Malfoy who lay injured? The tale spread swiftly. Malfoy had been attacked by a creature named Buckbeak during Hagrid and Oppos' class on magical creatures. One might wonder why a hippogriff would appear in the classroom. This was due to Hagrid and Oppos' inaugural lesson in care of magical creatures, where he sought to leave a lasting impression by introducing 12 hippogriffs to his students. Evan dashed into the hospital wing behind them, witnessing Madame Pomfrey remedy Malfoy and Oppos' injuries in a mere minute. Yet, he remained pale, complaining of excruciating pain in his arm, vociferously insisting on informing his father and calling for Hagrid and Oppos' expulsion. Had there not been so many onlookers, Evan would have certainly cast a silencing charm upon him. After about 5 minutes, Snape hurriedly arrived, casting a fierce glare at Evan, prompting him to retreat from the hospital wing. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid emerged, his demeanor despondent. This is likely a new record, Evan, he lamented. I believe they have never witnessed such chaos. I have only been a teacher for a day. I have completely botched everything. Professor Snape stated I should not have allowed a hippogriff to be presented in the very first lesson. He intends to report this to Dumbledore and the school board. It is not your fault. I overheard it all. Malfoy's antics are to blame. Evan replied. No. I was too rash. I should have waited before introducing Buckbeak or any other creature. I had hoped to execute the first lesson flawlessly. This is entirely my fault. Hagrid said, pulling out a large handkerchief to dab at his eyes. Regardless, I stand by you, Hagrid. Evan gasped, unsure of how to console him. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Thank you. I feel much better, Hagrid said, pulling Evan into a bear hug that nearly cracked his bones. Then, he wandered out of the castle, wiping away tears, while Evan watched his retreating figure with concern. Yet this was not the worst of it. More troubling was the letter Hagrid received from the school board, which stated that Lucius Malfoy had formally lodged a complaint with both the school board and the Ministry of Magic regarding the incident. It appeared he was resolute in his intent to have Hagrid dismissed. Chapter 81. Ominous signs. It was not until Wednesday morning that Malfoy made his reappearance at the Slytherin table. He strode into the great hall amidst the cheers of his fellow Slytherins, his right arm bandaged and suspended from a sling around his neck. resembling a hero who had emerged from a harrowing battle. Observing his condition, Harry and Ron exchanged disdainful glances. However, Malfoy himself appeared quite pleased, provocatively making faces at the two of them. Harry turned his head aside, striving to suppress his reaction and feigning ignorance of Malfoy and Apo's taunts. He noticed that everyone around him was engrossed in the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. "What are you all looking at?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "It and Apos, as the latest news on Sirius Black," Hermione whispered, thrusting a copy of the newspaper into his hands. Harry read the headline. Black had been sighted by a muggle in close proximity to Hogwarts, and by the time the Ministry of Magic arrived, he had already fled. A manhunt was currently underway. It was speculated that Sirius Black was attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry swallowed hard. What could Sirius Black possibly want at Hogwarts? Could it truly be as Mr. Weasley said, that he intended to kill him? The mere thought of being targeted by such a madman extinguished Harry's appetite, and the idea of relying on the Dementors outside the castle for protection filled him with nausea. "This is dreadful. He was spotted somewhere not far from here," Ron said anxiously. "How did this Black manage to evade the Dementors? Perhaps it was the Patronus charm?" Hermione suggested quickly. "That's impossible. He has no wand, and there are at least 200 Dementors outside," she continued. "Do you realize what this implies?" As Harry, Ron, and Hermione murmured among themselves, Avon remained detached from their discourse. His mind was preoccupied with the pressing matter of how to subdue Pettigrew and successfully establish contact with Sirius Black. Though these tasks seemed straightforward to articulate, executing them was fraught with complexity. The most straightforward approach would undoubtedly be to seek out Dumbledore and reveal that Ron's pet, Scabbers, was actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise. With Dumbledore's cunning intellect, once informed, he would surely unravel the entire sequence of events. The dilemma lay in the fact that, akin to last year's encounter with Tom Riddle and Apos' diary, Avon was at a loss as to how to explain to Dumbledore how he knew that Scabbers was Pettigrew. To possess knowledge yet remain powerless felt profoundly unsettling. Avon sighed. It seemed he would have to rely on his own resources. There was no urgency regarding Sirius Black. First, he needed to devise a way to control Pettigrew. He recalled a particularly potent potion mentioned in potions class. While Avon was lost in thought, Malfoy suddenly traversed the long table, positioning himself behind Harry, his eyes glinting with malice. "Have you seen your companion Hagrid lately?" he taunted. No one responded. Harry and Ron clenched their fists, striving to maintain their composure. "It is truly lamentable. I fear he shall never teach again." Malfoy feigned sorrow, stating, "My father is quite displeased with my injury. Get lost before I pound you into the ground, Malfoy." Ron bellowed. "If I were you, I would not be so impulsive. It serves neither you nor your dear friend Hagrid any good, as you shall soon discover." Malfoy and Apos' gaze fell upon the newspaper in Harry and Apos' hand as he continued, "So, Potter, do you intend to single-handedly apprehend Black? What business is it of yours?" "Of course, if I were in your position." Malfoy's thin lips curled into a malicious smirk. "I would not remain at school playing the good child. I would scour every corner for him." "What are you talking about, Malfoy?" Ron retorted brusquely. "Are you not aware, Potter?" Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed, and he emitted a low, derisive laugh. "If I were you, I would seek vengeance. I would personally track him down." "What exactly do you mean?" Harry snapped in anger. "You disappoint me. Perhaps you are unwilling to risk your life, hoping the Dementors will deal with him instead? Malfoy, if you have something to say, either speak plainly or be on your way." Ron brandished his wand. 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape glided over silently, mocking, "Weasley, put away your wand. I do not wish to witness you spewing that revolting mucus everywhere." Ron's face flushed crimson, while Malfoy feigned a smile before following Snape away. Harry watched his retreating figure, pondering his thoughts. How infuriating. Snape has no right to deduct points when Malfoy was the one who instigated this with his incomprehensible remarks, Ron fumed. "You should not have given him the opportunity." "Snape has been watching us closely, waiting for you to slip up," Hermione whispered. Indeed, third-year potions class had nearly devolved into a catastrophe, as Harry and Ron had completely disrupted Malfoy's potion-making for an entire lesson, while Snape threatened Neville, insisting he would poison his pet unless he brewed an antidote himself. Ultimately, with Hermione and Apos' assistants, Neville and Apos' antidote passed, yet Snape still deducted 5 points from Gryffindor, claiming that Neville's toad had not perished. All the Gryffindor students felt they were nearing the limits of their endurance with Snape. yet it was evident that he was capable of far worse. Soon, everyone would come to experience the essence of despair. Perhaps this was the third omen. The incident transpired during the afternoon defense against the dark arts class, where Professor Lupin introduced a boggart, a shape-shifting dark creature that reveals one's innermost fears, transforming into that which one dreads the most. While Evan was unaware of the other's fears, it was evident that Neville's greatest terror in the world was Snape. Encouraged by Lupin, Neville employed a spell that transformed Snape into a ludicrous figure, clad in an elongated, lace-embroidered gown, adorned with a tall hat atop, which rested a moth-eaten old taxidermy specimen. He waved a massive scarlet handbag. This tale spread like wildfire throughout the campus. The Gryffindor students laughed heartily for an entire evening, but they soon found little to chuckle about amid the tempestuous retribution that followed from Snape. Now, whenever Professor Lupin and Amp, Oppo's name is mentioned, a glint of menace flashes in Snape's eyes. He has escalated his bullying of Neville. And Ginny discreetly informed Ivan the next day during potions class that she had seen Neville surreptitiously wiping away tears at noon. Ivan sympathized with Neville's plight, yet they were all too engrossed in their own troubles. During the second-year potions class, Snape prowled ominously, scrutinizing each Gryffindor student, seeking any pretext to deduct points. Within less than an hour, he had stripped away over 50 points and successfully brought 3 girls to tears. Snape shot Ivan a glare, ignoring him entirely. He mercilessly derided the others and assigned an overwhelming amount of homework, nearly impossible to complete. As for the unfortunate boggart, it was rumored that Snape had obliterated it into a cloud of blue smoke, rendering it utterly vanished. Ivan felt a pang of regret, for he had wished to confront what lay deepest within his fears. Chapter 82. The Dawn of Fear with a series of unsettling events. The new term at Hogwarts commenced under an oddly oppressive atmosphere. A sense of impending collapse seemed to envelop those around Evan. First was Neville, utterly terrified by Snape's intimidation. Then there was Hagrid, who appeared to have lost his confidence. In the care of magical creatures class, students were being instructed lesson after lesson on how to tend to the flobberworm, a 10-inch-long, grotesquely plump creature of dark brown hue, perpetually wriggling. Its existence seemed almost entirely pointless, as it spent its days doing nothing but consuming food in solitude. Moreover, Harry grew increasingly anxious about attending divination class. Professor Trelawney gazed at him with her tear-filled, bulging eyes, and ominous prophecies had circulated throughout the school. Whenever anyone spoke to Harry, their voices would drop to hushed tones, as though he were already lying in a coffin. He also fretted over his failed application to visit Hogsmeade, as Professor McGonagall had denied him permission. This likely meant he would be the only third-year student remaining at Hogwarts during the Hogsmeade trip. Even more troubled than Harry were Colin and Ginny. They wholeheartedly believed in Professor Trelawney's death prediction, convinced that Evan and Harry could fall at any moment. Consequently, they gathered numerous objects purported to ward off evil and break curses, many of which had gained popularity during the previous term's Basilisk crisis. As for Hermione, her anxiety escalated. This was primarily due to her overloading herself with too many classes, pushing her body and mind to their limits. Evan observed her backpack brimming with over 10 magical tomes each day, and he worried that if this continued, Hermione might faint from exhaustion. Lastly, Ron had become increasingly paranoid. After several failed attempts by Crookshanks to attack Scabbers, he remained constantly vigilant regarding the cat. He showcased Scabbers to everyone, who was now nothing but skin and bones. In Evan and Amp, Oppo's view, Scabbers and Amp, Oppo's condition had nothing to do with Crookshanks. Peter Pettigrew undoubtedly knew that the true reason for Black and Amp, Oppo's escape was to seek revenge. As he had betrayed the Potters all those years ago, he was gripped by fear. As Black drew nearer to Hogwarts, panic slowly consumed his thoughts. He longed to flee, but was uncertain of where to go. Hogwarts Castle was, after all, the safest refuge, especially given the terrifying Dementors lurking outside. Logically, Black had no reason to breach its defenses, yet having escaped from Azkaban, entering Hogwarts seemed merely a matter of time. The mental torment rendered Peter Pettigrew utterly haggard. Thus, there was no need to worry about him scurrying away like a rat. He requested a chamber resembling Snape and Amp, Oppo's office, where a long central table was cluttered with glassware of varying shapes, 2 tin cauldrons, and a heating apparatus, while shelves on either side overflowed with potion ingredients. After extensive practice, Avon and Amp, Oppo's technique had become remarkably refined. He meticulously followed the formula from the powerful potion, placing the prepared ingredients into the cauldron in succession. The hall was adorned with hundreds of pumpkin lanterns, accompanied by a swarm of fluttering bats and numerous orange streamers emitting flames, lazily drifting beneath the ceiling like resplendent water serpents. The banquet's fare was exquisite, and the attendees appeared to be in high spirits. The tense atmosphere since the beginning of the term had dissipated. Harry seemed to have forgotten the cursed prophecy, and Hermione was finally able to set aside her academic concerns. Following Avon's gift of the rat remedy to Ron, his mood gradually improved, alleviating his worries over Scabbers. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Even Hagrid, who had been absent for quite some time, was joyfully seated among the students. However, less than 10 minutes after the feast concluded, everything took a turn. Upon reaching the portrait of the fat lady, they discovered the corridor was crowded with people. Perhaps they and Oppos, VE, all forgotten the password. Ron chuckled. How could that be? It's impossible for so many to forget the password, Avon thought, spotting Peeves jubilantly bouncing above the crowd. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Peeves only exhibited such delight in the presence of chaos and sorrow. Surely not. Before they could push through the throng, Professor Dumbledore arrived in haste, making his way towards the fat lady and Oppos' portrait. The Gryffindor students clustered together to allow him passage, and Avon and his friends huddled closer, eager to discern the source of the trouble. Oh my goodness! Hermione suddenly exclaimed, gripping Avon and Oppos' arm tightly. Before them, the fat lady and Oppos' portrait had been maliciously vandalized. Fragments of the canvas littered the ground, and large swathes of fabric had been completely torn from the frame. Professor McGonagall, please go at once to Filch and instruct him to search every portrait in the castle for the fat lady, Dumbledore commanded swiftly. You will be fortunate. Peeves cackled. What do you mean by that, Peeves? Dumbledore inquired calmly. Peeves and Oppos' grin faded slightly. He dared not mock the headmaster. Instead, he adopted a sly tone. She doesn't want to be seen. She's in quite a state. I saw her rush past the landscape painting on the 5th floor, hiding among the trees, weeping about some dreadful event. Poor thing, Peeves added, lacking any semblance of genuine sympathy. Did she mention who was responsible? Dumbledore asked quietly. Oh, she did, headmaster, Peeves replied, brimming with excitement as if cradling a large bomb. She wouldn't let him in, and he was furious, you see. He has quite the temper, that Sirius Black. Chapter 83. The second encounter with the stray dog. Upon hearing Peeves' words, everyone gasped in shock. Sirius Black had actually infiltrated the castle, even attempting to breach the Gryffindor common room. Do you think Black is still in the castle? Hermione whispered anxiously. Yes. Colin nodded nervously, glancing around as if he expected Sirius to leap out from some shadowy corner. Ron and Oppos' words resonated with all. Beyond that, everyone was grappling with the same question. How did he get in? Perhaps he knows how to use the disillusionment charm? Ron speculated, his brow furrowed with unease. His gaze fixed on the girls and Oppos' lavatory at the end of the 3rd floor corridor, recalling his nightmarish experiences from the previous term. When Voldemort's name was mentioned, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd for 3 haunting seconds, no one daring to speak as they traversed the dimly lit corridor. Harry, pale as a ghost, trailed behind Ron, devoid of any color in his face. The thought that Black had entered the castle with the intent to kill him was utterly dreadful. Let us try to stay positive. Regardless of what tricks Black has employed to infiltrate the castle, Dumbledore will surely uncover him. What do you think, Ivan? Perhaps, Ivan replied dismissively, his attention caught by the narrow window on the left side of the corridor, where his gaze fell upon the castle and Oppos' grounds. There, amidst the grass, stood a massive black dog with shaggy fur. It was Sirius Black. Not far from him was Crookshanks, the half-measle, stealthily traversing the lawn. In the next moment, following Ivan's line of sight, Harry spotted the 2 creatures on the lawn and dashed to the window, eyes wide with astonishment. Look outside. Do you see that? The big black dog? Harry, you're not seeing ominous signs again, are you? Ron inquired uneasily, mumbling, it looks like that cursed cat. You mean Crookshanks? Hermione chimed in, moving closer with concern. What is Crookshanks doing outside the castle? Black could very well be inside the school. Come on, Hermione, Black wouldn't kill a cat. His purpose for entering the castle is to Ron abruptly halted, casting a tense glance at Harry. Harry seemed not to grasp the implication, urgently insisting. The dog was right next to Crookshanks just now. Didn't any of you see it? It's too dark outside. You could have mistaken it for a tree or a rock. Ron swallowed hard, noticing the others were staring at them intently. It's impossible. Ivan, didn't you see it too? If he moved quickly enough, he could still get down there. Perhaps this was a fortuitous moment to make contact. You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom, Ivan declared hastily. As the others looked on in astonishment, he turned and sprinted down another corridor, heading towards the castle entrance. Once he was certain that no one was around, he softly intoned, "Animagus," as the words left his lips. Ivan and Apo's form swiftly transformed into that of a sleek black cat. He darted through the shadowy marble hall, slipping silently out of the castle. The cold night breeze struck him, causing Ivan to shudder. Hogwarts Castle appeared particularly eerie under the dim moonlight, with the grotesque statues in the courtyard exuding an unsettling aura. Bats glided past at low altitude, while the haunting calls of owls echoed in his ears. In the distance, the shadowy figures of Dementors flickered near the crumbling walls, where the land lay barren and all vegetation was withering away. Blake could not possibly head towards the walls, so Ivan quickly turned his gaze towards the forbidden forest. Bathed in moonlight, he spotted the massive dog that Blake had transformed into, alongside Crookshanks, vanishing into the forest's immense shadows. Ivan hastened to follow. Just as he entered the gloom, a figure suddenly lunged from behind a tree. It was a surprise attack. Ivan felt a hot breath against him and looked up to see Sirius Black and Apo's transformed dog, baring its inch-long fangs and lunging ferociously in his direction. With a thud, Blake collided with him, delivering a powerful impact that sent Ivan tumbling backward across the grass until he crashed into a large tree. Dazed, he felt as if his ribs had shattered. He attempted to rise, but Blake would not grant him that opportunity. With bared teeth, the beast glared menacingly at Ivan and let out a low growl before launching itself at him once more. Seeing the enormous form drawing ever closer, Ivan hastily dispelled his Animagus transformation. As his body reverted to its original shape, he drew his wand from his waist with his right hand. The tip of the wand glimmered with a red light, striking Sirius Black. Blake was sent flying, landing in a patch of grass while emitting a pained howl. "Enough. Do not attempt to attack me again, or next time it will not be a disarming charm." Ivan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to stand with his left hand braced against the tree trunk. He breathed heavily, and Blake mirrored his labored breaths. For a full 3 seconds, neither spoke, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ivan noticed the wild glint in Blake and Apo's eyes as they flickered in the darkness, fixated on the wand he held. Muscles tensed. Blake bared his fangs in a menacing posture, resembling a predator poised to strike. "Listen, I mean no harm. I know who you are and the purpose of your presence here." Ivan cautiously aimed his wand at Blake. "I merely wish to speak with you regarding my friends Harry and Ron." Before he could finish, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Ivan swiftly turned to see a blinding light, squinting his eyes to adjust before realizing it was Professor Lupin. "Professor Lupin, is that you, Ivan?" he exclaimed. "I heard a commotion while checking the Ollery. What transpired here? Why are you outside the castle?" Lupin gazed at Ivan with astonishment, his voice laced with concern. "Sirius Black has just breached the castle. This place is perilous. Dumbledore has requested all students to assemble in the Great Hall." He faltered, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Despite having been close friends with Sirius Black during their school years, could he truly believe that Sirius was wrongfully accused in the absence of clear evidence? Ivan shook his head. Given Lupin and Apo's character, even if he were to believe in Black and Apo's innocence, his first course of action would likely be to bind his former friend and present him to Dumbledore. Subsequently, they would pursue the rat, Peter Pettigrew. If all went according to plan, they might manage. However, should Pettigrew evade capture, it was likely that by dawn, Black would be delivered to the Dementors, awaiting a kiss that spelled doom. This was utterly dreadful. Ivan hesitated before deciding to conceal the truth. Chapter 84. Remorse of Lupin. Lupin regarded Evan with skepticism, perplexed by the boy and Apo's unexpected presence outside the castle at such an unusual hour, a circumstance that defied all logic. However, he chose not to probe further, recognizing that, like himself, every individual harbors their own secrets. In truth, after more than 2 months of acquaintance, Lupin held a remarkably favorable impression of Evan. It had been many years since he had encountered such an outstanding young man, especially considering Evan's close bond with Harry, reminiscent of his own youthful camaraderie with James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black. The thought of Black stirred a pang of sorrow within Lupin. He still could not fathom how his former friend could betray James and align himself with Voldemort when they had once been the best of friends. Shaking his head, he pondered whether he had misjudged people all along. Black had been equally remarkable in his youth, yet he ultimately chose treachery. The more intelligent a person, the more they tend to weigh the gains and losses of their interests, rendering friendship merely a commodity to be bartered at will. Was it possible that this boy before him could mirror Black's betrayal, sacrificing friends for his own gain? Lupin scrutinized Evan, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment as he perceived a familiar silhouette among the underbrush opposite Evan. He directed the tip of his wand towards the foliage, casting a beam of light, but found nothing there. Was it merely an illusion? A wave of relief washed over him, although his heart remained tumultuous. On one hand, he yearned to confront Black and clarify the entire ordeal. On the other hand, he dreaded the possibility of hearing Black confess how he had betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. Lupin had lost count of the nights he had awakened from such nightmares. A dozen years had elapsed, yet he remained mired in guilt, lamenting why he had failed to discern Black and Apo's true nature in time, allowing him the opportunity to betray James and ultimately murder Pettigrew. This burden felt entirely his own. He had once believed this guilt would haunt him for a lifetime. But now Black had escaped from Azkaban, and whispers abounded that his escape was motivated by a desire to kill Harry, the only son of his once closest friend. Drawing a deep breath, Lupin recognized that now was not the time for such contemplations. He observed the grass in the thicket before Evan, bent in a particular direction. Confirming that something had indeed been there, he had not been mistaken. It had to be Sirius Black's animagus form, a sight he had witnessed countless times and would never forget. The connection between this boy and Black was either a mere coincidence or something more. Evan, noticing Lupin and Apo's expression, understood the turmoil that plagued him, finding himself at a loss on how to elucidate the situation. However, he soon found that he would not need to dwell on this matter any longer. Just as he hesitated, an object emerged from the underbrush, and Lupin clearly heard the rustling, followed by another burst of light shooting forth. It was Crookshanks, startled by a sudden flash of light, who darted into Evan and Apo's arms. "Professor, I came out to find this cat. It belongs to my friend Hermione. I just saw it run out of the castle, and I feared it might encounter some misfortune, which is why I followed it." Evan was uncertain whether Lupin would accept his spontaneous excuse. Lupin scrutinized Crookshanks for a moment, displaying a look of palpable relief. "The entire castle has been searched. There is no sign of him," Snape murmured. "Excellent, Severus. I never truly believed that Black would linger," Dumbledore replied calmly. "What are you implying, Severus?" "My point is, how did Black manage to enter the castle? Do you have any insights on this matter, Headmaster?" Snape inquired. "Many, Severus. Each equally plausible. Do you recall our conversation before the term commenced?" Snape's voice was subdued, evidently intent on keeping their discussion private. "I remember, Severus." Dumbledore and Apo's tone carried a note of caution. "It seems nearly impossible. Black could not infiltrate this school without internal assistance, especially with that individual currently unaccounted for. You understand my concern. I have indeed expressed my apprehension regarding your resignation. I do not believe anyone within this castle would assist Black in gaining entry," Dumbledore stated, his tone unmistakably signaling the conclusion of the discussion, leaving Snape no room for retort. "Severus, I must attend to the Dementors," Dumbledore said. "I mentioned I would notify them once our search was complete. Are they intending to assist?" Snape asked. "Oh, indeed," Dumbledore replied coolly. "But I fear that as long as I serve as headmaster, they shall never cross the threshold of this school." Evan observed Dumbledore approaching the entrance hall, momentarily pausing upon seeing him and Lupin, with Snape trailing behind. "Were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" Snape's gaze flitted between the two, ultimately settling on Lupin with a look of disdain. "Professor, we weren't and Apo's. Be cautious when fabricating lies, Mason." Snape shifted his gaze to Evan. "I must remind you, per the headmaster and Apo's orders, you should be asleep in the Great Hall, not wandering outside the castle with someone you hardly know, engaging in clandestine activities." Evan was at a loss for words. Both Snape and Dumbledore were exceedingly formidable. He hastily reiterated his excuse for seeking Crookshanks. "For that foolish cat, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Snape declared with disdain. "Now hurry back to the Great Hall. That is where you belong." Chapter 85. Hermione and Apo's concern within the Great Hall. For long tables of the houses were pushed against the walls, and the floor was strewn with hundreds of purple sleeping bags. A profound silence enveloped the space. It seemed as though everyone was in slumber. At Percy's behest, Evan nestled into a sleeping bag near the entrance. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky outside, adorned with countless stars. Beneath the faint starlight, Evan observed a delicate white origami crane gently fluttering from the corner of the room, swirling in the air before gracefully alighting before him. The paper crane emitted a soft sound, transforming into a silvery note inscribed with Hermione and Oppo's neat handwriting. "Where have you been? Why did you take so long?" The script bore a slight haste, revealing the girl as concerned. After a moment of contemplation, Evan extracted his wand from the sleeping bag and lightly tapped the note. The black ink dissipated like smoke, reforming into new words. "I went to find Crookshanks. I discovered him in the underbrush by the forbidden forest. Thank goodness you found him. However, you should not have ventured outside the castle. It is far too perilous. Black may still be lurking within the school, and you could encounter him at any moment. Do not fret. I just overheard Dumbledore and Snape conversing. They searched the entire castle and found no trace of him. Dumbledore believes he has already departed. But how could he have done that? He could not have slipped in and out so quietly. The castle is enchanted with various spells to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. He certainly did not come in invisibly or by flying. Perhaps it was some form of transfiguration, like the polyjuice potion we used last semester. Or before we delve into that, it is nearly midnight. Why are you still awake?" Upon seeing Evan's question, Hermione's cheeks flushed, a rare sight. Yet the dimness of the hall concealed her embarrassment. "This little matter is trivial. Have you forgotten? Harry and I ventured into the Chamber of Secrets last semester, where we defeated the Basilisk and the Voldemort from his youth. That is precisely why I am worried. I fear you might seek out Black alone. Promise me, Evan. Do not engage in any more dangerous endeavors, all right?" Reading Hermione's words, Evan felt an odd sensation, though her message was vague. He could sense the fragile heart concealed beneath her strong exterior. In that moment, Hermione resembled an ordinary, delicate girl, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Given the current predicament and the impending return of Voldemort, Evan faced a treacherous and arduous path ahead. He could not remain idle, for inaction could yield even graver consequences. With a sigh, he lifted his gaze, ensuring no one was watching, and resolved to take action. This image replayed in Hermione and Oppo's mind. A memory she believed she would never forget. Suddenly, she sensed something drawing near. Hermione looked up, astonished to see Evan and Oppo's sleeping bag quietly rolling toward her. Evan rolled to Hermione's side, extending his hand in an attempt to gently pat her sleeping bag, perhaps to instill a sense of comfort in her. To his surprise, his hand encountered another, softer and colder hand in the darkness. In the next moment, Evan discovered that his hand was firmly grasped, held tightly. The small hand across from him trembled slightly, yet it seemed it would never relinquish its hold. At the very same moment, in the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow leading to the Shrieking Shack, Lupin cautiously advanced, relying on the intermittent, feeble glow of his wand. His mind was heavy with thoughts as he surveyed the familiar, yet alien scenery around him. Prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, Lupin had never known friendship. When he was 4, his father had offended the werewolf Fenrir Greyback, who, in retaliation, attacked him, transforming Lupin into a werewolf. Because of this identity, others shunned him. Wherever he went, he was met with disdain and discrimination. Lupin recalled once asking his father why this was so, but his father had said nothing, only holding him close and weeping silently. In that moment, Lupin silently vowed that no matter what happened in the future, he would never cry again. Before the age of 11, his life was shrouded in darkness, devoid of color. Lupin had believed that he would never have the opportunity to attend Hogwarts like other children. No parents would wish for their offspring to associate with a werewolf. Yet, Dumbledore offered him hope. He had commanded the planting of a Whomping Willow on school grounds, using it to conceal the passage to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. Every full moon, he would venture there to transform. This was to ensure the safety of his fellow students, for his transformation rendered him exceedingly violent. The villagers of Hogsmeade, hearing the noise and screams, would believe it to be the sound of a fearsome beast. Dumbledore encouraged the spread of such rumors, ensuring that people kept their distance from the Shrieking Shack, thus safeguarding everyone. Then, he would arrive alone, becoming a savage monster within the confines of the shack, wandering, destroying, and howling. Despite his efforts to conceal his true nature, several classmates quickly discerned the truth. However, James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black accepted him, becoming the first friends he had ever known. They even learned to become animagi for his sake, and after their 5th year, they would come to accompany him on every full moon. They traversed the entirety of Hogwarts. And under the influence of his friends, Lupin felt that his transformation into a werewolf no longer rendered him as cruel as before. If only time could have frozen at that moment. Chapter 86. Reminiscences of Lupin. With a determined push, Lupin swung open the entrance to the secret passage, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. He swiftly emerged from the passage and stepped into a chaotic, dust-laden room. The wallpaper hung in tatters from the walls, The floor was marred with stains, and the furniture lay in disrepair as if ravaged by human hands. The windows were boarded up with planks. This was the Shrieking Shack, a place where Lupin and his friends had ventured countless times. Given that Black had infiltrated the castle, it was highly plausible he had taken refuge here. Inhaling the familiar scent that lingered in the air, Lupin grasped his wand tightly against his chest and cautiously navigated the dimly lit corridor, ascending the nearly collapsing staircase. Much like the first floor, a thick layer of dust blanketed the second floor. However, the floor bore evidence of recent passage, marked by paw prints left by a canine creature. Lupin glanced down, recognizing the tracks all too well. They were the unmistakable imprints of Sirius Black and Appos, Animagus form. Black must have been here recently and could still be hiding within this very house. Lupin tightened his grip on his wand. His gaze fixated on a closed door at the end of the corridor. Black might be lurking behind that door, poised to spring forth at any moment. Although his adversary was unarmed, Lupin remained vigilant. He approached slowly, striving to make not a sound, as he gathered his magical energy, coiling it within himself. The tip of his wand glowing faintly. Nothing happened. The silence within the room was oppressive, narrowing his eyes. Lupin swiftly unleashed a powerful beam of red light from his wand, forcefully striking the door. Inside the room stood only an opulent four-poster bed, its curtains cloaked in dust. No one was there. He was alone, panting at the threshold. Dejectedly, Lupin lowered his wand. Black was not here. Perhaps he had been. But upon realizing Lupin had seen him that night, he had retreated to another hiding place. Cowardly scoundrel, Lupin muttered under his breath. This behavior was not in keeping with the Sirius he remembered. He was not one to flee. During their school days, he was among the bravest of their peers. Yet now, as he had knelt and kissed Voldemort and Appos, that once indomitable courage had likely evaporated. The current Black bore little resemblance to the valiant Gryffindor of yore. He seemed more akin to a cunning Slytherin, or perhaps he had always been one. Lupin lingered at the door for a full minute. An indescribable sense of desolation etched upon his face. With a heavy sigh, he turned to leave, but halted abruptly as something caught his eye, a photograph left upon the bed. Approaching, he picked up the photo. It depicted 4 boys. From left to right, there was a youthful Lupin, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Their faces radiated joy, laughter spilling forth as they waved cheerfully at Lupin. Remus Lupin suddenly felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled that the photograph was taken on the lawn before the castle gates during their graduation, each of them having one as a memento. His own had been sent away 2 years prior, when Hagrid was gathering pictures for Harry. James and Appos was lost in the ruins on the night he was attacked, while Peter and Appos must have been shattered alongside him by Black and Appos' explosion. The only remaining copy belonged to Black himself, likely left behind inadvertently in the Shrieking Shack, a relic he surprisingly chose to keep. Lupin had thought Black would have discarded it along with their friendship long ago. At that time, dark wizards led by Voldemort were wreaking havoc in the wizarding world, openly resorting to violence and spreading terror, murdering those of impure blood and muggles under the guise of amusement, even igniting a war that sought to upend the magical community. Throughout the protracted conflict, Lupin witnessed the deaths of many, including his elders, classmates, and numerous kind souls. Their graduation year marked 3 years before the war's conclusion. Eager to join the Order of the Phoenix, they took their stand against Voldemort. Despite the overwhelming power Voldemort and his Death Eaters wielded compared to the Order at the time, their close collaboration allowed them to thwart Voldemort's plots on several occasions and escape his clutches. Lupin had initially believed this would persist until they ultimately triumphed over Voldemort. However, everything changed in the final year of the war. Dumbledore received forewarning that, for reasons unknown, Voldemort was hunting James and Lily's son, Harry. Though James intended to confront him directly, they ultimately heeded Dumbledore and Appos' counsel to go into hiding and employed the Fidelius charm for protection. Apart from Dumbledore, only he and Peter Pettigrew knew who James's secret keeper was. James had chosen Sirius Black, whom he considered his closest friend and the most powerful among them. Lupin had once naively believed this to be the best choice. Yet, he was mistaken. They all were. Less than a week after Black became James and Lily's secret keeper, he betrayed them to Voldemort. That fateful night, Voldemort invaded their home, killing them but failing to comprehend why he could not vanquish Harry. Upon learning this news, Lupin vividly remembered his frantic search for Black, desperate to uncover the truth, convinced that something had gone amiss. Why had James and Lily died? And why had the Fidelius charm faltered? Until that moment, he could not fathom that Black would betray them to Voldemort. 2 days later, Lupin finally found Black. However, he was too late. Peter had reached him first. When Lupin spotted Black on that street, he was already surrounded by Aurors, having just obliterated Peter and the Muggles on the entire street moments before. Everything became clear. It was Black who betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort. In the ensuing interrogation, he also took the life of Peter Pettigrew. Lupin stood helplessly at the street corner, witnessing Black's maniacal laughter, while he himself wept silently in the shadows. This was the only occasion he shed tears after making a vow in his childhood to never cry again. Chapter 87. Peter's Reminiscence. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, infiltrating the common room of Gryffindor Tower. In the shadows where the moonlight could not reach, a diminutive figure cowered beneath a chair, trembling. The timid Wormtail, Peter, wrung his hands in fear, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The very thing he had dreaded for 12 long years had finally come to pass. His former dear friend, Sirius Black, had escaped from Azkaban and infiltrated Hogwarts. Mere walls now separated them. Peter understood that it was he who had betrayed the Potters to Voldemort all those years ago, and Black had come seeking vengeance. He yearned to flee, yet he was at a loss as to where to hide. He knew Black all too well, now that he was aware of Peter and Apo's survival. He would not relent until he had exacted his revenge. Even with hundreds of Dementors present, even if the very castle of Hogwarts were to be thrown into chaos, Black would not retreat until he had captured Peter. This was Sirius Black, a true Gryffindor, a creature who had never known fear or weakness. Perhaps, like 12 years prior, he could feign death once more. But as this thought flickered in Peter and Apo's mind, he swiftly dismissed it. This was not the Muggle street of 12 years ago. And he faced more than just Black this time. Hogwarts housed Dumbledore, Snape, Lupin, Professor McGonagall, James and Lily, and Apo's son, Harry, and a boy named Evan Mason. Each of them was more intelligent, more powerful, and braver than he. Deceiving them as he had deceived Sirius Black seemed an insurmountable task. Moreover, where could he possibly escape to afterward? The surviving Death Eaters would not spare him once they caught wind of his flight. It was his treachery that had led to the Dark Lord's downfall. Even now, Peter could not comprehend how that formidable being, whose name could scarcely be uttered, had been vanquished by an infant. He could not fathom why, having once chosen the side of the strong, he had descended to such depths. Wormtail recalled his own sorting ceremony, how he had trembled as he approached the sorting hat, a hat so large it obscured his vision. He could see nothing of the audience below. It was daunting, truly daunting. The sorting hat began to whisper in his ear, "You are not a courageous child, lacking in wisdom, steadfastness, and a willingness to earnestly strive. Though of pure blood, you would find it difficult to survive in Slytherin. Lacking the qualities demanded by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Even in mediocrity, you are discontent to remain in the humble and ordinary Hufflepuff. Let me ponder your fate. Where shall you go?" Indeed, where was he to go? Having lost his father at a young age, he had relied solely on his mother, though they lived in poverty. She had done everything within her power to procure all his magical supplies. She held great hopes for him, and each night before he slept, she would regale him with tales of his father. Peter still recalled the tales his mother wove, wherein his father emerged as a valiant Gryffindor. Although he may not have been the mightiest, he was unflinching, never quailing even in the face of the one whose name was never uttered. From the tone of his mother's voice, Peter could discern her pride and admiration for his father. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. I long to be a part of Gryffindor. I yearn for courage, for I am a brave soul. Peter fervently declared within, shouting at the sorting hat, vowing to transform his timid, cowardly self into a warrior akin to his father, seeking respect and refusing to disappoint his mother. Gryffindor? The sorting hat's voice held a hint of surprise. You wish to join Gryffindor? Very well, it may not be the most prudent choice, but I hope you uncover the courage hidden deep within your heart along your lengthy journey ahead. Gryffindor. Beneath the chair, the small figure of Peter beamed with joy. It was the most radiant moment of his life. He felt as though he could once again hear the sorting hat proclaiming his choice with a resounding voice to all. And he seemed to glimpse the satisfied gaze of his mother directed at him once more. Yet, his smile quickly faltered. The sorting hat was right. He was ill-suited for Gryffindor, and all he received in that house was mockery. They derided his lack of bravery. The pressures of Hogwarts studies weighed heavily upon him. He discovered no subject in which he excelled, and the professors regarded him with nothing but disappointment. He felt himself drifting further from his mother's expectations. He had not found courage in this house. Instead, he felt increasingly ordinary and inferior. This could not continue. He needed assistance. Soon, Peter identified his aspiration, James Potter. Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin were the most remarkable individuals in his year. The trio radiated brilliance, and perhaps they would welcome a follower. Indeed, he could perfectly fulfill that role. Fortunately, they accepted him, and little Peter felt a surge of anticipation and joy. He believed he could be as exceptional as they were, or at least gain a sense of presence that would make his mother proud. For the sake of this recognition and pride, Peter was willing to endure anything. To outsiders, he appeared as a member of their small circle, a friend of James, Sirius, and Remus. Yet, only little Peter realized he was merely a follower, nothing more. James viewed him as someone to showcase his Quidditch prowess, and Peter's existence merely accentuated Sirius and Apo's bravery and fearlessness. Even Remus, the werewolf, held him in disdain. Indeed, the three had never regarded him as a friend, at best. He was merely a companion, often relegated to the role of a subordinate, weak to the point of insignificance. So insignificant as to be overlooked. This was likely the sentiment shared by all. Yet, Peter found a fleeting sense of satisfaction in this. For he did not yearn to stand at the center of the stage, basking in the spotlight. A humble corner, an inconspicuous position, would suffice to fulfill him. Perhaps he had not discovered the courage he had long envisioned within the ancient halls of the academy, yet he gleaned the strength and honor he desired through other means. Though meager, it was sufficient to ensure that his mother would not feel disappointed in him again. The aspiration for courage and the pursuit of power were not mutually exclusive. After 7 years at Hogwarts, Peter finally comprehended that what he sought was not the audacity of a hero, but rather unparalleled strength. Had his father possessed such power, he would not have met his demise, and the lives of Peter and his mother would not have been so wretched. It was this formidable strength that he had always sought. Upon graduation, when his three companions aspired to join the Order of the Phoenix to combat Voldemort, Peter contemplated declining. He was acutely aware of the disparity in power between the two sides. However, he found himself unable to refuse. He had grown accustomed to obeying the commands of the three others in their small circle. To say no to his companions required a kind of courage he had never possessed. Moreover, he feared disappointing his mother, who hoped he would join the order. His mother and Apo's expectations had always weighed heavily on him, but it was only at that moment that he recognized this pressure had transformed into a burdensome load, stifling him. He could sense the Dark Lord's wrath and the hatred directed towards the four of them by the one whose name he dared not utter. As if trapped in an unending nightmare. This could not continue. Wormtail could not discern any benefit in persisting against Voldemort, even if he risked his life. The accolades would forever belong to James, Sirius, and Remus. Furthermore, Dumbledore was gradually aging, his power waning, while Voldemort thrived, his strength and influence growing by the day. It was time to choose a side. For a weakling, the utmost necessity was not to undertake monumental deeds but to make a judicious choice. He could not be foolish like his father, serving Dumbledore and fading into obscurity, leaving behind nothing but a heavy burden and sorrowful memories for his wife and child. He must select his own fate and acquire formidable power. The Dark Lord had promised him that, should he unify the magical world, he would attain previously unimaginable strength, power, and status. Though the methods differed, with these, his mother would surely take pride in him once more. As for the guilt and remorse of betraying his companions, Peter had never harbored such feelings. After all, in their eyes, he had always been merely a follower. Chapter 88. The Gradual Conspiracy Now. This feeble lackey finds himself compelled to select a new master. Peter Pettigrew and Apo's lips curled into a sinister smile. If his companions were to fall victim to the Dark Lord, who would ever know of his past treachery? His scheme was impeccably devised. He began to betray the Order of the Phoenix, trading secrets for the Dark Lord's trust. Although Dumbledore held reservations about him, James, Sirius, and Remus stood as his witnesses, despite him being the most insignificant member of their group. Peter understood his three friends all too well. They did not fully trust him, yet their inherent pride and blind arrogance obscured their judgment. Even if they harbored doubts, they would still support him when Dumbledore inquired. As long as he remained a part of their circle, their unwavering loyalty would be his shield. Such was the foolishness of Gryffindor, a splendidly perfect guise. Upon realizing that Dumbledore had begun to suspect him, Peter ceased to divulge information. Uncertain whether such intelligence was intentionally fed to him by Dumbledore, he recognized the necessity of patience, of waiting for the moment when the Dark Lord would place complete trust in him. He recalled that rainy night 12 years prior when Sirius, James, and Lily, pallid and anxious, approached him, requesting that he serve as their secret keeper. It was Sirius and Apo's suggestion. based on the absurd premise that he was sufficiently weak and foolish enough to escape Voldemort and Apo's attention. This had been their long-held perception of him, a humble, frail, and foolish companion, a lackey who had never dared to challenge them, deemed the most suitable secret keeper. They confided in no one, not even Remus. Dumbledore was unaware. This remained a secret among the four of them. That night, Peter felt an overwhelming elation. He knelt before the Dark Lord, betraying James and Lily, and as anticipated, he garnered the coveted trust he had long desired. The Dark Lord revealed to him the means to access a certain location, a hidden relic he had once discovered with James, Black, and Remus in the Forbidden Forest. This relic concealed formidable dark powers, and the Dark Lord must have visited it during his student days. It was rumored to be a source of his immense power, certainly not the entirety of it, but Peter was not greedy enough to aspire to become a dark wizard of Voldemort and Apo's caliber. Like before, he was content with a trivial position in the shadows. Previously at Hogwarts, he had relied on James, Sirius, and Remus to secure that position. Now, in the wizarding world, he believed that the Dark Lord, a far mightier ally, would aid him in finding his place. Peter Pettigrew was convinced of this. Yet who could have foreseen the Dark Lord's downfall at the hands of an infant? With no options left, Peter was compelled to evade not only Sirius's wrath but also the relentless pursuit of other Death Eaters. He chose the method of feigned death as Sirius's curse approached. He cast a spell that caused an explosion throughout the street, leaving only a single finger behind, leading everyone to believe he had perished. In turn, Sirius Black became the scapegoat of the entire affair. True to his proud nature, Sirius did not bother to explain himself to anyone. Convinced that he had caused the deaths of James and Lily, and thus sought atonement in Azkaban. Indeed, in his mother and Apo's eyes, he had finally become like his father. Sacrificing his life for a foolish reason, she must have felt a sense of satisfaction. Peter Pettigrew closed his eyes in anguish. For the subsequent 12 years, he had concealed himself within the Weasley household, disguised as a rat. He understood the necessity of maintaining a connection to the wizarding world to keep abreast of the Dark Lord's movements. 2 years prior, he had once again encountered Voldemort at Hogwarts. He refrained from revealing himself immediately, opting instead to observe Voldemort, assessing whether he still possessed his former strength. Grateful for his decision, Peter witnessed Voldemort and Apo's failures twice in the following 2 years. Each time he beheld Voldemort falter, fear gnawed at him. He could not comprehend why the Dark Lord, with such formidable power, repeatedly failed against a mere child. It seemed the tides had truly shifted, and perhaps it was time for him to seek a new ally. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Peter noticed movement outside. Cautiously peering out, he realized it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and there stood the house elf named Dobby, tidying up. Squinting, Peter felt an uncanny resemblance to the elf. Both were so humble, so cowardly. Once a servant to the Malfoys, Dobby now served a boy named Ivan Mason. Perhaps he could follow suit and turn to Harry Potter, the savior who had vanquished Voldemort on multiple occasions. This was not an impossibility. The events of that fateful day were known only to Sirius and himself. If he could eliminate Sirius, he could re-emerge before the world as a hero. The only remaining obstacle was Sirius Black, and once he was dealt with, the past would remain shrouded in secrecy. A sly smile crept across Peter's lips as he envisioned the narrative he could weave, having endured years of humiliation to guard the last remaining heir of his once dear friend. Protecting Harry from the clutches of malevolent forces, he could reappear as a tragic hero, the one who had played a pivotal role in vanquishing Voldemort, even petitioning to become Harry's sole guardian. Even if Dumbledore and Lupin harbored doubts, they would have no grounds to oppose him. Peter understood he needed a plan, a comprehensive strategy to rid himself of Sirius Black. First and foremost, to ensure the plan's success, he must vanish from the public eye. He sought to evade the relentless pursuit of Sirius Black and the feline known as Crookshanks. For reasons he could not articulate, Peter sensed that the boy named Evan Mason seemed to be harboring doubts about him. He had to proceed with utmost caution, after all. This adversary had triumphed over Voldemort during their school days. From what he understood, Evan did not rely solely on luck or Dumbledore and Apo's assistance, as Harry did. Rather, this boy had vanquished Voldemort through sheer talent and intellect. The thought was utterly terrifying to Peter, who feared that Evan might already be privy to certain truths. He needed to conceal himself first. Following that, he required a wand. Of course, neither task was insurmountable. The true challenge lay in discerning Sirius and Apo's whereabouts. Once he located Sirius, there would undoubtedly be someone within the castle willing to aid him against him. Suddenly, Wormtail recalled the Marauder's map he had once crafted alongside James, Sirius, and Remus. This map could provide him with the guidance he sought, and he remembered that it had been confiscated by Filch during their 7th year. If all went as expected, it should still be there. Chapter 89. Identifying and eliminating werewolves in addition to the young witches and wizards at school. Many adult sorcerers also turned to the Hogwarts Magical Gazette to learn the Patronus charm. Ivan was taken aback to discover that so many individuals were previously oblivious to this spell, and he felt a growing concern for the overall strength of the magical community. Beyond the increasingly fantastical rumors, numerous changes had transpired within the castle. For instance, the portrait of the Fat Lady, which had been vandalized, was removed from the wall and replaced by a depiction of the fully armed Sir Cadogan alongside his rotund gray pony. Moreover, Harry was now under stringent surveillance. Professors accompanied him through the corridors for various reasons and excuses, while Percy trailed him like an overly enthusiastic guard dog. The intrusion of Black into the castle had the most significant impact on Peter Pettigrew, known as Wormtail. Ron confided in Ivan that the rat remedy he had provided was utterly ineffective. Scabbers now consumed nothing but water. He remained motionless in the corner beneath the bed all day, appearing as if he were deceased. A more accurate description would be that he was waiting for death. Ivan had conducted experiments and confirmed that the tracking potion was effective. Within 100 meters, he could sense Scabbers and Oppo's location at any moment. Next, he needed to seize an opportunity to establish contact with Sirius Black, which would ultimately bring this year and Oppo's events to a close. However, the previous 2 failed attempts had made Black wary of Ivan, leading him to become increasingly cautious, leaving Ivan unaware of his hiding place. Just as Lupin did not trust Black reciprocated that distrust towards Lupin. 12 years in Azkaban had eroded Black's rationality. He even harbored doubts about Dumbledore. Consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance, it was highly probable that Black was concealing himself within the Forbidden Forest, and Ivan had no desire to search the woods for a dog. He resolved to devise a plan to lure him out. At the lunch table, Ivan observed Crookshanks dashing out of the great hall with a substantial piece of bread in his mouth. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could utilize the feline. Hermione's cat was remarkably intelligent, to the point that Ivan sometimes suspected it might also be an animagus. She had undoubtedly become friends with Sirius Black, and the bread she had taken was likely intended for him. While Ivan was lost in thought, watching Crookshanks slip past him, he noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione entering the great hall with looks of dejection. "Do you know what Snape summoned me for?" Ron fumed, his fist clenched tightly. "He actually ordered me to scrub the bedpans in the hospital wing and forbade me from using magic. Why can an Oppo's Black just hide in Snape and Oppo's office? Then he could deal with him for us." "Wait a minute, Ron. Isn't there a defense against the dark arts class in the morning for 3rd years?" Colin inquired nervously. "Why were you punished with detention by Snape?" "Good question, Colin." Ron huffed indignantly. "I was given detention during the morning defense against the dark arts class. And in the afternoon potions class, I had to endure him again." "Why is that?" Harry exclaimed, filled with indignation. "It was because Snape claimed that Professor Lupin was too unwell to conduct the class, and thus he had taken over the lesson on the dark arts." Harry, furious, sank into his seat, convinced that Snape was up to no good. "Do you remember what I mentioned a few days ago about him brewing potions for Professor Lupin? He must have added something sinister to that potion." His words found agreement from Ron, yet Ivan was aware that Snape had concocted the Wolfsbane potion, which required ingestion a week before the full moon. Calculating the days, it became evident that this was indeed the time of Lupin and Oppo's transformation, explaining his absence. "Donna and Oppo's, be foolish." "Harry, why would Snape do that?" Hermione interjected, pulling out her defense against the dark arts textbook. "What did he ask?" She pondered aloud. "There must be a reason. Why is he insistent on teaching me how to identify werewolves?" Hermione mused thoughtfully. "Anything is possible. Perhaps he was bitten by a mad werewolf, which has driven him to madness." Ron retorted angrily. "Look at the homework Snape assigned us. A treatise on identifying and slaying werewolves, no less than 2 parchment pages. He must be out of his mind. Werewolves versus true wolves, symptoms when in human form." Hermione meticulously examined her textbook. "Goodness, Hermione. You aren't seriously considering completing that assignment, are you? To learn about an evil werewolf and then eliminate him?" Harry exclaimed. "The length of the middle and ring fingers being the same, weakness, the full moon, transformation time, fears." Hermione ignored him, her fingers skimming rapidly over the pages. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something. She lifted her head abruptly, her beautiful chestnut eyes wide with alarm. Werewolves are not necessarily evil, Ron. Seeing Hermione and Oppos' expression, Ivan realized she had uncovered the truth. He sighed, saying, "Wizards often believe that werewolves lack reason and emotion, driven solely by destruction and bloodlust. This perception is fundamentally misguided. One must understand that even a pure-hearted individual, one who prays at night, can become a wolf on the night of the full moon when the aconite blooms." He gazed calmly at Hermione, affirming, "But he is inherently good. We cannot distrust him simply because he is a werewolf." "Is that so, Ivan?" Hermione asked uncertainly. For some reason, under his steady gaze, her anxiety began to dissipate. "Indeed, I believe in him." Ivan nodded resolutely. Harry, Ron, and Colin stood nearby, staring at the pair in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the conversation unfolding before them. Chapter 90: The First Quidditch Match. Despite Ivan's words, Hermione's expression remained as gloomy as the overcast sky outside. She could scarcely believe that Professor Lupin was, in fact, a werewolf. The revelation was utterly astonishing. "I say, you two, is there something you are concealing from us?" Ron inquired suspiciously, eyeing Ivan and Hermione. Upon hearing him, Harry and Colin nodded in agreement. Ivan and Hermione exchanged an awkward glance. Hermione hesitated about whether to disclose the truth regarding Professor Lupin's condition. Since both Dumbledore and Ivan trusted him, she felt compelled to keep his secret. Moreover, Professor Lupin and Oppos' demeanor was exceptionally kind, bearing no resemblance to the monstrous werewolves of legend. Before Ivan could articulate his thoughts, Oliver Wood stormed over, his face etched with fury, followed closely by the other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Bad news. We will not be facing Slytherin tomorrow," he exclaimed angrily. "Professor McGonagall just informed me that our opponents will be Hufflepuff instead." "Why?" The other players chorused in confusion. "Slytherin claims their Seeker's arm is still injured." Wood seethed, baring his teeth in rage, but their motives are transparent. They simply wish to avoid playing in this weather, fearing it may jeopardize their chances. Hogwarts had been besieged by tempestuous storms for the past few days, and as Wood spoke, the distant rumble of thunder echoed outside the castle. "The Slytherin Seeker?" Angelina inquired incredulously. "Draco Malfoy," Ron quietly explained. "His arm was injured during the first week of term in care of magical creatures class when Buckbeak, Hagrid's hippogriff, attacked him. But that was entirely his own fault. If I were Buckbeak, I would have given him a good whack on the head." "Malfoy and Oppos' arm is perfectly fine," Harry shouted in anger. "He and Oppos' just putting on an act." "I understand, but we cannot prove it," Wood lamented. "They used this excuse to seek out Professor Snape." "I knew it was him," Harry and Ron exclaimed in disgust. "The issue now is that we have been training with Slytherin as our focus, and tomorrow we face Hufflepuff, whose style is quite different. To complicate matters further, they have a new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory." No sooner had he spoken than Angelina, Alicia, and Katie burst into giggles. "What are you laughing about?" Wood asked, bemused by their carefree demeanor. "You mean that tall, handsome boy?" Angelina asked. "The strong one who rarely speaks," Katie added. "He is indeed quite charming." They erupted into laughter once more, while Wood and Fred appeared distinctly displeased. "He speaks little because he is too dim-witted to string together two words," Wood retorted. Fred impatiently remarked, "Oliver, I fail to comprehend why you are so concerned. The Hufflepuff team is a relatively easy opponent to defeat. Remember the last match we played against them? Harry caught the golden snitch in merely 5 minutes. We are competing under entirely different circumstances," Wood exclaimed, his eyes slightly bulging. "Diggory has assembled a formidable team. He is an exceptional seeker. I am precisely worried that you may think this way. We must not underestimate them. We must focus on the primary issue. Slytherin is eager to see us falter. This year, we must secure victory." Wood and Oppos' voice echoed loudly, causing a significant portion of the hall to turn their curious gazes in their direction. "Oliver, do not be so agitated," Fred said, slightly panicked. "We will treat the Hufflepuff team with the seriousness it deserves. We truly will. Full team training at 3:00 and Oppos' clock this afternoon. Everyone must gather at the Quidditch pitch. We need to devise a strategy." No one spoke. The team members nodded pale-faced. Following their gaze, Avon observed the tempestuous storm outside and silently prayed for the group. Avon understood Wood's sentiments. This was his final year at Hogwarts, and he was determined to claim the Quidditch Cup. Ever since Harry joined the team, Gryffindor's Quidditch squad had been undeniably the strongest in the school. Yet they had consistently encountered various misfortunes over the past 2 years, ultimately missing out on the coveted cup. More precisely, It was Harry who had been the source of these mishaps, for in addition to being an exceptional seeker, he also bore the weighty title of the Chosen One. Should Gryffindor fail to secure the Quidditch Cup again this year due to his influence, it would hardly require Voldemort and Apo's intervention. Would surely be capable of killing Harry with just a glare. Indeed, a death by mere looks. The following morning, at around 5:00 and Apo's clock, Avon awoke, roused by the howling wind outside the castle. He could hear the distant rumble of thunder, the fierce wind battering against the castle walls, and the sound of trees snapping in the forbidden forest. Sleepily, he emerged from his bedroom to find Harry already dressed, quietly seated in front of the common room fireplace with his Nimbus 2000. The fireplace held no flicker of flame, casting a gloomy ambience over the entire common room. "Good morning, Harry." Avon yawned as he approached. "When did you rise? Have you been sitting here all this time?" "Yes, I noticed Crookshanks attempting to sneak into our dormitory. So I sat here to keep it away from the boys and Apo's dormitory stairs. Scabbers needs to rest. But you need rest too," Avon exclaimed in astonishment. "In just 3 hours. You will be flying outside in this dreadful weather for an entire day." "I'm not tired, Avon. I have an ominous premonition." Harry weakly waved his hand. "That black dog, the ominous one. I believe I saw it while training last night, lurking in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, watching us practice." "That is merely a stray dog." Avon could not comprehend why Sirius would choose to create chaos in such dreadful weather. Logically speaking, one would assume he would seek refuge from the rain and lay low. However, it appeared that Black had deviated from normality. This was the third occurrence. He could not possibly keep encountering the same stray dog. Harry sighed and remarked, "You know that Black is hunting me. If that ominous presence signifies death, I am fearful. A stray dog poses no real threat. I have seen it numerous times myself." Harry and Apo's words prompted Avon to recall what might transpire during the upcoming match. He glanced at the darkening sky and added, "Harry, you need to conserve your energy. If there is anything to worry about, I am more concerned about the Dementors." "Dementors?" Harry's face turned pale at once. Indeed, those creatures are not stationed far from the Quidditch pitch, and the joyful atmosphere generated during the match is like ambrosia to them. If they decide to approach. Avon hesitated before continuing. "You must be prepared with your wand. By the way, how is your practice with the Patronus charm going?" "For the next few hours." Avon accompanied Harry as he practiced the Patronus charm several times. Despite his efforts, Harry could only produce a vague misty white cloud at best. Avon sighed. Although this level of power might not be sufficient to repel the Dementors, it was certainly better than nothing and should suffice to provide Harry with enough protection during his descent. Moreover, during the match, Dumbledore would be present. Avon truly doubted that over 100 Dementors could pose any significant threat in his presence. Chapter 91. Strange Thoughts After Finishing Breakfast. Avon and his companions donned their heavy raincoats and stepped out of the castle. The icy raindrops made Avon shiver, and he noticed that Hermione, Colin, and Ginny beside him were trembling as well. Yet, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. As someone afflicted with a severe fear of heights and lacking enthusiasm for Quidditch, Avon found it perplexing why this sport garnered such popularity. Outside the castle, the weather raged with howling winds and torrential rain. Yet the entire student body poured out as usual to witness the match. They dashed across the lawn towards the Quidditch pitch, settling into the damp stands and bowing their heads against the gusts. The experience was utterly dreadful, just half an hour prior. Avon had planned to spend the day comfortably ensconced in the warmth of the library. He had resolutely decided that, no matter how much Colin called for him, he would not step outside the castle in such weather. Absolutely not. However, Colin surprisingly did not come to summon him. Instead, he sought out Hermione and Ginny, who dragged Avon out, insisting that he must come to cheer for everyone, as this match held great importance for Gryffindor. Judging by their expressions, Avon suspected that if he refused to support them, the blame for a Gryffindor loss would rest squarely on his shoulders. Reluctantly, he sighed and followed the three of them out of the castle. In stark contrast to his pained visage, Colin, Hermione, and Ginny wore broad smiles. It was evident that Colin reveled in his cunning success. Nearly 2 years of acquaintance had made him quite familiar with Avon's vulnerabilities. Ginny found Avon's predicament amusing. After all, he had always given off an air of maturity, composure, and omniscience, hardly resembling a 12-year-old boy. As for Hermione's smile, it was far more complex. While she shared a hint of Colin and Ginny and Apo's amusement, it was not the primary reason for her laughter. Merely pulling Avon out of the castle seemed to bring her joy. She was inexplicably delighted. Perhaps this was what they called a silly grin. Thus, the four of them, each with distinct expressions, made their way to the stands. Ron had already secured their spot for them. Strangely, Avon sensed something odd in Ron's gaze directed at him, though his face bore no smile. If he had to describe it, it resembled the way Snape typically looked at him. Avon shook his head, dismissing it as mere illusion. In truth, Avon and Oppos' suspicion was correct. As he observed Hermione and Ginny approaching with mirth, followed by Avon, Ron felt an inexplicable discomfort, predominantly tinged with envy and jealousy. These emotions were familiar to him, having experienced them towards his brothers and his best friend, Harry, over the past few years. However, as he gazed at Ivan, Ron felt not only a surge of jealousy but also a peculiar sense of loathing, an emotion he had never experienced before. Suddenly, he recalled the dreams that had haunted him over the past few nights, particularly the recurring image of a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Hermione. He shook his head vigorously. Hermione appearing in his dreams must surely be a coincidence. Why, after all, would he dream of engaging in such acts with her? Hermione was merely a friend. Yet, witnessing Hermione seated beside Ivan filled Ron with an unsettling discomfort. His instincts hinted that something unbeknownst to him had transpired between Hermione and Ivan, and this was the primary source of his inexplicable disdain. Under the influence of this emotion, Ron and Oppos' focus shifted from the Quidditch match to the few individuals beside him, and he found himself increasingly irritated by Ivan. How could someone a year his junior be so remarkably accomplished? Why? He forced himself to cease these thoughts. After all, Ivan had saved him last year. These musings were surely a portent of ill fortune. Taking a deep breath, Ron suddenly recalled other events from the previous year, including the ominous black diary and the words Tom Riddle had inscribed within it. Though Riddle was the dark wizard of his school days and undeniably malevolent, Ron couldn't and Oppos' help but acknowledge that some of his words held a semblance of truth. In the face of Malfoy and Oppos' malicious insults, it was he who had stepped forth to defend Hermione, only to be left in tears for a week, when confronted with Snape and Oppos' unreasonable harassment. It was he who had bravely stood up for Hermione in class, ultimately being punished to scrub a chamber pot for an entire evening. These were actions he had taken. So why was it Ivan sitting beside Hermione instead of him? Was it truly as Tom Riddle suggested? No, that couldn't and Oppos' be right. There had to be some mistake, otherwise, why would such perilous thoughts arise? Ron wrenched his gaze away from Ivan and Hermione, directing his attention to the center of the pitch, where the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams were preparing to take the field. Amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, Ivan observed as the Gryffindor players stumbled out from the locker room. The wind howled fiercely, causing them to sway unsteadily as they approached the pitch, making it difficult for him to discern Harry's slight figure. Hufflepuff appeared similarly disoriented, and Ivan could only vaguely make out 7 figures clad in canary yellow robes on the field. The individual shaking hands with Wood must be Cedric Diggory. Although Ivan had never encountered him in person, the name resonated deeply within his memory. Aside from recalling that he would be one of the champions in next year's Triwizard Tournament, ultimately falling to Voldemort, Diggory had contributed numerous articles to the Hogwarts Magical Gazette over the past year. From the submissions, it is evident that Diggory is a remarkable wizard, possessing profound expertise in transfiguration. However, Evan is uncertain about his Quidditch skills, particularly under such dreadful weather conditions. If neither he nor Harry can spot the golden snitch, it is highly likely that everyone will be seated in the chilling rain for an entire day, which would indeed be quite unfortunate. Moments later, with Madame Hooch and Oppos' sharp whistle, the match commenced. Blurry figures in red and yellow dashed across the field, and Evan found himself oblivious to the progress of the game. The howling wind rendered the commentary inaudible. Even with a raincoat shielding him, he felt thoroughly drenched and frozen, discovering that he had become numb with cold. Through the relentless downpour, he caught sight of Harry swaying at the highest point of the pitch, undoubtedly in a worse predicament than his own. Evan noticed Hermione, seated beside him, shivering yet seemingly exhilarated, as if someone had cast a cheering charm upon her. It was quite peculiar. When had Hermione developed such a fondness for Quidditch? He could not recall her enthusiasm in the past. He remembered last year, when Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff, Hermione had willingly forfeited that match to expedite the brewing of the Polyjuice potion. If there were any differences between this year and last, it was Cedric Diggory's ascension to captain of the Hufflepuff team. He recalled Angelina mentioning yesterday that the fellow was quite handsome. Suddenly, an inexplicable anxiety washed over Evan, prompting him to instinctively lift his gaze in search of Diggory. He then noticed Ron still staring at him, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. What on earth was happening today? These two seemed to become stranger by the moment. Chapter 92. The Feast of the Dementors. Evan observed Ron hastily turning his head, seemingly evading his gaze. Something was amiss. Was this fellow concealing a matter from him? With a contemplative expression, Evan scrutinized Ron. Could it possibly relate to Peter Pettigrew? Yet, Ron's demeanor suggested otherwise. His expression seemed to convey. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Evan swiftly turned his head as a jagged bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and he witnessed Harry darting past him at great speed. High above, Harry felt his hands and feet growing numb from the cold. He had to lower his body and cling to his broomstick, urging it to navigate through the turbulent air as he searched in every direction for the elusive golden snitch. He deftly dodged a bludger to his right and saw Diggory swooping beneath him, flying in the opposite direction. Had he already spotted the snitch? The situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Harry and Oppo's numbed hands slipped on the broom, causing his Nimbus 2000 to drop a few feet. He brushed his soaked hair from his eyes and glanced sideways at the stands, only to find that the dog had vanished. Harry! Wood's anguished voice rang out from the Gryffindor goalposts. Harry, behind you. Startled, Harry scanned his surroundings. Diggory was plummeting towards the pitch, and a small golden speck flickered amidst the rain-soaked air, shimmering between them. In a panic, Harry leaned forward on his broom, spiraling toward the golden snitch. All eyes turned from their tasks to observe Harry and Diggory as they approached the snitch. Diggory was closer, yet Harry's speed surpassed his. In the stands, Hermione's cold little hand suddenly gripped Evan's left arm tightly as she cried out in terror. Look! Look over there! Following her gaze, Evan's heart sank. Behind Harry and Diggory, a vast expanse of darkness loomed ominously across the horizon. Like ink spreading in water, over 100 Dementors, drawn by the jubilant atmosphere of the Quidditch pitch, surged forth with a chilling swiftness. The Dementors appeared as if invited to a grand feast, draped in tattered gray cloaks, swirling through the air. Their rotting hands, seeping with putrid fluid, trembled slowly from beneath their hoods, filling the air with the stench of decaying flesh. Through the icy patterns forming in the air, Evan witnessed something being drawn from the stands, whisked away by the Dementors above, an essence of joy. In an instant, the world transformed into monochrome. A silence, born of trepidation, enveloped the tiered stands surrounding the pitch. The wind, though still fierce, seemed to have forgotten how to roar, as if someone had muted the sound. Evan saw Hermione shouting at him, yet he could hear nothing. He abruptly drew his wand, aiming it at the Dementors in the center of the field. Expecto Patronum! He shouted, but he could not hear his own voice. His wand emitted a slender beam of silvery light, flickering like a flame amidst the tempest, momentarily illuminating the monochrome realm dominated by the Dementor. Yet, alas, this glimmer dissipated in an instant, transforming into a wisp of faint azure smoke. The delight he felt upon receiving a letter from Hogwarts, the ecstasy of mastering his first spell, and the joyous moments spent with friends surged through his mind as the light at the tip of his wand intensified, gradually coalescing into a complete animal form. However, there remained a lingering inadequacy, the suffocating dread brought forth by the Dementors encroaching from all directions. Indeed, it was this very sensation. In the next heartbeat, a dazzling silvery creature erupted from the tip of his wand. The Patronus charm draws its strength from the positive energies of one and Oppo's heart, beyond the joy frequently cited. It encompasses hope, the desire to survive, and the essence of protection itself. When one harbors an intense wish to safeguard another deep within their soul, a corporeal Patronus will emerge. The potency of the Patronus is directly proportional to the fervor of one and Oppo's protective resolve. His Patronus took the form of a cat, yet it was far more formidable and fierce than a mere feline, shimmering with silver light adorned with intricate stripes, resembling a mighty tiger. Was it a cat or a tiger? The young witches and wizards in the stands gasped in awe, as if they had never encountered such a wondrous and rare creature. Yet, Ivan understood that his Patronus mirrored his animagus form, a black cat. At that moment, it was his profound desire to protect Hermione that imbued this Patronus with unparalleled strength. The Patronus embodies a person's concealed, unacknowledged, yet undeniably existent traits, awakening only in moments of dire necessity. Ivan's Patronus exuded a regal aura, fueled by his determination to shield Hermione, fiercely lunging towards the Dementors in the center of the arena, forcefully driving them away. In midair, Harry hastened towards the golden snitch. He was mere inches away, faster than Diggory, yet time around him seemed to come to a standstill. Harry felt as though he had plunged into an inescapable black hole, helplessly moving forward as the temperature plummeted, his breath beginning to freeze. The icy rain pierced through him, slicing at his insides. He heard once more the voice that had haunted him on the train. Someone was moaning. A woman's voice echoed within his mind. "Don't move, Harry. Please don't move. Get away. You foolish woman. Just go away. Now." Dawn and Amp. Oppos. T. Move. Harry. Please, don't move. Show mercy. Show mercy. The only response was a harsh, cruel laughter, which rang out sharply amidst the woman and Oppos. Please. Harry felt utterly lost, unable to assist the woman. It was as if he had slipped from his broomstick. Just when he thought he would plummet indefinitely, a silvery creature suddenly soared from below. It was Evans Patronus. Identical to his animagus form, a black cat. Beneath the hood lay an impenetrable darkness, devoid of anything. No, Harry discerned something within. It was. His eyes widened in terror as he attempted to draw his wand, only to realize he had already fallen from his broom. His Firebolt 2000 followed its original trajectory, heading towards the forbidden forest. Chilling raindrops cascaded rapidly, striking Harry's pale face with force. He weakly extended his right hand, yearning to grasp the broom, but it was futile. More Dementors were advancing towards him, and the glow of Evans Patronus dimmed. The haunting cries of the woman and a piercing laughter echoed in his mind, their words indistinct. But he sensed that the man had uttered something truly horrifying. He was on the brink of collapse, his eyelids growing heavier. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 93. The guardians of young wizards. They felt disheartened, powerless, and engulfed in fear, as though the end of the world had arrived. Expecto Patronum. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a voice, slightly youthful yet imbued with unwavering determination, resonated from the Gryffindor stands. Like a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness, a silvery creature materialized, bestowing the monochrome world with its soul hue and radiance. The young wizards turned in unison, beholding a frail boy wielding his wand against over 100 menacing Dementors. The luminous tip of his wand erected a formidable barrier before the Dementors, serving as the solitary beacon of hope amidst the gloom. This poignant scene etched itself into the minds of all present, unforgettable even years later. It was Aiden Mason, and that was his Patronus. The young wizards hastily drew their wands, pointing them skyward as they recited the incantation. Like twinkling stars in the night, silvery lights flickered to life among the stands. Soon, Aiden discerned the multitude who had clandestinely practiced the Patronus charm. Over 600 silvery lights illuminated the entire area. The dense fog of light they emitted coalesced, instantly dispelling fear and cold. Among them, many wands began to coalesce into distinct patron uses. Percy S. Patronus surged forth first, resembling a stoat, followed closely by a myriad of peculiar patron uses. Aiden observed as Hermione S. wand tip manifested a playful otter, which danced around her before soaring toward the Dementors. Following these complete patron uses, the white mist surged upward, releasing countless halos into the air. Like arrows, the luminous mist obeyed the will of its conjurers, striking at the Dementors. The Dementors, seemingly unaccustomed to such a phenomenon, recoiled in terror at the overwhelming number of patron uses and the abundant mist composed of joyful emotions. For the first time, these creatures, which had instilled despair and fear in others, tasted the essence of fear themselves, instinctively yearning to flee. In the next moment, a melodious cry rang out from the highest tower of the castle. It radiated a dazzling white halo, more brilliant than all the patron uses combined, swiftly approaching the Quidditch pitch. Under its illumination, the Dementors, faltering in their escape, visibly transformed into wisps of smoke, vanishing entirely from this realm. While an ordinary wizard S. Patronus could merely repel Dementors, Dumbledore and Amp. Oppos. S. Phoenix possessed the power to eradicate them completely. It seemed the incursion of Dementors into the castle had truly provoked the ire of this era and Amp. Oppos. S. greatest white wizard. In the following instant, tracing the Phoenix S. flight path, Aiden witnessed Harry plummeting from the sky and hurriedly made his way toward the center of the Quidditch field. Ron and Hermione paused for a moment before hurriedly following suit. Fortunately, the ground was exceedingly soft. I believed he was doomed, yet his glasses remained intact. Harry heard the murmurs of those around him, but their words eluded his comprehension. He found himself in a state of disorientation, unaware of his surroundings or how he had arrived there, or even what he had been doing before. All he felt was an overwhelming pain throughout his body, as if he had been brutally assaulted. Thankfully, it was Evan and his protector who roused us from our fear and despair. Over 100 Dementors. An experience more terrifying than I had ever known. Indeed, the most dreadful of horrors. Harry recalled the black shadows shrouded in hoods, the chilling terror lurking beneath them, and the pervasive coldness enveloping him, accompanied by the incessant screams echoing in his mind. The man had seemed to utter something at the end, Suddenly, Harry opened his eyes, finding himself in the school hospital. Members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were covered in mud from head to toe, gathered around his bed. Evan, Ron, and Hermione were present as well, looking as though they had just emerged from a swimming pool. Harry, how do you feel? Ron and Apos. S face was particularly pale. You fell. It must have been, like, 50 feet. Ron exclaimed. We thought you had perished. Chimed in Alia, visibly trembling. At her words, Hermione emitted a sharp, stifled gasp. Her eyes bloodshot. But the match. Harry began. What transpired? Can we still compete? Silence enveloped the room, and the grim reality weighed heavily upon Harry and Apos, S heart. We Haven and Apos, T. Lost, have we? But they won fairly, with honor. Even Wood acknowledged that, George added. Where's Wood? Harry scanned the room, suddenly realizing Wood was absent, still caught in the rain. Fred remarked, we thought he intended to drown himself. Harry buried his face in his knees, gripping his hair in despair. Come on, Harry, you always manage to catch the golden snitch, Fred reassured him. There's bound to be a slip-up now and then. George chimed in, the match isn't over yet. We lost 100 points, right? So, if Hufflepuff loses to Ravenclaw, and we defeat both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Hufflepuff must lose at least 200 points, George reasoned. But if they beat Ravenclaw? Not a chance, Ravenclaw is too formidable. But if Slytherin loses to Hufflepuff? It all hinges on the scores. Regardless of who wins or loses, it's a matter of 100 points. Harry lay in his hospital bed, listening to Fred and George and Apos' discourse, remaining silent. They had lost, all due to him. It was his first defeat in a Quidditch match. Approximately 10 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey approached the team, instructing them to allow Harry to rest. We shall return to see you later. Fred reassured Harry. Do not blame yourself, Harry. You remain our finest seeker. The team departed, leaving behind a trail of muck. Mrs. Pomfrey closed the door behind them, her expression one of displeasure. Evan, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, lingering behind. Chapter 94. The office of Madame Pomfrey. He needs to rest. You three should not linger for too long. Madame Pomfrey cast a disapproving glance at Ivan, Ron, and Hermione, her gaze fixated on the water and mud stains that continued to drip from their garments. Furthermore, send someone with me to retrieve his nutritional potion. It will aid in replenishing his strength. I shall go. Ivan noticed Ron seemed to have something to discuss with Harry. A task not suitable for a girl, prompting him to rise and follow Madame Pomfrey out of the infirmary. I believe I saw a multitude of Dementors, Harry murmured, his mind racing with the ominous memories of their recent encounter. Over 100 Dementors, Harry, Hermione replied, her voice trembling. I was so frightened that I didn't and Apos know what to do. My mind was filled with terrifying thoughts. Thankfully, it was Ivan and his Patronus that brought us back to our senses. Suddenly, she recalled Ivan's Patronus, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the strange black cat she had encountered on the night before the school year commenced. Could there be a connection? Hermione remembered Ivan had mentioned learning to become an animagus over the summer, yet he had never revealed what his transformed form was. When she first saw Ivan's Patronus on the train, she had felt a flicker of suspicion. Its likeness to the black cat she had previously seen was too striking. Ivan had been evasive about it. Could his animagus form indeed be that peculiar black cat? The thought of having cradled that cat in her arms made Hermione and Apos' cheeks flush crimson. Goodness, if that were the case, she had been. Enough, Hermione. Ron, noticing her expression, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He exclaimed loudly. Ivan and Apos' Patronus was utterly ineffective. It was Dumbledore who saved Harry, driving away those Dementors. What? Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Everyone witnessed how Ivan's Patronus charged into the throng of Dementors, only to dissipate in mere seconds. Ron continued, ignoring Hermione, his focus solely on his grievances. His Patronus was of no use whatsoever, and Harry ultimately fainted. We lost the match. Yet it was Ivan and Apos' Patronus that bestowed upon us courage and hope, enabling others to cast their own Patronus charms. It was my first time successfully conjuring a complete Patronus, which appeared to be an otter. Do you not comprehend? Ron panted, his frustration evident. With so many Dementors present, had it not been for Ivan's Patronus, perhaps Diggory would have collapsed, and if that had occurred, Gryffindor would not have lost. What are you talking about, Ron? Hermione responded in astonishment. If it weren't for Ivan buying us time, Harry might have fallen long before. Witnessing Hermione's distress only heightened Ron's agitation. An inexplicable anger welled up within him. During the Quidditch match, he had merely managed to emit a faint glow from his wand, which had vanished almost immediately. It paled in comparison to Ivan's fully formed Patronus. And even Hermione surpassed him in that regard. This caused him considerable distress, and he exclaimed loudly that he was merely being a hindrance. Besides, things would be the same without him, as Percy was only slightly slower than he was. "All right, can you both allow me some peace for a moment?" Harry murmured. Ron's voice diminished, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. "Forget about those damn Dementors. Has anyone retrieved my Nimbus 2000? Upon hearing his words, Ron and Hermione exchanged swift glances. "Oh, what?" Harry suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. "Well, when you fell, it got blown away," Hermione hesitantly responded. "And then it crashed into that whomping willow." A pang of anguish gripped Harry's heart. He had experienced the ferocity of that whomping willow last semester, which could easily obliterate Mr. Weasley's car. "Harry, you know that whomping willow doesn't take kindly to being bumped into," Ron remarked. She slowly reached for her bag at her feet and tipped it over. A dozen splintered wood pieces and broomstick fragments tumbled onto the bed. These were the remnants of Harry and Amp, Oppos, once loyal flying broomstick, now defeated. Harry sat on the bed, staring blankly at the shattered pieces of his broom, while Ron and Hermione sat silently in their chairs as if they had just quarreled. "Don't be disheartened, Harry." Aiden placed the potion on the adjacent table, offering solace. "You can use my Nimbus 2001. I've gifted it to you, as it holds no value for me." Ever since Aiden had received that broomstick, he had discarded it beneath his bed, having only lent it to Ron a few times. "Thank you, Aiden. Harry gazed at the fragments of his Nimbus 2000, at a loss for words. This broomstick was beyond repair. He ought to discard it, yet Harry hesitated, feeling as though he had lost a dear friend. By 9 and Oppos clock that evening, Aiden, Ron, and Hermione finally departed from Harry and Oppos' side. Perhaps those Dementors had indeed affected him. Hermione was uncertain how to articulate her thoughts and whether to relay Ron and Oppos' comments to Aiden. Then she recalled the matter of the black cat. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, unsure if she should confirm this with Aiden. What if she had misunderstood? There might not be a necessary connection between a Patronus and an Animagus. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly awkward. After contemplating, Hermione decided to treat the matter as a secret for the time being, intending to investigate thoroughly before divulging anything. Wait a moment, if that black cat truly was Aiden, what should she do then? He was like a wisp of smoke, barely perceptible, as Aiden gazed through his form at the darkened sky and the torrential rain outside. Due to Nick frequently providing press releases to the Hogwarts Magical Gazette over the past year, Aiden and Hermione had become quite familiar with him. "Hello there." Nick spoke in a melancholic tone. "I just heard about the events that transpired on the Quidditch field. It is utterly dreadful. Harry is unharmed, I hope?" Indeed. Gryffindor is undoubtedly the most formidable, yet we consistently lose matches for a myriad of reasons. Nick inhaled deeply. This time it was due to the Dementors. I had long. Before Nick could finish his thought, Avon noticed a yellow-eyed cat suddenly emerge from behind him, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. It was Mrs. Norris, the gaunt gray cat who was frequently utilized by the caretaker, Filch, serving as his aide in the endless skirmishes with the students. "You all should vacate this place at once," Nick urged. Filch is in a foul mood, having caught a cold. During the Quidditch match, someone ransacked his office, leaving things strewn everywhere, and he is now prowling the castle in search of the culprit. "You are quite right," Avon exclaimed, hastily pulling Hermione up the staircase. It was nearly bedtime, and he wished to avoid any inquiries from Filch. But how curious it is, who could have wreaked havoc in Filch's office? Fred and George might engage in such mischief, but they had just participated in the Quidditch match and clearly lacked the time. Peeves could be a possibility, yet it did not align with his style to cause chaos and then vanish without a trace. Who else could it be? Nick mentioned that Filch's office had been thoroughly ransacked. Perhaps someone sought to uncover something within, as Filch had confiscated numerous items from the students. Chapter 95. The death of Speckles. Though the hour was late, the common room buzzed with lively chatter. No one had retired for the night. Instead, they engaged in fervent discussions about the recent Dementor attack at the Quidditch pitch. While Gryffindor's defeat weighed heavily on the hearts of many, most had set aside their disappointment. Especially since losing to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff was not particularly intolerable, as long as it was not to Slytherin. At present, their enthusiasm was directed towards sharing methods for casting the Patronus charm, with several students who had successfully conjured their corporeal patronuses surrounded by eager admirers. Among them was Percy, who proudly showcased his Patronus to a group of younger students. As Evan and Hermione entered, they were met with an enthusiastic welcome. The atmosphere reached a crescendo as everyone encircled them, clamoring for guidance on the Patronus charm, particularly eager to catch another glimpse of Evan's Patronus, which captivated many of the girls. Amidst the excitement, Ron appeared to be the sole exception to the exuberance. Suddenly, a muffled shout echoed from the boys' dormitory, causing a momentary hush to descend upon the common room. All eyes turned to the entrance, filled with trepidation. The sound of hurried footsteps grew louder until Ron burst into view, clutching a bedsheet. Look at this. Quick, come see," he bellowed, striding towards Hermione and shaking the sheet before her. "What is it, Ron?" Hermione replied, bewildered. "Speckles, look. Speckles." Ron roughly thrust the sheet into Hermione and Oppos' line of sight. Hermione recoiled, utterly at a loss. Evan leaned forward to inspect the sheet Ron held, noticing ominous red stains. It appeared alarming, reminiscent of blood. Ron shouted amidst the stunned silence. "It's dead. Do you know what is on the floor?" "No, we don't." Hermione's voice quivered. Ron tossed something onto the floor before her, prompting everyone to lean in closer. They saw several strands of ginger cat fur scattered about. "Ron, a few cat hairs do not signify anything. You should check under all the boys and Oppos' beds for speckles. It might." Hermione and Oppos' face paled as she attempted to reason with him. "Those hairs could have been there since the start of term. Ever since Crookshanks jumped onto your head that day in the magical creature shop. You've held a bias against it," Hermione insisted stubbornly. "Bias? That monster jumped on my head. It devoured speckles. Am I supposed to commend it for that?" Ron exclaimed, flailing his arms in exasperation. "You know that's not what I meant." Hermione's voice fell to a whisper, tears glistening in her eyes. "Don't think I don't know what you're implying." Ron had no intention of avoiding Hermione. He continued to shout. "You always regard me as some ignorant fool or an imbecile. It was I who protected you in front of Malfoy. I stood up to Snape for you in class. I." Ron's words quickened as he observed Hermione's fearful and sorrowful expression, which caused a pang in his heart, yet simultaneously brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction, akin to revenge. Suddenly, he recalled the dream he had been having lately, in which Hermione frequently appeared. For reasons unknown, he felt a sudden sting in his nose, struggling to suppress his tears. "All right, Ron," Fred interjected, noticing the situation escalating. He cheerfully remarked, "Haven't you been saying how much you despise Scabbers? Besides, he has and Oppos, he's shown any vitality for quite some time. He and Oppos, slowly diminishing. It might be better for him to pass on. He probably doesn't even realize it." "Indeed, Scabbers merely eats and sleeps all day long, Ron." "That's what you've said," George chimed in. "Once, he even bit Goyle for us," Ron lamented. "That was his finest hour," Fred chuckled. "Let Goyle keep the scar on his finger as a lasting memory of Scabbers." "Oh, come on, Ron. Make amends with Hermione and just get another rat. Lamenting serves no purpose." However, Ron bowed his head and wiped his tears with his sleeve. "In fact, I believe Hermione is right. Scabbers might not be dead. He could just be hiding somewhere," Ivan interjected, as if struck by a revelation. Peter Pettigrew could not possibly have died so easily, nor could he have been killed by Crookshanks. He was merely afraid of Sirius Black and intended to feign death to escape again, with the aid of the tracking potion. Ivan could sense that Scabbers was hiding in the corner of the common room, watching the unfolding drama. He prepared to go retrieve him, but just 2 steps forward, Ron stopped him, seeming to be further enraged by Ivan and Oppos' previous comment. "You think Scabbers is alive?" Ron glared at Ivan, gasping with anger, as if ready to pounce. "I knew you would side with Hermione. It's all your fault. If you hadn't suggested that Hermione by Crookshanks, Scabbers wouldn't have died." "What?" Ivan exclaimed, bewildered. All day, he had felt something was off about Ron. "Indeed, it's your fault. You caused Scabbers' demise." Ron clenched his fists, his tear-streaked eyes burning red. "Just like on the Quidditch pitch, if it weren't for your ridiculous Patronus charm, Gryffindor wouldn't have lost." Ivan stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Ron had arrived at such a conclusion. Ron must have been out of his mind with anger. It was utterly absurd to blame his Patronus for Gryffindor's defeat. "Ron, it was Ivan's Patronus that saved everyone." Colin, who had been standing silently, spoke up softly. "Of course you think that. You are merely this fellow and Oppos' ridiculous lackey." Ron shouted towards Colin and then swiftly turned to face Ivan, as if engaging in self-hypnosis, muttering incoherently. "Tom Riddle was right. It is you who caused the demise of Buckbeak. It is you who led Gryffindor to defeat. It is you who took Hermione away from me. She was meant to be mine." The common room fell into a profound silence, the younger students retreating in fear, all eyes fixed on Ron, unable to discern the words he uttered. Ivan stepped forward, hoping to locate Buckbeak, believing that seeing him might soothe Ron and amp Appos' agitation. However, as he made a slight movement, he suddenly noticed Ron lunging towards him from across the room. Chapter 96. The reappearance of the soul-binding curse. They witnessed Ron, his eyes ablaze, lunging towards Ivan. The two of them tumbling to the ground, engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows. "Stop it, Ron. Please, cease this at once," Hermione cried out, desperately attempting to intervene. Ivan, momentarily taken aback, received a harsh punch to the stomach. He instinctively pressed his knee against Ron while his right hand reached for his wand at his waist. In the next instant, a robust beam of red light surged forth, sending Ron hurtling backwards. His body collided with a table, crashing to the floor, where he struggled momentarily before attempting to rise and charge at Ivan once more, only to be hastily restrained by Fred and George. "Ron, what on earth are you doing attacking Ivan?" Fred exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, do you even comprehend your actions?" George added, echoing Fred and amp Appos' surprise. Ron, panting heavily, glared at Ivan with fury coursing through his veins. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by Ron's tempestuous demeanor, the atmosphere in the common room thick with tension. Ivan and Appos' clothes were disheveled, his right hand firmly gripping his wand, pointed menacingly at Ron, while his left hand gently patted Hermione and Appos' shoulder, who stood beside him, quietly sobbing. What in the world is happening here? Percy pushed through the crowd, fixing Ron with a fierce glare, reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley. "Ron, I understand that losing that rat is distressing, but Ivan is not responsible for Scabbers' demise. It was him. It was he who urged Hermione to purchase that cat. Had it not been for that wretched feline, Scabbers would still be alive." Ron bellowed vehemently. "It wasn't Appos' Crookshanks who killed Scabbers," Hermione weakly countered, her eyes brimming with tears. "Ron, you've lost your mind. Over a rat. You would." Ginny approached, softly comforting Hermione, then turned her gaze, filled with indignation, towards Ron. "What rat? Scabbers was my friend." Ron interrupted Ginny, his voice rising in anger. "Scabbers is dead. My best friend is gone. It was those two and that detestable cat that caused his death. Yet you all continue to defend them. Does no one care about my feelings?" The common room fell into a profound silence, apart from Ron and Appos' furious outburst. There was not a sound to be heard. "In truth, your rat is very much alive, and no one has harmed him." Ivan entrusted Hermione to Ginny and swiftly made his way to a corner of the room, retrieving a struggling rat from a crevice and tossing it to Ron. As Ron beheld the shivering Scabbers in his arms, he fell abruptly silent. "Now, Ron, the matter has been clarified. Scabbers is, in fact, alive," Percy declared, his tone condescending. "You should apologize to Ivan and Hermione." At Percy's words, Ron felt a surge of irritation. He stood there, panting, coldly glaring at Ivan and Hermione. Reason urged him to apologize, yet a voice within him whispered persistently that he owed them nothing, that they were the ones at fault. Memories of Tom Riddle's words from the previous year flooded his mind, and his fist clenched tighter, his body trembling with the weight of past grievances. If given the choice, he would rather confront Ivan once more. "Quickly, apologize, Ron," Ginny urged anxiously from the side. Ron jolted awake, realizing that everyone was staring at him. He took a deep breath and mumbled, "Yes, sorry." In the dim bedroom, Ron lay alone on his four-poster bed, his head pressed firmly into the pillows, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He must have lost his mind to shout at Hermione and to lay hands on Ivan. Ron could not articulate why he had acted so. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sorrow from losing Scabbers, or perhaps the haunting words of Tom Riddle from the previous year resurfaced, or that strange mix of envy, jealousy, and an inexplicable loathing that had plagued him throughout the day. In any case, the more he looked at Ivan, the more he felt a growing animosity. Reflecting on how everyone had rallied behind Ivan, Ron was engulfed by a profound sense of isolation. It was one thing for others to side with Ivan, but even Percy, Fred, George, and Ginny, his own family, had chosen to stand against him. And then there was Hermione. The thought of her brought him pain. He had believed. Ron tried to push Hermione from his thoughts and turned to Harry, his best friend. If Harry were here tonight, would he support him? Ron hesitated. He had always been certain that Harry would stand by him, but this was not a confrontation with Malfoy. Harry's bond with Ivan was strong, and he might very well side with everyone else. Having already lost Hermione, the prospect of losing Harry too filled Ron with an inexplicable irritation. He had always regarded Harry as his closest friend, but did Harry feel the same? After all, he was the renowned savior, the seeker of the Quidditch team, surrounded by so many exceptional individuals, while Ron felt so ordinary. What right did he have to call Harry a friend? Perhaps, in Harry and Oppo's eyes, he was merely a sidekick. I am all alone, Ron murmured. No one will support me. I am a complete failure, and everyone looks down on me. His body curled in pain. And in the next moment, he felt something trembling in his shirt pocket. It was Scabbers. Wiping his tears, Ron sat up and retrieved Scabbers. The little creature appeared terrified. Trembling incessantly, its small eyes filled with fear. In truth, Peter Pettigrew had indeed been frightened. He had concealed himself as planned, knowing he could not deceive Sirius. But it would buy him some time. However, the plan had not gone smoothly. Taking advantage of the entire school and Oppo's attendance at the Quidditch match, he had searched Filch's office but found nothing. The Marauder's map was not there. When he graduated, Filch had confiscated that very map. And he surely would have kept it safe, never to discard it carelessly. However, that was indeed a matter from 20 years ago. Time has elapsed far too long. And countless circumstances may have transpired in between. Given that Sirius believes he is beside Ron, it would be prudent for him to remain vigilant and await an opportunity. Yet, what Peter Pettigrew did not anticipate was being discovered by Ivan. This is impossible. How could he have uncovered my presence when I concealed myself in that crevice? The common room was utterly deserted. Logically, that boy should not have been able to find me. Fear overtook Peter. Ivan must possess some method unknown to him. If Sirius Black were to learn of this technique, his fate would be dire. Padfoot, you're all I have left now. You must support me, right? Ron placed Padfoot beside his pillow. Upon hearing Ron's words, Peter, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality. He realized that the variables in his prior plan had multiplied excessively. He could not confront Sirius Black and Ivan alone. He required an ally. One who lurked in the shadows. They all regard me as a mere sidekick, a laughingstock. Ron seethed, his expression momentarily twisted with rage. Those who look down upon me will surely regret it. I shall make them pay. Indeed, I shall assist you. A sharp male voice suddenly resonated within the room. I will ensure that those who scorn us will face consequences. With a strange flash of light, the bedroom swiftly returned to tranquility, leaving Ron alone on the bed. Silently shedding tears, his eyes filled with confusion and emptiness.